Walala. Xianxia stopped. Even though Master Lu Chen had a huge collection of books, Xianxia managed to flip through all of them within 2 hours. Tens of thousands of books that were identical to those on the bookshelves had appeared in the library in his mind. Elementary painting cognizance, the complete collection of painting techniques, collection of the setting sun. As expected of a painting expert, nearly all of the books one could find on painting in Tianxian Kingdom could be found in his study. He even had several hundreds of exclusive collection books, those that were hard to find in the market. Any other master painter wouldn't be able to accomplish such a feat. It was due to his guidance to Emperor Xinjue that the latter had his men gather this collection for him. It should be sufficient with these books. After imprinting all of the books in his head, Xianxia stopped. With a jolt of his mind, he muttered in his head, "The correct version! Voila!" The correct verses from the innumerable books were extracted and compiled in an entirely new book. Xianxia opened the book and started reading through it. Painting can be categorized under drawing and calligraphy. It can rid a person of his impatience, allowing one to reach a tranquil state of mind. The introduction was mainly on one's understanding of painting, after which it detailed on how one should hold a brush, how should one write words, and how should one fill in colors. All work had techniques to them, and painting wasn't an exception either. Even though it required diligence on the one's part, if one had a good teacher to point out the correct path, one would be able to avoid the common mistakes and improve swiftly. This library had gathered the essence of painting from tens of thousands of painting books to form one ultimate book. In other words, it was a book that pointed one straight toward the peak. There were no curved routes that had to be taken at all as long as one learned closely from it. Xianxia's understanding of painting increased at a tremendous rate. Quietly standing on the spot, he slowly read through the pages in the manual. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, he saw a pair of black eyes before him. The owner of that pair of eyes found Xianxia's behavior bizarre and was studying to see what was wrong with him when Xianxia's eyes suddenly opened. Taken aback, he yelped and leaped backward. "Master Lu Chen?" Only then did Xianxia clearly see the person's appearance. It was Master Lu Chen. The master painter looked at Xianxia warily, as though he was some kind of primordial beast. "What's wrong?" Upon seeing his reaction, Xianxia was perplexed. "It is not like I will kill you. What do you mean by behaving like this? You didn't achieve a breakthrough, did you?" Master Lu Chen asked carefully. "Breakthrough? I didn't." Xianxia was stumped. "That's good." Master Lu Chen was clearly still traumatized by the previous incident. Heaving a sigh of relief, he continued, "Seeing that you were in the room for such a long period of time, I came in to take a look." Initially, he thought that Xianxia would be out in 10 minutes or so after browsing through a few books. He didn't expect that this single trip would take up 4 hours straight. Unable to wait any longer, he came in to take a look. When he walked into the study, he saw the other party standing before the bookshelves with his eyes closed, as though he was asleep. He suddenly remembered the previous time. After reading a few books, he closed his eyes and went into a daze. After which, his study was wrecked and he was flung everywhere, nearly having his precious life extinguished. Then, there is no more then. This time, couldn't be that the same thing had occurred as well. Just when he was conflicted about what he should do, the other party abruptly opened his eyes. To be honest, it took all of his courage to remain in this room. How can breaking through one's limits be that easy? Upon seeing his guarded look, Xianxia immediately came to a realization and shook his head with a bitter smile. It was one thing if Xianxia didn't say those words, but after hearing those words, Master Lu Chen felt a dull ache in his chest and his mouth twitched intensely. "Not easy. Didn't you achieve a breakthrough that easily the previous time? In fact, you achieved too great a breakthrough that you were unable to adapt to your strength. If not for the fact that I had cultivated a little, I might have died on the spot." The more he thought about it, the more depressed he felt. "Forget it, it's good that you didn't achieve a breakthrough here this time. Otherwise, I am truly considering whether I should bar you from my study permanently. How is it? Have you finished adjusting your state of mind?" Lu Chen changed the subject. I'm roughly there. Let's go out. Xianxia nodded his head. Returning back to the lounge, he saw Huang Yu and Bai Sun staring him out. To think that he would spend an entire 4 hours just to adjust his state of mind, it was truly inconceivable. How is it? Master Yuanyu's complexion looked awful. His initial plan was to pay Master Teacher Yangxian a visit that afternoon, yet this fellow adjusted his state to the point that the sun was about to set in the horizon. Along with his previous conjecture, he could already be considered extremely patient for not leaving straight away. I'm ready. Looking at the gazes everyone was shooting at him with, Zhang Xian felt guilty and embarrassed. You should start drawing. Sensing the atmosphere turning awry, Master Lu Chun hurriedly gestured Zhang Xian forward. Quickly browsing through the painting technique recorded within the Heaven's Path manual once more, Zhang Xian walked forward to the table and casually picked up the brush. Upon seeing that Zhang Xian was about to paint, Huang Yu and Bai Sun's interest were piqued, and they hurriedly looked over excitedly. They were curious to see what kind of masterpiece this Master Zhang could create after adjusting his state of mind for such a long period of time. Even Master Yuanyu couldn't help but pay attention. If that fellow was truly trying to deceive everyone here by putting on a show, he would punish him personally. Just when everyone's eyes were staring at him intently, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before asking, Master Lu, do you have any extra paper? I would like to test the brush first. Painting isn't like a cultivation technique where one just has to circulate one's jinqi throughout one's body to start fighting. Regardless of how much a person knows about painting, one has to first try it out with his own body first. He had neither drawn nor used a brush before. He had to first try out the rigidity of the brush and how deep the color would be when imprinted onto the paper before he could start painting. It was also for the same reason why he was unable to become a true apothecary swiftly despite reading through so many books on pill forging. Pill forging required a large amount of practice, whereas drawing focused on one's state of mind. Even if one's skill was lacking, if there was soul in their painting, it would still be an impressive work. Give it a try then. Master Yuanyu's expression darkened further. If the other party was truly a master painter, why would he need to try out the brush? He was obviously trying to drag things out. Drag on for however long you want to. In a moment's time, I'll see what kind of excuses you can come up with. Oblivious to the bizarre look Master Yuanyu shot at him, Zhang Xian picked up the brush, made a dab into the watercolor and drew a few strokes onto the paper. Then, he picked up another brush, dabbed it in water and casually painted over the color. The most basic color spreading technique? To have to test even this? It can't be that Master Zhang is painting for the first time. Seeing his actions, Huang Yu subconsciously muttered. Paint spreading is one of the most basic techniques to painting. To put it briefly, one used to water to spread paint over the canvas, creating the effect of a color slowly lightening over the distance. This is just like the long fist in martial arts. There's not a single person who is capable of painting who doesn't know of it. Other people usually just tested the rigidity of the brush and depth of the colors. Yet, this fellow gave every single technique on the book a try, as though a curious infant who was coming in contact with the world for the first time. A constipated look appeared on everyone's faces. Brother, we have waited several hours for you. Can you be any faster? If this goes on, I will probably die of old age before I can see your painting. When I first came into contact with the brush, I think I was like that as well, wanting to try everything when actually, I didn't know anything at all. Bai Sun was doubtful. Even he could tell that something was amiss. Master Lu and Master Yuanyu's disposition changed the moment they picked up the brush, as though a swordsman had picked up his sword. What are you doing? Even though the Master Zhang whom he respected had the correct posture for holding the brush, his movements were stiff and constrained, as though it was the first time he was holding a brush. Don't tell me that your getting into the state by browsing through books was actually an excuse to learn painting? Even Master Lu Chun was perplexed. He truly had no idea what Zhang Xian was up to. I'm ready. After taking a moment to adapt to the brush, Zhang Xian could feel that his movements and the knowledge in his head were finally aligned, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, you should start. Seeing him pause, Master Lu Chun quickly said before the fellow before him could do anything else. Fortunately, Xianxia simply nodded his head and walked forward to the clean sheet of paper. With a flick of his finger, a brush was sent flying into the air, which he caught and dabbed into ink. At the same time, he gently grabbed another brush with his other hand. Walala! The two brushes started flying about the paper as though they had lives of their own. A painting slowly emerged on the originally blank sheet. This is Dual Traversing Dragons. Upon witnessing the scene, Master Yuanyu, who intended to expose him for his fraud, widened his eyes in shock. Master Lu Chen's body swayed and nearly passed out. What is Dual Traversing Dragons? Looking at the astonished expressions of the two masters, Baisun couldn't help asking. Usually, when we draw, we often use only a single brush to create the rough outline before adding in the colors, Lu Chen explained. Huang Yu and Baisun nodded their heads. In the past few weeks, they had come into contact with painting and learned the basic steps one usually took while painting a picture. One usually did a rough outline first before going on to add in the ink and colors in detail. This is just like building a house. One starts off by creating the scaffolding before adding materials to it. Even though this creates a solid foundation for the painting, it makes painting an extremely slow and tiring process. Master Lu Chun continued, thus, in order to quicken the process, some incredible painters created this Dual Traversing Dragons painting technique. Exactly as its name goes, the painter diverts his attention into doing two tasks at once. His two hands would become completely separate entities, starting on both the left and the right of the paper simultaneously. Without building the outline of the picture, the painter paints according to the concept he has in his mind, and when the two brushes meet one another, the painting would be done. By doing so, the painting duration can be increased by more than a single fold, but the difficulty is extremely high. Firstly, one needs to have a clear image of what their picture would have, and this includes even the minute details. Secondly, one must be able to completely sever their mind into two and multitask without making a single mistake. Finally, one has to be extremely clear about the coloration of the picture. Only then will there not be a problem when the two sides of the painting meet. Honestly, this is an extremely high-level technique. Even Brother Yuanyu and I are incapable of doing so. At this point, Master Lu Chen shook his head. Disbelief could still be seen on his old face. One needed absolute confidence to complete a painting using this Dual Traversing Dragons technique. Without several decades of practice, it is impossible to master this technique. Yet Xianxia casually displayed such a skill. Can things get more exaggerated? Put aside your shock for now. This kind of painting method needs to come together perfectly at the center before it can be considered as a success. If it fails, the entire painting could crumble. Recovering from the shock, Master Yuanyu harumphed. It is true that double traversing dragons is an incredible technique, but regardless of how well one drew either side of the painting, if it can't come together as one, it would end in a failure. Using construction of a house as an analogy once more, even if both sides were to use extremely advanced technology to build an incomparably resilient house, such that even a Fighter 6 Dan is unable to destroy it, if in the end, both ends fail to link up together perfectly, the construction would still be considered a failure. Furthermore, painting revolves around one's state of mind. Without artistic conception, no matter how vivid one's drawing is, it is useless. The Dual Traversing Dragons technique forcefully divides a painting into two portions, causing a split in the artistic conception. Thus, even if the two sides match up perfectly in the middle, it would be difficult to reach the third level. No matter how well one's left and right hands manage to coordinate together, one is still severing the painting into two. It is absolute that the artistic conception would be lacking as compared to when one uses only a single hand for the entire painting. Flaunting his painting technique, but losing sight of the original goal of painting. Hypocritical. After explaining, Master Yuanyu shook his head. After the initial shock, not only did his impression of Xianxia not improve, it even worsened. To him, Xianxia is arrogant and disrespectful. Not only did he keep them waiting when they had agreed to hold the examination at noon, he even claimed to need to adjust his state of mind before painting. dragging the matter out for 4 hours straight. And now, in order to show off his painting skills, he chose to flaunt his technique instead of focusing on creating the best work he could, losing the soul behind his work. Without a calm and peaceful state of mind, but instead, an intention to awe others, it is impossible to create a masterpiece no matter how skilled one is. It is impossible for such a person to become a grandmaster. Brother Zhang is still young, and it is normal that he will wish to impress others. Master Lu Chun understood his old friend's frank and direct personality and smiled bitterly. He is a youngster after all. It is normal to want to show off his techniques. We can't expect him to be like us, beings with half a foot already in the grave. Creating the best work one can make is the best way to impress others. Dual traversing dragon is something those street-side craftsmen use to mass-produce paintings. If he doesn't kick away this habit of his, it would be difficult for him to achieve great things in the future. Master Yuanyu said without holding back at all. Air. Hearing his evaluation, Huang Yu and Bai Sun fell silent. The both of them are not as experienced and authoritative in the field of painting as compared to the elder before them, and as such they were unable to refute his words. Just as Lu Chun wanted to say something, Bai Sun's voice sounded. Look, he is starting to connect the both ends. The attention of the crowd turned to the painting, and exactly as Bai Sun said, Zhang Xian's brushes were converging, beginning to connect the both sides of the painting. He can't possibly connect them. Taking a glance, Huang Yu couldn't help but comment. The two halves of the painting were about to be merged, but the individual paintings on each side were completely different, be it the depth of the color, the underlying appeal, and the painting style. Even if Zhang Xian were to merge the two halves together, it would simply become two different paintings on a single canvas instead of forming one perfect entity. One half was bright while the other half was dull. Even if he were to combine them together, it would just end in a failure. Could it be that he had failed? It is impossible to combine the two halves together. Master Lu Chun had intended to speak up for Zhang Xian, but upon witnessing the situation, he fell silent. His complexion darkened, and subconsciously, he exerted so much force on his fingers that he accidentally plucked a few strands of his beard out. Even though he didn't want to admit it, based on his comprehension of painting, he could clearly see that the two halves of the painting were irreconcilable. It was as though they were of two completely different worlds. It was absolutely impossible for both ends match. Could it be that it was as Brother Yuanyu said, that Brother Zhang was being hypocritical? Even though he had only met him once previously, his impression of him was that of a prudent, humble, and polite person. He wasn't such a person before. If this here was indeed his true personality, it would be difficult for him to reach great heights in the field of painting in the future. If he doesn't manage to merge both ends, it would simply be a failure. To think that I waited an entire afternoon just for this. Master Yuanyu shook his head in disappointment. When Lu Chun spoke of Zhang Xian's affairs, he was actually filled with great expectations for the latter. He truly thought that a young painting genius had appeared and that he might be the hope to glorifying painting within the kingdom. Yet, after meeting him in person, he realized that he was just a hypocritical fellow. Despite being obviously incapable, he chose to feign as an expert by using the dual traversing dragon's technique instead of drawing calmly. Now look at what has happened. Both ends of the painting turned out to be of completely different, making them impossible to connect. I'll see how you talk your way out of this embarrassment. Even if you wanted to show off, you should first have the capabilities to do so. Otherwise, you will just make a fool out of yourself. Clearly, this Zhang Xian is one of such fools. With a sigh, Master Yuanyu closed his eyes slowly, refusing to watch on. It wasn't that he didn't want to look, but he was afraid that he would be unable to keep his temper in check upon seeing the other party make a fool of himself when he fails to match the both ends together. Wait, how is this possible? Immediately after he closed his eyes, he heard exclamations of shock, as though the others had seen something inconceivable. Frowning, he opened his eyes once more and saw Master Lu Chun, Huang Yu, and Bai Sun staring in shock at what was in front of them, as though they had just seen a ghost. What's wrong? Even if he fails to match both ends together, there should not be any need for such shock. Perplexed, Master Yuanyu turned to take a look as well. With a single glance, his eyes immediately narrowed and his body swayed. He was immediately plunged into astonishment as well. This, what is going on? He was astounded as well. Right before him, at the boundary where the two ends of the painting came together, a gentle stroke by Xianxia erected a wall, thus creating a barrier that separated both ends into two different entities. The divide created by the wall erased the dissonance between the two halves of the painting. Instead, the contrast between both sides harmonized together to create a sensation of peering into two different worlds at once. "It's this courtyard," Baisun couldn't resist exclaiming. He had realized what the painting illustrated. What Xianxia's left hand drew is the courtyard they were in. There is someone painting, someone commenting on the painting, and the scenery is calm. On the right is another courtyard, and its interiors are filled with flowers and dancing birds. There are also quite a few animals dancing in the midst of it, and the sound of the cicadas are bright. It felt like a natural paradise outside of the bustling human society. On one end is the world of the humans, on the other end is the natural world. On one end is quietness, on the other end is commotion. Two different sceneries, two different states of the mind, and two different sensations. Yet, they merged successfully due to the appearance of this single wall, perfectly harmonizing the two different themes. A divine stroke, truly a divine stroke, Master Lu Chun complimented. Previously, he shared Master Yuanyu's thoughts that the painting would surely be ruined. Yet, he never imagined that these two completely different scenes could be perfectly harmonized with a single wall, letting its viewers enjoy an incredibly unique beauty and pleasure. Commotion within silence, and silence within commotion. The wall was truly a divine stroke. A single wall, yet a completely different world. The quality of the painting soared to a whole new level immediately. Incredible! After a long moment of silence, Master Yuanyu couldn't help but offer a word of praise. Clearly, he didn't expect the presence of the wall at all. If the artistic conception of both ends of the wall were the same, the painting would instead be a failure. "I have embarrassed myself." After adding in the wall, the entire painting was completed. Xianxia put down his brush and chuckled lightly. "Please appraise my work." He had just learned drawing, so he had no idea what he should draw. Thus, he drew the lounge where everyone was at and the neighboring courtyard. "Let me take a look." Master Lu Chun walked over and studied the painting with a lowered head. Huang Yu and Baisun hurriedly came forward as well. Previously, they were standing a distance away so as to not disturb Xianxia, so they didn't manage to obtain a clear view of the painting and was unable to recognize that Xianxia was drawing this place. Now that they came closer, they couldn't help but be impressed. The drawing of the courtyard was vivid and lifelike. Under the work of his brush, the beautiful image seemed to be floating out of the paper. "How pretty!" Huang Yu's beautiful eyes gleamed with admiration as she subconsciously offered a praise. Even though both halves of the painting were created simultaneously, even the minute details were flawless. In fact, even the tables and chairs could be clearly seen within it. The expressions of the crowd in the painting could be clearly made out, and it was as though he had plucked them from reality and imprinted them directly. It was almost unbelievable that a painting could be that elegant. "It's a pity." After taking a brief look, Master Yuanyu couldn't help but shake his head. In fact, even Master Lu Chun expressed his pity. "This painting is so pretty. What could be wrong about it?" Unable to comprehend the reason behind their sighs, Baisun asked. Honestly, he wasn't able to see anything wrong with this painting. He felt that it was on par with the previous two. This painting had perfect workmanship. There isn't the slightest error, and in terms of painting, contrast, complement, can truly be said to be top-notch. Just that, as I said before, working simultaneously with both hands would cause one to place too much emphasis on the details and neglect artistic conception. Without artistic conception, it can only reach the second level, spiritual canvas. This painting is still a huge way off from reaching infused intentions. Master Lu Chun shook his head. There were 4 levels to painting: reality depiction, spiritual canvas, and breathtaking verisimilitude. The paintings that Yuanyu and Lu Chun created previously were both of the third level, as the conception of the artist was infused into the paintings. With a single look, one would feel refreshed. Xianxia's painting was perfect regardless of the theme, its outline, or its workmanship. But it was a pity that it was lacking this kind of feeling. Without artistic conception, the highest level his painting could have reached was the second level spiritual canvas. If so, it couldn't be considered as a masterpiece. It is a pity, but Brother Zhang is still young. When he reaches our age, he will surely be able to easily whip out a painting of the third level, or even one of the fourth level. Master Lu Chun consoled. Even though the painting was still far from reaching the third level, he was nevertheless impressed by Xianxia's work. After all, Xianxia hadn't even reached 20, and yet he was already able to create a painting of a quality that could awe him. It seems that he has true skills. Master Yuanyu nodded his head in approval. Then, he turned to look at Xianxia and reprimanded him. However, it is still better for youngsters to remain humble. After the series of affairs, his impression of Xianxia was poor. However, it was true that the painting was of superior quality. Putting aside the lack of artistic conception, he wasn't able to find any flaws with the workmanship. It seemed that the fellow wasn't a fraud, and possessed true abilities. In spite of that, Master Yuanyu was displeased by the airs he put on just because he possessed some capabilities. After all, he made them wait for such a long time just for his painting. Humble. Hearing the other party's words, Xianxia knew that he must have kept them waiting for far too long, and the other party was displeased with his actions. He smiled embarrassedly. I apologize for keeping everyone waiting for so long. That's more like it. Seeing the other party apologize to everyone earnestly, Master Yuanyu nodded his head in satisfaction. You have good foundations. As long as you polish your painting skills and accumulate more experiences, you will surely be able to paint a painting of the third level soon. Please do not waste your talents because of complacency. Indeed, in order to create a painting with artistic conception, one has to gain a deeper comprehension of the world around by paying careful attention to the surroundings. Master Lu Chun advised patiently. Thank you for your guidance. Knowing that the other party had good intentions at heart, Xianxia nodded his head. All right, now that we're all done painting, it's time for you two to start appraising the works. Watching him accept his advice humbly, Lu Chun didn't dwell on the issue further. Instead, he turned his attention to Huang Yu and Bai Sun to continue with the examination. However, at this moment, Bai Sun's shocked voice echoed suddenly. This isn't right. Master Zhang, why don't the humans and birds in your painting have any eyes? Everyone had been more concerned with the overall structure and concept of the painting instead of the details earlier. Taking another glance at the painting, they realized that the birds and the humans in the painting didn't have eyes indeed. No eyes? Did he really forget to draw it? Or was there another hidden reason? Everyone was filled with doubts. Regardless of humans or animals, the eyes are the most expressive. The painting can't be considered complete without their eyes having been drawn. For an incomplete painting to reach the pinnacle of the second level? Brother Zhang, this is... Lu Chun turned to look at Xianxia with a look of utmost confusion. Oh, I will add them in now. Xianxia smiled. The brushes began to dance once across the canvas, this time swiftly adding in the missing parts. Wang. The moment the eyes were drawn, it was as if the painting was jolted awake. A peculiar sensation permeated into everyone present. All of the humans and animals within the painting seemed to have come alive in an instant, and it was as if these creatures simply could just take a step forward and traverse into the real world. This? Noticing the change in the painting, Master Lu Chun and Master Yuanyu were astounded. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Cho-cho. Before they could even speak, the sound of canaries echoed in the courtyard. A group of birds flew to the painting excitedly and danced on it. Breathtaking verisimilitude? Can this be the fourth level breathtaking verisimilitude? Watching the situation before him in a state of bewilderment, Bai Sun asked. Master Lu Chun had introduced the 4 levels of a painting previously to everyone here. For the birds to be attracted to the painting and linger around it, it was clear that the painting had reached the fourth level, breathtaking verisimilitude. Didn't the two masters say that this painting could only reach the second realm at the very best? Why, had it transformed into a fourth level all of a sudden? Could it be because of those eyes? Covering her mouth in shock, Huang Yu's body trembled in astonishment. To think that she would have a chance to personally witness a fourth-level masterpiece in the making, this is truly something that she didn't imagine to be possible before. Huang, however, before she could recover from her shock, the canaries in the painting quivered for a brief moment before flying out from the painting. These canaries danced a few rounds with the other birds before disappearing into thin air. All of the other figures also seemed to have emerged from the plane of the canvas, smiling at the audience and clasping their hands together in a bow before disappearing slowly. This isn't a fourth-level painting. Upon seeing this sight, Master Lu Chen's mouth had fallen so wide that a chicken egg could be stuffed in easily. After a long period of shock, did he manage to gather a few words out of his mouth. That is, a fifth-level painting. Spirit creation. Spirit creation? Huang Yu and Baisun were puzzled. Aren't there only 4 levels to painting? Why is there a 5th level out of nowhere? What had happened? They were slightly stupefied by the occurrences before them. Reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, and breathtaking verisimilitude. These are the most common painting realms that were passed down by mouth from generation to generation. Actually, there is another level above all else, and that is spirit creation. A painting that has achieved such a level possesses the breath, spirit, and soul of a master painter. As though being granted a soul, the painting obtains the ability to absorb spiritual energy so as to grant the beings within it life. Master Yuanyu's lips were quivering. I thought that this existed only in the legends. To think that I would have the honor to witness it for myself. The composed Master Yuanyu could not control his intense trembling of his body. He felt as if the world was going insane. Just a moment ago, he criticized the other party for being hypocritical, and perhaps that with a few years of experience he could maybe produce an infused intentions painting. Yet, the other party immediately created a 5th-level masterpiece. A painting of this level, probably less than a handful of it were created since the inception of Tianxian Kingdom. Even the ink daylily canvas which Huang Yu and Baisun were vying for is only a 4th-level pinnacle. It is still a far way off from reaching the 5th level. Those who are able to produce a painting of the 4th level are termed as a master. On the other hand, those who are able to produce a painting of the 5th level are respected with the title Grandmaster. To think that he said that a Grandmaster painter was hypocritical, disrespectful, and unpunctual. The heck? Am I going insane? Master Yuanyu felt a stinging sensation on his cheeks. If there was a hole in the courtyard, he would definitely drill himself into it. That was simply too embarrassing. To speak the truth, he would even have willingly waited for 3 days without a single word of complaint to watch a grandmaster create a masterpiece. Fie! Fifth level? There is a 5th level? Huang Yu and Baisun finally came to a realization, and their gazes immediately shot toward Zhang Laosher. Lu Chun is a secluded expert, and he isn't bothered with the affairs of the world. He only knew that Zhang Xian was a teacher, but he wasn't aware of the exact details. Master Yuanyu also just got to know Zhang Xian, so he didn't know of the latter's background. However, Huang Yu and Baisun had been to Hongtian Academy and knew a lot about Zhang Laosher's background. It is said that he is a trash who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination and his students all left him. But the truth is that he possesses the strength of a Pishua realm pinnacle and the abilities of a grandmaster painter. Having not even reached 20, have you ever seen such an incredible trash? If he is trash, then what are we? The elites of the trash? Brother, how are you so amazing? Do you need to be so talented? Furthermore, if you were so amazing, why did you randomly draw about earlier? As though you knew nothing at all? Furthermore, to browse through books for 4 hours straight, with this kind of level, is there any need for you to browse through books? Do you even need to adjust your state? Even if you were to randomly draw a painting, it would at least be of the 4th level. Master Zhang, Grandpa Zhang, can you give me this painting? As long as you give it to me, I am willing to do anything for you. Just as everyone had yet to recover from their disbelief, Baisun suddenly turned to Zhang Xian and looked at him expectantly. Give it to you? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Indeed, given how I usually treat you respectfully and how I obediently obey all of your orders, please give it to me. Baisun hurriedly added in. Baisun, what are you doing? This is something Master Zhang had just created and his emotions are infused into it. How can he simply give it to someone else so casually? I think it would be best that you spare your efforts. Seeing how shameless the other party was, Huang Yu frowned and reprimanded him. Then, she swiftly turned her gaze to Zhang Xian and said, Master Zhang, I am the first one to get acquainted with you. I won't ask you to give it to me, but why don't you sell it to me? You can offer any price that you like, and as long as it is within my means, I won't have a single word of complaint. You. Initially, when Huang Yu reprimanded him, he thought that his actions were truly inappropriate. Yet, it turned out that Huang Yu had other intentions for saying so. Baisun was speechless, not expecting that this beautiful assistant master teacher would be so scheming and shameless. He harumphed and spoke through gritted teeth. Grandpa Zhang, I don't mind paying any amount that you come up with as long as you sell this to me. No matter what, my offer will surely be higher than hers. Baisun, why are you causing trouble now? Didn't you want Master Lu Chen's ink daylily canvas? I won't fight with you over that one. Now I only want this one. Surely you should be content now. Huang Yu spat through her gritted silver teeth. I don't want that ink daylily canvas anymore, so don't vie with me over this, alright? Baisun didn't have any intentions to step down at all. Lu Chen. Previously, these two fellows had been vying so intently for his painting that if they could, they would even come to blows over it. The main purpose of this examination today was to determine who had the qualifications to attain it. Yet, now that Zhang Xian's painting had appeared, all of them abandoned it immediately. The heck? Can you have some principles? Do you have to be so materialistic? You, Baisun, why must you always go against me? Huang Yu was infuriated. You are the one who is going against me. I was the one who first expressed my interest in this painting. Baisun said. Enough. Seeing the two of them arguing ceaselessly, Master Lu Chen's complexion darkened and he flung his sleeves furiously. Hearing his word, the two of them certainly did not dare to bicker anymore. Lu Chen is the emperor's tutor. No matter what, he is considered as an elder to them. They would be courting death if they were to continue to bicker before him when he had already expressed his annoyance toward their behavior. Even if it is a grandmaster painter, painting a fifth-level masterpiece requires a great amount of effort and spirit. Few of such works are born in an entire generation. This painting was created with much effort by Brother Zhang Xian, so it should be his choice whether he should keep it for himself or gift it to you. Don't you think that you two are going overboard bickering over his painting like that? Master Lu Chen spoke authoritatively. His words made sense. Even a grandmaster painter would find it difficult to produce paintings of the fifth level. After all, too many factors such as one's state of mind and one's form are involved. It isn't something one can produce on a whim. That's precisely the reason why even though the grandmaster painter Mo Chenzi's reputation rung far and wide a century ago, such that countless master painters came to pay him a visit, he did not leave behind many works of the fifth level. Even the ink daylily canvas that Lu Chen treasured is only at the fourth-level pinnacle. This shows how precious and valuable every fifth-level painting is. It contains the heart and soul of its creator, so it is too unreasonable to expect its creator to simply gift or sell it. If a painting of such level could be bought that easily, given Lu Chen's wealth, how could it be possible for him to not even have a single painting of that level? It is the product of someone else's effort and is not for sale. Yet you two are bickering here over it. Aren't you two making it difficult for him to step down from this awkward situation? We were reckless. Master Lu, Master Zhang, I was wrong. Taking in his reprimand, Huang Yu and Baisun immediately realized their mistake, and their faces were full of awkwardness. The other party did not even mention selling it, and yet, they had already begun to bicker over the item. They have truly embarrassed themselves. Brother Xianxia, they are still young, so please do not blame them for that. After reprimanding the two, Master Lu Chun turned to Xianxia with an apologetic expression. However, not only did the other party not get angry, he even looked at him with shining eyes. Master Lu Chun was still puzzled at his reaction when he heard the other party's voice resonating. Master Lu Chun, is there really someone who is willing to buy my painting? Can it really be sold for money? Cough, cough. Upon seeing his reaction, Master Lu almost choked on his saliva. If a painting of such caliber cannot be sold for money, doesn't that mean that no one would pick up his painting even if it was dumped on the ground? He nodded his head speechlessly. Your painting has reached the 5th level, and if you sell it, it should be worth at least 2 million. Furthermore, it is a unique, one and only product that cannot be found elsewhere on the market. 2 million? That's great. Delight appeared on Zhang Xian's face. He turned around to face Bai Sun. By Xiao Wangya, if you really want it, I will sell it to you for 2 million. Ah, not expecting such a twist, Bai Sun was shocked by Zhang Xian's reaction. Master Zhang, sell it to me. Huang Yu said anxiously. Calm down, if you want it, I will draw another one for you. It's not like it's a big deal. Zhang Xian waved his hands to calm down the latter. Lu Chun and Yuan Yu's eyebrows twitched and they stared at Zhang Xian as though they were looking at a monster. They almost fainted on the spot. Draw another one. Not a big deal. Brother, even if you are a grandmaster painter, this is a painting of the 5th level. Draw another one. You speak as though it is like buying the cabbages in the market. Are you sure you aren't joking? If such an incredible painting can be created that easily, paintings of the 5th level wouldn't be so rare that not a single one can be found in the Tianxian kingdom. Why, you don't want it anymore? Noticing the deadpan silence in the surroundings, Zhang Xian stared at her. That's not it. Huang Yu hurriedly waved her hands. It's good that that's not it. I will draw it now then. Zhang Xian didn't dawdle on the matter. He immediately took out another piece of white canvas, picked up his brushes, dabbed them in ink, and started painting. Not too long later, another painting emerged. This time, it isn't a painting about the courtyard. Depicted in the painting is a wild deer on a grassland. It is currently eating grass while warily keeping a lookout at its surroundings. There are wildflowers in the all-around, and the moment the painting was completed, countless bees were attracted to the surface, swarming busily around it. After which, the wild deer seemed to come alive and leaped from the painting before gradually disappearing in the air. It is another painting of the 5th level. This, Master Yuan Yu and the others were shocked speechless. Even grandmasters expend incomparable effort and spirit to create a painting of the 5th level. And yet, this fellow drew it as though it was nobody's business. Furthermore, he drew 2 of it consecutively without rest. Do you need to be so impressive? Do you need to be so arrogant? Has the world changed? Or is he just that capable that he can draw a 5th level painting so effortlessly? Do you too want it as well? It is 2 million per painting. Still frozen in shock at the latter's deed, they saw this Grandmaster Zhang looking at them expectantly. To him, creating a 5th level paintings takes just a little effort. It also just happened that he was lacking money, and it was much easier to paint than to feign as a master teacher. After all, if his disguise were to be seen through, he might be beaten to death. We can buy it as well? Yuan Yu and Lu Chun swallowed their saliva. As long as you pay, anything goes, Zhang Xian said. The 2 of them staggered. We are talking about paintings of the 5th level. It is so precious that you can't find it in the entire capital. To think that he would paint it so casually just for money. Just for money? Who said that grandmaster painters are ambitious, non-materialistic experts who view wealth as dirt? Come out. Let's see if I will beat you to death. Not too long later, Zhang Xian created another 2 paintings, and they are of the 5th level as well. The 2 elders were so agitated that tears streamed down their faces. They had actually managed to purchase such precious paintings. Furthermore, Each of them got one of their own. They had never imagined such a situation to be possible. Since Huang Yu and Bai Sun no longer desired the ink daily canvas, there was no point in proceeding on with the examination. Furthermore, the ruckus that Zhang Xian had created was so great that the two masters lost their interest in the examination. Master Zhang, I will prepare and send you the 2 million gold coins as soon as possible. I will deliver it to the academy tomorrow. Yuanyu and Lu Chun were wealthy, so they were able to whip out 2 million easily. However, Huang Yu and Bai Sun didn't have so much cash on them. However, given their identities, it wasn't possible for them to refuse to pay up. Seeing the stack of bills that was worth 4 million in his hands, Zhang Xian was delighted. Initially, he had only come here to repay the favor. Never in his dreams did he think that he would return with so much profits. Adding to the debt Huang Yu and Bai Sun owed him, he earned a total of 8 million gold coins with this single trip. He had earned 1 million from treating Ling Tianyu's wife, and the average sum of 3 million earned from Du Miaoshuan, Wang Chong, Apothecary Chen Xiao, Luo Chong each. He had earned a total of 20 million already. He isn't too far off from gathering 23 million now. Wonderful! Zhang Xian clenched his fist excitedly. Initially, he thought that it would take several years to earn 20 million. But now it seems that it isn't a big deal at all. If others were to hear his words, they would definitely spurt blood in his face. The heck? Why don't you just die? Brother Zhang Xian, I will thicken my skin to call you brother. Emperor Xinjue would be returning tonight, and I have sent a messenger to notify him about the matter. You should be able to gain entry to the kingdom's book collection vault tomorrow. Lu Chun said while carefully putting away the painting. I can enter the book collection vault tomorrow? Great! Zhang Xian nodded his head delightfully. The reason why he came to the Lu residence previously was to search for Fighter 6 Dan books. If he were to pay the kingdom's book collection vault a visit, he would surely be able to compile a full version of the Fighter 6 Dan Heaven's Path Divine Art. Perhaps, he might even be able to form the 7 Dan cultivation technique. In Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm, one's meridians are fully connected to one another, allowing Jinqi to flow freely through every single part of the body. One's breath would be aligned with the profound heavens, allowing one's fighting prowess to be increased by multiple folds. With this kind of strength, even if Zhang Xian were to leave the academy, there would be no place where he cannot go to and soar to greater heights. Huang Yu and Bai Sun no longer had the need to undergo the examination, while Yuanyu and Lu Chen had received a 5th-level painting of their own. Each of their desires was fulfilled, and thus, there was no longer any need for Zhang Xian to remain here, so he bade farewell. By the time he left the Lu residence, the sun had already set. Ever since arriving here at noon, he had been busy the entire day. However, it was all worth it. The Library of Heaven's Path had formed the Heaven's Path Painting Art Manual, allowing him, who did not know a single thing about painting, to become a master painter who is in no way inferior to Lu Chan. Even though this occupation belongs only in the middle 9 paths, painters nevertheless hold an exceptional position in the world. This is especially so in the Tianxian Kingdom, where traditions and social values are highly respected. Painters with true capabilities are able to easily earn respect. Of course, as for Zhang Xian, earning money is of the greatest importance at present. In comparison to staying in his mansion and waiting for others come knocking on his door, this trip alone had earned him 8 million gold coins. Could be considered as a huge windfall. Returning to his residence, Sun Chong immediately stepped forward to welcome him. Has anyone been here today? Zhang Xian asked. Reporting to the old master after your departure, no one came to visit. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Looks like the 3 million entrance fee had scared quite a few people off. However, that was good as well. At the very least, he would be spared much trouble. In any case, he had almost gathered the sum required for the pills, and thus, he wasn't as anxious about the matter as before. Returning back to the room, Zhang Xian did not continue to cultivate. Even though he had the Heaven's Path Painting Art Manual to provide a foundation, producing 4 paintings of the 5th level consecutively nevertheless accumulated unimaginable fatigue within him. Soon after lying down, Zhang Xian fell asleep. In the Lu residence, Master Yuanyu, Huang Yu, and Baisun did not leave together with Xianxia when he bid farewell. Seems like it is too late to pay Master Teacher Xianxia a visit today. Looking at the setting sun outside, Lu Chen commented. It was disrespectful to pay a visit after the sun had set. If it were anyone else, it would not have been acceptable, but Master Lu Chen and Master Yuanyu possess special standing. Nevertheless, the other party was a master teacher. Even they did not dare to commit the slightest act of disrespect toward the other party. It doesn't matter. It isn't too late to pay him a visit tomorrow, Master Yuanyu replied. Lu Chen nodded his head. He glanced at the painting Xianxia left behind once more. Until now, he still isn't unable to believe what that had just happened. Initially, I thought that this brother Zhang is only a youngster who has a fervent passion and talent for painting. So, I wanted to test and accept him as my disciple. I would have never thought that he would turn out to be a grandmaster painter. Speaking to this point, he shook his head with a bitter smile. If news that he had intended to accept a grandmaster painter as his disciple spread out, he would definitely become a laughingstock. For him to become a grandmaster painter at such a young age, I wonder about his background, Master Yuanyu asked. Painting is an art that is harder to improve in than one's cultivation. If Xianxia were in his 70s and 80s, they might have been surprised by his ability to produce a painting of the 5th level, but such an ability wouldn't have been unimaginable. However, for someone who isn't even in his 20s to create a painting of such level, they can't help but fall into deep contemplation. There are only two possibilities to such a situation. Firstly, he possesses talents so great that others can only stare in admiration at. Secondly, there is an incredible master teacher guiding him from behind. Of these two possibilities, Yuanyu leaned toward to the second one. I am not very sure of the details. Huang Yu and Baisun, you two have been to Hongtian Academy, so you both should know a little more about Brother Zhang. Why don't you two tell us a little bit of his background? Lu Chen turned his gaze to the duo. We do know a bit of it, but I'm afraid that you won't believe me if I say it and you might fly into a rage. Huang Yu said awkwardly. Fly into a rage? Why would I get angry over it? Don't worry and just tell us. Master Lu Chen was confused. There was nothing for him not to believe in or get angry over about Xianxia's deeds as a teacher in Hongtian Academy. As a talented youngster who is highly skilled in painting, he is sure to be a popular figure with many disciples. Alright, then I will go ahead to speak of it then. This Xianxia Laosher is a famous trash teacher in the Hongtian Academy. He is often insulted by others. Huang Yu started recounting Xianxia's affairs. Scoring a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, causing a student's cultivation to go berserk? How is that possible? Yuanyu and Lu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you joking? How can a grandmaster painter who had produced a painting of the 5th level be a trash? Why does the story sound so unbelievable? It should be the Education Bureau intentionally oppressing him. Huang Yu continued on to recount what she had seen during the Enlightenment Will trial. Damn it! I had seen that Xianxia before and I thought that he was an impartial man. To think that he would be so despicable. Xiao Yu, aren't you an assistant master teacher? Besides, your father is the guild leader of the teacher guild. You must teach this black sheep a lesson. Hearing the biased treatment of Elder Xianxia and his doings, Yuanyu and Lu Chen almost exploded from rage. They had witnessed Xianxia's capabilities personally. How can such a capable person be trash? Since it isn't a fault on Xianxia's part, it must have been Elder Xianxia pulling strings from the shadows. How can there be such a teacher in Hongtian Academy? I am truly infuriated by this matter. Looks like I have to find some time to talk to Principal Hong about this matter and have him keep his school in check. Master Lu Chen harumphed angrily. Actually, when I said that you would get angry, I wasn't referring to this matter. Hearing the other party's words, Huang Yu scratched her head. Isn't this matter? Could it be that Brother Zhang was subjected to some unfair punishment? Lu Chen looked at her once again. Even though he had kept himself to his residence and rarely interfered with the outside affairs, just banking on his identity as the emperor's tutor and a master painter, If he truly wishes to teach someone a lesson, even the principal of the Hongtian Academy can do nothing about it. That isn't it. Rather, someone had challenged Master Zhang to the teacher evaluation, and it will be held a few days from now. Huang Yu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Challenge? Teacher evaluation. Lu Chun was confused by Huang Yu's words. I've heard of the teacher evaluation. Even though it is a face-off among students, the teacher's honor and prestige are at stake. Who is the one challenging him? If he were to know of Brother Zhang's true abilities, he probably wouldn't dare to do so. Master Yuanyu chuckled. That might not necessarily be the case. The one who challenged Master Zhang is an extremely famous teacher in the Hongtian Academy. He is a true celebrity teacher. Furthermore, he has countless students under him, and over 200 of the top 300 freshmen in the entrance examinations are under his tutelage. Huang Yu's words slowly softened until it sounded nothing more than a mutter. What is the name of the teacher? Lu Chen's breathing quickened. Cough, cough. It is Master Lu's son, Lu Sun Laosher. After hesitating for a moment, Huang Yu said, That beast. Damn it. Master Lu Chen's body staggered, after which he howled angrily. If Xianxia were to witness this sight, he would definitely faint on the spot. The most well-known celebrity teacher in the Hongtian Academy is actually the son of his peer, Master Lu Chen. Perhaps it was because Huang Yu had thought of this that she hesitated upon saying such words. The father considers Xianxia as a peer, wanting to deepen their relationship. Yet, the son is trying his best to drive him down. It is no wonder that Master Lu Chen would get angry. He can be considered to be extremely well-cultured to not explode on the spot. I will take that beast in right now and have him admit defeat. After which, Master Lu Chen stood up, desiring to charge out in his fit of anger. But before he could step out of the room, the butler, Uncle Cheng, hurriedly in. Old Master, His Majesty has sent someone to deliver a message. Upon walking in, Uncle Cheng immediately said, A message? Lu Chen frowned. He stretched out his hand to grab the yellow cloth in the other party's hands. He had already sent word that he would be bringing people to the kingdom's book collection vault tomorrow, and Emperor Xinjue had agreed to it. What did he mean by sending another message now? Bewildered, he suppressed the urge to teach that unfilial son of his a lesson and unfolded the yellow cloth in his hands. With a single look, his eyes narrowed. This? His face was filled with disbelief. What's wrong? Seeing the change in his complexion, Master Yuanyu was baffled. He had known Lu Chen for many years, but there were rarely matters that robbed his serenity. It should have been impossible for him to be so shocked. Look! Master Lu Chen simply passed the yellow cloth over. Master Yuanyu lowered his eyes to glance at the yellow cloth. Then he couldn't help but stagger backward. With widened eyes, he said, That shouldn't be possible. This is a yellow cloth Xinjue had written personally and had someone sent over. So it must be real. Master Xinjue nodded his head. Turning around to face Uncle Cheng, he said, Ah Cheng, prepare the carriage. I am heading out now. Yes. Knowing that it must be an urgent matter, Uncle Cheng did not dawdle and hurriedly proceeded to prepare everything. Xiao Yu and Bai Sun, you two follow me as well. Lu Chen turned around and passed the yellow cloth to them as well. Initially, Huang Yu and Bai Sun were confused by the situation unfolding before them. After reading the contents on the yellow cloth, their eyes lit up in excitement and disbelief. This. Emperor Xinjue must be doing this for the royal elder. To say the truth, I've also taken a look at him and it isn't an illness. Rather, his lifespan is reaching its limit. If he doesn't achieve a breakthrough, he might not even live past this month. Recalling the contents on the yellow cloth, Master Yuanyu commented. Indeed. Lu Chen nodded his head, worry evident on his face. The royal family has an elder who has been serving as a stabilizing pillar for the kingdom. It is precisely because of his existence that the kingdom was able to remain peaceful and free of invasion. The moment he passes away, the Tianxian kingdom's foundation will be rattled and many enemies will take the opportunity to conquer the land. It is a pity that no matter how powerful one is, he will age and eventually reach the end of his lifespan. The royal elder isn't an exception as well. A few days ago, Emperor Xianxia invited Master Yuanyu forward to treat him. But even though the latter possesses incredible medicinal skills, he isn't able to extend a person's lifespan. The royal elder will surely die unless he achieves a breakthrough to an even higher realm. However, to achieve that is no easy feat. The royal elder wasn't able to accomplish this when he was younger and at his peak. Now that he is nearing his end, how can he possibly achieve the breakthrough now? I always thought that the emperor had genuinely gone hunting during this period of time, just as he had announced that he would. To think that his true intention is to settle this matter. Upon recalling this matter, his surprise reflected in his gaze. "Old master, the carriage is ready." At this moment, Uncle Chung walked over. "Let's go." Lu Chun brought the other three along hastily. The sky had already darkened and the crowd on the street was starting to dwindle. The carriage blazed through the streets, keeping a consistent speed. Not too long after, they arrived at the towering palace gates. Tianxian Kingdom Palace. The four people alighted from the carriage and turned to look at the guard. "Is His Majesty in?" Reporting to Master Lu, "His Majesty has yet to arrive." Recognizing Lu Chun, the guard hurried forward and replied respectfully, "Since His Majesty hasn't yet arrived, we'll wait here for him. He will surely pass by here." Lu Chun nodded his head. Master Yuanyu and the others had no objections to the matter. An hour later, a wide and extravagant carriage could be seen moving toward the palace gates from the distance. It was surrounded by numerous guards and cavalries. With a single look, it was clear that it was the royal carriage that only His Majesty was allowed to ride. Hula! The curtains in front of the royal carriage were parted and a luxuriously dressed middle-aged man emerged. "Paying respect to Your Majesty." All guards in the surroundings knelt down immediately. Even Lu Chun and Yuanyu bowed their bodies slightly. The most powerful man in Tianxian Kingdom, Emperor Xianxia. "Teacher, Master Yuanyu. You are all here." Emperor Xianxia chuckled lightly. Then, he faced to the rear and bowed to the royal carriage. Voila! The curtains to the royal carriage were parted once again, and an elderly walked out slowly. Seeing the elderly, Master Yuanyu, Lu Chun, and the others put on a dignified expression. Even more so, Huang Yu stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Lu Shi, you're here." The elderly stroked his beard and nodded his head with a smile. Then, he beckoned to the royal carriage and said, "You should all come out as well. We have already arrived." Voila! Voila! The curtains to the carriage parted once more and two elders in their 50s walked out. They were both dressed in green robes and their smiles were extremely tranquil and calming. Xianxia. Seeing the two, Huang Yu and the others' bodies jolted as they hurriedly bowed respectfully to the two. Given how they were respectfully termed with the title of Shi, it was clear that the three are true master teachers. Emperor Xianxia had managed to invite three master teachers simultaneously. It is no wonder that even Lu Chun fell into a state of disbelief when he first read of the matter from the yellow cloth. Huang Yu is an assistant master teacher serving the master teacher who first emerged from the carriage, Lu Shi. On the other hand, Bai Sun is Zhuang Shi's student. Since their teachers were here, Master Lu Chun brought them along. Otherwise, these juniors don't even have the right to pay respect to these master teachers. "All right, let's not waste time and enter first." Lu Shi smiled. The few of them swiftly entered the palace. "It is truly my honor for you to visit to Tianxian Kingdom." Emperor Xianxia did not dare to flaunt his position at all and welcomed the guests with utmost respect. "Your Majesty is being too polite. The reason why I am here is not just for your royal elders matter. Firstly, it is to celebrate Elder Tian's birthday. Secondly, it seems like a good bud had appeared in your Hongtian Academy, and I would like to see if he would be suitable to become my apprentice." Lu Shi smiled. "Is Lu Shi speaking of Lu Sun Laoshi? The way he teaches is not bad and he is extremely famous, even in the entire Tianxian Kingdom. I have heard of his name." Emperor Xianxia chuckled as he hurriedly introduced him. Speaking of him, he is Lu Chen Laosher's sole son. Master Painter Lu Chen, I have long heard of your name. Turning toward Lu Chen, Lu Shi smiled. I am flattered by Lu Shi's compliment. Lu Chen hurriedly bowed. Even though he possesses exceptional standing as a master painter, he is far from matching up to an official master teacher status. Didn't you see that even the emperor was acting respectfully around them? All right, let's drop the pleasantries. Call Shenhong here. It has been long since we last met. At the same time, Xianxia, and I can take a look to see if we can cure him of his ailment. After a short banter, Lu Shi dived straight into the topic. Shenhong is that elder in Tianxian Kingdom's royal family. Hearing his words, Emperor Xianxia did not dare to keep him waiting. He delegated the task to the eunuch beside him immediately, and the latter left hastily. Not too long later, an elderly approached under the same eunuch's assistance. The elder's hair had turned completely white, and there were deep creases on his skin. The aura of death lingered around his entire body, and it felt that he might never wake up again if he were to lie down now. Without even taking a closer examination, it was clear that he was reaching the limits of his lifespan. If he were unable to achieve a breakthrough, or if there are no other solutions for his problem, he definitely wouldn't last for more than a month. Shenhong pays his respect to Lu Shi, Xianxia, and Xianxia. The elder bowed. There is no need to be so formal with us. Allow us to take a look. Lu Shi got straight down to business. Walking around Shenhong, he examined the latter's condition, and soon, a deep frown appeared on his forehead. The other two master teachers also approached to examine the situation, falling silent as well. Do the three master teachers have any solutions for his problem? Upon witnessing how they were reacting, Emperor Xianxui's heart skipped a beat. Your Majesty, I will just directly inform you of our diagnosis. The deterioration of Shenhong's vitality is simply too severe. If it were 3 years ago, I might still have a way to help him break through his current realm. However, the death aura that plagues him is simply too dense. I don't have any means at all. Xianxia was the first to speak. I'm also of the same thought. He is advanced in age, and if we try to do it forcefully, not only will it fail, it might even cause his death. Xianxia shook his head. Even though master teachers possess the ability to guide one's cultivation realm to reach higher realms, there are limits to their means. Shenhong before them is already nearing the end of his lifespan. If they were to induce him to achieve a breakthrough forcefully, not only would the possibility approximate zero, he might even die due to overexertion. They're right. Lu Shi shook his head as well to express his helplessness. All humans succumb to the natural cycle of life and death. Shenhong has been watching over Tianxian Kingdom for many years now, and perhaps this can be considered a kind of release for him. Master teachers are used to life and death, so they viewed these matters lightly. Even though Shenhong was his friend, he had no intention of consoling him or mincing his words. All right. A look of disappointment appeared on Emperor Xianxui's face. Although Master Yuanyu was unable to resolve the royal elder's problem, he nevertheless held high hopes for the three master teachers. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the same old conclusion was reached. Actually, you don't have to be too disappointed. Even though we are master teachers, we are just 1-star master teachers. If His Majesty is able to invite a 2-star master teacher, there just might be a solution for your elder's issue. Lu Shi consoled. 2-star master teacher? Emperor Xianxua flashed a bitter smile. He had paid an exorbitant sum just to invite these 3 1-star master teachers. Furthermore, the main reason why they were willing to accept was because they were heading for Elder Tian's birthday celebration, and it was convenient for them to drop by. Otherwise, he would never have had a chance to invite them successfully. And to invite a 2-star master teacher? The other party would probably just ignore him. Even in a conferred kingdom, they were existences of the highest distinction, and the emperors would have to welcome them with the highest possible honor. How is it possible for an emperor of an ordinary kingdom like him engage a figure like that? Your Majesty, I happen to receive some news, and it might prove useful to you. Just as Emperor Shenjue was about to fall into despair, Master Yuanyu spoke up suddenly. Oh! Shenjue turned to look at Master Yuanyu. A few days ago, a master teacher arrived in the capital, and judging from his deeds, he appears to be more than just a one-star. Master Yuanyu spoke of the news that he had heard of. Master teacher? Not just a one-star. Emperor Shenjue had been away all this time, and he hadn't had the time to look through the report Pavilion Elder Qian sent him. Thus, he wasn't aware of the 5-star incident. Yes, this master teacher effortlessly treated the illness plaguing Ling Tianyu's wife. Solved Du Miaoshuan's persistent affliction. Master Yuanyu started recounting all that he knew about the matter. As a master physician, he was once invited to treat each of these people, and thus, he knew the level of difficulty involved. Yet, this Xianxia was able to cure them fully in just a short 10 to 20 minutes. Such a feat left him astonished, and that was also the reason why he wanted to pay the latter a visit. He is a master teacher just because he treated someone? Hearing the conversation between the two, Xianxia shook his head. Even though master teachers are capable at all fields, their main duty revolves around guiding others to achieve a breakthrough of their current level of cultivation. Being able to treat them, that simply means that he is a master physician. Lu Shi and Zheng Shi also shook their heads in response to Master Yuanyu's words as well, clearly disapproving of his view. It was no wonder that they were skeptical. Even though it is said that master teachers are capable of guiding any craft and can treat others as well, those are actually the higher-tier master teachers. The typical 1-star to 2-star master teachers can only help others to achieve cultivation realm breakthroughs and only guide those in the specific crafts that they are skilled in. Besides, master teachers are prestigious figures who have eyes on them wherever they go. How is it possible for one to arrive in Tianxian Kingdom without anyone knowing, even renting a mansion and living here? Air. Master Yuanyu was unable to refute his words at all. This master teacher Xianxia caused quite a huge ruckus recently. However, his deeds mainly revolved around treating and curing others, and he didn't seem to have helped any others break through their current cultivation realm, with the exception of Du Miaoshuan. Besides, it was only rumored that he is a master teacher. As Master Yuanyu had yet to meet him personally, he was unable to confirm this fact for himself. What did you say his name is? I know all of the 2-star master teachers in the surrounding kingdoms. Sensing his awkwardness, Lu Shi stepped in quickly, smiling. He is called Xianxia. I don't know much about the details, Master Yuanyu said. Xianxia. Lu Shi hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. There isn't a 2-star master teacher going by such a name in the surrounding kingdoms. In fact, I also know of some 3-star master teachers, but I don't recall any of them being named as such. Master teachers have their own circles as well. Even though Lu Shi is only a 1-star master teacher, he still has a rough idea of how many master teachers of each tier there are in the nearby kingdoms and is able to name them. Xianxia. This is the first time he heard of such a person. He is probably a fraud. As you have mentioned, he demands 3 million before one can pay him a visit. Will a true master teacher be concerned with material wealth? Xianxia sneered. Master teachers possess incredible standing. Regardless of what it is that they need, with a single word, all powers would come rushing forward to fulfill their demands, even the royal family. For the other party to have to rent a mansion and demand a 3 million visiting fee, he is clearly a fraud who is out for the money. This. Master Yuanyu remained conflicted. In the past 2 days, news regarding master teacher Xianxia had been spreading like wildfire. Hence, he had wanted to pay him a visit. Now, upon witnessing the 3 master teachers claim that the other party is likely to be a fraud, he is experiencing dissonance. Actually, it is easy to verify whether he is a fraud or not. Elder Tian's birthday is still a few days away, and I happen to be free tomorrow. I can accompany you to his mansion to take a personal look at whether he is a master teacher or not. Lu Shi said. I would like to accompany you too as well. Master teacher is a profession that should never be sullied. To think that someone would feign as a master teacher. Humph. I would like to see the face of that brazen fellow who dares to play with fire. Xianxia harumphed coldly. Bring me along as well. Honestly speaking, I am also quite interested. Xianxia chuckled. All right, Master Yuanyu nodded his head. It is just like the master teachers had said. It is impossible to pretend to be the real deal. If the man truly were a master teacher, even if the 3 master teachers were to head there, it would be no big deal. However, if the other party turns out to be a fake, they would expose him on the spot and he wouldn't have to be conflicted over the matter. Throughout the entire length of the discussion between the 3 master teachers, Emperor Shenjue did not dare to interject at all. Even though he is the sovereign of the kingdom, compared to the monsters known as master teachers, he did not dare to be disrespectful in the least. Feeling helpless, Emperor Shenjue sighed. Oblivious to the fact that 3 master teachers had arrived in the kingdom and that they were intent on exposing his fraud, Xianxia woke up and leisurely stretched his body. The sun was already high up in the sky. After packing his items for a short while, he ate his breakfast and briefed Sun Chong. I will be heading out now. If anyone comes looking for him, have them wait outside. Yes, old master. Sun Chong nodded his head with pride. He is completely satisfied with his role as the butler of a master teacher. Regardless of whether it was the 4 great clans or the nobles, all of the existences which he had to fawn up to are now lowering their heads before him. Regardless of your identity, since the old master says so, you had better wait outside obediently. He was filled with confidence after the experiences involving Ling Tianyu and Du Miaoshuan. Oblivious to his thoughts, Xianxia simply thought that he had understood his words and nodded his head before heading out of the residence. After finding a remote alley, he transformed his appearance and walked toward Lu Chen's residence without delay. Master Lu Chen had said that he was going to bring him to the kingdom's book collection vault today. With that, he should be able to gather sufficient Pishua realm manuals so as to advance his cultivation. Not too long after, he arrived at Master Lu's residence. Brother Zhang, I have to apologize to you. An apologetic look appeared on Master Lu Chen's face when he saw Xianxia. Apologize? Could it be that I have been denied entry to the kingdom's book collection vault? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. If he were unable to enter, where else can he find the books to feed the library of Heaven's Path? That's not it. I have raised an unfilial son. Master Lu Chen shook his head. Unfilial son? Xianxia had no idea what Master Lu Chen was driving at. What do you raising an unfilial son have to do with me? It's not like I know him. Indeed, I have only heard of that matter yesterday. It seems like my unfilial son had brought you trouble by challenging you to a teacher evaluation. I'm very sorry about that. I'll head over to the academy, later on, to have him admit his defeat, Master Lu Chen said. Teacher evaluation? Xianxia was taken aback. Master Lu Chen, it can't be that Lu Sun Laosher is your son. Indeed, it's that unfilial fellow. We had an argument 3 years ago and following which, he left home in a rage. After that, he had never once returned back here. Master Lu Chen shook his head. Since I am already prepared for the teacher evaluation, Master Lu Chen doesn't have to worry about this. Otherwise, he might think that I am trying to back down from the matter and had you do so. Xianxia smiled bitterly. He had never imagined that Lu Sun would be Master Lu Chen's son. This is too much of a coincidence. Even so, news of the duel had already leaked out, so it is too late for him to back down now. Since he is going to slap the other party on his face, it is best that he proceeded with it honorably. If Master Lu Chen really were to create a ruckus, wouldn't his reputation fall to the gutters? If he were to seek assistance from the father after finding himself being unable to match up with the son, what is the difference from looking for a student's parent after finding himself being unable to deal with an unruly student? This isn't this way of dealing with problems. All right then. Seeing the other party's persistence, Master Lu Chen could only drop the matter at that. Brother Zhang, that child of mine never once suffered a setback and he grew complacent as a result. It would be good that you could show him that the world is big, and there is always someone better out there. This way, he might rein in his arrogance, helping with his future growth. Master Lu Chen spoke of his anticipation. That son of his was simply too arrogant. Just because of a few words that he said, The son left home and never returned once since then. He had also nearly fallen ill due to the overwhelming anger he felt then. If this brother Zhang can teach him a lesson, that would be for the best. Only after suffering a setback can one understand that there are people who are even more capable out there, and only by lowering his head will he walk a further distance. All right then. He was just considering whether he should go easy on Lu Xun given his amiable relationship with Master Lu Chun. However, since the other party said so, given how this Lu Xun Laosher had been trying to do him in, he didn't mind returning the favor. Chatting while walking, they soon arrived at the palace. The book collection vault is within the royal palace. It contains the countless book gathered from all across the entire kingdom throughout the countless years since its inception. Only the royal family and the most powerful nobles and officials are allowed entry into it. As the emperor's tutor, it wasn't a big deal for Master Lu Chun to bring someone into the palace. The guards immediately stood aside to allow the duo entry. As expected of the royal palace, Xianxia surveyed his surroundings while walking toward the book collection vault. Even though the Tianxian kingdom isn't a huge country, its palace is extremely luxurious. It is in no way inferior to the palaces in his previous life. In fact, in some aspects it might even be more extravagant than them. There are countless patios within the royal palace. Without someone to lead the way, it is easy for one to get lost. Under Master Lu Chen's guidance, they passed by several corridors and soon, they stopped in front of a giant building. This is the book collection vault. Master Lu Chen pointed with a smile. Xianxia looked forward and saw a tall building dozens of meters tall before him. Written in gold on the horizontal plaque were 3 grand words, Book Collection Vault. It looked exceptionally spectacular and radiant as it reflected the sun's rays. This is Emperor Xin Zhui's Golden Dragon token. With it, you can flip through the books within as you like. However, you are not to touch any of the formations within. I won't be accompanying you in. With a flick of his wrist, he whipped out a golden token and passed it to Xianxia. A massive savage dragon was inscribed on it. Master Lu Chun, thanks for your help. Receiving the golden dragon token from the other party's hands, Xianxia clasped his hand gratefully. The kingdom's book collection vault is one of the most important locations in the kingdom. As such, there are bound to be formations and restrictions created by formation masters within to guard its interior. Without this object, it is likely that one would be attacked upon entering its compounds. There is no need to be so formal with me, it's nothing much. Alright, I'll be leaving now. Feel free to look through whatever books you wish to. No one will interrupt you. Master Lu Chun chuckled as he stroked his beard. Alright. Xianxia didn't dawdle any longer. With the gold dragon token in his hand, he walked straight in. The kingdom's book collection vault truly lives up to its reputation. There are countless bookshelves within it, and one couldn't see the other end with a single glance. Books on all crafts occupied the shelves, and with a brief look, they seemed to number in the tens of millions. It wasn't easy to get in here. I have to imprint all of these books into the Library of Heaven's Path. Seeing so many books for the first time, Xianxia trembled in excitement. He did not hurry to look for books on cultivation technique and instead walked forward to the first row of bookshelves and started to casually flip through the books. Walala, walala. The sound of books flipping started to echo in the book collection vault. Oh! While Xianxia was busy flipping books in the book collection vault, Master Yuanyu, bringing along Lu Shi, Zheng Shi, and Zhuang Shi had arrived at the entrance of his residence. This is where that Yang Shi lives. Master Yuanyu pointed. Knock on the door. Lu Shi gestured. Dong 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 dong. Stepping forward, Master Yuanyu started to knock on the door. Not too long later, the door opened and Sun Chong emerged, holding out his belly with conceit. Glancing once at the crowd, he said, "Pay 3 million gold coins and wait at the door. The old master will invite you in when he feels like meeting you." Master Yuanyu is prominent among the upper echelons in the capital and many people know him. However, insignificant figures such as Sun Chong never had the chance to meet him. Besides, he doesn't care who he is anyway. The old master is a master teacher. Even if you were a tiger or a dragon, you had better lay low obediently. Cough, cough. Master Yuanyu nearly choked on his own saliva. There are 3 master teachers behind him. For a small butler to act so arrogantly, isn't he afraid of being beaten to death? I am Yuanyu and I am here to pay respects to your master. Even though he was displeased, he understood that it was possible that the person before him to be the butler of a master teacher. Even though he was of high standing in the Tianxian kingdom, he did not dare to get involved in a face-off against a master teacher. Who cares whether you are Yuanyu or Fangyu? Didn't you hear what I just said? Pay 3 million and wait out here. Perhaps you might get an opportunity to meet the old master like that. Otherwise, just scram. Sun Chong waved Chubby his hands impatiently, as though chasing off flies. If you don't have any money, don't put on an act. Do you know who our master is? A guard couldn't stand watching on and bellowed at Sun Chong. Do I look like I care who your master is? If you want to enter the residence, you have to follow our rules. Stop talking crap here. Stop putting on an act here and just scram if you don't have the money. If you don't even have 3 million, what rights do you all have to be acting so haughtily before me? Sun Chong glanced at him with disdain. If you are unwilling to spend the money, you should just get lost. Bragging about your master, no matter how incredible your master is, can he be greater than a master teacher? You! That guard nearly spurted blood. His master was Lu Shi. Regardless of he went, he was always treated with utmost respect. Yet, in the eyes of this fellow, he became a poor bloke and someone putting on an act. You are the one who is putting on an act. Your entire family is putting on an act. His face flushed. Just as he was about to reveal his master's identity to reprimand the other party, Lu Shi stretched out his hand and stopped him. We're just passing by and we would like to pay the old master a visit. We trouble you to help report our presence to him. Before he could finish his words, Sun Chong stepped forward and used his plump hands to pat the other party's face. Old man, are you deaf? Or is there something wrong with your head? Did you not hear what I just said? If you want to pay a visit to the old master, you need to pay 3 million. If you don't have any money, scram. This is the rule. If you don't know what rules are, they are standards that one needs to abide by. Get it? Ah! Seeing his actions, Master Yuanyu shuddered and nearly fainted in shock. Slapping Lu Shi's face, the few guards following behind him was taken aback. They stood rooted to the spot in a daze. They were on the verge of going insane. The heck? This fellow actually dared to slap Lu Shi's face? Even saying that there is something wrong with his head. This is no longer a matter of being courageous or not. You are really courting death. Even Lu Shi was stunned. Clearly, he didn't expect the fatty before him to behave like this. His eyebrows twitched furiously. No matter what, he is a master teacher, a person respected by everyone else. Countless experts who paid him a visit did not even dare to breathe loudly before him. Yet, this fellow struck his face. At that instant, he was so stunned that he didn't know how to react. He felt so stifled that blood was threatening to spurt from his mouth. However, this wasn't the time for him to get angry. The other party obviously did not know of his identity. As a master teacher, an esteemed guest of Tianxian Kingdom, bickering with an insignificant figure like Sun Chong is truly an embarrassing act. With a swift movement, he dodged the second slap from the other party. Suppressing the anger within, he beckoned the person from his back. Ayun! Yes! The guard behind immediately recovered and passed a jade token over. This is our master's tutelage jade token. Anyone in possession of this is entitled to 2 hours of guidance by our master. It should be worth 3 million. Some master teachers would distribute tutelage jade tokens with their unique mark on it. As long as one possesses such an object, he is entitled to free tutelage from the master teacher. This object is the symbol of identity for a master teacher, and it can be traded for money. After all, a master teacher's lesson is something of great value. Very little people had the chance to attend such a lesson. Even Tongxian realm pinnacle experts would fight with all their might for that opportunity to receive guidance from a master teacher. In terms of money, it is definitely worth more than 3 million. Pa! Before he could pass the jade token over to Sun Chong, The latter threw it out as though it was trash, causing it to smash into smithereens on the floor. Do you have a screw loose? You think that lousy jade of yours is worth 3 million? Do you take me for a fool? If you don't have any money, scram. After which, he shot them a look of disdain before walking back into the residence and shutting the door. As Tianxian Kingdom had no master teachers, such tutelage jade tokens weren't in circulation in the market. Naturally, Sun Chong had never seen it before. He thought that they were unable to come up with the sum and were casually using some broken jade to hoodwink him. In fact, he thought that he was already sparing the other party's dignity by not having the guards chase them away. You! Seeing the other party toss away the jade token and staring at him with such contemptuous eyes, the guards felt so infuriated that they were on the verge of fainting. The heck? Why would someone find such an unreasonable person to serve as their butler? Brother Sun, don't be in such a hurry. Here are bills worth 3 million gold. May I trouble you to inform Xianxia of our arrival? Seeing that the other party was about to close the doors, Master Yuanyu could not longer hold himself back and stood forward to resolve the matter. If this matter was left to be, the 3 master teachers might very well blow their top. He was only a mere physician, and he was afraid of getting implicated in a fight among master teachers just because he brought them over. That's more like it. At least you understand fast. Taking over the stack of bills, Sun Chong lowered his head to verify its authenticity before nodding his head in satisfaction. Then he lamented, "If you have money, why do you all still take out some rotten jade? I've seen stingy people, but I've never seen such stingy people. Don't you know that I, Sun Chong, am a very principled man? If you wish to enter without paying up, don't even dream about it." Hearing those words, everyone's mouth twitched furiously. Even Yuanyu almost failed to hold in his anger. "Brother, do you know that the rotten jade you just smashed is a tutelage jade token? Do you know how much it is truly worth? A Tongxian realm expert would not hesitate to put their life on the line just to obtain one of that. Yet you simply discarded it so casually, so though it is something worthless. Are you really a master teacher's butler? Otherwise, how can you fail to identify such an object? All right, wait here. The old master had some affairs to attend to and he is currently out. When he returns and finds time for you, he will summon you in." Keeping the gold bills properly, the fatty gestured. "He's out." Master Yuanyu's eyebrows shot up. "The heck? If he went out, why didn't you say so earlier? After accepting the money, you tell us that we have to wait for him to return. It is one thing if I had come alone. However, how can you keep these 3 masters waiting here? Can I bother you to quickly report the news to the old master? We really have urgent matters for your old master." Suppressing his anger, Master Yuanyu asked, "What is the matter to be of such urgency?" Sun Chong inquired. After the other party paid the sum, his attitude became obviously much better than before. After all, customers are the gods' emperors. "No matter what it is, we're here to speak to the old master, not to you." The guard who took out the jade token earlier could no longer repress his rage. Why, you feel embarrassed to say so? Me, elder brother Chong, have followed the old master for quite some time and have learned many things from him. If it is just a simple matter, there might not be a need for the old master to get involved. I might be able to solve it. Sun Chong lifted his plump face haughtily and sneered coldly. "What a joke! I am the old master's successor. I have witnessed his means with my own eyes. All that needs to be done is to firstly bluff the subject, have them reveal their own flaws, and then finally try his best to hoodwink the other party. Given my abilities, I should be more than capable of deceiving you fellows who aren't even willing to pay up." "You've learned many things from him?" The guard was about to speak, but Lu Shi abruptly interrupted him. "Since you're able to tell, why don't you tell me what's wrong with me?" "You." Sun Chong's fat body circled around Lu Shi before stepping backward. Recalling the old master's disposition and attitude, he lifted his head 45 degrees upward and looked at the other party calmly, as though a non-materialistic expert. "You? Is your family doing well? What did you say?" Lu Shi was taken aback by his words and nearly fainted from shock. He had merely requested the other party to diagnose his condition. Why did he suddenly start insulting him? Master Yuanyu's body staggered. He felt so stifled that he could knock his head against the wall. The heck? Heavens, you might as well strike me dead with a bolt of lightning. I truly can't take this anymore. The pressure is too great. The anxiety I had felt in the past few minutes seems more than what I had experienced in my entire life. Ignoring their astonishment and anger, Sun Chong tried his best to recall the gestures and words of the old master and chuckled lightly. Oh? You didn't get my words? Then I'll phrase it in another way then. Are the physical conditions of your family members still all right? Pooh! Everyone's body shook, as though they had been struck by lightning. Initially, they thought that perhaps Sun Chong may have made a mistake, or perhaps their ears were playing tricks on them. Yet that fellow repeated the same message, cursing Lu Shi's family, furthermore so brazenly. The heck? Fatty, where did your confidence come from? Master Yuanyu was frozen on the spot and tears streamed down his face. I had only spoken of Master Teacher Xianxia's existence. I didn't mean to offend anyone. Now great, if Lu Shi were to be maddened, it would definitely cause an uproar. If Xianxia turns to be a real master teacher and he pursues the matter, a battle would definitely ensue. Afterward, there would be no more afterward. The crowd was shocked. Sun Chong thought that the reaction meant that he was spot on and he stood proudly. That was the method that the old master used to scam Ling Tianyu. The moment he opened his mouth, the other party immediately gave in. He had imitated Zhang Xian's disposition and gestured down to the very details, making him seem like a superior existence which had seen through the fabrics of the world. With his head tilted upward, his glanced downward to see if the other party had conceded to his greatness and kneeled down to call him master. Yet, he only saw the frosty look on the other party's face. In fact, even his guards drew their swords. Old master, I am going to kill him, the guard bellowed as he prepared to charge forward. HM? Why isn't it working? Looking at the guard's behavior, no matter how foolish Sun Chong could be, he realized that something was definitely amiss. Getting his heart leaped. Could it be that his statement was inaccurate? Even so, he decided that he must uphold his status and authority. Whenever the old master spoke, he often incurred the wrath of others. But after his words proved to be right, the other party would immediately give in. Upon thinking of this, Sun Chong's confidence surged once more. How about this? Allow me to touch your wife. Oh, since your wife isn't here. You are a beast, you're looking for it. After musing for a moment, he recalled the other catchphrases of the old master. The surroundings were completely silent. Big brother, I thought that you were quite bold to have cursed Lu Shi's family. To think that you still have more up your sleeves. Wanting to touch Lu Shi's wife. Calling Lu Shi a beast. Saying that he was asking for it. I have seen brazen people. But I truly haven't seen anyone as brazen as you. Lu Shi's face was also steeled. His face twitched uncontrollably and he looked to be about to pass out from anger. If not for his incredible tolerance, he would have definitely killed this fellow with a single slap of his. Old master, please allow me to kill this foolish lad who dares to insult you. The guard, Ayun, clasped his hands as he asked Lu Shi for permission. Tell him who I am. Lu Shi flung his robe. He actually desired to kill the person before him as well. However, the other party's arrogance caused him to be apprehensive. If not a master teacher, how would a lowly butler dare to behave in such a manner? If the other party were truly an incredible master teacher, he wouldn't be able to withstand the other party's wrath when he finds out that his butler was killed. Thus, it was better for him to behave prudently, deciding to first reveal his identity and observe the other party's attitude. Fatty, our old master is the honorary Grand Duke of the Beiwu Second-Tier Kingdom, Master Teacher Lu Ling. Ayun stepped forward and declared, like I care whether you are some Grand Duke or whatsoever. Halfway through his words, his plump body trembled as he asked, what did you say, Master Teacher? He is a Master Teacher. He might be able to snub the Grand Dukes of other countries, but the same cannot be said about master teachers. Indeed, our old master is a one-star master teacher. For you to insult him, you are truly courting death. Ayun clenched his teeth. A master teacher is not an existence that can be sullied by anyone. To curse his entire family in public, demand to touch his wife, and call him a beast, just these were sufficient to warrant his death penalty over 100 times. Courting death. Sun Chang's mouth twitched. He nearly knelt from the fear that he felt. He thought that he could just act cool and peacefully pass off as an expert for once while the old master wasn't present in order to improve the old master's impression of him. Yet, in the midst of doing so, he became a fool instead. The old master did the exact same things as well, but why is it that he was always able to get the other party to kneel in fear, not daring to even breathe loudly, while on the other hand he just had to meet with a master teacher? Why is there such a huge disparity even though we are both humans? Insulting a master teacher. Isn't this equivalent to committing suicide? What should I do? Sun Chang's plump face folded into countless creases and he was on the verge of tears. Go and report to your old master that Master Teacher Lu Ling, Master Teacher Xianxia, and Master Teacher Zheng Fei are here. As for your matter, I will settle it personally with your old master. Seeing the previously arrogant plump butler trembling in fright, Master Teacher Lu Ling waved him away. If the other party were truly a master teacher, letting off his subordinate could be considered a favor to him, equivalent to giving him face. On the other hand, if the other party turns out to be bogus, he could make a big fuss and take him down immediately, thus exacting vengeance for the insult. The old master has been out since morning. I don't know when he'll be back. Upon hearing that the other party would not be dealing with him for now, Sun Chang heaved a sigh of relief. Upon knowing the other party's identity, he no longer dared to behave as arrogantly as he did before. You don't know when he'll be back? Lu Ling and the others frowned. They can't possibly keep waiting here for him. Yes. Sun Chang nodded his head. All right then. Here is our name scroll, you take it for now. We'll pay our visits when your old master is back. Lu Ling beckoned and the guard, Ayun, stepped forward to pass a name scroll. Yes. Sun Chang did not dare to refute his words and immediately accepted the name scroll from the guard's hands. Upon seeing the words Master Teacher on it, his eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. Let's go. Since the other party wasn't here, the three master teachers couldn't be bothered to waste their time on a butler. Thus, they turned around to leave. Only after seeing them disappear into the distance did Sun Chang heave a sigh of relief. He wiped away the cold sweat on his body before walking into the courtyard. Upon entering, he felt his knees give in and he fell to the floor, paralyzed. Looks like one can't just simply go around feigning to be an expert. Otherwise, one might not even know how he dies. I will never do it ever again. Oh. Lu Shi, why didn't you directly kill that fellow who insulted you? When the crowd left, the guard, Ayun couldn't help but inquire. Those who are able to become master teachers are by no means kind. Lu Shi never hesitates when it comes to killing others. But why was he able to tolerate the plump butler saying such words to him? Brother Zheng, what do you think of it? Ignoring his question, Lu Ling turned to Xianxia, Zheng Fei, and asked. The master residing in the mansion doesn't seem to be a simple figure. If he is truly a master teacher, it is likely that his capabilities are superior to ours. Zheng Fei nodded his head with a grim look. Indeed. Zhuangxian nodded his head as well. But, didn't we not see the owner of the mansion? Hearing the conversation between the three master teachers, everyone felt puzzled. They didn't see the old master the plump butler spoke of. If so, how can they be so sure that the other party's capabilities are superior to theirs? Even Yuanyu, who was following behind, felt perplexed. We didn't see him, but we saw his butler, Lu Shi said. That weak fellow? Ayun became even more confused. Was there anything special with that weak fellow? You all have only seen the surface. Lu Shi shook his head. I have taken a look at the butler's constitution. It is not just poor, it can be considered to be extremely inferior. Logically speaking, his limit would have been Fighter 3 Dan Jinchi realm. However, did you see how strong he actually was? Fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm advanced stage. Ayun hesitated for a moment before speaking. Indeed, he has reached Pigu realm advanced stage. Furthermore, based on how he doesn't seem to have perfect control over his Jinchi, his breakthrough should be something that occurred recently. Putting this together with what Master Yuanyu said, that this Sun Chong is someone he hired on a whim and that he was previously just a merchant in the commercial city, it is very likely that the rise in his strength is due to the guidance from the master of the mansion, after which a grim expression appeared on Lu Shi's face. Given such inferior constitution and unexceptional cultivation technique, the Jinchi in his body should have long sunk due to excessive impurities, clogging all of the meridians throughout his body. Yet, he was able to induce a breakthrough in him in a few short days, even raising his strength by an entire realm. It would be hard for me to induce such growth in others. As master teachers, they specialized in guiding one's cultivation. As such, they were able to easily recognize Sun Chong's unique condition. There are clots in Sun Chong's meridians, causing his impure Jinchi to sink. According to logical deduction, it should have already been an incredible feat for him to reach Jinchi realm pinnacle. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the latter had achieved Pigu realm advanced stage. No matter how foolish they were to be, it is obvious that the other party possesses exceptional abilities. If Xianxia were to hear their conclusion, he would definitely be astounded. Master teachers aren't just for show. Their discernment abilities were indeed impressive. It is no wonder that it could become a profession that everyone on the continent fears. The sharpness of their eyes isn't something just anyone can match up to. If I'm not wrong, the other party had used an extremely pure Jinchi to destroy the shackles in his body and meld the sunken Jinchi, thus allowing him to achieve a breakthrough. Then, the sunk Jinchi he accumulated over numerous years caused his cultivation realm to soar, eventually stopping at Pigu realm advanced stage. The silent Zhuang Shi hesitated for a moment before speaking. If Sun Chong were here, he would definitely be shocked. His experience was exactly as how the master teacher before him had described it to be. To be able to meld the sunk Jinchi with his and break through the clots in his meridians, that person's Jinchi must be at least intermediate tier. Or else, his cultivation must have reached Zhongshe realm. Lu Shi nodded his head, agreeing to Zhuang Shi's words. Then, he turned to Ayun and said, regardless of whether he is an expert who possesses intermediate tier Jinchi or a Zhongshe, even if he isn't a master teacher, he isn't someone that we can afford to offend. On the other hand, if he is a master teacher, even if he isn't as experienced as us, it is likely that he wields a greater level of potential. If he had slaughtered his butler back then, it would have been equivalent to falling out with the other party, thus making it impossible to reconcile with him in future. So we might as well sell him a favor. After all, that butler is just an insignificant figure. He was probably scared witless after knowing of our identity. Yes, Ayun nodded his head. He knew that his old master possessed incredible discernment abilities and that he was able to tell the truth through minor details. Thus, he did not inquire further about the matter. Incredible! Upon listening to their deduction, Master Yuanyu widened his mouth in astonishment. It is no wonder that master teacher is such a prestigious occupation. With a single glance, they were able to analyze so many details. Their eyes are truly fearsome. But old master, that person isn't in his mansion, so what should we do now? Ayun asked. Even though he isn't in his mansion, it doesn't mean that we are devoid of ways to verify his identity. Inform Emperor Xinjue of the matter and tell him to summon the few people who had been treated by this Xianxia to the royal palace. I want to take a look at them personally. Lu Shi delegated. Yes. Ayun nodded his head. Upon hearing those words, Master Yuanyu was impressed. It wasn't of great importance that the person in question wasn't present. It wasn't a secret that Yang Xian had helped Ling Tianyu, Du Miaoshuan, Luo Chong, and Apothecary Chen Xiao. As long as they were to gather and question them, they should be able to understand the situation. It would then be clear whether the other party is genuinely a master teacher. Zhang Xian was oblivious to the visit by the three master teachers. At the moment, He was in the kingdom's book collection vault, and his eyes were gleaming with excitement. It's complete! After reading books for an entire afternoon, he had finally finished flipping through all of the Pishua realm books in the book collection vault. He had also managed to compile a complete version of the 6 Dan Heaven's Path Divine Art in the library. The front part was exactly as he had deduced before, so he only had to follow the steps behind. Time to cultivate. In any case, he was here alone, so there was no need to restrain himself. Without any hesitation, Xianxia sat onto the ground and started cultivating. Pipa, pipa, pipa. The moment he started training, a dense congregation of spiritual energy immediately surged into his body from the heavens, causing the acupoints in his body to blow open consecutively. A series of crisp pops reminiscent of frying beans echoed in the vault. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia opened his eyes. A look of astonishment appeared on his face as he was in a state of disbelief. I actually managed to open all 108 acupoints. Legend has it that there are 108 acupoints in a human's body. However, only 72 of which can be opened. Furthermore, there is a specific order to how these acupoints could be opened. With differences in every individual's physique, there is a different order that everyone has to follow in order to achieve the best results. If one fails to follow the exact sequence, one might very well only open 30 to 40 acupoints in their life and thereafter be stuck permanently. He had initially thought that even with the Heaven's Path Divine Art, it would be considered an incredible feat to open 72 acupoints. Never in his dreams did he expect to be able to open all 108 acupoints. At this moment, the acupoints throughout his body were twinkling, as a sky full of stars. He felt strength surge through his entire body. If others were to learn that he had opened all of the acupoints in his body, they would definitely die of shock. 108 acupoints mean that my strength has been boosted by 108 ding. Before reaching Pishua realm, I already have 20 ding of strength, and adding in the 90 ding from my physical body, my total strength is 218 ding. That is equivalent to a Tongxian realm intermediate stage expert. Doing a rough calculation of his strength, Xianxia's eyes gleamed with excitement. In Tongxian realm, one possesses 100 ding of strength in the primary stage, 200 ding in the intermediate stage, 300 ding in the advanced stage, and 400 ding in the pinnacle stage. It is unheard of in Tianxian Kingdom, or even in the surrounding kingdoms, for a Pishua realm pinnacle to possess the strength of a Tongxian realm intermediate stage. Yet Xianxia had easily achieved such a feat. Even he himself couldn't help but suspect if he was dreaming. There aren't many people in Tianxian Kingdom who can rival him now. After all, the strongest person in Tianxian Kingdom currently is only at Tongxian realm pinnacle. I should continue and see if there are Fighter 7 Dan cultivation techniques. Xianxia stood up and continued into the depths of the book collection vault expectantly. What a pity! After circling around the entire book collection vault once, Xianxia could not help but shook his head in disappointment. There wasn't any Fighter 7 Dan cultivation technique in the book collection vault. But now that he thought about it, it was to be expected. After all, Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm experts can be considered as the top-notch fighting power of the Tianxian Kingdom. As such, the value of 7 Dan cultivation techniques is incomparably valuable. Thus, how can one possibly leave such books lying around here, especially when visitors can be granted entry? They would most probably be kept somewhere accessible only to the Emperor. Since there is no cultivation technique, I should check out the battle techniques. Thinking of such, he walked with big strides toward the region where the battle technique manuals are stored. There is a massive collection of books in the kingdom's book collection vault. Even though the battle techniques kept here are not exclusive profound arts, its redeeming factor is that there are plenty of them. Just a single move can have several thousand different schools to it. Xianxia stopped before a certain bookshelf and glanced toward the books on it. It is the region where the movement and leg techniques are stored. The 72 Lake Maneuver Whirlwind Legs 3-4 Styles Chain Kicks Eluding Traversing Dragon. All kinds of movement and leg technique secret manuals filled the entire shelf. Wang Ying's legs were once injured. Even though she has the body-nourishing medicinal solution to heal her legs, it would still be difficult for her to match up to the swift Dulé. However, if she were to learn a good movement and leg technique, it should increase her chances of victory significantly. Thinking of this, Xianxia started flipping through the books. Walala walala. In an hour's time, Xianxia had managed to imprint all the books related to movement and leg techniques into his head, and 2 books had formed in his head. Heaven's Path Movement Art and Heaven's Path Leg Art. Casually flipping open the manuals, he immersed his concentration into the books. For hours later, he managed to master the 2 moves. Due to the books in the book collection vault being about the most basic and fundamental moves, only a single movement was created, just like how it was for the Heaven's Path Spear Art. That was especially so for the Heaven's Path Movement Art. It allowed him to move a distance of 20 meters the time of a tenth of a breath. His movement was so fast that it seemed as though teleportation. Of course, attaining such breakneck speed causes a huge strain on the body. If it weren't for him cultivating the Heaven's Path Golden Body, such instantaneous movement would have caused his blood vessels to burst. Even so, given his current physical capabilities, he can only execute the move once. If he were to overdo it, it would cause him to bleed from his ears and nose due to excessive pressure. Still, it is an extremely fearsome move. If one were to suddenly perform an instantaneous movement when battling with another person, even a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert can be destroyed in an instant if he isn't guarded against it. After learning the movement and leg techniques, he moved to the fist technique region and once again started flipping through the books, forming a single punching move. 2 hours later, he had easily completed learning the fist movement. Just like the movement technique, even though it is just a single move, it allows his strength to be enhanced by a single fold instantaneously. Given his current strength of 218 ding, a single fold meant that he was able to execute a punch with 436 ding of strength behind it. In other words, by executing the Heaven's Path Fist Art, his fighting prowess would rival that of a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert. Of course, this pushes his physical body to the limits as well. Just like the movement technique, he wouldn't be able to use it repeatedly. Given his current level of ability, he can only execute 3 punches at maximum. Continuously flipping through the books and studying them, time passed slowly. Fortunately, Xianxia had foreseen that he would be staying in the book collection vault for an extended period of time and had prepared some food in his storage ring in advance. Otherwise, he would surely die of hunger before he could even begin to train. Oh! Countless lanterns hung and lit the palace. Apothecary Chun Shao, why are you here? Walking into the main hall, Du Miaoshuan was filled with bewilderment. He was just an ordinary elder of the Du clan, and following the deterioration of his cultivation, even that title had become just a name. Yet, he was summoned abruptly by Emperor Xinjue today and thus, he was completely confused by what was going on. Upon walking into the palace, he saw that Apothecary Qin Shao, Ling Tianyu, and Luo Chong were all here. I have also received His Majesty's summons. It must be something that has to do with Yang Shi. After all of us here have benefited from Yang Shi's grace. At this moment, Apothecary Qin Shao no longer looked as sickly as he did previously. On the contrary, he was filled with vitality and liveliness. That might be possible. Du Miaoshuan nodded his head in agreement. Ling Tianyu and Luo Chong also suddenly came to a realization. However, there was no need for them to ponder over the matter as they would soon know the answer. At this moment, Emperor Xinjue walked into the main hall with large strides. Smiling, he introduced to the crowd. I am not the one who invited everyone here today. It was the 3 master teachers. Master teachers? Du Miaoshuan and the others were taken aback. They hurriedly stood up and saw 3 dignified elders following behind the emperor. Sit. You must be Ling Tianyu. I heard that your wife was sick. Can you tell me about what happened during the treatment? After trading some pleasantries, Lu Shi turned his attention to Ling Tianyu. After a moment later, you say that Xianxia, with a single look, discerned that your stone lion is made of southern blood jade and deduced from it that your family member was sick? Then, with a few needles, not only did your wife awake from her coma, she even gained the ability to walk immediately. Lu Shi widened his eyes in disbelief. The southern blood jade absorbs a person's vitality. Given how your wife was stuck in a state of coma, this meant that her illness had already reached an extremely severe state. In order to resolve the issue, not only does one need to find the exact blockages of the meridians, one also requires intermediate tier Xianxia to break open those blockages, to be able to see through those exact spots, such that there weren't any hesitation in his movements. Can a master teacher really possess such sharp eyes? The moment you entered, before you could even forge pills, he could tell that you were afflicted with death aura and would die at any moment? One who is afflicted with death aura would have a dark mark at their glabella, so it isn't surprising that he would be able to tell that much. Also, apothecaries often come into contact with cauldrons. It was natural that he would deduce as so. However, to be able to deduce all these without asking a single question. Why do I feel like he isn't a master teacher but a fortune teller? Also, he could tell that your unstable state of mind was caused by your consumption of dragon-scaled prawns just by your forging movements without asking a single question at all? You must be joking. Upon hearing everyone's experiences, the three master teachers became baffled. The heck, is he some enlightened deity? Even though master teachers possess sharp eyes, it isn't that exaggerated. Looks like there are only two possibilities. Firstly, that Xianxia's standard is much higher than ours, to the point that we are unable to comprehend the full extent of his abilities. After a long moment, Lu Shi concluded with a grim expression. Or secondly, he knows of their conditions beforehand and searched for a solution before curing their illness at a single go, thus astounding everyone here. In other words, he is an opportunistic fraud who is looking to make a fortune. Xianxia and Zhuangshi nodded their heads. They shared Lu Shi's judgment as well. If it is the former, it isn't a big matter for me to pay him a visit and learn from it. But if it turns out to be the second. Speaking of which, Lu Shi's eyes turned cold. As a master teacher, I have the responsibility to expose such black sheeps, so that they do not sully the reputation of master teachers. Tianxian Kingdom. Beiwu Tier 2 Kingdom Lu Shi and Zhuangshi, as well as Hanwu Kingdom's Xianxia, have arrived at the kingdom and they went to pay a visit to this Xianxian together? Indeed, it is said that after they paid him a visit, they summoned Ling Tianyu, Du Miaoshuan, and the rest of them into the royal palace. No one knows what happened in there, but the second day the three master teachers visited the mansion once more. Furthermore, they had turned up at the mansion for 5 consecutive days, but were nevertheless unable to meet with the master of the mansion. The heck? That's way too intense. He even turned away master teachers? I know about Lu Shi and he is one of the more capable 1-star master teachers. To think that such a person would be turned away at the entrance. Just exactly how capable is this Xianxia? I'm afraid that he probably isn't just a mere 2-star master teacher. No one has ever heard of Xianxian's name. In fact, the teacher guild was unable to find anything about him either. As such, many people were doubtful of his identity and thought that he wasn't a real master teacher. However, the situation has changed. Lu Shi, Xianxia, and Zhuangshi are 3 official master teachers. They are public figures famous within the surrounding kingdoms. The 3 of them had paid Xianxia a visit, but for 5 consecutive days, they did not even get past the entrance. No matter how foolish one might be, it was clear to see that Xianxian isn't a simple figure. He is a master teacher, but his identity doesn't exist. Probably, his name, Xianxian, is fake. Master teachers love to travel and experience the life of an average civilian. Through such, it trains their mind and tempers their soul. Could he be a high-tier master teacher who is in the midst of his exploration? I don't know about that, but if it's true, then Tianxian Kingdom has truly struck gold. Indeed, master teachers are a symbol of a country's strength. If a country has a 1-star master teacher, it can apply for a 2nd-tier kingdom position. With a 2-star master teacher, it can apply for a 1st-tier kingdom position. Finally, if it has a 3-star master teacher, it can apply to become a conferred kingdom. Once a kingdom is conferred a title, it gains the right to build massive transportation formations to import and export resources, resulting in the country to prosper. The benefits from doing so are unimaginable. All kinds of rumors had spread throughout the kingdom. Your Majesty, even though the three master teachers aren't sure, and they still hold suspicions, from your humble servant's perspective, Xianxia seems like a person of great capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have been able to treat so many people easily. Even if he isn't a master teacher, he is likely to be a great physician. There might be hope for the royal elder. In the palace, an old eunuch analyzed the available news. Send someone to stand guard at his entrance. The moment Xianxia returns to his mansion, report back to me immediately. I will pay him a personal visit. A grave expression appeared on Emperor Xinjue's face. Yes. The old eunuch nodded his head hurriedly. This is a rare opportunity. Wang Chao, if we catch Xianxia's attention and become his apprentice, we will surely be able to become master teachers. In a wide classroom in Hongtian Academy, Lu Xun stared excitedly at the young man before him. Indeed, no matter what, we have to pay him a visit and leave a good impression before him. Wang Chao nodded his head excitedly. Even if we are unable to become his apprentice, we will surely be able to achieve a breakthrough if he offers us some words of guidance. Lu Xun nodded his head. Right. So how is the matter with Xianxia going? Wang Chao suddenly recalled and asked. Him. Placing his hands behind him, he stared into the distance with an aura of superiority. He is just a stepping stone for me to become a master teacher. He means nothing at all, so don't worry about it. All of the students I have chosen for the battle are undergoing secret training, and in a few days they will be able to break through to the next realm. They will win the teacher evaluation by an overwhelming lead, and as such, the attention of the master teachers will be on me. That's great. I'll have to congratulate you in advance then. Wang Chong clasped his hands enthusiastically. Such situations occurred throughout the kingdom. The appearance of a Xianxia had caused all powers within the kingdom to stir. All attention were fixated on Xianxia's mansion, and in an instant, this seemingly inconspicuous mansion became the center of buzz within the capital. A storm had begun to brew. Oh! At the moment, Xianxia had reached the final bookshelf within the country's book collection vault. 5 days of continuously flipping books without any rest or sleep had exhausted all of his strength. Putting aside cultivating, he wasn't even in the mood to speak. There's still one last row. Knowing that it wasn't easy to enter the kingdom's book collection vault, Xianxia was determined to first imprint all of these books onto the Library of Heaven's Path before doing anything. Even so, just this task itself had him exhausted to the point of possibly fainting at any moment. Seeing that he had finally reached the final row, Xianxia's eyes glowed in delight and tears threatened to flow out of his eyes. After working hard for the past few days, he finally sees the end of his work. These are books on poison. This row pertains to the uses of poison, creating poison, discerning poison, and inflicting poison on others. Similar to others' topics in the library, only books on the very basics of the subject were available. I shall flip. Walala. Slowly, with the movements of his fingers, the books were gradually imprinted into his mind, one at a time. Of the countless jobs, the occupation Poison Master, based on its fighting prowess, is more than qualified to be listed among the upper 9 paths. But similar to assassins, it is a despised job. They can only hide in the shadows, never to see the light of the day. As such, very few people are willing to take on the craft, causing it to eventually fall into the ranks of the lower 9 paths. Naturally, Xianxia isn't willing to become a poison master either. However, it was still beneficial for him to look through these books as it could help him guard against other poison masters. While one shouldn't bear ill intentions against others, one mustn't let down his guards. 2 hours later, he finished flipping through all of the poison-related books. I should first return to take a nap. After successfully imprinting all of the books in the book collection vault into his mind, Xianxia suddenly felt the fatigue he had accumulated in the previous 5 days crushing down heavily at once. All he can think about right now is to find a location to sleep. Even though he has already reached Pishua Realm Pinnacle and his body is significantly stronger than others, 5 consecutive days without rest while keeping his mind on the edge has left him on the brink of collapsing. Even so, the effort was worth it. The Tianxian kingdom has more than a millennium of history behind it. Even though the books in here aren't exceptionally profound such that they can be considered as secret manuals, there are huge quantities of books on the fundamentals of nearly all occupations. Usually, under such circumstances, others would find it difficult to discern the truth from the false, especially with the overwhelming content contained in this library. They would simply get increasingly muddled the more they read. However, to Xianxia, who possesses the Library of Heaven's Path, this isn't a problem at all. As long as he is willing to, he can extract the most precise knowledge of each job and form a Heaven's Path manual, retrieving the genuine wisdom in each book for his use. Walking out of the kingdom, Xianxia looked at the sky, and only then did he realize that he had spent 5 entire days in the vault. I can't rest yet. It is almost 10 days since I ordered that unraveling pill and Colossus rhinoceros blood, so the items should be arriving soon. While he was walking along the streets, he suddenly recalled that the 10 days deadline was about to come to an end, and this wasn't the time for him to go straight to sleep. The items he had entrusted guild leader Ouyang to buy on his behalf should be reaching soon. I should first return to the mansion to take a look. Hopefully, someone has requested something of me in the past few days. This way, I would be able to gather the sum required for the items. He was still lacking 2 million gold coins to pay for the items. After getting into a remote alley and changing his appearance to that of Xianxia, he started walking toward the mansion. Oh! Zhang Liao and Zhang Mo are 2 famous burglars in the Tianxian kingdom. They specialize in robbing the rich to help the poor. In a way, they can be considered as righteous burglars. Due to their nimble movements and well-planned operations, they have never failed throughout the numerous years in their career. The Tianxian kingdom offered a high bounty to capture the duo, but it is laughable that they do not even know the duo's appearances. That in front of us is Du Chao's residence. This person is a despicable tycoon. He has committed plenty of immoral acts throughout his life. Although he had a recent encounter with bandits which dealt a huge blow to his business, an emaciated camel is still larger than a horse. We should have plenty of money to utilize if we were to rob from him. Zhang Liao chuckled and took a large step forward. Due to the intense hunt for them, they left Tianxian Kingdom for half a year. Upon returning, they immediately set their sights on merchant Du Chao. However, we need to first plan carefully. We have to ascertain the skills of the guards in the residence and their habits before we can make a move. Zhang Mo nodded his head. Whenever the duo decides to conduct burglary, they will observe the target thoroughly to confirm the layout of the residence and determine the weakness in their defense. Only when they are absolutely certain that they will succeed will they strike. This is precisely the reason why they had yet to fail a single time after stealing from over 50 households. The residence right ahead. I have been here once. Turning around the alley, Zhang Liao walked forward. Just as he was about to sneak into the mansion which they had decided upon to survey its interior, he was shocked by the sight before them. Zhang Mo's face also turned pale. His eyes widened in shock. A large queue had formed at the entrance of the mansion. There were several hundreds of people lining up before the gates. It is one thing to have many people wanting to visit the master of the household, but the gates to the mansion were tightly shut, and there didn't seem to be any signs of it opening anytime soon. Look, isn't that the 8-arms dragon, Lu Kaiyuan? Zhang Liao suddenly recognized a person in the crowd, and his face turned ghastly white. It's him, the 8-arms dragon Lu Kaiyuan. He is a renowned figure among wandering cultivators. As a Tongxian realm advanced stage expert, he is one of the top-notch figures in the kingdom. However, wasn't he injured during an expedition to capture a savage beast, and since then disappeared from public view? Why is he here? Furthermore, waiting at the entrance. Zhang Mo was astonished. Wait, is that iron-fisted stone dragon, Feng Jun? As a Tongxian realm intermediate stage, he is the #1 expert of Hanxua City. It is said that his iron fists are capable of disintegrating boulders. He is a powerful figure who even Emperor Shenjue regards as a peer. Why is he here? Queuing up. Eagle Eyes Duan Zhujiang? Steel Caltrip Long Xianhai? Pale Scholar Hu Xiaobai? Initially, he thought that those who were queuing up were just ordinary civilians. However, upon recognizing a few of them, he took a closer look. As his gaze scanned through the faces of those figures in the queue, Zhang Liao's body trembled and he nearly fainted from fear. These people are all top-notch experts of Tianxian Kingdom. Even the weakest of them all is a Tongxian realm primary stage. Even though they do possess several tricks up their sleeves, if they really were to encounter any single one of these people, they probably wouldn't be able to escape. They would be beaten to death on the spot. Just that, back then, when Emperor Xinjue invited them for a gathering in the royal palace, very few of them actually turned up. Why would such arrogant and rebellious experts, who dare to even disregard Emperor Xinjue's invitation, be queuing at this mansion's entrance? Surely I am seeing things. Zhang Liao and Zhang Mo exchanged gazes. Puzzled, they scratched their head furiously. If these people were only queuing up, they might not have been so shocked. But judging from how they did not even dare to breathe loudly for fear of offending the people living in the mansion, not daring to knock the door even though they were kept outside. The heck? Heavens! Can you tell me whether it is them who have gone mad? Or is it just me? Isn't this Du Qiao's residence? How can a lowly merchant possess such prestige? How did he get these experts to willingly wait at the door, not daring to even utter a single word of complaint? Voila! Unable to accept the sight before them, a frenzied look appeared on their faces. Suddenly, an elder approached with big strides. Seeing him, respect immediately appeared on everyone's faces as they opened a path for him. Is this the ninth heaven of benevolence, Old Master Zhang? Forcefully suppressing his shock, Zhang Liao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It is said that Old Master Zhang is already in his 90s. 30 years ago, he had already reached Tongxian realm pinnacle. Of course, he isn't respected for his age or his prowess. Rather, he used to be a star teacher in Hongtian Academy and countless experts were personally groomed by him. In fact, nearly half of the experts here had been to his lessons. But why would he be here? Zhang Mo's mouth was open so wide that an egg could be stuffed into it. This old Master Zhang entered reclusion in his residence 20 years ago, having never left his residence since then. Moreover, even if Emperor Xinjue were to meet him, he would have to address him as teacher. What is such a figure doing here? Could it be that Du Qiao's residence had been passed to him, and these experts are here to visit him? Wait a minute. The moment this thought arose in their minds, the duo immediately realized that their guess was wrong. That's because that old Master Zhang also stood at the entrance of residence respectfully, not appearing to be proceeding further. Even old Master Zhang is waiting outside the entrance? Zhang Liao and Zhang Mo exchanged glances and their lips started trembling. Even though old Master Zhang has already retired for many years, there isn't anyone in Tianxian Kingdom who would dare to show him disrespect. Even the emperor would step forward to welcome him personally into the palace. Yet, such a figure is currently waiting patiently outside locked gates. Brother, are we still going to steal from the mansion? After a long moment of silence between the duo, Zhang Liao turned to look at his elder brother. Steal? Steal your head. Putting aside whether we would be able to get in, even if we are to get in with so many experts guarding the door, I'm afraid that we would be beaten to death before we even get to lay our hands on anything. Zhang Mo shuddered in fear. The thought of it sent him to the verge of tears. The heck? How do I steal from such a residence? Just the subordinates of these Tongxian realm experts are enough to turn us into meat cakes. What is wrong with this residence? Why are there so many experts who have come to pay a visit? Regard of who it is. For him to have such incredible rallying abilities, does the royal family not care about the matter at all? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zhang Liao's mind and he couldn't help but comment. Zhang Mo was taken aback as well. How can the sovereign of the country allow another individual to hold greater prestige than him? Regardless of that fellow's identity, his ability to rally so many experts at once poses a great threat to the royal family. Putting aside the fact that each figure who came is more incredible than the previous, the most shocking fact is that They are all willing to wait patiently at the door for the master to invite them in on his own accord. For fear of interrupting the other party, they did not even dare to knock on the door. For an individual to wield such prestige, even Emperor Xianxia should feel threatened by his existence. Walala! At this moment, a golden carriage arrived at the scene. It is Emperor Xianxia. He has come. Looks like there's a show to watch. Witnessing the carriage and the figure who emerged from the carriage, Zhang Liao and Zhang Mo shuddered. Speak of the devil. Emperor Xianxia has arrived in person. He must have decided to make a move due to the pressure from the other party's capabilities. Even though there are many experts present, they are still far from sufficient to go up against an entire kingdom. Besides, rumors have it that Tianxian Kingdom's royal elder has achieved half-Xianxia level, causing the surrounding kingdoms to not dare move recklessly. Even though the people gathered here are all incredible figures, they aren't sufficient to go up against an expert of that level. Your Majesty, you have come. Paying respects to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, looks like you have arrived earlier today. I have helped you book a slot. Come over. Just when the brothers thought that a huge battle would unfold, they saw the experts at the entrance of the mansion greeting the emperor with bright smiles. Soon, Emperor Xianxia found a spot to stand within the crowd, and similarly, he started to wait outside the entrance with a respectful expression. What? The two burglar brothers swayed at the same time. Can anyone tell me what is going on? For the Emperor of Tianxian Kingdom to join the queue and wait patiently. Can anyone tell me who in the world lives in the mansion? Voila! Before they could recover from their astonishment, another carriage stopped by the side of the road and three elders walked over. They were dressed in similar clothes and a gleaming star was weaved on the fabric covering their chest. Is this the uniform of a master teacher? 1-star master teacher? 3 1-star master teachers. Zhang Mo recognized the clothes the three elders wore and clenched his fists tight. I get it. These 3 master teachers must be conducting a lesson and these experts are here to listen. Zhang Liao suddenly came to a realization. That must be the case. Only master teachers can possess such incredible rallying powers. Without saying a word, many experts came over on their accord, such that even Emperor Xianxia himself came over to personally listen to their lesson. Paying respects to Lu Shi. Xianxia, it has been long since we last met. You still look as dignified and majestic as before. Xianxia, the last time I met you was 7 years ago. To think that you have come to Tianxian City. A commotion broke out the moment the 3 master teachers arrived. The previously arrogant crowd immediately opened up a path for them. The 3 master teachers, feel free to stand in front of me. Initially, the 2 brothers thought that the 3 master teachers would open up the gates and invite the crowd in. However, reality betrayed their expectations once again. After seeing Emperor Xianxia give up his position to the 3 master teachers, the 3 master teachers stopped right before the gates and waited patiently, just like the rest of the crowd. The heck? Zhang Liao and Zhang Mo felt as though they were on the verge of collapsing. Tongxian realm experts, a highly respected old master, the emperor of the country, and even master teachers. All of them were standing before the mansion, waiting patiently for the gates to open. Who in the world could be in the residence? It was laughable that the 2 of them had discussed on how they should go about stealing from the residence. Who? It was lucky that hadn't begun to act. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. Gia. They were still trembling with shock and relief of having escaped from a potential calamity when they saw the tightly shut doors slowly opening and a plump man walked out. Isn't he the owner of the realtor agency in Tianyu Commercial City? Sun Chong. Zhang Liao recognized him. After engaging in burglaries in Tianxian City for numerous years, he was well acquainted with many people of vastly different standings in the city. The plump man before them can be considered as one in the lowest tier of society. Yet he actually resides in the mansion? Is he the one who is keeping so many experts and influential figures waiting? Butler's son. May I know if Xianxia is back yet? Old Master Zhang stepped forward, clasped his hands, and asked politely. I'm truly sorry, But the old master isn't back yet. Please return for now. Once the old master is back, I will send someone to inform you. Seeing the large gathering of experts before him, Sun Chong's mouth twitched before speaking. As the news spread further and further, more and more people began to gather. While he was astonished initially, all he feels now is numbness. Of course, what that made Sun Chong even number was that the old master had gone missing. It was as though he had evaporated from the world. No matter how hard he looked, he was unable to find him. If he doesn't find him soon, he is truly afraid that the crowd that had gathered here might go on a rampage. If so, he would be the first one to bear the brunt of their rage. Facing so many experts, if not for his incredible mental fortitude, he would have long collapsed. Sigh, he isn't back yet? But that isn't a problem. We can wait here for him. Hearing that Xianxia isn't back yet, the crowd couldn't help but feel disappointed. I think it would be best if you all return for now. Afraid that something might happen, Sun Chong tried to persuade them to leave. Then, upon catching sight of a figure, his eyes widened. Hot tears streamed down his face and he charged forward toward the figure. Old Master! What is going on? Upon reaching the doors to his residence, Xianxia saw the huge queue outside his mansion and was stupefied. Old Master! Upon seeing Butler Sun's abnormal reaction, everyone immediately understood that Xianxia had returned. All eyes immediately turned to look at the approaching figure and saw a yellowish-faced middle-aged man looking at them with a perplexed expression. Is this the old master that kept everyone waiting? Zhang Liao and Zhang Mo had a dizzy spell witnessing the situation before them. This fellow looks like an extremely ordinary person. How did he manage to get an emperor and several master teachers waiting outside his door so willingly? They hadn't been in Tianxian City for the past half a year, and as such, were completely oblivious to the storm that the presence of master teacher Xianxia had created. Xiao Chong, what is going on? While the duo experienced a dizzy spell, Xianxia felt severe vertigo. Just by looking at the crowd, he immediately understood that these were the people looking for him to solve their problems accumulated throughout the days when he was absent. But, Sun Chong, what are your hot tears and your reaction as though you are a puppy who had reunited with its owner mean? It was just a few days of absence. Do you need me to be so agitated and excited? Old Master, you are finally back. These people are here for you. Sun Chong hurriedly introduced. But halfway through his words, he was interrupted by another voice. Xianxia. Emperor Shenjue clasped his hands. I am. Did I permit you to talk? Xianxia was just about to find out from Sun Chong what had happened in the past few days. But this fellow abruptly interrupted their conversation. Displeased, Xianxia frowned. Where did you come from? Don't you have the least bit of common sense? Can't you see that I'm currently busy? You're lucky that I have a good temper. If it were any other master teacher, he would have long beaten a fellow like you to death. Put on. Zhang Liao and Zhang Mo fell to the ground. You are too incredible, my brother. That is the emperor of Tianxian Kingdom. To speak to him like that, even Sun Chong was flabbergasted. As expected of the old master, you are nothing short of impressive. Even the emperor means nothing to you. Emperor Shenjue's face flushed. Continue speaking. After reprimanding the fellow who interrupted their conversation, Xianxia turned his attention back to his butler. Oh! Recovering from his shock, Sun Chong hurriedly continued. In the few days while you were absent, these people had come to pay a visit to you. There is Emperor Shenjue. The emperor is here as well? Xianxia was taken aback. Xianxia had intended to return the house the moment he gathered sufficient money and return back to his original identity. Yet, to think that even the emperor of the country would be alarmed by his actions. Agitated, he asked, Where is he? Upon hearing those words, a peculiar expression appeared on everyone's face. Even Sun Chong staggered and nearly fell to the floor. In the end, it turned out that his old master didn't manage to recognize the emperor. To think that he was so impressed with his action. Cough, cough. It's me, Emperor Shenjue coughed. You? Xianxia nearly spurted blood. To think that he would happen to reprimand him right after returning from his book collection vault. Xinjue pays his respect to Xianxia. Allow me to introduce to Xianxia. These three are Lu Shi, Zheng Shi, and Zhuang Shi. Emperor Xinjue hurriedly introduced. Lu Shi. What? Master teachers. Zhang Xian was taken aback. Isn't it a renowned fact that there are no master teachers in Tianxian Kingdom? When did three of them pop up? What had happened in the few days when I was gone? Lu Ling, Zhuangxian, Zheng Fei, pays respect to Xianxia. Lu Ling and the others stepped forward and clasped their hands. At the same time, they took the opportunity to assess the middle-aged man before them. With a single glance, the three of them frowned immediately. Follow me in first. Oblivious to the reaction of the trio, Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella and waved his hands, gesturing for them to enter. After all, he can't possibly keep the emperor and the three master teachers waiting at the doorstep, right? Brother Lu, what did you see? Upon stepping into the courtyard, Zhuangxian secretly sent a telepathic message to Lu Ling. He has donned a disguise. This isn't his actual appearance. Based on his skin and movements, he should be an extremely young man under 30. In fact, he probably hasn't passed 25 years of age. Lu Ling frowned. Even Du Miaoshuan was able to see through Zhang Xian's disguise. So how could the three master teachers miss it? How can he possibly be a master teacher at his age? He is probably a fake. Zhuangxian harumphed. Master teachers are just like academics. The older they are, the wiser and more valuable they become. It is one thing that he refused to reveal his true appearance. But for his age to be under 25, how can he possibly be a master teacher? To become a master teacher, one needs to undergo numerous examinations, and every single examination holds tremendous difficulty. Due to the limited knowledge one can possibly accumulate over time, it is impossible for someone to become a master teacher in his 20s. He is probably a fake. I will think of a way to expose him later. Zhang Shi nodded his head in agreement. After hearing Ling Tianyu and the others' description of the other party, they became suspicious and wanted to verify for themselves other party's identity as a master teacher. However, when they noticed his poor disguise with their own eyes, they immediately came to a conclusion that the other party must be a fake. If he isn't a fake, why would he put on a disguise, a poor one at that? If he isn't a fake, how is it possible for a person in his 20s to possess such high standards that even they aren't able to perceive? Furthermore, did you observe his bloodshot eyes and lethargy? If he is a master teacher, how would he allow such a condition to occur? Lu Ling said. Not only was he able to see through Zhang Xian's disguise, he also noticed his fatigue. After examining the other party carefully again, he felt his rage surging up. Because regardless of whichever aspect he looked at, this fellow didn't seem to be a genuine master teacher. A fake had made them pay visits to his mansion for 5 days straight. Regardless of who it was reasonable to feel enraged, needless to say, a fake master teacher. Oblivious to the fact that the other side had already seen through him, Zhang Xian walked up to the main seat upon arriving at the main hall. Then, he looked at the three master teachers and asked, "May I know what affairs do the three master teachers have for me?" "Oh, I've heard that Xianxia is a skilled physician and is adept at helping others achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation. Thus, I came presumptuously in the hopes that you can enlighten me on a matter." After shooting a glance at the other two, Lu Ling started speaking. It was unlikely that a direct approach would work. Since he was intent on exposing the other party's fraud, he had to first grill for his incapabilities. "What's the issue, speak?" All Zhang Xian had in mind was to earn another 2 million to purchase the items from the Apothecary Guild and to find a place to sleep. He was too tired to bother about pleasantries and simply waved his hands casually. "Act. Continue acting." Seeing the other party's disinterested expression, the three master teachers felt so infuriated that their eyes narrowed and their faces turned green. "Seems like he is quite a composed person. However, your acts will not work on us. We will not leave unless we expose your fraud. It is a problem with my cultivation. Please guide me." Upon seeing the urging glances from the other two, Xianxia stood up and clasped his hands. I am currently at Tongxian Realm Pinnacle, just a step away from Halfzongshi. However, I can clearly feel that the rate at which Xinqi gathers in my body has slowed greatly. No matter what I do, I am unable to make the final leap. I have tried all kinds of methods to accomplish a breakthrough, but it is to no avail. I hope that you can give me some pointers. Tongxian Realm Pinnacle? Xianxia felt dismal, because he was unable to find any books regarding cultivation method in the Tongxian realm in the book collection vault. He is still stuck in Pishua Realm Pinnacle. He has no idea what kind of abilities one would possess upon reaching the Tongxian realm, so how can he possibly guide the other party? How about this? You try executing a few moves for me to take a look. Xianxia knows that his knowledge of the Tongxian realm can't possibly match up to the other party. Since the other party was stumped by the question, he understood that it is impossible for him to solve it without resorting to the Library of Heaven's path. Execute a few moves? Sure. Xianxia understood that only by executing a battle technique can one analyze another person's issue. Thus, without any hesitation, he stood up and launched a booming fist. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The air groaned in agony under the intense might behind his fist, as expected of a Tongxian realm expert. His Xinqi surged through his body furiously as though a soaring dragon. The strength of his fist compressed the air in the surroundings and created a sonic boom. Soon, he finished executing his battle technique. Xianxia, Lu Ling, and Zheng Fei turned their gazes to Yang Shi, interested to see what he would say. However, the other party had a dull look on his face, as though he was at a loss of what to say. Please offer your pointers. Upon seeing him behaving in such a manner, Xianxia's complexion became extremely awful. He didn't even bother to address him as Yang Shi anymore. No matter what, he is a master teacher. It is one thing if the other party is a higher tier than them, but that is clearly not the case. How can they possibly stand lowering their head to a fake? You were the one who had me execute a battle technique, and yet you are blanking out now. It can't be that you have turned dumb after watching my battle technique. You want me to offer you pointers? Ignoring the other party's displeasure, Xianxia lifted his gaze to look forward. That's right. Xianxia harumphed. He had already thought it through. The moment the other party starts speaking, he would search for loopholes and expose him before everyone else, then disgrace this fraud in public. Logically speaking, when the queue had formed even before they could confirm the person's identity, they should have persuaded the others against waiting outside. However, they had their own considerations for not doing so. If the other party turns out to be genuinely a master teacher, they would have offended him by persuading the others to leave. On the other hand, if the other party is a fraud, they can expose him before everyone else, causing him to fall from his grace. At the same time, it would serve as a reminder to everyone else that the identity of a master teacher is not to be sullied, and no one should ever impersonate one. My pointer is simple. I'm afraid that you won't believe my words. Xianxia shook his head. He truly has no other choice now but to go on ahead with it. Otherwise, if the other party were to discover that it is a disguise on his part, he wouldn't even be able to escape. However, after the several days of experience disguising as Xianxia, he has grown accustomed to it. With an impassive expression, he waved his hands and said, Do you wish to break through Tongxian Realm Pinnacle to reach Halfzongshi Realm? Of course I do, Zhengyang said. What a joke. Which cultivator would not wish to achieve a breakthrough? Who doesn't wish to reach higher levels? Just like how a physician is unable to treat himself, a master teacher similarly can't offer pointers to himself. He had wanted to break through his cultivation realm for a long time now, but all along, he had been unable to succeed. His two old friends, Lu Ling and Zheng Fei, had broken through long ago. He could only watch anxiously as the two drifted further and further away from him. I can help you break through your current cultivation realm within 10 minutes. But Xianxia paused. Break through. Within 10 minutes. Xianxia was taken aback. Even Lu Ling and Zheng Fei had looks of disbelief on their faces. As good friends of his, They had also taken a look at his situation, and their verdicts were that it would be impossible for him to break through his cultivation realm in the short term. Yet, the fraud before them actually claimed that he can do so in 10 minutes? I have already presented you an opportunity. The final choice is up to you. Xianxia lifted the teacup from the table and sipped on it slowly and calmly. Usually, his actions would look incredibly cool and intimidating, and those present would feel as if a heavy mountain weighed down on them. But now, his eyes are bloodshot with his eye bags tugging against his eyes, and his lips are both dry and purple. Not only does he not look like an expert, he looks as though he had been busy engaging in vigorous exercises at night. There is an indescribable dissonance between his appearance and gesture. Alright, I want to break through. Please offer me your guidance. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia gritted his teeth and accepted. If you are able to help me break through my cultivation realm as you claim, I will acknowledge that you are a true master teacher. But if you aren't able to do so, that means that you are a fake, a fraud. Are you sure? Xianxia gazed at him. Yes. Xianxia nodded his head. All right then. Xiao Chang, fetch a gunny sack over. Then, call a few guards and get them to bring wooden sticks along with them. Xianxia said. The three master teachers and Emperor Shenjue exchanged gazes, and puzzled expression appeared on their faces. Gunny sack? Guards? Wooden sticks? Weren't you going to help him break through his current bottleneck? What are you up to? Are you catching a pig? A normal person would only use a gunny sack and wooden sticks when catching a pig. However, upon hearing that such items would be used to help him advance his cultivation, Xianxia felt a pool of blood accumulating in his chest, and the flesh on his face twitched uncontrollably. If not for the incredible self-control he had cultivated throughout the years as a master teacher, he would have long flown into a rage. There are only a few means which master teachers use to guide one's cultivation: refining one's cultivation technique, identifying the flaws in the cultivation, consuming all kinds of pills. Yet, this fellow uses gunny sacks and wooden sticks. The heck? What is the use of a gunny sack in advancing one's cultivation? Other people eat pills to advance their cultivation. Do I eat the gunny sack to do so? Furthermore, calling for the guards, and each of them is equipped with a stick. Dueling can stimulate one's hidden potential, and it is indeed a method to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. But the guards in your mansion are way too weak. I am a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert. Even if they were to wield blades and swords, they wouldn't be able to harm me in the least. Hearing the command, Sun Chang walked out scratching his head. After being with the old master for a period of time, he knew that the things the old master does tend to be beyond one's imagination. Even so, he had completely no idea what the old master was up to this time. What is the old master up to? However, since the old master had made such arrangements, he definitely had his own intentions. Thus, as the butler, he just had to follow his instructions. Soon, Sun Chang managed to gather 7 to 8 guards, and every single one of them was equipped with a wooden stick. Just in case, they even brought a total of 4 gunny sacks. Old master. Upon entering, the guards bowed in synchrony. Xianxia wishes to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, and he hopes that you can assist him with it. Xianxia nodded his head. It's our honor to do a master teacher a favor. The few guards were first taken aback before delight crept onto their faces. When Sun Chang was bringing them over, he had also mentioned to them that the 3 elders in the room are master teachers. Given their current strength, it would have been impossible for them to meet one, usually, needless to say, interact with them. At this very instant, they are given the opportunity to do a master teacher a favor. Naturally, they are extremely delighted. If this Xianxia were to truly achieve a breakthrough and remember their assistance, riches and power wouldn't simply be a dream. This is a favor to a master teacher. It is a rare opportunity. It's good that you are all willing to help. He nodded his head in satisfaction. Xianxia turned to Lu Ling. May I trouble Lu Shi to seal the acupoints on Xiangshi's body so that he would be completely immobilized? Seal his acupoints? Xianxia frowned. Why? If my acupoints and meridians are sealed, That means that I won't be able to move at all. Aren't you here to help me achieve a breakthrough? If you seal them, my Jinqi would be unable to flow through my body, and if so, how can I cultivate? The others were perplexed by Xianxia's words as well. If you wish to achieve a breakthrough, just do as I say. Shaking his hands, Xianxia looked at him with determined eyes. Seeing the old master's expression, Sun Chong trembled subconsciously. The expression, back then, when the old master had him smash Ling Tianyu's stone lion, that was the expression that he shot him with. He believed the old master's words, nearly dying from a beating due to that. No doubt at all, if Xianxia really were to believe in his words, he would be in for a ride of misfortune. This old master of his who often brought calamity to others while escaping unscathed. Xianxia was about to say something when he saw Xianxia looking over with an indifferent expression. If you don't wish to achieve a breakthrough, let's just forget the matter. I can't be bothered to waste my effort. After which, he sipped on his tea calmly. His gestures were so peaceful that it seemed like a still painting. All right, I'll do whatever that you say. Seeing the other party's attitude, it was clear that it didn't matter to him whether Xianxia was willing to go through with it or not. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia turned to Lu Ling and said, "Brother Lu, I will have to trouble you for this. You want me to back down? Dream on. I'll see just how you will help me break through. If you fail to accomplish what you claim, just wait and see." All right. Even though he was doubtful of the fraud's words, Lu Ling nodded his head and stepped forward. He placed his palm on Xianxia's body, and Jinqi flowed from the tip of his fingers into Xianxia's body, sealing all of the main acupoints. Done. After sealing all of the other party's acupoints, Xianxia is no longer able to move. Then Lu Ling turned to Xianxia and said, Xianxia double-checked Xia's condition before nodding his head. This Lu Shi didn't slack off at all. He sealed the acupoints in the other person's body tightly. Later, regardless of what happens, I hope that the two master teachers will not interfere in the matter. Xianxia turned to Lu Ling and Zheng Fei and said, "All right." Even though they were unsure of the other party's intentions, the two of them nodded their heads in agreement. Let's begin. Chuckling lightly, Xianxia took the gunny sack from Sun Chong's hands, stepped forward to Xianxia, and placed it over the other party's head. What are you trying to do? Xianxia was still pondering over how the other party was going to help him achieve a breakthrough when the other party placed the gunny sack over his head. He nearly spurted blood. "I am a master teacher, a person with of great prestige. Explain to me, what do you mean by putting this gunny sack over my head?" Ignoring the ruckus he had caused, Xianxia turned to the guards and said, "It's your turn. Don't you all want to help Xianxia achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation? Let's begin then. Use the stick to flog him as hard and as brutal as you can." The guards were contemplating what they should do after the master teacher expresses his gratitude toward them when they heard the old master's words. They staggered and burst into tears. "Old master, are you serious? Beating a master teacher? Didn't you say that we are going to help him achieve a breakthrough? How will he be grateful to us for this? We think that living is a wonderful thing and it's still too early for us to die. Why? Hurry up and hit him. Don't worry. There's a gunny sack over his head. He won't be able to know who's the one who hit him." After saying this, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before continuing. "If you're still worried, why don't you put a few more sacks over his head? This way, there's no way he would be able to identify you." It would have been better if Xianxia had not said a word. After hearing him, the guards cried even louder. The other party had already seen their faces clearly the moment they walked in. What is the use putting the gunny sack over his face at this moment? The other party isn't deaf, so he can hear their words clearly. Furthermore, this isn't a matter of how many gunny sacks we have over his head. All right? Regardless of how many there are, he would know that it is our doing. Watching the spectacle by, Lu Ling and Zheng Fei's mouth twitched as they stared at one another in shock by the side. Are you trying to help him achieve a breakthrough? Or are you angry that we doubted you and that you want to exact vengeance on him? I've never heard a case where of a breakthrough just by covering a person's head with a gunny sack and having a group of people beat him up with wooden sticks. However, since they had agreed not to interfere in the matter, it isn't their place to speak up now. They could only sit by the side silently, their faces steeled. Hurry up. This is something Xianxia had agreed on. Are you sure you can bear the responsibility for delaying his breakthrough? Xianxia frowned. Since the guards refused to listen when he spoke kindly, he could only rage at them. Yes. A bitter look appeared on the faces of these guards. They thought that it would be an incredible honor to be of assistance to a master teacher. Yet, never in their wildest dreams did they expect things to turn out as such. However, the old master is a master teacher as well, so they dare not to disobey his commands. They could only grit their teeth and get on with it. Let's go. Since they are doomed no matter what they choose, there is no longer anything for them to worry over. It isn't really a big deal once they had thought the matter through. Walking forward, the guards lifted up the wooden sticks in their hands and began to flog Xianxia, who was beneath the gunny sack, harshly. Pa! 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 Even though Xianxia's acupoints were sealed, his hearing continued to function properly, and he had heard the surrounding conversations. Upon feeling the wooden sticks falling on his body as though a torrential rain, he felt vertigo and the final string of his rationality nearly snapped. Xianxia, screw you. You obviously aren't trying to help me achieve a breakthrough. You are making fun of me. The more he thought about it, the more furious he felt. Rage surged through his entire body, threatening to set him aflame. In the decades since he had become a master teacher, he had never suffered such injustice, having his head covered by a gunny sack and beaten with wooden sticks. This is an unimaginable humiliation to him. It was one thing if the ones beating him are powerful experts. However, the guards in the mansion only had cultivation levels of Fighter 3 Dan to 4 Dan. More importantly, his meridians had been sealed, so his Xianxia is unable to flow through his body. As such, he is unable to soothe his injuries or cushion the blows. He can only bear the brunt of the attacks with his physical body, and indescribable pain permeated every single part of his body. Just as he was about to explode in frenzy, he heard Xianxia's voice echoing from beyond the gunny sack. The places where you are hitting aren't right. Ah, yes, that's it. Before Xianxia could even process his words, he felt an incredible force smashing right in his face, leaving a surge of stinging pain in its wake. The next few strikes all came flying straight at his face. Initially, the pain was only limited to his body. Now, even his head isn't spared. The heck? Feeling his lips swelling, Xianxia was on the verge of tears. What was I trying to do? Despite knowing that he is just an imposter, I requested him to help me achieve a breakthrough. I must be courting death. Just as he was about to let loose insults, he heard another conversation starting outside. Old master, how long should we hit him for? A guard couldn't help but ask. They couldn't possibly go at it forever. There has to be a time limit. How long? Let me think about it. How about this? Xianxia's voice hesitated for a moment before saying, hit him until he dies. Hit me until I die? You! Xianxia was truly enraged. I'm here to achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation, not to commit suicide. Yet, you commanded your guards to hit me until I die. Xianxia, from now on you will be my mortal enemy. If I don't kill you, my surname shall not be Zhuang. Screaming within, Xianxia no longer bothered about rebuking the other party. Bearing with the pain, he channeled Xianxia from his entire body violently to the sealed acupoints. If I don't penetrate the sealed acupoints to regain my freedom, I will really die here today. You aren't helping me achieve a breakthrough at all. You are obviously trying to murder me. The more he thought about it, the more furious he got. If rage was a grain of sand, there would be a small mountain inside of him right now. Use more force. Haven't you eaten yet? The voice beyond the gunny sack roared. Xianxia's eyelids twitched. With excruciating pain all over his body and the humiliation he had experienced, he could no longer suppress himself. Boom! After an unknown period of time, under his furious attempts, The sealed acupoints were finally burst open. With a jolt of his hands, the gunny sack which covered his head was torn apart. Kacha! Kacha! The wooden sticks in the guard's hands were also shattered into pieces by the shockwave of his and scattered onto the floor. Xianxia, screw you! With a furious roar, Xianxia turned to look at the mastermind, only to see the fake master teacher sitting on his high seat, sipping on his tea calmly. With an impassive expression, he glanced at him and said gracefully, "Xianxia, mind your identity. As a master teacher, how can you insult someone in public? Insult? I want to kill you." Xianxia felt increasingly incensed. Bellowing, he prepared to charge forward. "How about you try having a gunny sack put over your head and be flogged by wooden sticks? Identity? To hell with identities. If I don't kill you with my own hands, I shall abandon my title as a master teacher. Take a look at your own cultivation before deciding on whether you want to kill me or not." Xianxia paid no heed to his fury, slowly lifting his eyelids. "My cultivation?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment and looked internally at his own condition. With a single glance, his eyes immediately narrowed. How? How is this possible? He could sense the raging strength flowing through his body. He is now several times stronger than he was a moment ago. Clearly, he had already broken through Tongxian realm pinnacle. Half. Zongshi. Zhuangxian's mouth was wide open. Fighter 8 Dan Zongshi realm is the level where one gains the capability to create their own schools and become the conquerors. Even though just a thin line separates it from Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian pinnacle, the breakthrough is equivalent to a butterfly breaking out from its cocoon. This is the first true obstacle that one would face throughout the 9 dawn of a fighter. Countless geniuses found themselves stuck at this hurdle. Half Zongshi is the buffer between the two realms. In order to reach Zongshi realm, one has to first reach this level. The royal elder of Tianxian kingdom, which had kept the surrounding kingdoms in check using his overwhelming strength, is also just at this level. Zhuangxian is a master teacher, and in order to reach this level, he had devoted countless resources and effort, only to fail repeatedly. But why did he, upon being covered in a gunny sack and beaten up by a wooden stick, suddenly break through this hurdle? This is too inconceivable. By the side, Lu Ling and Zheng Fei exchanged gazes and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They had looked at Zhuangxian's condition and tried numerous methods to solve his problem. Initially, they thought that with the accompaniment of age and a deteriorating vitality, achieving a breakthrough had become impossible. Yet, just with a single beating, he managed to successfully break through his current realm. Can things get even more ridiculous? Getting beaten up is the solution to breaking through? Then, to reach Zongshi, shouldn't the two of them find a group of person to beat them up as well? Perplexed, all gazes shot toward the fellow who was still busy sipping on his tea, trying to see if they could discern anything from each other's expressions. However, it was a pity that he appeared completely indifferent, as though nothing had happened at all. Of course, his eyes were still bloodshot, his spirit still withered, and his eye bags still tugging at his face. If not for the miracle he had just performed, they would be wondering where the fellow had gone to enjoy himself the previous night. Yang. Sure. What is going on? As the other party didn't seem like he would say anything, Zhuangxian took the initiative to ask. How he addressed the other party changed from Yangxian to Yangshi once again. You aren't going to screw me anymore? Zhangxian lifted his gaze. I. Zhuangshi's face flushed and cold sweat flowed profusely down his body. The other party was obviously helping him achieve a breakthrough, but not only did he not understand the goodwill behind the other party's actions, he even insulted him in public. He is truly the ideal example of an ungrateful person. Embarrassed, Zhuangxian could only lower his head and apologize. Please forgive me for my ignorance. All right, I don't intend to blame you for that either. Zhangxian gestured. The battle technique which you displayed earlier is extremely stable. There isn't any part which is particularly amazing, but neither were there any mistakes in your movements. That indicates that you have had a good teacher from young and you work really hard. Yangshi is right. My father is a 1-star master teacher. Xianxia nodded his head. Your solid foundation became both your strength and your weakness. As your father is a master teacher, since young, you have always thought that his teachings are all correct. Thus, you dare not disobey his words. Subconsciously, you began to cultivate a habit of sticking to the conventional means. The route of a cultivator is to go against the heavens, not to stick to conventional wisdom. Even though your cultivation advanced swiftly at the start, it transformed into a limiting factor when you reached Tongxian realm pinnacle. Xianxia lifted his head and glanced at him, as though lecturing a student. Zongshi, just as the name goes, refers to someone who starts a school of his own. If one doesn't possess his own thoughts and comprehension of cultivation, instead choosing to follow the route of the predecessors, how can one succeed? Even though half Zongshi cannot be considered as a true Zongshi, the same concept applies as well. After years of cultivation and accumulation, the jinqi and strength that you had harnessed was already sufficient for you to break through to reach half Zongshi. However, you doubted yourself, you didn't believe that you could reach that level. If I'm not wrong, your father must have never reached this state in his lifetime. In fact, something might have occurred to him when he was trying to reach this realm. You. Xianxia staggered backward. The other party's words were spot on. Even though his father was a one-star master teacher, he was never able to reach half Zongshi in his lifetime. In fact, while trying to achieve a breakthrough to that level, his cultivation went berserk and he became a cripple. In less than a year after that, he met his demise. Even on his deathbed, he was filled with regret over the matter. This incident had caused a trauma in Xianxia. He was never able to exert his full strength whenever attempting a breakthrough from Tongxian realm pinnacle to half Zongshi. Just that was a secret he had concealed in his heart for a very long time. He had never spoken of it to anyone. How did the other party know of it? Was it because he had watched him execute his battle technique? Due to this fear, no matter what pills you consumed or what cultivation technique you tried, you were unable to achieve a breakthrough. Xianxia stood up and walked over to the center of the main hall. You came to request for my guidance. In order for you to succeed, you have to first get past your fear. Otherwise, it would be all for naught. However, because you have buried this fear in you for countless years, how is it possible to overcome it all of a sudden? The only method is to utilize anger to dispel the fear within you. Thus, I had someone cover your head and beat you up with wooden sticks. Since you don't know the true reason behind my action, you would think that I am humiliating you and you would bear hatred against me. This way, resentment will overwhelm your fear. Given your countless years of accumulated jinqi and the rage in your heart, breaking through your current realm is expected. With both of his hands behind his back, Xianxia stood silently at the center of the main hall. The sunlight that spilled in from outside cast a shadow of a giant behind him. Xianxia contemplated the other party's words and couldn't help but be astonished. The theory sounds simple but is incredibly profound. In truth, the difficulty in deducing everything through watching a set of battle technique, finding the exact solution to the problem, inferring the likely ending beforehand without a single flaw is in no way easier than their endless cultivation to reach Zongshi realm. If they hadn't witnessed this personally, they would not have dared to believe it possible. Yang, thank you for granting me a new life. I, Xianxia, will never forget Yang Shi's grace for as long as I live. After recovering from his astonishment, Xianxia immediately knelt down. He was thoroughly impressed with the other party's means, and there wasn't the slightest bit of reluctance in his actions. You no longer doubt that I am an impersonation? Xianxia smiled, but there was no hint of humor behind his expression. Xianxia rubbed his hands together nervously. Looks like the other party had known that he had doubted his identity, just that he couldn't be bothered with it. Upon realizing this, he felt even greater respect for the other party. Even though he had seen through their ploy, not only did he not get angry, he even helped him to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. This is how a true master teacher behaves, possessing the disposition of a true expert, witnessing the problem of their good friend being settled so easily. No matter how foolish Lu Ling and Zheng Fei could be, it was apparent that even though the person before them appears young, he is a true master teacher. Even though his means are slightly unorthodox, if he isn't a master teacher, how can he have such an in-depth understanding of a fighter's cultivation, instantly seeing through and solving a problem which had thoroughly baffled them and induced Xianxia's breakthrough? However, regardless of whether his means are orthodox or unorthodox, Xianxia's breakthrough means that the capabilities of the person before them far exceeds their own. No longer daring to underestimate the other party, they exchanged gazes and Zheng Fei stood up. Yang Shi, I have also met with a problem in my cultivation, and this problem has baffled me for a very long time. Outside the mansion, do you think that the rumors are true, that the 3 master teachers are paying a visit to this Yang Shi because he is a 2-star master teacher? After seeing Emperor Shenjue and the 3 master teachers entering the mansion, the crowd outside couldn't help but gossip. No one present was certain of Yang Shi's capabilities, but to have 3 1-star master teachers visiting him at once, it is unlikely that the other party is an ordinary person. At the very least, he should have reached the level of a 2-star master teacher. I'm not very sure as well. I paid a visit to Ling Tianyu a few days ago and he was full of praises for Yang Shi. A while back, his wife was sick. We have all seen that for ourselves. But when on my visit, she had already fully recovered, as though what I've seen before is an illusion. I have also paid a visit to Du Miaoshuan. Not only is the disease that had plagued him for so many years gone, his cultivation, just as the rumors state, has reached Tongxian realm. This Yang Shi is indeed incredible. As the few of them secretly discussed, they couldn't help but feel amazed by the other party's abilities. Actually, if everyone is curious about Yang Shi's affair, we should be able to get an answer by asking them. Suddenly, someone pointed to the front. Following the direction where the finger was pointed, they saw the guards of the 3 master teachers standing quietly not too far away. As the head, Ayun was equipped with a sword and he emanated an intimidating aura. Emperor Shenjue and the master teachers had entered the mansion, but they, as guards, are unqualified to enter and could only keep guard outside. Indeed, they are the guards of the 3 master teachers, so they should be aware of the actual situation. The others immediately nodded their heads in agreement. Of all people, the 3 master teachers should be most aware of the capabilities of this Yang Xian. On the other hand, the ones who are closest to the 3 master teachers here are these guards of theirs. As long as they ask them, they should be able to extract some useful news. Brother Yun. A middle-aged man stepped forward and clasped his fists. Clearly, he recognized Ayun. As a top-tier 1-star master teacher, Lu Ling is famous in the surrounding kingdoms. As his guard, Ayun also has his fair share of glory. Numerous people had approached to bootlick him. So it's Brother Liao. Ayun recognized the latter. He is a solitary swordsman of the Tianxian kingdom, and he is called Liao Yongjin. 5 years ago, he paid a visit to Lu Shi to consult the latter on a problem he faced in his cultivation. It is sufficient that you call me by my name. I am truly unworthy of you addressing me as Brother Liao. Seeing that the other party had recognized him, Liao Yongjin was delighted. After trading a few greetings, he brought up the question that everyone had been thinking of. Since Lu Shi and the other master teachers are here to pay a personal visit to Yang Shi, does it mean that they know of Yang Shi's exact identity? Pay a visit? Ayun sneered. Rather than saying that they are paying him a visit, it is more appropriate to say that they are going to tear off his mask. Brother Yun, what do you mean? Liao Yongjin was taken aback by the other party's words, and he asked hurriedly. Simple. Lu Shi and the others don't think that Yang Xian is a master teacher. On the contrary, they believe that it is likely for him to be an impersonator, so they specially made the trip here to expose his disguise before everyone else. As Lu Ling's guard, he had been following him around these few days. He had overheard a fair share of the conversations among the 3 master teachers. Even though Lu Shi and the others were surprised by the incidents with Ling Tianyu's wife, Du Miaoshuan, and the others, they thought it more likely that Yang Xian is a fake and he is intentionally playing out a show. After all, as master teachers, it is unbelievable for them that someone can solve problems that would leave them stumped easily, furthermore using methods that are difficult to comprehend. Under the front of paying the other party a visit, they are actually conducting an investigation. Xianxia might be a fraud. The moment Ayun's words sounded in the air, a commotion broke out. If this is true, it would be no small matter. They took great pains to queue for so long, only to realize that the other party is a fraud. Rest easy, Lu Shi and the others have entered for quite some time now. We should be able to get an answer soon. Flinging his robe, Ayun calmly said with a haughty expression. If he isn't a fraud, how can he have such a dumb butler who speaks such dumb words? Jia. Right after he said those words, the tightly shut gates opened and a few figures emerged. Brother Sun, it is enough that you send us off here. I have truly benefited greatly from this meeting today. I know that Xianxia cares not for material possessions, but these are tokens of our appreciation, so please do help us pass it to him. Standing at the door, Lu Shi chatted with Sun Chong with a wide smile on his face. At the same time, he was stuffing items into the latter's hands unceasingly. What? Ayun's body froze. As the guard of a master teacher, he is absolutely clear of the standing and prestige the three master teachers possess in this kingdom. Yet, when the three master teachers emerged from the mansion, only the butler could be seen escorting them to the door. The fraud did not even show his face. Is that for real? Didn't you come here to expose that fellow's disguise? To be fawning on a butler and piling gifts on his hands, even calling him Brother Sun. What is going on? Ayun felt that he is mistaken, severely mistaken. Can it be that Xianxia is really a master teacher? Just a moment ago, he had confidently declared that the master teachers had entered the mansion to expose Xianxia's fraud before everyone. Upon witnessing the situation, he felt lightheaded. Didn't you say that he is a fraud? Then why are you treating his butler with such respect? Furthermore, to addressing him as Brother Sun? Lu Shi, you are already in your 60s while Sun Chong isn't even 40. To call him Brother Sun, why do I feel goosebumps rising on my body? It is fortunate that we didn't listen to his words. Otherwise, we would have regretted it for life. Indeed, he doesn't know anything at all, yet he tried to feign knowledge. Expose his fraud? Have you seen someone exposing a fraud like this? By behaving so respectfully to a butler in his master's absence. Immediately after recovering from the shock, the crowd criticized Ayun harshly. Those who came here to wait at Xianxia's door possess great reputation and prestige in Tianxian Kingdom. They might be fearful of Lu Shi, but the same cannot be said of Ayun. When he spoke those words with great confidence earlier on, everyone believed him immediately. But now they realized that they were fools to have trusted him so easily. After hearing those words, Ayun was so infuriated that his body trembled uncontrollably, sustaining great damage within. You were the ones who asked me, so I told you out of kindness on my accord. Yet, now you treat me like this. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have said anything. You want me to help your royal elder achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation? Xianxia examined Emperor Shinjue, who had put on a cautious expression. After helping Xianxia achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, Lu Ling and Zheng Fei lost all doubts about his identity. They proceeded to ask him a few questions about cultivation. Having read the books in the kingdom's book collection vault, Xianxia now possesses an incredible amount of knowledge at his disposal. Furthermore, with the Library of Heaven's Path ability to see through flaws, he took just a few words to leave the duo fully impressed. After a brief consultation, the three of them stood up and took their leave. On the other hand, Emperor Shinjue remained behind. He had come for the royal elder's matter. The moment the three master teachers left, he immediately took the chance to speak. Yes. Emperor Shinjue looked at him with utmost anticipation. If Tianxian Kingdom loses the protection of the royal elder, it probably won't take long before other countries begin to invade. The survival of the fittest is not just a phrase that describes the world of cultivators. Countries are also governed by this primitive law. I have only come to Tianxian Kingdom to rest. I do not wish to get myself involved in such troublesome affairs. Xianxia shook his head. It isn't that he is unwilling to help, it is just that The other party's royal elder has already reached the level of half-Xianxia. If he were to achieve another breakthrough, he would become a full-fledged Xianxia. Even Xianxia himself has not yet attained Tongxian realm. Although he had managed to help Xianxia reach half-Xianxia realm, luck had played a heavy role. He does not want to attempt something beyond his means and risk exposing his disguise. I beg for Xianxia's assistance. Tianxian Kingdom is willing to offer anything in exchange for your help on this matter. Hearing his rejection, Emperor Xinjue knelt down hurriedly. He had spent great effort to invite the three master teachers, only to realize that they are helpless on the matter. His only hope is Xianxia. If the other party were to really not lend a helping hand, the royal elder wouldn't last for long. Do you think that I lack anything? Xianxia's eyes narrowed. I dare not think so. Emperor Xinjue was shocked. He suddenly found his words ludicrous. The other party is a master teacher of greater capability than Lu Shi and the others. If he wanted something, a single word of his would send countless people rushing to fulfill his demands. As a tiny kingdom, how can Tianxian Kingdom offer anything of interest to him? How about this? Help me gather manuals on Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm. It doesn't matter whether they are valuable or not. After you gather 1,000 of such books, I will consider guiding the royal elder. Xianxia said impassively. Ah! Emperor Xinjue was taken aback. Didn't you claim that you don't lack anything? Tongxian realm manuals. What do you mean by that? 1,000 books at that? His mouth twitched. Tongxian realm experts are the top-tier fighting power of Tianxian Kingdom. There aren't many of such manuals even within the royal palace. Yet, to ask for 1,000 of such books? What is Xianxia up to? If you find it difficult, then let's just forget it. Xianxia waved his hands. It is no difficulty at all. Xianxia, rest assured. I will definitely complete the task you ask of me within 5 days. Emperor Xinjue clenched his jaws and agreed to it. This is his only chance. If he misses it, he would definitely regret it for life. Xianxia casually gestured, not speaking any further. Recognizing his intent, Emperor Xinjue took his leave. The moment he left the main hall, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He didn't think that the problem with gathering Tongxian realm manuals, which had left him with a splitting headache, could be settled that easily. Given his capabilities, finding a book or two regarding Tongxian realm isn't a problem, but it would be nearly impossible to gather 1,000 books. However, it is different for Emperor Xinjue. As the sovereign of a country, it should be simple for him to gather a large number of Tongxian realm manuals. Most importantly, he doesn't require quality, only quantity. He doesn't need any of those family hereditament secret manuals, he just needs a sufficient number of manuals. Old Master. Sun Chang walked over. What happened in the past few days? What are those people outside doing? He was put under the scrutiny of the three master teachers and Emperor Xinjue from the moment he arrived at the entrance of his mansion. As such, until now, hadn't had the chance to clarify the situation. Reporting to the old master, in the few days of your absence, your name has spread far and wide in the entire Tianxian Kingdom. Sun Chang explained the occurrences in the past few days in a concise manner to him. Xianxia then understood what had actually happened, and he couldn't help but be impressed by the rallying ability of a master teacher once more. It is no wonder that everyone dreams of becoming a master teacher. Old Master. This is something that the three masters left behind. After which, Sun Chang passed over a storage ring. Xianxia nodded his head. As he thought, given how wealthy the three master teachers are, how can they possibly not give any benefits when he had put in so much effort to guide them? After dripping blood onto the storage ring to claim ownership, he peered into the ring and his eyes widened immediately. The quality of the ring is much better than the one he is currently using. Even though they are both low-tier storage rings, the space inside the storage ring that Lu Shi gave is 30-meter cube one, 10 times larger than the 3-meter cube one that he has in his hands. Putting every aside, this ring is probably worth several million by itself. Numerous treasures were placed within, be it precious herbs or the mountain of gold coin. Judging with a casual look, He assessed the value of contents within to be probably greater than 10 million. Such an incredible sum. With just a single glance, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Master teachers are truly generous. Just a casual gift from them is worth several tens of million. Of course, he also knew that it was a friendly gesture from Lu Shi and the others. Otherwise, there was not a need to spend such a great amount just because he had offered them guidance on their cultivation. In the few days that old master was absent, Lord Ling Tianyu had also visited several times, and he brought another 5 million gold bills over. Sun Chang presented another stack of gold bills. Even though he knew that his status had risen, he did not dare to hide the money other people had passed to him and handed them over to the old master honestly. This is the entrance fee collected from other visitors in the past few days. I have compiled a name list. After which Sun Chang handed over a booklet. Casually flipping through it, Xianxia was astonished. So many people? Reporting to the old master, a total of 27 people visited the mansion and paid the entrance fee. Here is a total of 81 million. After which, Sun Chang gestured and 2 guards carried a chest in. It was filled with numerous money bills. The heck? Looking at the mountain of gold bills within the chest, Xianxia felt as though he was going insane. Initially, he thought that earning 20 million would be a nigh impossible task. After seeing the sum before him, he realized that he had underestimated the prestige of a master teacher. Just by announcing his name, despite not getting to see him beforehand, people are willing to deliver such huge sums. No other occupations would be able to achieve such a feat. Help me tell those who had paid up to visit tomorrow. I will solve their problems one by one. As for those who didn't pay the entrance fee, get them to leave. From today on, I won't be accepting any other requests. Rubbing his glabella, Xianxia gestured. Since he has already accepted their money, he can't possibly refund it. Moreover, dealing with the 27 people's problems would be sufficient to keep him busy for quite a while. Yes, Sun Chang nodded his head. Placing all of the gold bills in the chest and those on hand into the storage ring, he took out a single bill and gave it to Sun Chang. Here is your reward. I've already said it. I will reward you greatly for following me. In order for a steed to gallop swiftly, one has to first feed it sufficiently. In fact, if not Sun Chang's effort in dealing with visitors these few days, he might not have earned this much money. Besides, this fellow must have probably suffered quite a few scares in the last few days. This is just a small sum of money. With his identity as a master teacher, he can easily make as much money as he needs. 1 million. Noticing the denomination of the bill in his hand, Sun Chang was shocked and he knelt down immediately. This amount of money is something he could never have earned in his entire life. Starting from today, regardless of what the old master commands me to do, I won't bear a single word of complaint. Sun Chang made a solemn vow in his heart. After following the old master, he gained not only pride and money, but also achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. Such kindness and attention from the master. These are things which he would have never achieved by himself by simply muddling along for a lifetime. It can be said that the old master had opened a whole new world to him. It is as if he had granted him a new life. All right, I'll be heading out for now. Help me deal with those people at the entrance. Xianxia waved his hands. To him, the most important matter now is to collect his medicine and help Yuan Tao and Zhaoya awaken their unique constitution. And after that, sleep. After 5 days without rest, he is thoroughly exhausted. If not for the rise in his cultivation realm, he would have long fainted into a deep slumber. Yes, Sun Chang nodded his head. Aware that the front entrance is swarming with people, Xianxia left the mansion through the back door. After finding a remote alley, he took off his disguise, changed his clothes, and transformed back into his original appearance. With his looks restored, he immediately started walking with big strides toward the apothecary guild. Oh! Teacher! In Lu Sun's classroom, various students stood neatly in a line, of which there are Zhu Hong, who sent the war letter to Xianxia's classroom, Mo Xiao, Zheng Yang's good friend, and a few other people. If Yuan Tao, Lu Yang, and the others were present, they would surely be able to recognize that these 5 are the ones who would be competing with them as according to the list. A few days ago, they were only Fighter 1 Dan Jushi realm cultivators. But right now, the aura they exuded felt clearly deeper and stronger. They had all managed to advance to Fighter 2 Dan. Not bad. Seeing the improvement in his students, Lu Xun nodded his head in satisfaction. It appears that the large amount of resources invested and the effort that he had devoted to nurturing them have not gone to waste. Having attained Fighter 2 Dan, his students should be able to easily defeat Xianxia's students. Lu Laoshi, master teacher Xianxia, has appeared. Just when he was about to delegate some matters to his students, Wang Chao Laoshi entered abruptly. Excitement could clearly be seen in his eyes. He appeared. Lu Xun turned to look at his good friend. Today, Lu Shi and the others paid a visit to Xianxia's mansion along with Emperor Xinjue. Shortly, when the 3 master teachers emerged, their attitudes were extremely respectful. It seems like Xianxia is definitely a master teacher. Furthermore, his tier should be significantly higher than that of Lu Shi and the others. Wang Chao revealed the news that he had just received. Higher than Lu Shi? Doesn't that mean that he is a 2-star master teacher? Lu Xun's eyes glowed brightly. Let's hurry up and prepare. We should pay him a visit as well. He had been waiting for an opportunity like this. If he were to catch Xiangshi's sight, he would definitely be able to soar to incredible heights. Wang Chao nodded his head. However, in the next instant, a bitter look appeared on his face. However, after the news spread, there are countless people who wish to pay Xiangxia a visit. I'm afraid that we won't get a chance at all. Furthermore, I'm sure that you've heard of Xiangxia's rule. Those who want to pay him a visit has to pay 3 million upfront. Otherwise, one wouldn't even be allowed to enter. Even my father would find it hard to fork out so much money. I'm afraid that, even though they are star teachers, they earned only 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins per month. Forking out 3 million is nothing more than a dream to them. Putting aside paying the other party a visit, just this condition alone is sufficient to spell their failure. Don't worry. I have already thought the matter through. Lu Xun flashed a confident smile. On the surface, everyone has to pay 3 million to enter Xiangxi's mansion. But in fact, in consideration of everyone's dignity, definitely no one would pay it up front. That's to say, as long as no one says anything, we shouldn't be exposed. You mean that we should try to sneak in along with the others? I don't think that it is a good idea. The other party isn't a fool. I'm afraid that we will be locked out of the door if we don't pay the sum up front. Hearing the other party's reasoning, Wang Chao was stunned. It's not sneaking in with the others. I'm saying that we should make use of our identities as star teachers to get past this barrier. Given our fame throughout the kingdom, who would dare to disrespect us? As long as we find the correct person to submit our qualifications to, the matter should be able to be settled easily. After all, master teachers are also interested in accepting apprentices. We are the 2 most famous teachers in Tianxian Royal City, so it wouldn't be wrong to say we are the most eligible candidates. As long as we compose a proper name scroll and highlight our achievements in teaching, he might just accept us as his apprentices. It doesn't matter whether we have the 3 million or not. What we have to do is to search for means to submit our name scroll. As for gathering money, that is of secondary concern at the moment. Wang Chao blinked his eyes. Fighting prowess isn't the only factor in becoming a master teacher. More important than that, one must be able to nurture his students. Given how many capable students we have under us, we will definitely catch his attention. As he spoke, Lu Xun got increasingly excited that his eyes began to radiate. If that doesn't work, we can invite him to the teacher evaluation. When he witnesses how I managed to crush Xianxia and how outstanding I am, perhaps he will be impressed and happily accept me as his disciple. What you say makes sense. Given our identity as star teachers, submitting our qualifications shouldn't be difficult. If so, it might work out even without us paying the entrance fee. Wang Chao finally understood Lu Xun's plan. The teacher evaluation is a good opportunity. If Master Teacher Xianxia watches the duel, he will definitely form a favorable impression of Lu Xun and accept him as his disciple. As long as Lu Xun succeeds, he can help to persuade Xianxia to accept Wang Chao as well. All right, let's prepare for a bit before we pay our visit to Xianxia. Without much hesitation, Lu Xun started to make arrangements. Oh! Apothecary Guild. Guild leader Ouyang, Apothecary Chen Shao, Apothecary Bai Ming, and more than 10 other apothecaries were seated in the hall with a respectful attitude. Who? A violent wind blew and a massive aerial savage beast slowly descended from the sky. An elder stood on the beast. Before it had even landed, he gently leaped off its back and settled stably on the ground. Paying respects to Apothecary Hong Yun, Guild leader Ouyang and his party stepped forward to welcome him. Apothecary Hong Yun, a famous 2-star apothecary in one of the nearby kingdoms. Apothecary Hong Yun nodded his head. Then, he lifted his eyebrow and asked, "Where's that Zhang Xian?" Apothecary Zhang Xian. Probably isn't in the capital. That's why he didn't come. Guild leader Ouyang said with an awkward expression. The past few days, Zhang Xian had been spending his time in the kingdom's book collection vault. Upon leaving, he put on his disguise and returned to his mansion immediately. Even Xiaoya and the others faced difficulties finding him, needless to say him. Atrocious! Apothecary Hong Yun flung his hands. With a steeled face, he bellowed, "Even though the pill debate is a tradition passed down from the ancient times, it has a set of unique rules that has to be followed by. This time, other than delivering the Unravel-in pill and Colossus rhinoceros blood, I am also going to assess this Zhang Xian. If he is unqualified, I will strip him of his qualifications immediately." Yes, Guild leader Ouyang nodded his head. "Bring me the record crystal from that day. If I discover any bias in your actions, everyone who was involved in the pill debate will be punished." Apothecary Hong Yun frowned and commanded authoritatively. "Yes, Apothecary Hong Yun. This way, please." Guild leader Ouyang hurriedly stepped forward to lead the way. Soon, they arrived at the location where the pill debate was held and took out the record crystal. "Activate it." Apothecary Hong Yun sat down and sipped on a freshly brewed cup of tea before staring impassively at the others. Upon hearing the other party's words, Guild leader Ouyang immediately infused his Zhenqi into the record crystal. Instantly, the crystal started to shine and the recorded contents began to play before them. The image of Zhang Xian stepping into the room appeared. "Is this Zhang Xian?" Guild leader Ouyang, you are also a veteran of the guild. How can you be so foolish? How can someone that young succeed in pill debate? After seeing Zhang Xian's young appearance, Apothecary Hong Yun immediately raised his eyebrows. Which one of those who had dared to challenge the pill debate had not studied pill forging for several decades? At the very least, they were 50 to 60-year-old. Yet this fellow isn't even 20. What can he be possibly capable of? Clearly, the other apothecaries had intentionally given in to him. How about this? As long as any apothecary here dares to forge pills before me, regardless of the method he uses, I am able to point out the name of his forging method and the errors he commits in the process. If any of those here find what I say incorrect, I can admit defeat immediately. Zhang Xian's voice echoed from the record crystal. Arrogant. Apothecary Hong Yun sneered coldly. Even I can't guarantee to be able to see through all of the errors in a 1-star apothecary's forging technique. Yet, as an apprentice, he claims to be able to do so? What a joke. He truly is naive. The record crystal continued to play. Soon, it displayed the scene regarding Apothecary Meng Yan. Zhang Xian pointed out that there was killing intent in him, and thus it was unlikely for his tranquil heart pill to work. That Apothecary Meng Yan's movements are hasty, and he doesn't look tranquil in the least. It isn't surprising that he can see through this. Watching up to this point, Apothecary Hong Yun hesitated for a moment before speaking. As a 2-star apothecary, his discernment ability isn't something guild leader Ouyang and the rest can match up to. Apothecary Meng Yan's state of mind was clearly unstable, and one could tell that he was irritable at that moment. It wasn't difficult to conclude that the pill he forged would be a failed product. After which, Apothecary Chen Shao started forging. Death aura? This Apothecary Qinzhao's pill forging is too quiet. I can only tell that something is amiss with him, but I can't say for sure that he is about to die. Apothecary Hong Yun was slightly perplexed. The other one-star apothecaries thought that Zhang Xian had looked into their affairs before working backward to derive the conclusion. On the other hand, Apothecary Hong Yun as a two-star apothecary has much sharper eyes. Even though he isn't able to tell as much as Zhang Xian was able to, he is nevertheless able to discover a thing or two from Meng Yan and Qin Zhao's state then, after which it was Cheng Zhang's turn. Then Bai Ming. This cauldron has a height of 7 qi and 3 cun and width of 3 cun and 2 qi. It was created by a 3mo craftsman in the Stonewell workshop 7 years and 3 months ago. This cauldron is slightly thicker than a cun, and it requires an incense's time and 34 breaths for the heat to completely permeate the cauldron. On the record crystal, Zhang Xian spoke calmly and steadily. Wisdom and self-confidence were displayed clearly in his gaze. This Apothecary Hong Yun's anger had vanished completely. Instead, he was staring fixedly at the crystal with widened eyes. He has had the opportunity to come into contact with apothecaries of higher tiers and heard them converse with one another. It seems that before forging pills, one should first study the cauldron thoroughly so as to understand how to make full use of it to forge higher quality pills. All along, he had thought that these are distant concepts inapplicable to him. Never in his dreams would he expect to hear such words from the mouth of an apprentice. Furthermore, the other party had spoken of every single step in great detail. Reporting to Apothecary Hong Yun after the incident, I took the effort to look through the scroll regarding the cauldron and did a comparison to his words. Regardless of the weight of the cauldron, its thickness when it was forged, how many times it had been transported, and the kinds of pills that were forged through it, Apothecary Zhang Xian's words are completely correct. There isn't even the slightest bit of error. We specially conducted an experiment as well, and indeed, it took precisely an incense's time and 34 breaths for heat to permeate the cauldron. Guild leader Ouyang explained. Actually, even without his explanation, Apothecary Hong Yun, who spends his days forging pills, could roughly tell that the words of the other party are correct. Causing a loss of the medicinal effect by 13%. Fail. As such, its medicinal effect wasn't fully unleashed and 14% of the medicinal effect was lost. Fail. This, impossible. Upon hearing the entire string of failure from Zhang Xian, Apothecary Hong Yun's body stiffened. He couldn't help but clench his fists together tightly. After that, we did a series of tests based on the Zhang Xian's words. The percentages that he gave are completely accurate. This is a log of the tests we did. Please look through it. Guild leader Ouyang handed over a book. Since it was a pill debate, naturally, they couldn't let it end that easily. After Zhang Xian left the examination hall, Guild leader Ouyang and the other apothecaries worked overnight to test all of the figures that he provided, and the results left them dumbfounded. To think that it would be absolutely accurate. There wasn't even the slightest bit of error. This. Flipping through the logs, Apothecary Hong Yun felt as though he was going mad. The signature of the apothecaries were all present, and the timing between each step was recorded extremely clearly. Thus, it is impossible for it to be falsified. To remember the sequence in which he added in the 47 medicinal herbs with a single look, and to deduce the reaction of every single process thoroughly, as well as the loss of the medicinal effectiveness. The heck, is that person really a human? Apothecary Hong Yun tried to see if he could deduce the figures by looking at the forging process on the record crystal, but soon, he shook his head. Even with his abilities, he isn't capable of such a feat. Thus, he continued to watch on. What came afterward was the usual pill debate process. The various apothecaries came forward to pose questions of their own. It just happens that there is one of it in our basic tier book collection vault. It is on the 27th row, on the upper left corner. On the record crystal, Zhang Xian smiled faintly, gestured grandly, and spoke of the names of the books, as well as the position of them in the guild's book collection vault. These books, I have read almost them all, and it is exactly as he had said. Apothecary Hong Yun's breathing hastened. He might be unable to confirm the authenticity of the words that Zhang Xian had said earlier just by looking at the record crystal, But as a 2-star apothecary, the number of books he had read and his knowledge of pill-forging far surpasses that of guild leader Ouyang and the others. He had browsed through many of the books that the other party had mentioned, and the contents were identical to what he had said. Honestly speaking, when he heard that the Tianxian Kingdom Apothecary Guild had allowed a fellow who isn't even 20 to become an official apothecary through pill debate, he was extremely infuriated. He thought that Ouyang Chang and the others had gone easy on him. That was precisely the reason why the headquarters sent him to investigate the case. On his way here, he had already thought of how he should find flaws so as to fail this Xianxia and strip him of his apothecary qualifications. Yet, he didn't think that he would find himself impressed by the other party even before finishing the contents in the record crystal. If the contents of the record crystal isn't a show and happened for real, then this Xianxia truly holds an inconceivably deep understanding of pill forging. Apothecary Wu Zhao's cauldron maintenance. Apothecary Zhao Qian's important matters to note for pill forging. Apothecary Niu Xian's miscellaneous things you have to know. Apothecary Pang Bo's protect your new cauldron. Zhang Xian continued to speak on the record crystal, and elegance exuded from his every single action. I have read those books as well. His reply is completely correct. 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 Apothecary Hong Yun's joints started to pale and his lips quivered non-stop. He came here to enforce punishment, but before even looking through the entire record crystal, he realized that there isn't a single valid reason to do so. Guild leader Ouyang. Apothecary Zhang Xian is waiting outside, and he requests for an audience. An apprentice said. Dang Lang. Astonished, Apothecary Hong Yun unintentionally released his grip on the teacup in his hands. It fell onto the floor and shattered into numerous fragments. Turning around, he saw a listless fellow with bloodshot eyes and heavy eye bags enter. Is he that confident fellow showed by the record crystal? Recovering from his shock, Apothecary Hong Yun calmed his breathing. The fellow in the record crystal emitted wisdom and self-confidence as he displayed his deep understanding toward pill forging. Yet, the fellow before him is listless and his eyes were bloodshot. Was he bullied by someone? Apothecaries often come into contact with medicinal herbs, and as such, they are exceptionally particular about maintaining their bodies. Usually, they wouldn't allow themselves such fatigue. Besides, an apothecary is one of the top professions among the upper 9 paths. As such, they pay great attention to their image and prestige. When has anyone ever seen such heavy eye bags on the face of an apothecary? This isn't cool. Apothecary Hong Yun isn't the only one who is perplexed. Puzzled expressions had also appeared on the faces of Apothecary Ouyang and the others. Is this really the fellow who achieved a perfect victory in the pill debate? The person who caused them the temptation to dive into any hole they could find? How unbefitting. Oblivious to the thoughts running through their minds, upon walking into the room, Zhang Xian saw that more than a dozen of the apothecaries of the Tianxian Kingdom were gathered here and felt baffled. These apothecaries are usually extremely busy. It isn't a simple feat to gather them like this. Back then, it was due to the importance of the pill debate that 10 of them could be gathered in a day's notice. But why are they so many of them present today? However, it isn't his business why the apothecaries are gathered here. Zhang Xian shook his head, choosing not to involve himself in the matter. Enduring the fatigue which is on the verge of overwhelming him, he walked toward the center of the lounge. Guild leader Ouyang. Have the items I bought arrived? They have arrived. Over here. Guild leader Ouyang handed over the items that Apothecary Hong Yun had just delivered. The Tier 3 Unravel in Pill and the blood of the primordial Colossus Rhinoceros. Upon receiving the goods, delight appeared on Zhang Xian's face. He kept the items into his storage ring and passed over the stack of gold bills which he had prepared beforehand in return. Farewell. Witnessing that the other party had counted the money and confirmed that there were no problems whatsoever, Zhang Xian prepared to leave. He is simply too tired. It is great that the items had arrived. This way, he can quickly bring them to Xiaoya and Yuantao for their consumption, and he can finally enjoy his long-awaited rest. Apothecary Zhang Xian. Hold it for a moment. Apothecary Hong Yun finally recovered from his shock and stood up. Who are you? Tired and irritable, Xianxia was displeased to see that someone had blocked his path. I am Hong Yun. I have a doubt in pill forging that I would like to consult you on. I hope that Apothecary Xianxia can accept my request. Apothecary Hong Yun said. After viewing the contents in the record crystal, he is 70 to 80% convinced by the abilities of the person before him. Still, he has to question him in person to ascertain whether there was any fraud involved in the process. I'm not free. Xianxia's lips curled up in displeasure. I'm not your teacher. If you have any queries, go and look them up in the books. Why would you ask me to answer your question? Go and find someone else to bother. What a joke. Can't you see that I'm busy? I want to return back home to sleep. Who has the time to answer your question? Why are you so insensitive to your surroundings? Besides, who the hell are you? If every apothecary were to pose a question to me, won't I die of exhaustion? Guangdong. All of the apothecaries in the room fell onto the floor. Guild leader Ouyang nearly choked to death on a mouthful of phlegm. Brother, this is a 2-star apothecary sent by the upper echelons to look you, yet you dare to tell him to go and look for someone else to bother. Cough, cough. Holding in the urge to spurt blood, Guild leader Ouyang stepped forward and added, Apothecary Xianxia. Apothecary Hong Yun is a 2-star apothecary sent by the headquarters. 2-star apothecary? Xianxia was startled. Taking a glance at the fellow blocking his way, he lifted his tired eyelids slightly and replied, All right. Feel free to ask anything you are unsure of. I'm in a hurry. Guild leader Ouyang. The other apothecaries. The other person is here to test you. Why does it look as though he is consulting and learning from you now? More importantly, in a hurry? Your head. Aren't you worried at all? If you were to fail his evaluation, the other party has the right to strip you of your identity as an apothecary. The crowd was shocked by Xianxia's words. On the other hand, Apothecary Hong Yun felt depressed. If not for the fact that he had watched the other party's performance in the pill debate through the record crystal, he would have already gone into a frenzy. When the Tier 1 breath restoration pill is forged, it would often turn slightly yellow. I would like to ask how one can solve this problem. And you call yourself a 2-star apothecary when you don't even know this? Breath restoration pill allows one to recover depleted energy, and the main ingredient is the white banquet grass. This object is white, and upon contact with a person's jinqi, it will turn a shade of faint yellow. This isn't a problem with the medicinal herb, but because the apothecary's jinqi is filled with too many impurities. If one were to possess a purer jinqi, such a condition would not occur. To prevent the pill from turning yellow, one can also add a stalk of green sungrass while forging the pill. This herb absorbs the impurities in one's jinqi, and as such prevents the white banquet grass from turning yellow. Xianxia casually gestured. The golden page had allowed him to convert all of the contents contained within the books from the basic tier book collection vault and advanced tier book collection vault of the Apothecary Guild into functional knowledge. Even without using the Library of Heaven's Path, he was able to easily solve the problem the other party brought up. More importantly, it is because the other party had asked a question regarding Tier 1 pills. If a more advanced question were asked, Xianxia would have had no way of answering. Pure lotus, as the main ingredient of the pill, tastes extremely bitter. However, adding licorice into the mix makes the concoction unstable. How do you solve this problem? Apothecary Hong Yun continued asking. The bitter taste of the pure lotus comes from the golden-colored seed pod on top. This part doesn't contribute to the pill at all, and by getting rid of it, not only will the pill not be bitter, it would have a slightly sweet taste. Adding licorice is an excessive action, so naturally, it will result in the explosion of the cauldron. Xianxia stared at the other party as though looking at an idiot. You are a 2-star apothecary, and you don't even know this? How did you even get your qualification? Apothecary Hong Yun nearly choked on his anger. All right, if these are the kinds of problems you have for me, the answers can be found in the Guild's advanced tier book collection vault. If you're free, do read more books. I have something on, so I will be taking my leave. Xianxia yawned and walked toward the exit. He feels that if he doesn't sleep anytime soon, he might die of fatigue. Upon hearing his words, Apothecary Hong Yun was dumbfounded. Can't you show some respect for me? No matter what, I am a 2-star apothecary from the headquarters and I am a tier higher than you. Other people treat me with utmost respect upon seeing me, yet you don't even look at me properly when conversing with me. Telling me to go and find someone else to bother and read more books. Read your head. I am examining you. Can't you tell that much? Of course, I know the answers. A look of displeasure appeared on his face and his eyebrows shot upward. Wait a moment. As long as you can answer this question, I won't ask anything else. Also, I will give you the Unravel-ine pill and Colossus rhinoceros blood for free. Finishing his words, just as he was still wondering if the other party would take up his offer, he saw that Xianxia was already standing right in front of him. The fatigue in his eyes had disappeared without a trace, and in its place is overwhelming vitality. Are you serious? The Unravel-ine pill and Colossus rhinoceros blood are worth a total of 23 million gold coins. If he can obtain them for free, it would be for the best. He would be able to save a huge sum of money. You, materialistic. Apothecary Hong Yun was so angry that his beard was flying up from his agitated breathing. When he was talking to him earlier on, the other party wasn't even willing to open his eyes. Yet, upon hearing that he would be able to obtain the items for free, he became so excited that he immediately dashed to him. To think that he, as a 2-star apothecary, would be inferior to a pile of gold coins in the other party's eyes, he felt like going on a rampage. Actually, Xianxia's actions were not intentional. His values are still of the period when he was still a librarian in the other world. It has been just a few days since he had transcended over and he hadn't truly understood how this world operated. Thus, he doesn't have a concrete idea of a 2-star apothecary. No matter how incredible the other party is, can he be more practical than money? After all, he burnt so much brain cells just to earn this 20 million. The problem is, whenever I forge a vitality restoration pill, the cauldron would always end up exploding. Apothecary Hong Yun started raising the question. Upon hearing the question, Ouyang Chang and the others stared at one another in shock. Vitality restoration pill. This is a top-grade Tier 2 pill that is used to restore a person's expended vitality. It is said that even 3-star apothecaries are not able to forge the pill easily. Apothecary Hong Yun actually asked a 1-star apothecary how to forge a top-grade Tier 2 pill. This is way too shameless. He has obviously overstepped the boundaries. Upon seeing the gazes from the others, Apothecary Hong Yun's face flushed. Honestly, the reason why he brought up this question was that he was infuriated with Xianxia. Aren't you intelligent? Let's see how you answer a question which even I, a 2-star apothecary, is unable to answer. If you are unable to answer my question, I shall teach you a lesson and pop your egotistical bubble. I will show you the correct attitude to assume when you speak to a 2-star apothecary. Vitality restoration pill? Xianxia had never read books pertaining to the Tier 2 pills and as a result, he didn't recognize its name. He simply thought that it might just be a rare pill which isn't detailed in the book collection vaults of the Tianshan Kingdom Apothecary Guild. Of course, it doesn't make a difference whether he knows or not. In any case, he hadn't intended to depend on his knowledge to solve the question. It has been less than half a month since he had transcended over, and even with the cheat known as the Library of Heaven's Path, allowing him to learn rapidly, it is impossible to match up to these apothecaries who possess decades of experience. Let me see you forge a pill. Confident, Xianxia casually waved his hands. All right. Detecting his disrespectful tone, Apothecary Hong Yun became increasingly enraged. Very solemnly, he decided to severely discipline Xianxia if he is unable to come up with a good answer. Thus, he stepped forward to the cauldron, retrieved a few medicinal herbs from his storage ring and started the forging process. The Vitality Restoration Pill is one of the best sellers among Tier 2 pills. As Apothecary Hong Yun hasn't been able to successfully forge the pill, he carries a few sets of ingredients everywhere, studying the matter whenever possible. Xiong, xiong, xiong. The flames licked the sides of the cauldron, providing the heat required to refine the medicinal herbs. As a 2-star apothecary, Apothecary Hong Yun's skills are clearly on a much higher level than Apothecary Chen Xiao and the rest. Regardless of control over the medicinal herb, flames, as well as over the refinement of the medicinal herbs, none of the other apothecaries present are able to compare to him. Different herbs were thrown into the cauldron in an extremely fluid manner. Under the intense heat of the flames, shortly, a dense pill fragrance started to emanate from the cauldron. The pill fragrance is infused with a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Even with just a single whiff, one feels energized. Xianxia had been awake for 5 continuous days and had accumulated quite a bit of fatigue. With a single whiff, he felt some fatigue disappearing from his body. His bloodshot eyes also eased to a small degree. Boom! However, just as the pill fragrance reached its densest, it ceased abruptly. A violent energy surged outward from within the cauldron, and unable to stand the might, the cauldron blew apart. Kacha! A pile of charred medicinal residue flowed from the remains of the cauldron. Not only did he fail to form a pill, it was the scariest failure that could happen during a pill forging process. Cauldron explosion. If not for the crowd having been warned in advance and was prepared for it, they might have been wounded by the violent aura that shot forth from the cauldron. Having suffered the full force of the explosion, Apothecary Hong Yun was entirely covered in soot and his hair spiked upward, as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Placing his hands behind his back and assuming the disposition of an expert, he turned around to look at Xianxia. I am done. Tell me what went wrong in the process. Air. Noticing his appearance, guild leader Ouyang and the others were tempted to laugh, but they did not dare to. Hong Yun is an apothecary of far higher standing than them. Even Emperor Shenjue would have to treat him with the utmost respect, not daring to slight him in the least. Yet, at this very moment, he looks like charcoal and his hair is standing on ends. If not for the movements in his eyes, one wouldn't doubt that this is a corpse. However, they understood that it isn't an appropriate moment to be laughing. All of their gazes had converged onto Xianxia. They were curious to listen to what he has to say. Offering a pointer to a 2-star apothecary, this is something unimaginable to them. They wanted to see if the young man who had awed them in the pill debate can shine once more. However, the young man simply turned to look at Apothecary Hong Yun with a bizarre expression and inquired, "Are you sure that you are a 2-star apothecary?" "What do you mean?" Apothecary Hong Yun flung his robe angrily. "What is the property of blue floral grass?" Ignoring the other party's displeasure, Xianxia asked. "Blue floral grass has a purplish color and is a warm herb," Apothecary Hong Yun replied. "What about golden dime flower?" Golden dime flower consists of 2 colors, golden and silver. As such, some people term it as silver-leaf golden flower. It is a herb with mediating property. Even though these 2 herbs possess mild properties, when used together, an extremely violent reaction results. Xianxia said, "I know that. However, the vitality restoration pill recipe has been passed down for a long time. If the reaction between the 2 can result in the explosion of the cauldron, then it would have happened to other people as well." Apothecary Hong Yun shook his head. "Besides, there isn't any mistake in the sequence in which I placed the medicinal herbs. In fact, I even added a purple aroma grass between the 2 to mediate between their properties. In terms of sequence and timing, there are no errors at all." He had consulted another expert on the forging process of the vitality restoration pill. Every single medicinal herb and movements were identical to the other party, yet the result was entirely different. This was what left him baffled. The other party had also said that the fusing of the 2 medicinal herbs would result in a violent reaction, which he also knew and had taken preventive measures. It is impossible for the explosion of the cauldron to be due to this. "I didn't say that your sequence is incorrect, or that there's a problem with the 2 medicinal herbs," Xianxia said calmly. "What do you mean?" Apothecary Hong Yun, as well as the other spectators, felt perplexed. If that isn't the problem, that what could be it? Otherwise, why would his cauldron explode when there are no errors? Besides, if there's nothing wrong with the 2 herbs, why did you even ask about them? Ignoring the bizarre looks everyone shot at him, Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and walked toward the exploded cauldron. On the ground nearby, a stalk of blue floral grass and golden dime flower each could be seen. The blue floral grass and golden dime flower react to result in a violent explosion when they are mixed together. It's true that adding a purple aroma grass can help to solve the problem, but while other people may be able to do it, but you can't. Xianxia smiled lightly. I can't? Is there something special about me? Apothecary Hong Yun frowned. I am a distinguished 2-star apothecary, and furthermore, I am one of the better skilled ones in the tier. So why am I the only exception? That's right. There's something special about you. If I'm not wrong, you have never eaten any medicine which uses purple aroma grass as the main ingredient. Xianxia turned to look at him. I am allergic to purple aroma grass and so, I cannot consume it. Apothecary Hong Yun nodded his head. Actually, it's not due to an allergy. Rather, the attribute of your Xianxia is incompatible with it. Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and continued. Because you cultivate using the vast flame formula, your Xianxia inherently carries the property of fire. On the other hand, the purple aroma grass grows in the water, giving it the property of water. Hence, your Xianxia overwhelms the water property of the purple aroma grass, causing it to lose its effectiveness. As such, while it is effective for others to utilize the purple aroma grass as a mediating factor in forging of the vitality restoration pill, it does not work for you. Therefore, when the other two herbs come into direct contact, a violent reaction results and causes the cauldron to explode. How did you know that I cultivate the vast flame formula? Apothecary Hong Yun's face turned pale. The vast flame formula is a family hereditament cultivation technique handed down through his clan. He had practiced it from young, and it has been several decades since. As a result, his Xianxia does indeed carry the fire attribute. However, this was a personal secret and he had never told any outsider. In fact, not even his good friends know of it. How is this fellow able to tell so easily? It doesn't matter how I know it. If you don't believe me, you can try adding blue floral grass and golden dime flower to the purple aroma grass which you have refined. If it doesn't explode, that would mean that my conjecture is wrong. Xianxia didn't bother explaining. Just by having the other party display his pill forging technique, a book was compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path. Not mentioning the name of the cultivation technique, if he really wished to, Xianxia could have clearly mentioned every single flaw on that cultivation technique. It isn't a big deal to him. Apothecary Hong Yun hesitated for a moment but eventually decided to give it a try. Thus, he took out a blue floral grass, golden dime flower, and purple aroma grass and refined them into medicinal essences, after which he mixed the three of them together. Boom! Exactly as what the other party said. The concoction exploded immediately. Apothecary Hong Yun's body trembled. He had already studied the vitality restoration pill for numerous years, but he had never succeeded in forging it. He had always thought that the problem lied with his movements and the sequence which he added in medicinal herbs. He never once imagined that it would actually be his Xianxia which had rendered the purple aroma grass's mediating property ineffective. If he hadn't heard himself, he would have never believed it. Is there a solution to the problem? Recovering from his shock, Apothecary Hong Yun turned his sight to the young man. At this moment, he is already completely impressed with the other party. Initially, he had come with the intention to strip Xianxia's apothecary qualifications. However, that thought had vanished completely from his mind. To be able to tell his cultivation technique and pinpoint the clash in medicinal herbs just by watching him forge the pill once, even though he has no idea of the other party's pill forging technique, just his discerning ability itself is more than sufficient to qualify him as a 2-star apothecary. To think that a 2-star apothecary can't solve such a simple problem by himself? Displeasure appeared on Xianxia's face. Even though the library points out the flaws of a problem, it doesn't give him a direct solution. Of course, he can't mention this out loud. What if the other party claims that he did not solve the problem satisfactorily and refused to pay up? The reason why he took the effort to answer the other party's question was money. Otherwise, why would he waste his precious sleeping time? Thank you for your guidance. Upon hearing the other party's criticism, Apothecary Hong Yun's face flushed. The other party's words made sense. As a 2-star apothecary, it was already absurd for him to pose such a question to a 1-star apothecary. To ask for the solution when the other party had already directed him to the core of the problem. What an embarrassment. The purple aroma grass was only a mediating factor. As long as he can find a mediating herb that doesn't clash with his jinqi, the problem should be solved. The apothecary Hong Yun, who was incomparably arrogant and authoritative when he arrived, now looks like an elementary schooler, not daring to refute the criticisms. Guild leader Ouyang and the rest tugged at their hair, wanting to knock their head against the wall. It was clear that Xianxia's explanation was spot on. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the other party to submit to him like that. For a newly appointed 1-star apothecary to lecture a 2-star apothecary to the point that he does not dare to refute his words at all, the crowd swallowed a mouthful of saliva subconsciously. Guild leader Ouyang, you should have heard Apothecary Hong Yun's words. Return that money, along with the 1 million deposit that I paid in advance. Ignoring everyone's shock, Xianxia walked straight up to guild leader Ouyang, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the money bills which he handed to him previously. Everyone was speechless. Since you are such an incredible apothecary, you should be able to earn that bit of money just by selling a few pills. Do you have to act in such a manner just because of this bit of money? Ignoring their bizarre gazes, Xianxia kept the money and nodded his head in satisfaction. The reason why he went about looking for money, even disguising as a master teacher to guide others, was to pay for these items. Yet, in the end, when the items arrived, he didn't even have to spend a single gold coin. If he knew it would end up like this, he wouldn't have gone through so much effort to disguise himself as a master teacher. In the end, look at how exhausted he became doing so. Xianxia felt dismal. Apothecary Hong Yun was done examining Xianxia. Knowing that this young man holds true capabilities, he longer dared to hold him back. Leaving the apothecary guild, Xianxia headed to the academy. Oh! Hearing that master teacher Xianxia had appeared, Lu Sun and Wang Chao could no longer remain seated. After composing their name scrolls, they rushed out of the academy in a hurry. At the entrance, they happened to see a listless young man walking in. That fellow had bloodshot eyes and his hair was a mess. With a single look, it was clear that he hadn't slept for several days. Lu Sun, it's Xianxia, Wang Chao said with a restrained voice. Him. Lu Sun glanced at the listless young man and shook his head. Contempt appeared in his gaze. To think that a teacher of the academy would be so ignorant of etiquette and walk around in such a ragged state. It truly is a wonder to me why the academy would recruit such a person in the first place. I think that this fellow must have been feeling stressed over your challenge, and had spent the last few days without sleep trying to think of a countermeasure, thus reducing himself to such a state. Wang Chao chuckled. Who is Lu Sun Laosher? The most famous star teacher in Hongtian Academy. There is a long queue of students who desire to come under his tutelage. Even an elder would find himself sweating profusely if challenged by him. The young teacher who had just joined last year is surely scared out of his wits by now. Otherwise, why would he be in such a state? Thinking of a countermeasure? Lu Sun Laosher shook his head. Self-confidence radiated from his gaze. To want to surpass me in the field of teaching in the Hongtian Academy. Dream on. Indeed. Honestly speaking, he can only blame himself for his ill luck. He just has to pop up when you require an opponent to rise up and attract the attention of the master teacher. He truly deserves it. Wang Chao chuckled. Even though Emperor Shinjue had invited Lu Shi and the others with secrecy, announcing to others that he was going on a hunt, there were actually quite a few well-informed people who already knew the truth. In order to attract the attention of the master teachers to become their apprentice, Lu Sun was already prepared to look for someone to serve as his stepping stone. Even if Wang Tao and Wang Yen had not withdrawn from his tutelage, he would have invented another reason. It just happened that Xianxia came into his path voluntarily, so naturally, Lu Sun chose to make use of him. Let's go. We have to hurry to Yang Shi's mansion now. Otherwise, who knows how long we will have to queue. Lu Xun nodded his head. To him, Zhang Xian is merely a small stepping stone for him to become a master teacher, a meaningless itch on his back. He holds no resentment or anger toward him at all. Indeed, Xianxia should be our goal. This Zhang Xian is only an insignificant figure in the academy. Wang Chao nodded his head. No longer bothering with Zhang Xian, the two of them walked past Zhang Xian arrogantly, not even giving him a proper look in the eyes. Oh! Seeing two teachers walking past him with their heads held high and haughtily, as though enlightened experts unmoved by material desires, Zhang Xian was puzzled. Who are these two? Fools? Even though he had accepted the teacher evaluation duel with Lu Xun Laosher, he had never met the other party. Thus, he didn't recognize him at all. There are several hundred teachers in Hongtian Academy. Zhang Xian arrived just last year, and he hadn't formed good interpersonal relationships. Given how poor he was faring then, he didn't have the leisure to be concerned about other teachers, so it was natural for him to not recognize the academy's celebrity. Ignoring the two fools, Zhang Xian proceeded straight to his classroom. "Teacher, you're back." All of his students were present in the classroom. Upon seeing him enter, they bowed deeply. "Good. Looks like you have all been working hard the past few days." Scanning the room and noticing the rise in their cultivation, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. In his 5 days of absence, his students actually had massive improvements. Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and Zheng Yang had all attained Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm Pinnacle. Even though Zhao Ye remained stuck at Jushi Realm Pinnacle, her strength is much greater than the others. It seems like she isn't far from reaching the Dantian realm. As for Yuan Tao, who has the weakest foundation out of all of Zhang Xian's students, he had advanced from Jushi Realm Primary Stage to Jushi Realm Intermediate Stage. The breathing forging pill and the cultivation technique which Zhang Xian imparted him seems to have worked wonders. The current Zhao Ye, even without his advice, should be able to easily defeat Zhu Hong. Zhao Ye and Yuan Tao, follow me. After examining everyone's conditions once more through the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian felt pleased. Then he gestured for the two. Entering the small room within the classroom, Zhang Xian whipped out the pills which he had just obtained from the Apothecary Guild. "Zhao Ye, this is the Unravel-in pill. Can awaken your unique constitution. Later at night, find a large wooden pail, fill it with water, and soak yourself in it before consuming the pill." He passed the Unravel-in pill over. "Thank you, teacher." Even though she didn't know that the pill is worth 10 million, it is nevertheless an authentic pill forged by an official apothecary, and she knew that it is definitely extremely valuable. She accepted the pill from Zhang Xian's hands in delight, and her heart was quietly filled with gratitude. "Yuan Tao, do you know why I accepted you as my student?" After passing the pill to Zhao Ye, Zhang Xian turned to look at his plump disciple. "I." Yuan Tao scratched his head. Actually, he had been baffled these few days as well. He is the student who scored the worst in the entrance examinations. Back then, he thought that Zhang Laosher accepted him because he was unable to find any students and used him to add to his number. However, after witnessing this Zhang Laosher's capabilities later, he immediately understood that he had been mistaken. How is it possible for such an incredible person to be unable to find students? Thus, even though he had been working hard alongside Zhao Ye, Zhang Yang, and the others, an inferiority complex had started to develop within him. He felt as though he would drag the others down. As such, he had subconsciously kept his shameless personality in rein. There's no need for you to feel inferior. As long as you cultivate earnestly, you will be able to reach greater heights than Zhang Yang and the others. Reading the doubt and fear he bore in his heart, Zhang Xian said, "Emperor bloodline, even in comparison to other unique constitutions, it is considered one of the strongest. If he were to fully awaken this constitution, his cultivation would definitely soar. In this case, exceeding Zhang Yang and the others would be an easy task." "Teacher, can I really reach greater heights?" Yuan Tao's face flushed as he said in agitation. These few days, he had been worried that Zhang Laosher would dump him because of his inability. He didn't expect that Zhang Laosher would bear such high expectations of him. "Rest assured, I am not mistaken. Xianxia waved his hands casually. Then, with a piercing gaze, he stared at him. However, you lack talent. In order to surpass the rest, you will have to endure greater hardship. Are you willing to do so? After reading the books in the Apothecary Guild's advanced tier book collection vault, he knew that activating the Emperor bloodline through such a mean would be an extremely painful process. If he were to cave in, not only will the awakening process be a fail, he might even die as a result. That's why Xianxia did not pass the item directly to the other party. He wanted to stimulate the other party's determination, to harden his resolve. To cultivate is to go against heaven. Without the determination to face one's death in the midst of doing so, it is impossible for one to emerge above the countless others who tread on the same path. Teacher, as long as my cultivation can improve swiftly so that I won't burden the others, I am willing to bear any hardship. Yuan Tao knelt onto the floor. Unwavering determination reflected in his eyes. As a wandering cultivator, he had gone through numerous hardships, and he understood that finding a good teacher isn't easy. No matter what, he would never give up on this opportunity. All right, this is the item that I have prepared for you. After returning to your dormitory tonight, spread it all over your body. The process might be extremely painful, but as long as you grit your teeth and bear with it, the rewards will be spectacular. Are you willing to give it a try? Upon finishing his words, Xianxia passed the blood of the Colossus rhinoceros forward. As long as it can raise my cultivation, I am willing to bear as much pain as needed. Yuan Tao clenched his jaws. Even though he is often joking about and looks half-hearted, he is actually the most determined of the five. Spreading this thing isn't a one-time-off thing. After the pain fades, you have to continue to spread another layer over your body. I'll give you 5 days. Before the start of the freshman tournament, I want to see your improvement. Otherwise, don't bother looking for me again. Xianxia said authoritatively. At the very end, there was even a sharp edge to his tone. Teacher, I will not let down your trust. Upon hearing those words, Yuan Tao knew that Xianxia had given him an ultimatum. Holding the jade bottle in his hands, his eyes burned with extreme motivation. Zhang Laoshe did not give up on him just because he is the weakest of his students. Instead, he went through the effort to obtain this object for him so that he can advance his cultivation. As his student, if he were to back down now, he truly would be letting down the effort and concern his teacher had put into him. Even if it spells his death, he was determined to accomplish it so as to meet his teacher's expectations. Yuan Tao gritted his teeth. Great. Call Wang Ying in. Seeing the resolution in the duo's eyes, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. Shortly, Wang Ying came walking into the room. The young lady is just as she was before. The instant she saw Xianxia, her face flushed. Teacher, you called for me. How are your legs feeling after using the body-nourishing medicinal solution? Xianxia glanced at her. Teacher, my legs have fully recovered. Thank you. This is the money my father had me pass to you for the body-nourishing medicinal solution. He says that you are already my benefactor for being willing to teach me, and he can't possibly let you pay for my expenses on top of that. Wang Ying stepped forward and handed over a bill denominated 500,000. The body-nourishing medicinal solution is sold in the Apothecary Guild, so it wasn't a difficult task to look up its price. As an official apothecary, Xianxia was given a discount for the purchase. If an outsider were to purchase it, it would cost a minimum of 300,000 gold coins for 1 gourd. It appears that after clan head Wang Hong found out about Xianxia giving a gourd of body-nourishing medicinal solution to his daughter, he had specially looked into its price. All right then, I'll accept the money. Xianxia did not decline the other party's offer. A teacher should not be responsible for paying for a student's expenses. The reason why he had been paying for them is that the teacher evaluation is just around the corner, and he is in a rush to obtain those items for them to raise their cultivation. By accepting this, the Wang clan and Wang Ying would not feel indebted to Xianxia, and their teacher-student relationship would remain pure. Show me your punching routine. After accepting the gold bill, Xianxia instructed. Yes. Wang Ying extended her arms immediately and began her graceful maneuvers. Along with his improvement in cultivation, numerous cultivation and battle techniques had been retained in Xianxia's mind. Even without the Library of Heaven's Path, he is able to tell that her legs have fully recovered. Soon, Wang Ying finished her punching routine and broke out in a slight sweat. This is the leg technique and movement technique that I have created specially for you. Practice well. I will give you 5 days, and no matter what method you use, you must reach a minor accomplishment in the 2 skills. Xianxia passed the 2 manuals to Wang Ying. Those are the Heaven's Path movement art and Heaven's Path leg art. But Xianxia had already simplified the manual. Even though it isn't as powerful as the original version, it can still be considered a top-notch battle technique. Once Wang Ying masters the technique, her speed will be boosted drastically. Thank you, Zhang Laosher. Flipping open the manual to take a look, Wang Ying's breathing hastened in agitation. After she recovered from her injury, she had been looking into the leg-related battle techniques within the Wang clan. Those battle techniques are among the best within the entire Tianxian kingdom, but in comparison to the one which Zhang Laosher had given her, what a vast difference. They belong to absolutely different leagues. Just by this itself, she understood how precious the manual is. Call Lu Yang in. Oblivious to the other party's gratitude, Xianxia instructed. Soon Lu Yang entered. Due to him practicing a battle technique too early when he didn't possess sufficient jinqi, a trauma developed in the meridians in his right hand. As such, the strength in his right hand was unable to compare up to that of his left. However, after the nourishment from the meridian rejuvenation pill, the damage to his arm had recovered fully. After having him display a punching routine and observing that he had improved significantly in his punching technique, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he imparted a manual of the Heaven's Path fist art, which he fathomed in the kingdom's book collection vault, to him. After which, he had him call Zheng Yang in. After several days of practice, his Heaven's Path spear art had matured. Even though the technique consists of one simple movement, it is versatile and can be modified to form countless other moves, causing his fighting prowess to increase immensely. In a fight, even Zhao Ye may not be a match for him. Even though he isn't the one with the highest cultivation realm of the 5, he is definitely the strongest at present. Looks like your spear training is going well. However, your cultivation is still way too low. Try to reach Fighter 2 Dan within 5 days. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying, "This student of his is indeed a genius. Even though he had imparted him the skill only a few days ago, he has almost mastered it. In terms of spearmanship, there is nothing to criticize. However, what is holding him back is his cultivation." Yes, Zheng Yang nodded his head. It is impossible to reach Fighter 2 Dan without a year and a half of training following conventional methods. However, Zheng Yang is different. It isn't because of his talent. Rather, Xianxia's explanations of the Fighter 1 Dan realm during lessons had touched on the very essences, providing with him a deep insight into Fighter 1 Dan. Coupled with the breath-forging pill and a personalized cultivation technique, breaking through his current realm isn't difficult at all. Go cultivate. Finally, after briefing each of his students, Xianxia can no longer hold back his fatigue. Without a care, he leaned back in his chair and fell asleep in the classroom. Soon, the sky darkened. Where is Zhang Laosher? Even though the students were done cultivating, Zhang Laosher had yet to appear from the partitioned room inside the classroom. They couldn't help but feel perplexed. Xiaoya, I think you should go in and check on him. All right. Xiaoya pushed open the doors to the room, full of curiosity, and immediately noticed Zhang Laosher leaning against the chair, sleeping peacefully. Teacher is asleep. She sneaked out silently, her eyes reddened. Obtaining these medicine, imparting new fist technique, movement technique. Needless to say, Zhang Laosher must have been toiling sleeplessly these few days to accomplish all of these for their sake. No wonder he seemed to be exhausted earlier, such that his eyes were bloodshot. Teacher. Zheng Yang and the rest were touched by Zhang Laosher's gestures. A Pishua expert can usually withstand staying awake for 2 to 3 consecutive days without a problem. How tired was he that he could fall asleep while sitting on a chair? As a student, it is definitely a great blessing to have such a teacher. We should cultivate properly, meet the goals teacher had set for us, and achieve victory in the teacher evaluation. Only then will we not let down the efforts teacher put in for us. Xiaoya clenched her jaws. Indeed, teacher has given too much for us. If we lose just like that, we won't be able to face him in future. Zhengyang nodded his head in agreement. After which, they turned to look at their teacher simultaneously, who was deep in sleep leaning backward on the chair. The five of them clenched their fists and the same voice echoed in the hearts. Teacher, you've worked hard. Zhao Yu's residence. Upon receiving the news that his subordinate sent him, Yao Han shook his head with a bitter smile. When he heard from Zhao Yu that Zhangxian Laosher is a Pishua realm expert, he couldn't help but suspect him for the assault back then. Thus, he had been investigating discreetly and eventually, he managed to verify Shang bin Laosher's movements and he didn't leave his dormitory that day. In other words, he isn't the person responsible for beating him up before Zhangxian's dormitory back then. With this piece of news, it isn't difficult to deduce the culprit. Very clearly, the one who made a move on him is likely to be Xiaojia's teacher, Zhang Laosher. That fellow is truly scheming. Until now, whenever he recalls the scenario back then, Yao Han can't help but feel an urge to vomit blood. As a teacher of the academy, shouldn't you be righteous and moral? Yet, you chose to pull an underhanded sneak attack, even going ahead to frame someone else. How shameless. Forget it. At the very least, with such a teacher, Xiaojia shouldn't be at any disadvantage. Even though he felt displeased, recalling the fact that Zhang Laosher generously gave the frigid sun mother grass, an item so exceedingly precious, to Xiaoya without the slightest bit of hesitation, he nevertheless swallowed his anger with a bitter smile. With such a teacher, who doesn't put himself in unfavorable situations, Xiaojia shouldn't have to worry about being bullied by others. In a certain sense, this is a good thing as well. Butler Yao. Just as he managed to put away the message to avoid Xiaojia from finding out, a guard walked in with big strides from the outside and announced, "The old master has sent news," after which he handed over a record crystal. Yao Han nodded his head. Pinching the record crystal, he infused Jinqi into it and instantaneously, a tall and dashing middle-aged man appeared. Zhao Yu's father, Baiyu City Lord, Zhao Feng. I have received the news regarding Xiaoya. A few days later, I will enter the capital to pay a visit to this Zhangxian Laosher. Within the record crystal, Zhao Feng's gaze was sharp, and he exuded the disposition of a natural leader. Pure in body, there was a precedent in Xiao Yu's mother's lineage. Takes both money and luck to awaken it. I will have to obtain the Tier 3 pill which is worth several tens of million for Xiao Yu, the Unravel in pill. Upon reaching the capital, I intend to plead with His Majesty to purchase one from the Apothecary Guild for me. You should also make some preparations in advance. Also, I will have someone pass you 10,000 gold bills. Give the money to Zhang Laosher. After all, I can't have him spend his own money on top of having saved my daughter. I don't wish to owe favors, and I won't allow my daughter's benefactor to be at a disadvantage as well. In the record crystal, City Lord Zhao gestured authoritatively, and overwhelming majesty exuded from his actions. Baiyu City is the second largest city in Tianxian Kingdom. It is known for producing white jades. As the city lord, Zhao Feng possesses absolute authority and controls the massive wealth within the city. Naturally, developed the disposition and mannerisms of a conqueror. Zhang Laosher, having recognized Zhao Yu's pure in body and even extending a helping hand, was already a huge favor. As the city lord of Baiyu City and a powerful official, how can he allow him to further spend money from his own pocket to pay for his daughter's treatment? This is an action unbefitting of him as a city lord. Butler Yao, the city lord had me bring this. The guard who passed the record crystal to him a moment ago passed another few money notes over. The city lord had also specially instructed me to have you convey to Zhang Laosher that he will repay the favor of teaching Xiaojia in the future. The guard continued speaking. I got it. Yao Han nodded his head. Do not let Xiaojia find out about this. You can leave now. Just when Yao Han was about to continue instructing him on the arrangements, he suddenly saw Xiaoya walk in. "Uncle Yao, it's good that you're here. Help me get someone to prepare a wooden bucket. Also, can you help me check how much the Unravel-in pill cost? Is it more expensive than breath-forging pills?" Upon entering, Xiaoya ordered immediately. Zhang Laosher had given her a pill. Even though she doesn't possess the money to repay him now, she should at least know of its value. This way, she would at least know how much Zhang Laosher had done for them. Unravel-in pill? Is that a pill which Zhang Laosher had told you about? Upon hearing Xiaojia talk about the pill which the city lord had just mentioned, Yao Han was taken aback. After which, he felt a surge of awe for the latter. Even though Zhang Laosher is indeed underhanded when it comes to scheming against others, his knowledge is indeed impressive. He was able to easily obtain news which the city lord had spent a great amount of money to look into. Impressed, Yao Han smiled and said, "The Unravel-in pill is extremely useful for one with the pure-in body. Rest assured, Xiaojia. The city lord will be coming over in a few days' time to purchase it for you. Not only is a Tier 3 pill expensive, one needs proper connections to purchase it. It is impossible for an ordinary person to buy it even if they have sufficient money to do so. This is precisely the reason why City Lord Zhaofeng is making the trip personally to plead with His Majesty to liaise with the Apothecary Guild on his behalf. Otherwise, even as a city lord who possesses exceptional standing in Tianxian Kingdom, he nevertheless doesn't possess sufficient status. The Apothecary Guild is a powerful organization that traverses across innumerable borders and countries. The branch in Tianxian Kingdom is merely a small outlet compared to the innumerable others scattered around the world. Possessing powerful backings, even Emperor Shinjue dared not to lay his hands on the Apothecary Guild. Needless to say, a small city lord like Zhaofeng. Just as Yao Feng was considering whether to tell Xiaojia of the message the city lord sent, he saw her whipping out a bottle. "There's no need to. Zhang Laosher has already given me a pill, instructing me to cultivate well these few days." "Given you a pill?" Yao Han's eyes widened in shock. The city lord had just mentioned that it is a Tier 3 pill which costs tens of millions for one. Even the Bayou City would suffer a huge budget deficit spanning several years if they were to spend so much money at once. Zhang Laosher, casually, gave one to her? Yao Han felt that his head was about to burst apart from madness. He had seen generous people, but he had never seen such a generous person. This is no longer a matter of generosity. This is absolutely inconceivable. "Xiaojia, can I take a look at that pill of yours?" Suppressing his shock, Yao Han redirected his attention. "Here." Xiaoya handed over the bottle. After receiving the bottle, Yao Han casually opened it. Hoo! A dense fragrance gushed out immediately. With a single whiff, he felt every single pore on his body open, bringing him an incomparably refreshing sensation. Even though he doesn't possess an in-depth knowledge of pills, just the effect of the scent itself is sufficient for him to realize that the pill is definitely authentic. To casually give a Tier 3 Unravel-in pill to a student, where exactly does this Zhang Laosher come from? Previously, he was still harboring thoughts of getting back at the other party when Xiaojia isn't around. However, upon seeing the pill, the thought was erased from his mind immediately. The previous time, when he tried to castrate the other party, he was beaten up so badly that even his parents found it difficult to recognize him. If he were to really make a move again, it would be likely that the other party escapes unscathed once again while he would be sent back to Bayou City in a coffin. To say the truth, this Zhang Laosher is really too complicated. Yao Han had initially thought that he is a trash teacher of the academy, and he is a despicable pervert who preyed on female students' immaturity to lay his hands on them. Yet, in the twinkling of an eye, he transformed into a Pishua realm expert, as well as a non-materialistic saint who gives his all to his students. That Yao Han can still accept. Then, the other party even went on to take the apothecary examination and casually gave Xiaojia a frigid sun mothergrass and an Unravel-in pill. This is no longer a matter of his prestige or his strength. Without backing from someone powerful, it is impossible for him to achieve such feats. The pail is here. I will be consuming the pill then. Knowing that this Uncle Yao of hers often stood in a daze ever since he took the beating, Xiaoya paid no heed. Holding the Unravel-in pill, She arranged for the pail to be brought into the room and hastily started training. Time waits for no one. She doesn't want to disappoint Zhang Laosher. As such, Yao Han was left by himself in the room. After an unknown period of time, he turned to look at the record crystal in his hands, and with a bitter smile, he shook his head. Master, I know that you do not wish to owe any favors, but I doubt that you will be able to repay Zhang Laosher anytime soon. To gift the unraveling pill, which even his master is unqualified to buy, to Xiaojia so casually, how can his master repay such a favor? He will never be able to repay the favor no matter how hard he tries. Oblivious to the distress Uncle Yao was suffering, Xiaoya returned to her room and filled the wooden pail with hot water before sternly instructing that no one is allowed to interrupt her. Then, she took off her clothes and stepped into the pail. Following immediately, she retrieved and swallowed the unraveling pill. It felt as though she had swallowed a mouthful of scalding soup. A violent wave of scorching energy gushed into her meridians immediately. Unraveling pill is actually a pill which contains pure yang medicinal property. Usually, when such a medicine is absorbed into the body of an ordinary cultivator, it is absorbed by the body and converted into jinqi and other nourishment, augmenting his strength. However, if a person who possesses the pure yin body were to consume this pill, a calamity would result. Yin and yang are at odds with another. It is impossible for the two to coexist. Under the stimulation of the pure yang medicinal property of the unraveling pill, the pure yin body would be forced to awaken to protect its host. Even though the concept sounds simple, it is actually an extremely complicated and risky process. A single mistake can cause one's cultivation to dissipate. Maintain one's tranquility and drive one's cultivation technique. Knowing that the pill is valuable, Xiaoya did not dare to waste even a single sliver of the medicinal essence. Xiaoya focused her attention and followed the cultivation technique which Zhang Laosher imparted her to circulate her jinqi. As befitting of a cultivation technique compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path. Immediately, she felt the violent aura within her body calm down significantly. At the same time, the pure yin body, which had laid dormant all along, started to come to life. Boom! After a moment later, a giant whirlpool of energy manifested within her body, and the energy of the unraveling pill was swept along, circulating throughout her entire body furiously. Kacha! 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 The previous hurdle she faced was shattered immediately, and in the blink of an eye, she broke through to fight her two Dantian realm. Under the impact of the medicinal essence, as though the valve to a flood had been opened, her unique constitution, which had been tightly sealed for over a decade, awakened abruptly. If anyone were present, they would be able to see her skin transform to become increasingly smooth, tender, and bouncy visibly. Even though the previous Xiaoya is also considered a rare beauty, due to her young age, she had looked immature. However, at this very instant, she exudes the aura of an absolute beauty. Those possess the pure yin body are favored by the heavens. The moment their constitution is awakened, not only will their cultivation be boosted significantly, their skin and figure also improve tremendously. Even though there isn't a vast difference in terms of appearance, she now carries an absolutely pure disposition, as though an inviolable fairy which had descended from the skies. If she had paled in comparison to Shun Bairu before, at this very instant, in terms of just her appearance and disposition, the other party would not be able to raise her head before her. She truly had become the #1 goddess in Hongtian Academy and Tianxian Kingdom. These are the effects of the pure yin body. Just by awakening it, one transforms from the very core, evolving from an ugly duckling into a swan. Not to mention, Xiaoya was a beauty from the very start. After the metamorphosis, she became even more dazzling. And all this is because she had awakened just 10% of her constitution. It is unimaginable how she would look like if she were to awaken it fully. Boom! After a long period of time, a loud explosion echoed. The pail shattered into smithereens, and Xiaoya slowly opened her eyes. A powerful aura surged forth from her body. Approximately when Xiaoya began to cultivate after consuming the unraveling pill, in the forest behind Hongtian Academy, Yuan Tao was finally done adjusting his state, and he stared fixedly at the jade bottle before him. He was a wandering cultivator, and due to his lack of proper guidance, his results in the entrance examination were poor. Unlike Xiaoya, who has a private dormitory of her own, he could only squeeze in with the others. Since Zhang Laoshe said that applying the paste in the jade bottle will be painful and dangerous, it was clear that he can't do it in the dormitory. Thus, after pondering over the matter, he decided to come here. It was quiet with no threats of an assault by a savage beast or so, making it a suitable ground for cultivation. I should begin. As he had already made up his mind previously, there was nothing for him to hesitate about. He opened the bottle immediately. Wang! An overwhelming smell of pungent blood gushed out from the jade bottle. Following promptly, he felt an extraordinarily violent energy, and it made him tremble involuntarily. After taking off the clothes on his body, piece by piece, he poured out the liquid from the jade bottle and spread it on his body. SSSSSS. The moment the crimson-red fluid came into contact with his skin, Yuan Tao felt as though his entire body was pierced with needles. The pain was so excruciating that he felt as though his skin was being torn over and over again. Under the excruciating pain, Yuan Tao collapsed onto the floor. This pain far surpassed all other which he had experienced in the past. It felt as though someone was carving his skin off with a sharp dagger. His face lost all colors quickly, taking on a shade of absolute paleness. Cold sweat dripped off Yuan Tao's face and his body shivered unceasingly. The pain. His sight blurred and he found himself losing grasp on his consciousness. No matter what, he is just a 16 to 17-year-old child. Regardless of what he had gone through and what he had suffered in the past, he would still cower in the face of excruciating pain. Why don't I give up? The present state of things is not that bad. Why do I have to raise my strength? The thought invaded his mind, striking at his will repeatedly. If I give up, will Zhang Laoshe reprimand me? Just as he felt his determination wearing thin, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Zhang Laoshe. He was looking at him with that ever-impassive expression. His eyebrows were creased, and his displeasure was apparent. No, I can't betray the trust he has in me. Noticing the seemingly angered Zhang Laoshe, Yuan Tao shivered and illimitable fighting spirit came gushing out from him anew. Before meeting Zhang Laoshe, he was always the butt of jokes. Not only was he plump and had poor comprehension ability, his cultivation realm was sorely lacking. He had pleaded with more than 10 teachers, only to be chased out of each of their doors. No one wanted to bother him. He thought that he spent his life without achieving anything. But he met Zhang Laoshe. It's Zhang Laoshe who did not despise him for his figure or his ability. It's Zhang Laoshe who specially tailored cultivation techniques for him, even toiling through the night to obtain this liquid so that he can improve and break through to higher realms. To him, Yuan Tao felt indebted. The other party had put effort into grooming him. If he were to be unable to take such little bit of pain, how can he have the cheek to face him in the future? Zhang Laoshe, rest assured. I will not let you down. I will persevere on and obtain your approval. An unyielding resolution bloomed in his heart. When his eyes opened once more, he realized that the heart-wrenching pain had dulled by a fair bit. After an unknown period of time, the pain slowly subsided. Lowering his head to take a look, Yuan Tao realized that the red substance he had spread over his entire body had been completely absorbed. At the same time, a thick layer of armor resembling scales had appeared on his skin. Even though he had no idea what it was, he knew that his defensive ability had been increased by multiple folds. Zhang Laoshe said that it isn't sufficient to just apply the substance once. Continue. Seeing that there is still a fair bit of liquid in the jade bottle, Yuan Tao spread it over his body once more. After going through the agony once, Yuan Tao felt a little hesitant. However, upon thinking of Zhang Laoshe, Yuan Tao steeled his heart. Eventually, he utilized the entire bottle of red substance. This is. Lowering his head to take a look, Yuan Tao realized that a layer of cuticle had formed on the surface of his skin after he had absorbed the red substance, and it is somewhat reminiscent of fish scales. I should give it a try. Doubtful, the flames of curiosity appeared in Yuan Tao's mind, and he charged straight at a tree nearby. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the bowl-sized thick tree was immediately broken at the trunk. At the same time, all he felt on his body was an itch. There wasn't even the slightest bit of pain. Yuan Tao's eyes narrowed. Just how strong are his defensive and offensive abilities now? Teacher, I have succeeded. Recalling the suffering that he had gone through, Yuan Tao clenched his fists and tears came streaming down his cheeks. At the very least, I didn't betray teacher's trust in me. Zhang Laosher, I have succeeded in meeting your goal. At the same time, Wang Ying, Zhang Yang, and Lu Yang were also working hard. After receiving a movement technique manual and a leg technique manual from Zhang Laosher, Wang Ying did not hesitate in the least and returned back home immediately to train. Her fighting prowess is rising progressively. Zhang Yang continued to push against the boundaries of Fighter 2 Dan so that he can reach Dantian realm within 5 days. Lu Yang had also started practicing Heaven's Path fist art. The sound of his fists created sonic booms here and there. While the 5 great disciples were busy training, the respected teacher, Zhang Laosher, finally woke up, stretching his back lazily. How did I fall asleep here? Upon opening his eyes, he realized that he had fallen asleep in the resting area in the classroom. There were no beddings, but he didn't feel the slightest chill. Unknowingly, a layer of clothes had been placed on him to keep him warm. There were both male and female clothing in the mix. His 5 students, fearful that he would catch a cold, took off their coats for him. These little fellows. Xianxia shook his head. Due to the overwhelming exhaustion he felt yesterday, he fell asleep the moment he sat on the chair. His students probably carried him here gently before covering him with their clothes. Looks like he had really overexerted himself. Otherwise, given his strength, it shouldn't have been possible for him to be moved without realizing it at all. After the sleep, the fatigue which he had accumulated over 5 days disappeared entirely. Looking through the windows, he realized that it is already noon the next day. Since I've accepted their money, I should attend to their problems. As a master teacher, he had accepted 80 million from the others. Given his fatigued state, it is one thing for him to have ignored them yesterday. However, now that he has recovered, he should at least offer them some pointers in return for their money. Otherwise, he would feel guilty. Returning back to his residence, he saw Sun Chong welcoming him anxiously with tears brimming from his eyes. After eating some food, Xianxia had Sun Chong invite the people in according to the sequence in which they paid up. These people were mainly those who had met a wall in their cultivation and hoped to achieve a breakthrough. A person's cultivation is just like a river flow. If one is unable to achieve a breakthrough, it means that there must be something hindering him from doing so. Possessing the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia is able to easily locate the blockage site and, utilizing his silver needles and pure jinqi, inducing a breakthrough isn't a difficult task at all. After all, these people had cultivated for an extremely long time, and the accumulation of their hard work had brought them to a state where they are merely a single step away from breaking through, just that this step had obstructed their path for a very long time. What Xianxia had to do was to merely assist them across the door. Using the river analogy once more, just by inducing a crack in the obstruction, the overwhelming volume of water which had accumulated over time would blast open the entire blockage through sheer force. Of course, while the principle sounds simple, it is nigh impossible for any other master teacher to accomplish the same feat as Xianxia. Be it physique, cultivation technique, habits, every single person varies immensely from the other. Thus, the blockage in each and every person differs greatly. It is just like how there are no 2 identical leaves in the world. The blockages in the meridian within a cultivator's body were vastly different. Without the Library of Heaven's Path, it would be impossible for one to know where the source of the problem is, needless to say, help the other person achieve a breakthrough. Outside Xianxia's residence, Sun Chong opened the door and shouted, "Next! I'm sorry. Can you let us through?" The moment Sun Chong's words sounded, another voice came. "They are Lu Sun and Wang Chao from Hongtian Academy, and they are here to visit Yang Shi." As they were dressed in teacher's robes, even though the crowd was displeased by their action of cutting their queue, they nevertheless opened up a path for them. "Butler's son we are," Wang Chao stepped forward and clasped his hands. They had waited for an entire day, and initially, they thought that their statuses as star teachers would be able to attract Xianxia's attention and that he would quickly summon them in. Yet, Xianxia did not appear the entire day. Whenever Sun Chang emerges, he would just shout for the next in the queue to enter. He refused their name scrolls, and this caused them to panic. Scram! Before Wang Chao could even finish his words, Sun Chang frowned. Did you think that this is your house, for you to charge forward like this? Go to the back of the queue. To be bellowed at by a mere Pigu realm butler. Wang Chao's face flushed and he nearly exploded into rage. As a star teacher, regardless of where he goes, Wang Chao receives tremendous respect. There are no master teachers in Tianxian Kingdom, and as such, Lu Xun and he are the most welcomed figures in the capital. He thought that just by stepping forward to reveal his identity, he would be able to hand over his name scroll and enter the residence. Yet, beyond his wildest dreams, before he could even finish his sentence, this plump butler demanded him to scram. Why? Do you wish to violate the rules? Sun Chang flung his hands majestically. Do you want to try me? Without even lifting a single finger of mine, there will be someone to throw you out. The heck? Where did this bumpkin come from? To dare to cut the queue outside a master teacher's residence, he must be truly ignorant. Even though Sun Chang isn't a master teacher, the people who are here to pay Xianxia a visit would be more than willing to do the job for him. Hearing these words, Wang Chao became so angry that his body started to tremble with agitation. Anywhere else, such an insignificant figure would have been easily crushed by him with a single casual blow, and no one would dare to speak up for him. Yet, this person is now asking him to scram, even threatening to throw him out. His face flushed, and he clenched his fists tightly. Even though he was angry, he didn't dare to rebuke Sun Chang. After all, they are here to earn Xianxia's favor and become his apprentice. If they were to offend his butler even before meeting him, all hope would be lost. Butler son, please calm down. I am Lu Xun, a teacher from Hongtian Academy. I wish to pay Xianxia a visit, and I hope that you can help refer us to him. Extending his hand to restrain his good buddy, Lu Xun stepped forward with a smile on his face. Lu Xun Laosher? Sun Chang was taken aback. Even though he was just an ordinary merchant in the commercial city who rarely came into contact with top-notch figures, he had long heard of Lu Xun Laosher's great name, him being an incredibly famous figure in the capital. He is the sole son of the emperor's tutor, Master Lu Chun, as well as the most likely person in Tianxian Kingdom to become a master teacher. Not only so, despite being under 25, he has already achieved Pishua realm. His talent is top-notch, even within the entire kingdom. Due to his identity, even Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm experts treat him with the utmost respect. Yet, Sun Chang just asked him to scram? Cough cough, his luck is truly bad. He had just offended 3 master teachers, and now he has offended another potential master teacher. He had seen how the old master criticized others however he wished, and it looked easy then. Yet why was it that difficult for him to do the same? This is our name scroll. I hope that Butler Sun can help us pass it to Xianxia. If we were to be summoned by Xianxia, us brothers will be extremely grateful for your help. Seemingly seeing through Sun Chang's fear, Lu Xun smiled faintly. He placed his hands behind his back and displayed a confident smile. Since young, his life had been smooth sailing. Furthermore, with the reputation that he had made for himself in the past few years, a confident demeanor had grown in him. Within the Tianxian Kingdom, who would dare to treat Lu Xun with disrespect? In the past, he relied on his father's prestige as the emperor's tutor. But now, he had made a name for himself as the star teacher Lu Xun. All right. Nodding his head, Sun Chang grabbed the name scroll and walked into the residence. Even though Lu Xun is merely a celebrity teacher now, given experience, it is extremely likely that he would become a master teacher. As a lowly butler, Sun Chang did not want any involvement in a matter between master teachers. Thus, he decided to leave the matter to the old master. Abusing his authority, acting like he is in charge. Upon seeing the plump man change his attitude after hearing Lu Xun's name, Wang Chao harumphed coldly, and a look of disdain appeared on his face the moment Sun Chong disappeared into the mansion. He had investigated Sun Chong's background beforehand. He was only the boss of a realtor store, and for some reason, he caught Yang Shi's sight, causing the massive change in his social standing. Despite reaching Pigu realm only after 40 years of age, being fat like a pig, and possessing no special capabilities whatsoever, he dared to bellow at him. If not for his identity as Yang Shi's butler, he would have long taught him a lesson. He's just an insignificant figure. Brother Wang, you need not pay him any heed. Lu Xun chuckled. So it's Lu Xun Laosher and Wang Chao Laosher. I apologize for failing to recognize you two. You both are famous celebrities in the entire kingdom. I've been wanting to pay you a visit, and it is truly a pleasant surprise to meet you here. It is truly my honor to be meeting you two. I might have to impose on you two in the future. Hearing the exchange, those queuing behind them dispelled their anger immediately and acted politely to them. Teachers can be classified into two categories: ordinary teachers and master teachers. Ordinary teachers can be further subdivided into low-level, high-level, and star teachers. On the other hand, master teachers can be differentiated as apprentices, also known as assistant master teacher, and certified master teachers. Lu Xun and Wang Chao belong within the first classification, but they had attained the highest level, therefore gaining the qualification to become a master teacher. As long as they receive the acknowledgement from a master teacher, they would be promoted to become an apprentice master teacher immediately and soar to great heights. Possessing such a status, even though those waiting by the doors are powerful experts with exceptional standing in the kingdom, they did not dare to offend them. Furthermore, they are here to pay a visit to Yang Shi. If things go well, they might well become Yang Shi's apprentice. Flattering them then would be too late. Upon seeing the attitude of the crowd, Lu Xun and Wang Chao chuckled simultaneously as they clenched their fists in agitation. At this moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of superiority, as though a single word of theirs can change the fate of others, as though they had already become apprentice master teachers. The reason why they had been trying to make a name for themselves at such a young age is precisely because of this. Please do not get angry at that butler. When you both become Yang Shi's apprentice, he will never dare to say such words again. A cultivator fawned upon them. Indeed, once you become Yang Shi's apprentices, you will be considered his disciples. On the other hand, he is just a butler, a servant. Another person chirped in. You're all being too polite. How can becoming an apprentice master teacher be so simple? Even though Lu Xun's words seemed humble, a confident smile was displayed on his face, as if to say, who else but me? But that is to be expected. He is known as the most incredible star teacher in the entire Tianshan kingdom. If a master teacher were to be looking for an apprentice, no one in the entire kingdom would be able to compete against him. Lu Laosher, you're being too humble. I've heard that Lu Shi has the intention to accept you as his disciple. I've also heard of it. But judging from how even Lu Shi paid a visit to Yang Shi personally, if you can become Yang Shi's apprentice, your starting point will be even higher. If you become Yang Shi's apprentice, your standing will probably not lose to any other one-star master teacher. When that time comes, we'll be relying on you too. A few more people offered their flatteries. Don't worry. If Yang Shi really accepts me as his apprentice, I won't forget any of you. Lu Xun and Wang Chao chuckled together. They stood proudly before the others as though a lotus rising above the mud. Inviolable beings whom others can only look up to respectfully. Jia. At this moment, the entrance opened and Sun Chong emerged once again. Seeing him reappear, the duo stepped forward immediately. Sorry for the trouble, Butler Sunday. Please lead the way. Wang Chao chuckled haughtily as he proceeded to walk toward the mansion. However, before he could even take a few steps, a plump figure blocked his path. Then, he saw Sun Chong look at them with a peculiar expression. Could it be that Yang Shi did not allow us to enter? Wang Chao's face darkened. That shouldn't be. They had listed their accomplishments in detail on the name scroll. As well-qualified star teachers, How is it possible that they are rejected? Enter? Who allowed you to enter? You two have two choices. You can either join the queue from the back or scram. Sun Chong gestured with his hands authoritatively. You. He didn't expect that the other party would continue behaving like that even after the name scroll had been handed over. Lu Xun and Wang Chao were infuriated. Is this Yang Shi's intentions? As a lowly butler, you should know your place to not falsely report your master's words. Lu Xun stepped forward. He had his moment of glory when everyone else thought that Yang Shi would summon them in. If they were to be rejected like this, his reputation would fall into the gutters immediately, and he would find it difficult to lift his head before anyone else in the future. Falsely report? Men, throw these two troublemakers out. Sun Chong could not be bothered with them and beckoned for the guards. Voila! Several guards appeared from behind the gate, and each armed with a rod. They walked toward Lu Xun and Wang Chao. You! Wang Chao's face was flushed red. Sun Chong, how dare you? What do you mean by this? Thrusting rods at me? Do you think that we're beggars? We're star teachers, respected figures in the entire Tianxian kingdom. If we were to be driven away by you like that, what will become of our dignity? Why would I dare not to? My old master has already instructed that no matter who it is, if one wants to meet him, he has to queue up and pay 3 million gold coins. Teachers are no exception. Otherwise, if everyone were to visit with just a name scroll in hand, won't the old master be exhausted to death? To think that you are a star teacher, Pui, to dare cut the queue without even paying. Please do not tarnish the reputation of teachers any further. Sun Chong stared at the two contemptuously. He waved his arm as though driving away flies and said, "Throw them out." He also felt anxious earlier on. But when he handed the name scroll to the old master, the latter only asked a single question. Have they paid yet? Upon hearing that they had not paid the sum, he simply ordered Sun Chong to handle as per the rule. From this, it can be seen that star teachers do not mean anything to the old master at all. Oh well, even when the 3 master teachers paid their visit, the old master did not hold them in high regard. If so, what would a mere star teacher mean to him? Voila! Upon hearing Sun Chong's command, the guard stepped forth. The 2 teachers, please. As they said so, strange looks appeared on their faces. I always thought that teachers value their dignity a lot. It turns out that they wish to sneak in just by using name scrolls and avoid the entrance fee. Yang Shi's actions are applaudable. He views everyone as equals, and even teachers are not given special privileges. I am impressed. To have cut queue when they don't have money, they sure are thick-skinned. To think that I wanted to befriend them just now. It is impossible for such low-class people to attract Yang Shi's attention. To think that they wanted to become his apprentices. How hilarious! Not just the guards, the crowd also harumphed coldly. They had paid the exorbitant sum and queued continuously for several days. Even so, they haven't been summoned. On the other hand, the 2 of them, without even paying up, wished to enter the mansion. What a joke! They are asking for a scolding. Observing clearly the contemptuous looks that the crowd shot them, Lu Xun and Wang Chao nearly spurted blood. The strong sense of humiliation caused their heads to feel faint. To avoid an awkward situation, they had intended to pay the 3 million visiting fee in private. Lu Xun had composed the name scroll earnestly with the expectation that even if the other party refuses to meet them, he would at least pay some consideration to their identities and keep quiet about the fee. In contrast, not only did the plump man reveal the matter, he even looked at them scornfully. Tears threatened to stream down Lu Xun and Wang Chao's faces. The heck! This time, they truly lost every shred of their dignity. If there were a hole in the ground, they definitely would have dived in instantly. You! Just as he was about to continue with some small talk to calm down the situation and restore his dignity, Wang Chao felt a grip on his arm. Lu Xun was pulling him away. My apologies, Butler Sunday. We were too rash today. We will be taking our leave. After which, he turned and left. That butler son is a tough nut to crack. He dares to say anything and everything. If they do not leave but continue bickering with him, not only will they simply get more infuriated, they would also be humiliated further. Those who are able to become star teachers are, by no means, fools. Upon seeing his good buddy turn around to leave, Wang Chao also recognized his concerns. Glaring hatefully at Sun Chong, he turned around and left as well. Lu Sun, what do we do now? Upon leaving the crowd, they walked into a remote alley. Then Wang Chao couldn't help but ask. Initially, they thought that submitting their name scrolls would help them impress the other party. As long as they were summoned in, they were confident that, with their knowledge, they would able to impress Xianxia. However, never in their dreams did they expect that, not only did the other party reject their entry, his butler even pointed out in public the fact that they didn't pay the entrance fee. The anger and dismay they felt sent them to the verge of insanity. What else can we do? We can only obtain the 3 million entrance fee and then enter with our heads held high. Lu Sun clenched his jaws. Only by meeting Xianxia can they display their abilities to win his favor. Since they can't even meet with the person in question, what is the purpose of arguing with the butler? 3 million? Where can we find such a sum? Wang Chao's face was as bitter as a bitter gourd. You know it as well. My relationship with that old man isn't good. Even if he has the money, he will never give it to me. Besides, how can I break it to him? Lu Sun shook his head. My old man could have taken out such a sum. But a few days ago he learned an incredible spear art and paid several million as the tuition fee. So our clan is broke now. We might not be able to produce even 100,000 now. Wang Chao smiled bitterly. That father of his had been immersed in that spear art like a fool for the last few days, to the point that he was not even willing to spare time for this son of his. Besides, even if he really has the money, obtaining it from him would be unlikely to happen. Sigh. So what should we do now? The duo was troubled. Lu Sun, if it comes down to it, how about you try asking Emperor Xinjue for a loan? Didn't you grow up in the palace? It shouldn't be hard for you to borrow 3 million from him. Besides, it isn't too late to repay him the sum when you become an apprentice. Suddenly recalling something, Wang Chao proposed. Emperor Xinjue? Lu Sun rubbed between his brows for a moment before replying. All right. While Lu Sun and Wang Chao were thinking about how they could borrow 3 million to pay Xianxia the visit, the person in question, Zhang Xian, had his eyebrows deeply knitted together. Lu Sun's motive for paying a visit was clear to see. It didn't matter to Zhang Xian whether he met the other party or not, and he didn't instruct Sun Chong to make things difficult for him either. The both of them are merely embroiled in a teacher evaluation, and there really isn't any grudge to speak of. Thus, there was no need for Zhang Xian to intentionally make things difficult for the other party. Besides, he doesn't have the leisure to be thinking about this at the moment because a black-clothed man is standing before him. This person had entered through the back gates. Fully dressed in black, even the figure's face was concealed, making it impossible to identify the person. Initially, Zhang Xian thought that the person was here to cause trouble. However, the moment he entered the main hall, he bowed immediately and removed the black cloth concealing his face. Emperor Xinjue Yu. Upon making out the other party's appearance, Zhang Xian was taken aback. He had thought that it was a burglar or a bandit. He had never fathomed that it would be Emperor Xinjue, whom he had just met yesterday. As the sovereign of the country, the entire kingdom belongs to him. Yet, instead of entering openly through the front door, he sneaked into the mansion dressed in black. Acting so secretively, what is he up to? Please pardon my intrusion. I am here to plead with Xianxia to save the royal elder. Upon noticing his questioning gaze, Emperor Xinjue quickly explained. Save your royal elder? Zhang Xian was perplexed. Sneaking into the mansion dressed in black, it doesn't seem like saving someone, but trying to kill someone. Didn't I say that I will help you? Zhang Xian frowned. In return for saving their royal elder, he had already stated his terms yesterday, which the other party had agreed to. So why did the fellow barge in like this? Could it be that this fellow found gathering Tongxian realm secret manuals a difficult task and had chosen to resort to force instead? When this thought flashed through his mind, Xianxia was alarmed. To be able to become the sovereign of the country, Emperor Shenjue's fighting prowess has to be extraordinary. At the very least, it is likely that he has reached Tongxian realm pinnacle. Even though his own cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds recently, he nevertheless isn't a match for an expert of that level. However, Xianxia dismissed the thought as soon as it appeared. Putting aside the fact that the other party knows that he's a master teacher, he wouldn't dare to do so given that he is, in fact, pleading with him to save his royal elder. If he enters a rage and refuses to help or, instead, makes an intentional mistake during treatment, the royal elder might actually ascend to heaven earlier than expected. I acknowledge that it is inappropriate for me to have visited so abruptly today, and I should have gathered the Tongxian realm's secret manuals before inviting Xianxia over. But who knew that, yesterday, the royal elder's condition worsened all of a sudden? He might not even survive the day. Emperor Shenjue sensed the displeasure in the other party, and he hurriedly bowed down and explained, "Thus, I took the liberty to barge into Xianxia's mansion. I hope that Xianxia can make a trip to treat the royal elder. Might not even survive the day? Even if you want me to treat him, there shouldn't be any need for you to be dressed like this." Xianxia was speechless. You are a dignified sovereign, a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert. Even if your royal elder is on the verge of dying, you should need not dress in black and scale walls. It makes it seem that you are here to murder someone. It's fortunate that those guards aren't highly skilled. Otherwise, you could have died for no reason. The royal elder's health is the greatest secret of the entire kingdom, and it is imperative for it to remain confidential. Emperor Shenjue explained. It was because of the royal elder's presence that Tianxian Kingdom had been able to remain in peace for many years. There are already quite a few who know that the old ancestor's health had been deteriorating, and if Emperor Shenjue were to pay an open visit to Xianxia and the other powers find out, they would be able to guess the real reason. If Xianxia fails to treat him, their ambitions would definitely be ignited and they may take advantage of this opportunity to strike. At the same time, if Emperor Shenjue were to send someone else here in his stead, it would be disrespectful to Xianxia. He has no choice but to conceal his appearance and sneak over. As a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert, it wasn't a difficult task for him to hide from sight to creep in here. Having heard the other party's explanation, Xianxia came to understand the situation. All right, I'll follow you to take a look. Looks like this emperor has regarded him as the final straw of hope. However, it doesn't matter to Xianxia either way. If he were to save that royal elder, the emperor would definitely not dare to delay the matter regarding the Tongxian realm secret manuals. As long as he can obtain 1,000 books on Tongxian realm and create a compilation, his strength would surely soar. There are too many eyes outside. I might have to trouble Xianxia to leave through the back door with me. Upon hearing him agree to it, Emperor Shenjue's eyes gleamed in delight, but he continued immediately with an apologetic voice. It's no problem. Xianxia nodded his head. After calling Sun Chong and informing him briefly, he secretly left the residence under the lead of Emperor Shenjue. Two figures leaped across the skyline of Tianxian Royal City as though flying birds. If those who had yet to reach Dingli Realm were to look up, even if they were to focus all of their attention, they would only see two shadows flitting by. They are Xianxia and Shenjue, who are in a rush to the royal palace. As a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert who possesses remarkable movement techniques, Shenjue's movement was extraordinarily swift. However, when he glanced behind at Xianxia, who was following him, his confidence shattered immediately. En route, he had utilized over 12 movement techniques, and he had become so tired from running that he was about to collapse out of exhaustion. Yet, Xianxia continued to traverse with ease, without the slightest bit of urgency. His breathing was calm, as though this was a simple feat to him. Even though he was unable to exactly perceive the other party's prowess, from this itself, it was clear that the other party's jinqi is much more vigorous. Furthermore, the other party's movement technique is far superior. They couldn't even be compared. With such powerful jinqi and amazing movement technique, it is impossible that the other party is a weakling. It is no wonder the three master teachers were impressed with him. Without a doubt, His strength definitely surpasses Tongxian realm pinnacle. In fact, it isn't impossible for him to be a Zhongshe realm expert. Upon thinking of this, Emperor Shenjue felt even greater respect for Xianxia, while Shenjue became increasingly fearful of the other party. In truth, Zhang Xian was feeling extremely dismal at the back. From the very start, this fellow had been dashing ahead with all of his might. If he fails to keep up, his identity might be exposed. Thus, he could only clench his jaws and try his best to stay close. He is only at Pishue realm pinnacle. Even though he has opened up all 108 acupoints and his strength is equivalent to a Tongxian realm intermediate stage cultivator, he is still a far cry from the top experts in the kingdom. It is fortunate that he had managed to learn Heaven's Path movement art a few days ago, allowing him to travel at greater speed. Otherwise, the other party would have disappeared from his sight right from the very start. Even so, there were a few times which he nearly got shaken off. Thus, he made use of the Library of Heaven's Path to look into the flaws of the other party's movement techniques and his habits, predicting his movement in advance and taking a shorter route, thus avoiding the fate of being left behind. It is fortunate that there are many flaws in his movement technique. Otherwise, if the other party really did manage to shake me off, I would have to give up on feigning as an expert. There are likely to be two reasons why the other party is traveling at such great speed. Firstly, the condition of the royal elder in the palace is grave. Secondly, Shenjue wants to test Yangshir's capabilities. If the other party is truly a formidable master teacher, his speed should be exceptional. If the other party fails to catch up with him, even if he doesn't point it out then, he would definitely be doubtful of the person's identity. It is precisely because of this that Zhang Xian felt dismal. What is this? The trip to the palace to save a person had suddenly become a race. He had to exert all of his strength just to keep up. If not for his image as an expert, he would have long sent a kick to the other party's face. Is he here to request for my help or to race with me? Furthermore, he had to keep up without displaying the slightest bit of fatigue. If not for the fact that he had broken through recently and that the Jinqi in his body had increased tremendously, he would have given himself away. The heck? Truly is difficult to pass off as an expert. This really isn't something a normal human can achieve. If Sun Chong were to hear of his thoughts, he would definitely express his utmost agreement. It was precisely because of him trying to do the same that he nearly caused his own death. Until now, he remains traumatized by the event. Since I have already obtained the things that Xiaoya and the others need, when I finally gather the Tongxian realm secret manuals, I will have this Yang Xian disappear. Zhang Xian made up his mind. Even though impersonating a master teacher had allowed him to receive enormous respect, it came with its fair share of trouble as well. If he were to be seen through, it would already be considered letting him off easily if he were to be pummeled to death. Now, it appears to be a wise decision to have Master Teacher Yang Xian disappear the instant he receives the Tongxian realm's secret manuals. Without any rest, in 10 minutes or so, they reached the royal palace. It seems that proper instructions had been given, and there were no hindrances at any point. Soon they arrived at a large hall. Right in here. Emperor Shenjue pushed open the door and walked in. Inside the hall, Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, and Zheng Shi were present. Creases had formed on their eyebrows as they stared helplessly at the royal elder lying nearby, the stabilizing pillar of Tianxian Kingdom, Shenhong. A few days ago, this white-haired elder was still able to walk independently. But now he can only lie on the bed and gasp for air. It seems that he may die at any moment. Yang Shi. As they entered, Lu Ling and the others immediately stepped forward to welcome Yang Shi. After the previous encounter, they understood that it is likely that Yang Shi is a higher-tier master teacher, and as such they did not dare to act arrogantly in the slightest before him. I plead of Yang Shi to save the royal elder. Emperor Shenjue turned to look at Zhang Xian anxiously. If I can save him, I will do so. Zhang Xian replied before walking forward to the elder. The death aura that engulfs Shenhong is much heavier in comparison to that on Apothecary Chen Xiao previously. He can only lie still on the bed. If not for his moving eyeballs, one would have thought that he had already passed away. It is no wonder that Emperor Shenjue specially rushed to look for him. Based on Shunhong's current condition, it is hard to say whether he can live past today. Having walked a circle around Shenhong, Zhang Xian still couldn't identify the problem. Thus, he could only place his fingers to feel the other party's pulse. The Library of Heaven's Path remained reactionless. It wasn't that he had grabbed the wrong hand, but Shenhong isn't in a coma. His eyeballs are still moving and he is still conscious. It wouldn't be realistic to have him execute a punching routine now. Zhang Xian's face darkened. Given that fellow's current condition, it is already a blessing that Shenhong can keep his eyes open. If he were to really push himself to execute a punching routine, he might really die before Zhang Xian can do anything. Xianxia, is there a method to treat him? Upon seeing him frown, Emperor Shenjue could not help but ask anxiously. This is already his final straw of hope. If Xianxia is unable to come up with a solution, he can only watch as the royal elder breathes his last. This? Zhang Xian scratched his head. He can't possibly mention that he couldn't discern anything about the other party. Having the conscious execute a punching routine and touching the unconscious, he had tried the two methods and successfully compiled books in the library through such. But how can he deal with those in such a semi-conscious state? He can't have him execute a punching routine, and touching him is ineffective. Why don't you pass out for a moment? You are obviously having trouble holding on to your consciousness. What are you doing not passing out? Cough, cough. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian lifted his head and asked, Is there any object here which can knock him unconscious without killing him? Knock him unconscious without killing him? Emperor Shenjue, Lu Ling, and Zheng Fei stared at one another as question marks popped above their heads. Isn't he here to save the royal elder? Why do you need something to knock him unconscious? Don't people usually infuse jinqi, feed medicine, or apply acupuncture and such to save others? Does knocking someone out help too? The corner of Zhuang Xian's mouth twitched. He felt a tightening sensation at his backside and a constipated sensation overwhelmed him. Even though he had consumed numerous medicine, his face remained swollen. His body was still aching from the beating that he suffered that day. Even though the other party had helped him achieve a breakthrough and he is genuinely grateful to the other party for that, aren't his methods way too unorthodox? There are set procedures which typical master teachers follow when helping others to achieve a breakthrough of their current cultivation realm. In fact, it had even a model. Yet, this fellow simply went ahead to blindfold him and beat him up. Even until now, he has yet to recover from the trauma of that incident. Of course, he understood that his condition is unique and thus, it was within reason that he had to resort to such extreme means. However, why does he have to knock the dying Shenhong unconscious to save him? Could it be another inconceivable treatment method? There's a type of powder which can knock one unconscious with just a single whiff. After hesitating for a moment, Emperor Shenjue said, All kinds of medicine can be found in the royal palace. It isn't difficult to find one that can knock a person unconscious without killing him. Good. Bring it over. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as he instructed. Soon, a eunuch brought a jade bottle over. Opening the jade bottle, he saw that it was filled with white-colored powder. Good. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Zhang Xian took the bottle and walked up to Shenhong. Under perplexed gazes, Xianxia walked up to the royal elder who was gasping for air and said with confidence, Breathe it in. Come on. Breathe it in. Put on. Everyone nearly fainted. They were puzzled over why he required the medicine, but upon hearing his words, they nearly choked to death on their own saliva. When saving someone, one usually feeds tonic and spiritual essence. Yet you feed him sedatives. Are you sure you aren't here to murder him? While everyone had entered a frenzy, the royal family's royal elder struggled to shake his head, his face full of fear. If not for the fact that he was immobile, he might have leaped up and fled the scene. At the peak of his health, breathing this in would place great stress on his body. Now that he is on the verge of death, if he were to take a whiff, he might just fall dead. Do you think that I am not dying quickly enough? That you want to give me a helping hand? With his heart full of panic, He turned to look at Emperor Xinjue. Weren't you going to invite master teachers over so that I can achieve a breakthrough and extend my longevity? Why is the person you brought trying to get me to breathe in sedatives? What are you doing? This is way too much. Cough cough, Xianxia. The old ancestor's body is extremely frail now. I'm afraid that, if he were to inhale it, his body might be unable to handle it. Upon noticing the doubtful gaze his royal elder shot him, Emperor Xinjue's mouth twitched and he hurried forward to stop him. When he witnessed Xianxia's bizarre methods the day before, he thought that it would be limited to helping others achieve a breakthrough. To think that even his treatment method would be so incredulous. The royal elder had already expended great willpower to hold on in wait of your arrival. If he were to really breathe it in, even if he doesn't die, he wouldn't be too far from it. Unable to handle it? Xianxia stopped. The other party's words made sense. The fellow looks as though he would die at any moment. He had been depending on his will to survive. If he were to really fall unconscious and the drive holding him here disappears, he may just die on the spot. So now I can't knock him unconscious, and neither can I have him execute a battle technique. What should I do? Xianxia was at a loss. He thought that by using the Library of Heaven's path, he would be able to easily see the root of his illness. Even if he couldn't save him, he could discuss it to prove his expertise. But look at the situation, the other party just has to be in such a state, rendering him completely helpless. Then, is there anything that can temporarily boost his vitality, such that he will not die even if he were to be knocked unconscious? After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia asked. Since the other party is on the verge of death, using sedative is out of the question. Thus, he can only find a way to temporarily boost the other party's vitality, so that he wouldn't die when he is knocked unconscious. Wouldn't die even if he were to be knocked unconscious? The others stared at one another. This Xianxia is truly determined to knock Royal Elder Shenhong unconscious. Lu Shi, is there anything among the master-teacher diagnosis methods that require a person to be knocked unconscious? Xianxia secretly sent a telepathic message over. There are many methods for a master-teacher to diagnose a person's condition. Just like how a physician diagnoses a patient, through these methods, a master-teacher can understand the exact condition of the person and point out the very core of his issue. The expert before them has practices simply too bizarre. Even as master-teachers, they are unable to comprehend the logic behind his actions. Usually, the person has to be conscious to be diagnosed. Unconscious. I really have no idea at all. Lu Ling shook his head. He is knowledgeable and had toured many different kingdoms. He had seen people using all kinds of means to wake an unconscious person to diagnose him, but he had never come across knocking a person unconscious to diagnose him. An unconscious person is not much different from a corpse. How can one identify his problem like that? The few master teachers were baffled. Emperor Xinjue was also bewildered. After hesitating for a moment, he said, The royal elder has already consumed all kinds of tonics that might possibly extend his longevity and boost his vitality. Just that these medicines are mostly ineffective now. Shenhong had the backing of the entire kingdom. In order to extend his longevity, he had ingested all kinds of medicine and his body had already developed an immunity to medicinal effects. Even if he were to be fed with more medicine now, it is unlikely that it would be effective. Hearing the other party's words, Xianxia felt dismal. Initially, he thought that once the old ancestor is fed with some medicine, he would regain sufficient vitality to execute a battle technique. Yet, this fellow turned out to be a drug junkie, and medicine is ineffective on him. The hell, am I really going to fail this time? I do know of one item that can boost a person's vitality for a short period of time. It works just like the medicine that Emperor Xinjue mentioned. After consumption, it grants a weak person temporary strength and spirit. Furthermore, it has minimal side effects. However, Lu Ling had contemplated for some time before speaking. But speaking to this point, he hesitated all of a sudden. But what? Xianxia turned to take a look. However, it isn't a tonic but a poison, Lu Ling said. Poison? Xianxia was confused. Doesn't poison usually harm others? How would consuming poison boost a person's vitality? And not to mention cause minimal side effects. Not just him, even Emperor Shinjue was puzzled by his words. He immediately turned to look at Lu Ling with a strange expression. Everyone knows that poison masters are of the lower 9 paths. They often concoct poison to secretly harm others. Their despicable means brought them despise. Even so, given how the profession had been passed down throughout the ages, it shows that there is value to its existence. Zheng Fei said, all professions that are passed down are surely useful in some ways. Even though poison masters possess poor reputation, they aren't entirely scourges of the human society. They are also useful in their own ways. For example, if a person wants to get rid of pest or avoid miasma, they would require the help of such a person. Indeed, I've heard of the substance as well. From what I know, it is concocted using more than a dozen venomous substances in a specific ratio. Just like pill forging, it is incredibly difficult to concoct. The various ingredients would need to be mixed in a specific manner in a specific ratio such that they would complement one another and form a perfect balance. In that case, not only would it not be detrimental to one's health, it can even stimulate a person's latent potential and induce the recovery of their vitality for a short period of time. Xianxia seemed to have thought of it as well, and he nodded his head in agreement. After which, he turned over to look at Xianxia with a confused expression. Even though Poison Master is an extremely remote profession, this item is extremely common in first-tier kingdoms. Xianxia, you don't know about it. Not just him, even Lu Ling and Zheng Fei were extremely puzzled. A master teacher has to be knowledgeable about the occupations of the upper, middle, and lower 9 paths, as well as their skills. During the examination to become a 1-star master teacher, one has to answer questions on the topic in detail. As such, there isn't a single master teacher who doesn't know of this. The person before them is able to offer them pointers, revealing that he is obviously an extremely high-tier master teacher. Yet, how can he be ignorant of poison masters and the medicine they concoct? In fact, it seemed as if it is his first time hearing of it. I don't like poison masters as an occupation, so I didn't study much of it. Looking at the doubtful gazes the others were shooting him, Xianxia felt slightly awkward. Possessing the Library of Heaven's Path, it is no problem for him to offer pointers. However, when it comes to common knowledge, it is easy for Xianxia to give himself away. As a master teacher, one must have an incredible discerning ability to identify the root of a problem. In order for one to possess such perceptive eyes, one has to have a wide range of knowledge. Without having a wide range of knowledge as a foundation, how can a master teacher recognize the crux of a problem in a single look and offer guidance? And what Xianxia lacks is this accumulation of knowledge. He is able to hoodwink people through the use of the library, but his ignorance shows through readily when met with this kind of general knowledge questions. You don't like it? Didn't study much of it? The frown on Lu Ling and the others' faces deepened. As long as one had been to a first-tier kingdom, even the deaf and blind would be aware, needless to say, a high-tiered master teacher. Besides, a master teacher should be open to everything. They had never heard of one refusing to study a subject just because he hated the occupation. Those are obviously words of an outsider. If not for the fact that the other party had offered them pointers, and had showcased his incomparably vast knowledge in the field of cultivation, they would have suspected that he is an impostor. Do any of you have the medicine? Judging from the faces of the crowd, Xianxia realized that he must have mentioned something inappropriate. Fortunately, he was born thick-skinned, and this allowed him to remain composed. He changed the topic immediately. This medicine has to be concocted by a poison master on the spot as it cannot be stored. Otherwise, changes would occur within the medicine, resulting in the balance between the various venomous substances to be destroyed, causing it to become a deadly poison. How can we possibly have such a thing? Lu Ling nodded his head. The doubt in his eyes deepened. This Xianxia is way too amateur. It is impossible for a master teacher to ask such a question. The same thought also sprouted in Xianxia and Zheng Fei's minds. In that instant, they once again began to doubt Xianxia's identity as a master teacher. Is that so? Knowing that the other party was already suspicious, Xianxia knew that he shouldn't linger further on the topic. He immediately turned to Emperor Xinjue and said, "Since that's the case, then I would have to bother your majesty to find a poison master to concoct it." At this, he paused for a moment. Then, ignoring the gazes that the others cast, he spoke with a majesty unique to master teachers. "I need this medicine to save your royal elder." This time, it wasn't just the three master teachers. Even Emperor Xinjue was perplexed by Xianxian's demand. "Our Tianxian kingdom is a remote country which doesn't even rank into the tiers. As such, we do not have any poison masters in our lands. Xianxia, it can't be that you are not aware of it. You don't have poison masters here?" Getting Xianxian's heart skipped a beat. He didn't think that after feigning as a master teacher for so long, such that everyone had already believed him to be real, that he would stumble on the lack of trivial knowledge. If he knew that there aren't any poison masters in Tianxian kingdom, he would have never said such words. Even though there are books on poison in the kingdom's book collection vault, they are more for record purposes. They are fundamental books on the uses of poisons, just like the elementary books in the Apothecary Guild's basic tier book collection vault. Advanced concepts for poison masters are not covered. Thus, Xianxian was ignorant of such facts. It is no wonder that Lu Ling and the others are growing doubtful of him. He doesn't even possess basic knowledge that even commoners are aware of. Even though he felt dismal at giving himself away, Xianxian knows that the dice has been cast, and it is too late to regret now. If he were to say that he can't treat the old ancestor, the others would definitely think that he's an impersonation. Probably, before Emperor Xinjue can make a move himself, the master teachers would have already made mincemeat out of him. Even so, Xianxian did not panic. He lifted his head slightly and a faraway look appeared in his eyes. It seemed as though he was reminiscing the past, and that many different memories and emotions, be it sweet or bitter, had been dredged up. "I have neglected this fact. I thought that I am where I had stayed a few years ago." From an outsider's perspective, one would think that he had truly forgotten that he is in Tianxian kingdom, and he had truly misspoken. Upon seeing his expression, question marks appeared above Lu Ling and the others. Since there were poison masters in his previous place of dwelling, it means that the kingdom he had resided in is, at the minimum, first tier. However, they had been to nearby first-tier kingdoms, but have never heard of the name Xianxian. "Do you know how to concoct this medicine? If so, it would be best if you can make one now. I require it urgently to save a life." Seeing that he had managed to divert their attention, Xianxian heaved a sigh of relief. Facing Shenhong, who is a single foot into his grave, he truly is stumped. He can only find a way to induce a temporary recovery of the other party and have him execute a battle technique. Otherwise, if things were to drag on, he might just die before a remedy can be found. "Make one now." Lu Ling shook his head. Seems like Xianxia really doesn't know much about poison masters. Honestly speaking, the formula for the medicine is simple. Contains only 10 types of venoms, and I can recite them by heart. However, to achieve a balance among the 10 venoms such that there isn't any side effect and heighten a person's vitality, one has to be an extremely skilled poison master. Thus, it is useless even though I know the recipe. Concocting poison is similar to how an apothecary forges a pill. Regardless of skill or the amount of herb used, the slightest mistake can result in a vast difference from the intended effects. This is precisely the reason why, even though the reputation of poison masters are terrible, they remain a highly feared existence. In fact, there are many powers who specially hire them to deal with matters which are not convenient for them to directly interfere in. "You can't concoct it even though you know the recipe?" Xianxian glanced at him. "How about this, you write down the formula first so that we can bring the ingredients required for the concoction. Since Xianxia insists, I will follow your wishes." Lu Ling said no more. After getting someone to bring paper and brush, he quickly wrote down the ingredients. Xianxian glanced at the recipe. Monothorn grass, demise flower, venomous extract from a white bamboo snake, blood from a black toad. There are 10 ingredients in total, and each of them is extremely venomous. Any single one of them is more than sufficient to poison a Tongxian realm expert to death in an instant. However, when the 10 of them are mixed together in a unique ratio, it can become an incredible tonic. The methods of a poison master are indeed incredible. Even if an ingredient on the list isn't present in the royal palace, it wasn't too difficult to search for it. Not too long later, all of the required ingredients were placed before Xianxia. Every single ingredient was deeply colored and the sight induced fear. What is the use of having found these ingredients? Without a poison master to concoct the mixture, they are just venomous substances that are useless in saving lives. Doubtful, Zhang Fei commented. Finding these ingredients had squandered them quite a bit of time. Shenhong, at this moment, is on the verge of collapsing. Yang Shi was invited over to see if he can help Shenhong achieve a breakthrough to extend his longevity. So why is he bothering about such matters? Isn't it a waste of time? Indeed. Shenhong's condition is indeed troublesome. We should be putting our heads to think of a solution instead. Even though recovering Shenhong's vitality might help, we don't have anyone capable of concocting the medicine now. Even Zhuangxian could not stand watching on. He is indebted in Yang Shi and shouldn't have doubted the other party's intention. However, from his perspective, what the other party was doing seemed to be meaningless. The most urgent matter at hand is to help Shenhong achieve a breakthrough. Not to bother about this. You already said it, the medicine is useful. If so, we just have to concoct it. In any case, we know what ingredients are required, so it doesn't matter if we have a poison master here. Even without a poison master here, we will save him. Interrupting the other person's words, Zhang Xian smiled. But we don't understand the nature of these venoms. Zhuangxian panicked. If a mistake occurs, the subject will be poisoned to death immediately. If that happens, it will be impossible to make amends. All right, if we don't know, we can learn. If we can't concoct it, we can give it a try. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Zhang Xian waved his hands nonchalantly. Learn. Try. Emperor Xinjue, Lu Ling, and the others staggered simultaneously. They nearly fainted on the spot. Brother, you don't even know who a poison master is. How in the world are you going to learn about poison? Such last-minute mugging, there has to be a better solution. Every single occupation requires one to receive guidance from a teacher. Only after several years of dedicated research and learning can one have accomplishments in the field. Yet, you speak of learning it now? Learn your head. Don't joke around. Even though the poison master is a lower 9 paths occupation, it doesn't mean that it is easy to comprehend. Rather, it was due to its poor reputation that it fell from prestige. In fact, the difficulty of becoming a poison master is in no way easier than that of becoming an apothecary. After all, one needs to have an in-depth knowledge of the property of the various poisons. Otherwise, one wouldn't be concocting medicine but committing suicide. Thus, every single poison master has to go through countless years of effort before finally becoming certified. Yet, you say that you want to learn now. By the time you are done, Shenhong's flesh would have withered. By then, there's no one here for you to save. The others felt the world spinning around them. On the other hand, Shenhong, who was lying on the bed, was on the verge of tears. The heck? How did I offend you? I just want to live for a few more years to protect Tianxian Kingdom. First, you want to knock me out. Now, you want to poison me to death. At most, I'll just die right now, so spare me, will you? I beg of you, stop torturing me. Yang Shi, tinkering with poison isn't child's play. It's best not to toy around with them. Lu Ling could no longer hold himself back and immediately tried to persuade Yang Shi otherwise. If you don't have a solution for Shenhong's problem, at most you can just admit that you are helpless. What are you trying by playing with sedatives and poison? Do you think that poison can be concocted that easily? If it were that easy, poison masters wouldn't be such a feared existences. I know that it isn't child's play, so give me a moment. I'll study for a bit first. Zhang Xian nodded his head seriously. Study. For a bit first. Your head. The 3 master teachers nearly fainted. Fine, we'll see how you study then. Lu Ling flung his robe furiously. Initially, he thought that given Xianxia is a knowledgeable person. Even though his means are inconceivable, his ability to perceive the crux of the problem is astonishing. But now, it seems that he is merely an extremely random person, such that he is even trying to learn about concocting poison now. The heck? If you are that incredible, why don't you ascend to the heavens? I have seen numerous master teachers, and have even met a 3-star. However, I've never heard of anyone being able to grasp an occupation from scratch in a short period of time. Humph! Just like Lu Shi. Even though Zheng Fei did not say anything, his complexion was awful. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with Zhang Xian's actions. Who are poison masters? Even among the 9 paths, it is an extremely famous occupation. If one can become one that easily, it would be worthless. Didn't he say that he is going to learn about poison now? What is he trying to do? The 3 master teachers were furious. By the side, Emperor Xinjue also glanced at Xianxia speechlessly. However, when he shot his gaze over, he was immediately confounded by the sight before him. Didn't Xianxia say that he is going to learn about poison? Then why is he standing rooted to the spot with his eyes closed? Brother, if you truly want to learn about poison, you should find a few books and flip through them. Or at the very least, you should at least ask about it. What do you hope to achieve by standing there with your eyes closed? Please at least show some respect for poison masters. What in the world are you up to? Lu Shi. Look. Zhuangxian also noticed the strange situation and he muttered, "Sleeping? This?" Lu Ling and Zheng Fei stared at one another and blinked their eyes. At this moment, they were just a push away from ripping their hair out. "Xianxia, can you tell us what you're up to? Didn't you say that you want to learn how to concoct poison?" Standing motionless on the spot, not even sparing a glance at the venomous substances on the table. More importantly, your eyes are shut. Hell, what are you up to? I've seen eccentric people, but I've never seen such an eccentric one. The 3 master teachers felt that their heads were about to explode from frustration. Of course, Zhang Xian wasn't merely putting on a show. He had flipped through several thousand books regarding poison in the kingdom's book collection vault. Even though they are all elementary and insufficient for one to become an official poison master, even if one read through all of them, it is sufficient for him at the current moment. His current motive isn't to become a poison master. He just wants to look for a way to achieve a perfect balance among these 10 ingredients to create a safe medicinal solution and restore Shinhong's vitality. He doesn't have to become as skilled as a poison master to concoct the remedy. It is just like how becoming an official apothecary is troublesome, but an apprentice can still easily concoct medicinal paste. Walala! With a jolt of his mind, he flipped through all of the books he had read in the kingdom's book collection vault regarding poison. Correct! Focusing all of his attention, the correct portions of the books soon formed a complete manual before him. Zhang Xian gently flipped it open. Poison can kill, but it can save lives as well. If one masters the art of poison, it might even be possible for one to bring back the dead. The book was filled with words. Zhang Xian knew that that was the correct content extracted from the other books by the Library of Heaven's Path. He started reading without hesitation. With a single glance, Zhang Xian was impressed. It is just like Lu Ling and the others had said. This occupation is vast and profound. It isn't something one can comprehend in mere days. However, with the Library of Heaven's Path compiling an absolutely correct manual, Zhang Xian would be able to arrive at the very core of every single principle. As such, he is able to learn swiftly. Flipping through the various books in his head, his understanding of poison master as an occupation, as well as the nature of poisons, gradually deepened. Unknowingly, he reached the final page. Zhang Xian felt a shudder going through his entire body. He immediately assimilated all of the knowledge he had just learned for himself, and it formed a part of his working memory. Even though he didn't become a poison master, as he had expected, his understanding toward venomous substances had deepened significantly. What is this? Having gained a deep understanding of poisons, Zhang Xian suddenly noticed a faint black aura hidden in the depths of his body. When did I sustain this? In the past, due to his ignorance, even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have thought much of it. However, now that he had learned the basics, he recognized it to be poison. Just that, he couldn't recall when he was afflicted with it. Furthermore, if it had been lingering in his body all along, why is he still fine? Royal Elder. Royal Elder. Just as Xianxia wanted to look deeper to see what it is and whether it would have any adverse effect on him, Emperor Shenjue's panicked exclamations sounded by his ear. Realizing that this isn't the right time to do so, Xianxia opened his eyes and glanced forward. He saw old ancestor Shenhong, who had been struggling to gasp for air, on the verge of closing his eyes. It seems that he may die at any moment now. Using the analogy of an oil lamp, if the flame was weak before, the wind is now blowing and the flame might be extinguished at this very moment. Even if Shenhong tries his best to persevere, it is unlikely that he will be able to survive more than a few minutes. Sigh. Death ultimately comes to all. Emperor Shenjue, please do not grieve too much. Please pardon our helplessness. Lu Ling and the rest recognized Shenhong's worsening state and shook their heads in unity. Present, he is no different from a corpse. As one-star master teachers, they do not have any solutions. Even if they do manage to think of one now, it would be too late to help. Indignance reflected in Emperor Shenjue's eyes. He had spent a great sum to invite the 3 master teachers, only to be told that they are powerless on the matter. Just as he decided that there isn't any hope, Xianxia suddenly appeared. He had thought of him as his final straw of hope, but in the end, it turns out that he is even more unreliable than the 3. It is one thing for him to not save him, but at such a crucial period, he tries to tinker with sedatives and poisons. I invited you to save him, not to experiment with him. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. He turned to look at the motionless fellow to see what he had to say about the matter, only to see that his eyes had opened. Xianxia, my old ancestor is unable to hold on any longer. If you don't save him now, it'll be too late. Emperor Shenjue suppressed the anger he felt and spat through gritted teeth. I'll first concoct the medicine, Xianxia said. With a single glance, even he could tell that if he doesn't come up with anything soon, Shenhong will most probably die within 10 minutes. The only thing he can do now is to concoct the medicine and hope that it is of use. Concoct the medicine. After hearing those words, Emperor Shenhong can no longer hold back his anger. Xianxia, my old ancestor's life is hanging by the thread. I didn't invite you over to experiment concocting the medicine of a poison master. Oh, Xianxia turned to look at him. You mean that? Xianxia, if you have other solutions, please do so. If you are able to treat my old ancestor, the Tianxian kingdom is willing to offer anything to you, Emperor Shenjue said. Aren't I doing so now? When the medicine is done, feed it to your old ancestor. After he regains some of his vitality, I will find a solution for his problem. Ignoring the other party's rage, Xianxia replied impassively. After hearing those words, Emperor Shenjue nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Didn't you hear what I said? The meaning behind my words should be clear. Since you don't possess the skills of a poison master, don't try to concoct medicine out of poisons. You should try to think of a way to save the person instead. In the end, my words fell on deaf ears. Actually, what that he didn't know was that Xianxia had no better alternatives at that moment. In his present state, Shenhong will die at any moment even if Xianxia does nothing at all. Even though if he tries to do something, Shenhong might still die. The best solution at the moment is to concoct the medicine and have him recover some vitality so that the library can compile a book on him. Other than this, Xianxia has no better solution. Seeing that the fellow was still persisting on concocting his medicine, the 3 master teachers were infuriated. Emperor Shenjue, allow Xianxia to concoct the medicine. Suppressing his displeasure, Lu Ling flung his robe. If not for a fear of the other party's fighting prowess, he would have long made a move on him. You don't even know who poison masters are, yet you intend to concoct a medicine out of poison. Do you think that poison masters are a joke? Arrogant. It is truly a wonder how you became a master teacher. Or perhaps, you aren't a master teacher at all. You just happen to be lucky when helping Xianxia to achieve a breakthrough in his realm. Xianxia could sense the displeasure in the other party's voice, but he couldn't be bothered with it at the moment. Shenhong was about to die, and he had no time to waste. Walking over to the venomous ingredients, he poured one of the liquids into an empty bottle. Playing a fool. Even though Lu Ling isn't a poison master, he had seen them concoct poison and thus, he knew of the typical sequences and methods. Even a tenth or a hundredth of these venomous substances, when consumed by accident, will cause one to die on the spot. They are all fearsome substances. That is the reason why one requires specialized equipment when concocting to ensure a precise quantity. Yet, without using any equipment at all, you simply pour the substances from bottle to bottle. Aren't you being too casual? Do you know how much of the substance you have poured from the bottles? Do you know the correct ratio between the various ingredients? Just a single droplet of error can cause a person's death. That's also the reason why poison masters are exceptionally cautious whenever they concoct, fearing that there might be the slightest bit of error. Yet, you dare to pour these poisons around randomly. The heck? If one were to try becoming a poison master with such an attitude, before succeeding, he would have long poisoned himself to death. Do you regard that as having learned the subject? Even a craftsman found off the streets would be much more precise than you. When a poison master concocts a formula, he needs to allow the first two ingredients to react before putting the third in. Just like how an apothecary's pill forging worked, there are specific sequences and timings to place the substances in. Even the slightest error will not be tolerated. Yet, to be pouring those poison around casually, Zhang Fei commented angrily. You insist on concocting that poison of yours instead of saving Shenhong? Fine, we'll tolerate it. However, there is an intricate and profound relationship between the various poisons. One has to mediate between the various changes in the poisons, and to do so, he has to follow a specific sequence and timing. Yet, you are randomly filling the bottle as though pouring wine. It is impossible for you to have concocted anything good this way. Just by coming into contact with a single drop, Shenhong will probably die on the spot, not to mention drink it. Ignoring the commotion between the master teachers, Xianxia focused all of his attention into concocting the medicine, and his movements were fast. Don't you see that he is already dying? If he were to do it as the master teachers had said, using measurement equipment and waiting for the poison to react with one another, the other party would have already died by the time he is done. Of course, he wasn't mixing the poisons together randomly as the other party had perceived him to be doing. The book in the library in his mind was continuously refreshed as he poured the different liquids together. If the flaws were to decrease along with his movements, that meant that his actions must be correct. In less than 10 breaths, the 10 types of venomous ingredients had been mixed together. Touching the jade bottle, the content in the book was refreshed once again. 10 venom medicinal solution, concocted by Xianxia. Upon consumption, one regains vitality and reverts to their healthy state for an incensus time. Flaws, 12 aspects. Number 1, the consumer doesn't regain his cultivation. Number 2, the duration of the recovery is too short. The name and effects of the liquid Xianxia just concocted was written on the cover of the book. I've succeeded. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Even though he had been using the library to observe the state of the poison constantly, if not for the 1,000 books he had studied prior to that, which provided him with basic knowledge of the properties of the various poisons, he would have been at a loss to how he should react to the flaws that appeared within the book. If he were to have truly added the various venoms together randomly, even if he had half a month, he wouldn't have been able to concoct the medicinal solution. Upon successfully completing the concoction, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. I've succeeded. Picking the jade bottle up, he looked at the crowd. You've succeeded? Everyone's lips twitched. After pouring the liquids together randomly, you say that you've succeeded? In your own opinion, that is... Quick! Feed it to him. Ignoring the bizarre gazes everyone else shot him, Xianxia handed the concoction to Emperor Shinjue hurriedly. Feed it to him? Emperor Shinjue shook his head. It's not certain whether the concoction is toxic or not. There's no time. Hurry up and feed it to him, otherwise, he will really die. Knowing that the other party wouldn't believe him even if he were to explain, Xianxia frowned. But Emperor Shenjue was hesitant. Why? You don't believe that this medicinal fluid can help him regain his vitality? Xianxia asked. Even though Xianxia didn't appear to be angry, there was some kind of mystical strength to his words that gave it authority. After having feigned as a master teacher for numerous days, his actions and words had started to exude an aura of superiority. Emperor Shenjue did not know how he should reply to his words. It's not that he had doubts, but that he didn't even trust him. I saw you mixing the 10 poisons together randomly with my own eyes. Yet you ask me to believe you. You must be joking. Besides, how can I feed the royal elder with this unverified solution? What if he dies immediately after I feed him that? If you don't believe me, then let's forget it. I've already given you the chance, and the choice is up to you. Seeing the other party hesitating, Xianxia chose not to speak excessively. He placed the medicinal solution he concocted on the table, his face carrying an impassive expression. However, you should consider the matter properly. Your royal elder will not survive for more than 3 minutes if you can't think of any other solutions. 3 minutes of his life for an opportunity to extend his longevity. The choice is up to you. This. Emperor Shenjue clenched his fist tightly. He doesn't even have the slightest bit of confidence in the medicinal solution that Xianxia concocted. However, it is just like the other party had said. If they can't find any other solution, this royal elder of his will not survive past 3 minutes. Since he is going to die anyway, might as well give it a try. In any case, this Xianxia had managed to treat Ling Tianyu's wife, Du Miaoshuan, and the others. Even though his means and actions so far appear unreliable and incomprehensible, this is the best chance he has. After 10 breaths, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I'll give it a try. There is no choice but to give it a shot. There isn't a better solution." After making his decision, Emperor Shenjue clenched his jaws, grabbed the jade bottle from the table, and approached the royal elder. "Royal elder, pardon me for my impudence." After using a spoon to pry open his mouth, he poured the medicinal solution in. Woohoo! Even though royal elder Shenhong was on the verge of dying, he was still conscious. Having the medicinal solution forcefully poured into his mouth, he nearly cried. He had seen everything that had happened with his own eyes. Yangshir's actions had sent chills down his spine. He is the royal elder of Tianxian Kingdom, an expert who is even more respected than the king himself. Yet, to be feeding him a medicine that can potentially be toxic without first testing it, it is as though they are treating him as a pill sample beast. Furthermore, it is the kind of experiment where he will die immediately if there is the tiniest bit of error. Why is my life so tough? All I want is to live peacefully and die peacefully. Is that hard to achieve? Very quickly, Emperor Shenjue completed the task of forcing the entire bottle of solution into Royal Elder Shenhong's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Shenhong's eyes flipped, and after a few moments of struggle, he stopped moving. Royal Elder. Emperor Shenjue's face paled. He staggered backward and roared in agony. Is it a failure? Not only is the Royal Elder the stabilizing pillar of Tianxian Kingdom, he is also a close blood-related kin to Shenjue. Even though he addresses Shenhong as his Royal Elder, he is actually the emperor from 2 generations ago, Shenjue's own grandfather. For his own grandfather to have died before him, not to mention being the one responsible for the fatal act of having fed him the medicine, the agony he felt was indescribable. If the medicine can indeed be concocted that easily, then poison masters would be worthless. Lu Ling shook his head. Turning to Xianxia, he said, Yangshi, even though Shenhong would have died even if he didn't consume the medicine, it is a fact that he died from taking your medicine. So, it isn't wrong to say that you killed him. Killed him? That's right. You were the one who concocted the medicine, and it was under your orders that the medicine was fed to him. Now that he has died, who else can the responsibility belong to other than your? Lu Ling stared at him with piercing eyes. Xianxia, weren't you confident in your medicine? Emperor Xin Jue questioned angrily. It was under your orders that I fed your medicine to my royal elder. Now look at what has happened. My responsibility? Indeed. Xinhong is the stabilizing pillar of Tianxian Kingdom, and now that he has died from your medicine, you should make up for it by taking on his role. Actually, he also knew clearly that Xinhong would have died regardless of whether the medicine was fed to him. The reason why he intentionally said such words was for this. Xinhong's greatest purpose in the kingdom was to deter aggressors and revolutionaries. If Xianxia were to agree to take his place, his presence would definitely provide a much greater deterrence than Xinhong. In fact, Tianxian Kingdom might become a second-tier kingdom or even a first-tier kingdom due to his presence. Taking on his role? Zhang Xian shook his head. No way. He intends to destroy the identity once he receives the Tongxian realm secret manuals from Emperor Xin Jue. To serve as the stabilizing pillar? What a joke. Impossible? Does Xianxia not feel the slightest bit of regret in failing to save Xinhong and instead causing his death? Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. Causing his death? You're imagining things. Zhang Xian chuckled. Rest easy. How can he die that easily in my presence? After which, he walked over to the motionless royal elder Xinhong and sent a slap to his face. Pa! The slap was resounding. Cough, cough, cough. After which, the sound of coughs echoed in the room. Xinhong, who had become motionless moments earlier, spat out a mouthful of medicinal solution and opened his eyes slowly. This? Everyone was stupefied. Lu Ling, Zheng Fei, and the others, who were about to reprimand Xianxia for his disrespectful actions, nearly had their eyes drop to the ground. They thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Royal Elder, you? Emperor Xinjue walked forward with an incredulous expression. He did not understand what was happening before him. You unfilial fellow, do you wish to choke me to death? Cough, cough. Xinhong's furious words echoed in the entire room. At this moment, he doesn't look as though a person who was on the verge of death. Xianxia, what's going on? Emperor Xinjue hurriedly looked over. He had clearly seen the royal elder fall motionless. Why did he suddenly wake up and is even able to speak? What is going on? He wasn't the only one who found the entire situation unbelievable. Lu Ling, Zhuang Xian, and Zheng Fei felt the knowledge and experience that they had accumulated over the years were crumbling apart. The dead coming back to life? This can't be real. Xinhong's body was weak and he was on the verge of death. I asked you to feed him the medicine, yet you simply forced all of it down his throat. The sticky medicinal solution blocked his breathing airways, therefore sending him into a death-like state. As for why he was able to suddenly wake up, the reason is simple. The medicinal solution that I had concocted is effective, Zhang Xian said impassively. Even though the situation seems baffling, it is actually quite simple. The 10-venom medicinal solution which he had concocted had been checked by the library, so naturally, there couldn't be any problem with its effectiveness. Even though Xinhong was on the verge of death, upon consumption, the concoction took effect immediately and granted him temporary vitality. Even though feeding him a mouthful would have sufficed, Emperor Xinjue forced the entire bottle of it in. With so much medicinal solution clogging up his airways, it is already a blessing that he didn't choke to death. It was precisely because Zhang Xian saw through it that he slapped his face, utilizing the impact to open up his clogged airways, allowing him to regain consciousness. This, Emperor Xinjue and the 3 master teachers were astonished after hearing the explanation. A medicine that was concocted randomly is actually effective. Other poison masters prepare all kinds of measuring instruments for their concoction process, fearful that they might add a single droplet more. Yet, this fellow, just by pouring the fluids around randomly, he actually managed to succeed. Heavens! Surely you are jesting with me. Of course, that wasn't the most shocking. Just a moment ago, Xianxia clearly didn't even know what kind of medicine this is. Yet, in the next instant, he concocted it as though a veteran poison master. Heavens above! Can anyone tell me what is going on? Could it be really as he said, That he learned it on the spot? And just by closing his eyes, he learned all of that on the spot? Furthermore, he learned poison concoction, which is reputed to be as difficult as pill forging. The four of them felt as though they were dreaming. Thank you, Xianxia, for saving my life. Before they could recover from their shock, Royal Elder Shenhong climbed down from his bed and clasped his hands. Regardless of how close to death one is, upon consuming the 10-venom medicinal solution, one can regain their vitality and return to a pink state of health temporarily. Even though Shenhong didn't regain his cultivation, it wasn't a difficult task for him to walk around. There's no need for these formalities. Execute a battle technique for me now. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste the limited time he had, and hurriedly instructed Shenhong to display a battle technique to him. That was the motive for concocting the medicine in the first place. Since the other party is sufficiently healthy to stand up, then it would be best for him to hurry. Execute a battle technique? My body is weak now and I can't propel the slightest bit of jinqi. Even if I were to execute one now, it won't make any difference. I think it'll be best for me not to embarrass myself. Shenhong shook his head. After experiencing death, I have already thought it through. If the kingdom survives without me, it would be for the best. But if it falls in the end, one can only say that it is the workings of fate. There's no need to be so adamant about it. Xianxia, I only asked you execute a battle technique so that I can compile a book on you in the library to tell your physical condition. Why are you suddenly rambling nonsense? Getting so philosophical all of the sudden. It's good that Brother Shenhong is able to see through all these after experiencing death. Riches actually don't mean anything at all. One's cultivation is the most important. Even though it's good to possess authority, it seemed like it had impeded your growth. Otherwise, given your talent, you would have long reached Zhongshe realm. Before Xianxia could even speak, Lu Ling nodded his head in satisfaction. His admiration for Shenhong reflected in his eyes. Indeed, it's a pity that I have comprehended this fact way too late. Royal Elder Shenhong sighed. Then, he turned to Xianxia and said, Even so, I would like to thank Xianxia for your help. You've given additional time, and even though I didn't recover my cultivation, I am still delighted. Just as Royal Elder Shenhong was just about to go on, he saw Xiangshi's face gradually turning dark. Then the latter sent a slap toward him. Pa! It accurately hit the back of his head. Pada! Before he could finish his words, Royal Elder Shenhong's vision went dark, and he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. I only asked you to execute a battle technique. You sure have tons of nonsense to speak. Dusting his hands, Xianxia harumphed. The moment he turned around, he saw Emperor Shenjue and the three master teachers staring at him in shock. It was no wonder that Xianxia became angry. Given the very limited period of an incense's time the 10-venom medicinal solution granted him, that fellow refused to execute a battle technique and chose to ramble on about his comprehension of life instead. Comprehend your head. If you don't allow me to trace the root of your problem using the Library of Heaven's Path, you might be released after an incense's time, but I will be forced to guard the kingdom for you. Besides, my reputation would be ruined. If my reputation were to be ruined by you, how can I make money in the future? Thus, upon seeing the other party refusing to execute a battle technique, Xianxia could no longer restrain himself and slapped the other party unconscious. In any case, he had already consumed the medicine, so he wouldn't die even if he were to go unconscious. And to Xianxia, slapping him unconscious and having him execute a battle technique meant the same thing. While Xianxia had slapped him merrily, Shenjue and the other three master teachers went into a frenzy. Didn't you just help him regain consciousness? Why did you slap him unconscious all of the sudden? Is there really a method of diagnosing that requires one to be unconscious? Xianxia. Just as Emperor Shenjue was about to question his action, Xianxia swung his arms and said, All right, we don't have much time. Let's get down to business. Ignoring their shocked faces, he squatted down to feel Shenhong's pulse. Wang. His mind jolted and a book finally appeared in the library. On the cover were the words, Shenhong, He flipped it open gently. Xinhong, the grandfather of Tianxian Kingdom's emperor, Shunjue, a half-Zhongshe expert. Xinhong's life and his bodily flaws were written on it. Xianxia, is there hope for the royal elder? As he had heard from Ling Tianyu about Xianxia's method to diagnose one's condition by feeling his pulse, he wasn't too surprised by the action. But upon seeing Xianxia frown, Emperor Shunjue couldn't help but walk over. Even Lu Ling, Zhuangxian, and the others were filled with anxiety. This Xinhong had reached the limit of his lifespan. They were unable to come up with any treatment, and even less so induce a breakthrough in him. Thus, they were interested in listening to Xianxia's opinion. Wake him up first. Zhang Xian gestured grandly. After having felt the other party's pulse, he was no longer as anxious and uptight as before. Yes. Emperor Shunjue placed his finger on the royal elder's philtrum and infused Jinqi into his body. Slowly, Xinhong regained his consciousness. Xianxia. Upon awakening from his sleep, Xinhong stared at Zhang Xian. Just as he was about to ask the latter why he had knocked him unconscious, the other party's voice resounded. Xinhong, I'll give you two choices. You can achieve a breakthrough to the Zhongshe realm and continue living. Otherwise, just as you said, if you don't mind dying, I can't be bothered to save you as well. He had to first ascertain the other party's will to live. If he wasn't willing, no matter how incredible Zhang Xian could be, he would be unable to save him. I can live on, reach Zhongshe realm. Initially, he was displeased with Zhang Xian's action of knocking him unconscious. However, upon hearing his words, Xinhong's body trembled in agitation. He knows how difficult it is for one to reach Zhongshe realm. He had tried his entire life only to fail time and time again. Now, at the verge of death, and with no more latent potential within him that can be dredged up, can he really reach Zhongshe realm? If you wish to achieve a breakthrough, you can definitely do it. But if you don't want to, let's just forget it. I don't want to waste my effort. Zhang Xian said calmly. Of course I do. I beg of Xianxia, offer me your guidance, so that I can achieve a breakthrough. Not even hesitating in the least, Xinhong immediately knelt to the floor. All signs of discontentment from before had vanished without a trace. That epiphany from before was just self-consolation for his plight. For a chance to achieve a breakthrough and live longer, only a fool would reject it. It isn't difficult for you to live on. However, circling around Xinhong, Zhang Xian seemed to be examining his body condition. Then he suddenly stopped. With eyes as deep as the abyss, he said, You have to listen to my words and follow my instructions obediently. Do not try to go against my words, or else I won't be able to help you. In short, you just have to do whatever I ask of you and cooperate with me. There's no need for you to ask any questions. That's simple. I will do as you say. He thought that the other party would come up with a difficult request. However, upon hearing that it would be that easy, Xinhong quickly nodded his head and agreed to it. Back then, when he studied under his teacher, it was the same as well. As such, he thought nothing of it. However, the moment he said those words, he saw Emperor Shunjue and the three master teachers looking at him with sympathetic gazes. Of course, they feel sympathy for him. This Xianxia might be capable, but his bizarre means are truly hard to accept. To be asking for the other party's approval before the treatment has started, even by using one's toe to think, it is clear that he is up to no good. What's wrong? Upon seeing their gazes, Xinhong felt puzzled. He had been on the verge of death the last few days, and as such, he was ignorant of what had happened to Xianxia. He thought that there was something wrong with his words. Nothing. Resisting his urge to speak, Emperor Shunjue wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He had witnessed Xianxia's eccentric means for himself. It seemed that this royal elder of his would be ravaged, just like Xianxia. It's good that you are agreeable. Emperor Shunjue, find some female dancers from the royal palace here. They must have good figures. Upon seeing him agree, Zhang Xian nodded his head. Then he turned to Shunjue and spoke in full seriousness. Female dancers? Emperor Shunjue and the three master teachers were baffled. The dancers in the palace can only dance. They possess extremely low cultivation. What is his purpose of calling them here? Will getting them here help Xinhong achieve a breakthrough? Besides, he requested for those with good figures. Why doesn't it sound like a treatment method at all? Yes. Even though it was incomprehensible to Emperor Xinjue, he knew that it was impossible for him to understand Xianxia's wisdom. Thus, he quickly passed down the command without any hesitation. The personnel within the palace acted quickly, and in a few moments, a dozen of beautiful dancers with voluptuous figures entered. Even though they paled far in comparison to Shen Bairu, they were still stunning beauties. Every single movement of theirs induced great pleasure in the audience. Xianxia, are they all right? Not bad, just that they are wearing too much. Get them to take off those long sleeves and such. Zhang Xian instructed. Wearing too much? Bizarre expressions appeared on the faces of the three master teachers. Looking for dancers and getting them to strip. Are you sure you are helping him to achieve a breakthrough? Why does it feel like he is patronizing a brothel and choosing a woman of his liking? If not for the fact that they were curious to see what Xianxia would do, they wouldn't have stayed a second longer. They had already witnessed how unorthodox Xianxia's methods could be. Even so, they had not imagined that it would be so unorthodox. Capable master teachers tend to be austere, and their means tend to be upright. Yet, why does your treatment method seem like finding prostitution instead? Even though they did not know what he was up to, they had a bad premonition. The dancers were properties of the royal palace. Not just stripping, they would even do other stuff without hesitation when commanded to. Upon hearing the orders, they quickly stripped the long sleeves and such, leaving behind their tight innerwear. The sight of spring unfolded before everyone's eyes. All right, Emperor Xinjue, help me prepare a few more items. Zhang Xian turned over and whispered into the other party's ears. Xianxia, feel free to speak of your demands. What? Halfway through his words, Emperor Xinjue exclaimed in shock. His eyes widened and he almost went insane. Xianxia, if you have such interest, I can send as many people as you like to your residence. Here, isn't appropriate. Don't spout so much nonsense, hurry up. Zhang Xian rushed him. Yes. With a tearful face, Xinjue hurriedly made arrangements as Zhang Xian had instructed him to. Of the three master teachers, Lu Ling was the strongest. Even though Zhang Xian had spoken in a hushed voice, he nevertheless managed to overhear his words. Instantly, he staggered and a feeling of vertigo overwhelmed him. What did he get Xinjue to do? Looking at his expression, Zhuang Xian and Zheng Fei knew that he must have heard something. They couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked him about it. He wanted Emperor Xinjue to bring something over. Lu Ling had a blank look on his face. Something? What can it be? For Xinjue to be so shocked. It's aphrodisiac. Aphrodisiac. Zhuang Xian and Zheng Fei were dazed for a moment. Then slowly, their eyes widened. The heck? They knew that Xianxia's solution was definitely going to be damned. Even so, when they heard of his instructions, they nearly vomited blood. It was exactly as they had guessed. The other party was indeed up to no good. They had seen people demanding for tonic, pills, spirit treasures, and secret manuals. That was their first time witnessing someone demand aphrodisiac. Looking for dancers and having them strip, then finding someone to get this item over. You sure are meticulous. Brother, are you helping him to achieve a breakthrough or are you helping him to exercise? The trio looked at Xinhong once again, an endless pity reflected in their eyes. Even though Xianxia was battered while covered under a gunny sack, at the very least, his reputation remained untainted. If he were made to do some uncultured act in public for his breakthrough, he might have just died from anger on the spot. While the others were still astonished by Zhang Xian's request, a servant had already entered, carrying with him a jade bottle. It was filled with specially made medicine. Most emperors keep a large back palace, and Emperor Xinjue is no exception. It wasn't difficult to find such medicine in the royal palace. Swallow it. Taking over the jade bottle, Zhang Xian walked over to Xinhong. Yes. Royal Elder Shenhong had no idea what was inside, but at that moment, he had full confidence and awe for Xianxia. After grabbing over the bottle, he swallowed the medicine inside without any hesitation. Looking at the other party's candor movement, the eyebrows of the three master teachers and Emperor Shen Jue twitched. All right, go and dance with them. Upon seeing him swallow the medicine, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Dance? Shenhong was taken aback. As an elder, he has to dance with these young ladies? Furthermore, they are all dressed scantily. If he were to really head over, it is likely that he will be in constant physical contact with them. Just as he was battling the conflicting thoughts in his mind, he suddenly felt a surge of heat spreading from his belly. Then, looking at the dancers once more, an urge suddenly tugged at him. Tzzzzzzzzzz. That urge grew stronger and stronger. Soon, he found himself losing control. It must be said that the medicine which Emperor Shenjue found was indeed incredible. The medicine took effect swiftly. In a few breaths, Shenhong's eyes had turned red, and he was no longer able to suppress his urge. After consuming this medicine, even if there were no enticement before the person, one would already find the heat unbearable. At the instant, there were so many beautiful and voluptuous young ladies before Shenhong. Furthermore, they were dressed scantily. It would be truly weird if Shenhong could hold himself back. With a roar, Royal Elder Shenhong dashed forward. Stop him. Make those dancers dance before him. The more seductive their dance is, the better it is. Zhang Xian commanded. Yes. Cold sweat streamed down Emperor Shenjue's head. What kind of breakthrough method is this? Feeding the other party aphrodisiac but only allowing him to watch? Hoo. Upon hearing the commands, the movements of the dancers became more provocative and sexy. Their alluring figures swayed suggestively. Light reflecting off their snow-white skin made them seem exceptionally warm, as though jade, inviting one's hands. Their movements were exceptionally capable of evoking an itch in men. Putting aside Shenhong, who had swallowed the aphrodisiac, even the three master teachers began to feel the temptation. Will this really help him achieve a breakthrough? Initially, they had thought that beating one up was already a very eccentric method. To think that Zhang Xian had worse methods up his sleeves, the three master teachers were on the verge of crying. Witnessing the situation, they felt as though all the theories and principles they had learned in the last few decades were all worthless. Shenjue, what did you feed me? Sensing the uncontrollable urge in him, as well as the indissipable heat that rose within him, Shenhong finally realized that something was wrong and he roared furiously. It's aphrodisiac. Shenjue could only answer truthfully. Aphrodisiac? I'll screw your grandma. Shenhong staggered. He never thought that a day would come which his own grandson would feed him aphrodisiac. Damn, are you toying with me? Shenhong felt that he was going insane. Royal Elder, please don't blame me. It's Xianxia who asked me to do so. I had no choice. Emperor Shenjue was on the verge of tears as well. When he almost killed the Royal Elder by feeding him the medicinal solution, a trauma was left in his heart. Now, he was reprimanded just because he followed Xianxia's instructions. What did I do? All I want is for you to live longer. In the end, this is how you perceive my good intentions. Xianxia, with reddened eyes, he suppressed the agitation within him and turned to look at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian had an impassive and upright look, as though he would never commit such a vile act. Turning around, he slapped Emperor Shenjue on his face. Bullshit. As a master teacher, Xianxia is an upright person. How could he possibly feed me such stuff? If you dare to push the blame onto Xianxia once more, I will kill you right away. Shenjue. Upright? How in the world is he upright? Didn't he slap you unconscious just a moment ago? Talking about pushing the blame. If not for his orders, do you think that I would dare feed you this? Emperor Shenjue felt so indignant that he nearly vomited blood. He turned to look at Xianxia with a pleading gaze, hoping for him to explain the issue to his grandfather. Yet, that fellow looked at the ceiling with his hands behind his back, as though it was none of his business. It was as if he was saying, "You were the one who did it. I don't know anything at all. You bastard. To think that I doted on you so much. I can't hold myself back anymore. Don't obstruct my path." Royal Elder Xianxia cursed, and he finally succumbed to the heat in his chest. With the howl of a wolf, he dived toward the beautiful dancing ladies. Right when he was about to reach them, he suddenly felt a dull pain at the back of his neck. Pata! He fell to the floor, unconscious once again. The one who made the move was Xianxia. Seeing that the royal elder had been knocked unconscious, Emperor Xinjue heaved a sigh of relief. "Yang Shi, what do we do now?" "Awaken him. Then, get these dancers to continue dancing before him," Zhang Xian instructed. "Continue." Emperor Xinjue's lips trembled. "Oh right, when he wakes up, say that you were the one who knocked him out. Also, when he fails to control his emotion anymore, I will knock him out myself. Of course, you must admit that you were the one who did it," Zhang Xian said. Emperor Xinjue. "Knocking the daylights out of a person right after you awaken them. Have you gotten addicted or what? Furthermore, I have to admit that I'm the one who did it." Emperor Xinjue felt so much frustration in his heart that he could go into a frenzy. He was about to reject the plan when he saw Yang Shi look at him with a stern expression. "Don't reject me. This concerns whether the royal elder can survive. There mustn't be the slightest error in the matter. Otherwise, the plan will end in failure." This time, Emperor Xinjue really cried. "Royal elder, it really isn't me. It's Yang Shi who wishes to do you in." Thus, right after Emperor Xinjue woke Xianxia, the latter was knocked unconscious again. Then, Emperor Xinjue woke Xianxia again, and soon after, he was knocked unconscious yet again. By the side, Lu Ling, Zhuang Fei, and Zheng Fei were stunned by the sight before them. They felt like tearing their hair out from watching the insanity that was unfolding before them. "Lu Shi, you are knowledgeable. Can you tell what kind of breakthrough method Yang Shi is employing?" After a long moment of silence, Zhuang Xian asked. "I can't tell anything at all." Lu Shi's face flushed. "Breakthrough method? How in the hell does this look like a breakthrough method? Of the hundreds of methods master teachers employ, there are a few fixed rules to helping one achieve a breakthrough. However, there doesn't seem to be any that involves having a person consume aphrodisiac. What's worse, it is one matter to feed the person aphrodisiac, but to intentionally find beautiful ladies to entice the person and knock him out when he can no longer control himself, I don't think that he is helping him achieve a breakthrough. Rather, it seems more like he is toying with him. It is a pity that Xianxia, despite the prestige he had built up over the years, now appears to be a frequenter of brothels. The moment he wakes up, he charges toward the bodies of the beautiful ladies. Like hell he would achieve a breakthrough like this. I think that Yang Shi is toying with Xianxia. I've never heard of anyone who could break through in such a way after consuming aphrodisiac." Zheng Fei shook his head. With a steeled face he said, "This is a farce. Lu Shi, I think it would be best if we step out to interfere. How can we, as master teachers, allow such absurdity?" "This?" Lu Ling hesitated. "There's nothing to hesitate about. Look at Xianxia, he is already driven mad. If news were to spread out, his reputation would be tarnished, even after his death." Zheng Fei harumphed. Upon hearing those words, Lu Ling and Zhuang Xian lifted their head to look at Xianxia. As the other party had said, the gentlemanly Xianxia appeared to be a depraved lunatic at the moment, lunging toward those seductive ladies. Also, the clothes on his body were almost completely ripped apart. His eyes were crimson red, and he seemed to be a wild, hungry wolf. But the method Yang Shi used for my breakthrough was also incomprehensible. Can this be the case as well? Even though it looks awful on the surface, he is actually doing it for Xianxia's welfare. Zhuang Xian's mouth twitched. "You have a master teacher as your father, and as such you were too obsessed with the conventional rules and principles. Thus, his method of inciting you into a rage was understandable. But this, how can Xianxia achieve a breakthrough like this?" Putting aside whether the possibility exists or not, given Shun Hong's current frenzied state, even he has sufficient jinqi, it is impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough, Zheng Fei said. Zongshi is the very first difficult hurdle of the Fighter 9 Dawn. The gap between it and Tongxian realm is overwhelming, as though the difference between a fish and a dragon. While it is true that one gains incredible strength upon achieving this breakthrough, countless geniuses, even when in their top form, find themselves unable to make this final step. At this moment, Shun Hong has already lost his rationality and is blindly charging at the beautiful ladies. In such a state, how can he possibly succeed? Isn't that a joke in itself? If it is true, no one would have to cultivate. Won't one become a zongshi just by frolicking around brothels? But there's no buts. Lu Shi, it is best that you make your decision quickly. I can guarantee with my own life that it is impossible for Shun Hong to break through like that. If he succeeds, I will chop off my own head, Zheng Fei said confidently. Boom! Before he could finish his own words, he felt a powerful aura emanating from not too far away. Felt warm, as though the fiery sun. What is going on? Hurriedly turning around to take a look, they saw royal elder Shun Hong, who was frenziedly charging at the beautiful ladies just brief moments ago, sitting still on the floor as though a saint. His breath was powerful and deep, reminiscent of the vast ocean. His weakness from a moment ago had disappeared without a trace, and at that very moment, as though a young man, he exuded overwhelming vitality, such that even Emperor Xinjue, who was standing by his side, paled in comparison. Fighter 8 Dan, Zongshi realm. Did he really achieve a breakthrough? All Zheng Fei felt was a stinging sensation on his face, as though he had been slapped hard by someone else. He felt like crying. He had just mentioned that it was impossible for the other party to succeed, and he was proven wrong immediately, reaching Zongshi realm by consuming aphrodisiac? Can anyone tell me what is going on? While Zheng Fei was still feeling depressed over the matter, Lu Ling and Xianxia's mouths dropped so wide open that it seemed as though duck eggs could be stuffed into their mouths. There is a qualitative difference between Fighter 8 Dan Zongshi realm and Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm, and their life energies are vastly different. As such, upon achieving a breakthrough, one's longevity is extended drastically as well. An ordinary cultivator usually only lives up to 70 to 80. On the other hand, reaching 100 isn't a problem for a Zongshi realm expert. That is also the reason why breaking into this realm is so difficult. It is as though leaping across a gigantic gorge. Just by looking at how these master teachers are stuck at half Zongshi, it is clear to see how difficult this final step is. The master teachers had been paying attention to Shun Hong's condition ever since they arrived at Tianxian Kingdom. His vitality had already deteriorated to the gutters, and he was on the verge of death. Even if he has sufficient jinqi, it should have been an impossible task for him to achieve a breakthrough, considering his terrible state of health. Yet, they had never imagined that this Xianxia could solve this impossibility with just a single pill. The vast contrast between their abilities made the master teachers feel as though all of the knowledge they had obtained throughout their careers were worthless. Initially, Emperor Xinjue shared the same thoughts as the three master teachers. He thought that that was an attempt of Xianxia to toy with him. Yet, contrary to his imagination, the royal elder really managed to achieve a breakthrough. That is Zongshi realm expert in the bones. Thank you, Xianxia. After an unknown period of time, Shun Hong stood up and howled abruptly, resembling a massive dragon that had awakened from its slumber. Then he walked to Xianxia and knelt before him. Having been trapped in the same cultivation realm for numerous decades, he thought that he would perish without achieving the breakthrough. Yet, to think that at the very last moment he would succeed. Witnessing the royal elder kneel before him, Xianxia did not step forward to help him up. Contrary to that, he placed his hands behind his back, surveyed the surroundings, and slowly walked around. Shun Hong's vitality was at its ends, and his deteriorating bodily functions had reached the breaking point. At that moment, his will to live had already been shaved thin. It is precisely because of this that he was able to see through life and death, view it as a natural occurrence, and no longer fear death. under such circumstances, regardless of his state of mind or his physical condition, they were all in the worst possible condition to achieve a breakthrough. Even the more potent Tier 2 or Tier 3 pills would not have been effective in helping him achieve a breakthrough and reach Xianxia realm. Everyone was aware that he was explaining all that happened, so they stayed completely silent and listened attentively to his words. Thus, for him to live on, we had to create a compelling reason for him. Furthermore, it had to be something which he is unable to resist. All men, regardless of time and condition, are unable to resist young beautiful ladies, needless to say, after being fed with aphrodisiac. Under the stimulation of the substance, his body raged once again, returning him back to youthful times. Once all these emotions accumulate sufficiently, achieving a breakthrough becomes much easier. Of course, more importantly, his cultivation technique played a huge role. If I'm not wrong, it should be Blazing Sun formula. At this point, Xianxia turned to look at him. Yes. Shenhong nodded his head to affirm Xianxia's conjecture. The cultivation technique he had cultivated is the Blazing Sun formula, the strongest cultivation technique in Tianxian Kingdom. This cultivation technique contains the nature of the blazing sun within it, and a practitioner will find himself with an excess of yang energy. It is an incredibly valuable secret manual, and its true might is displayed when the one cultivating the technique is a man. Rationally speaking, as his vitality had already been sapped clean, even with the augmentation from pills, it was impossible for his body condition to return back to its peak. However, years of cultivation under the Blazing Sun formula had caused a large amount of yang qi flames to accumulate within his body. Then, at this very moment, they were all triggered by the medicine, and the enticement of the beautiful ladies was equivalent to throwing oil on top of the flames. Instantaneously, a massive fire was ignited within him. Thus, when he focused all of his energy at a single point, it wasn't difficult at all for him to achieve a breakthrough. After finishing his explanation, Xianxia stood quietly on his spot and looked at the others. The surroundings were deathly silent. In actual fact, he hadn't mentioned the most important reason behind Shenhong's breakthrough. Regardless of the aphrodisiac or the Blazing Sun formula, they were merely small contributing factors. The deciding one was him knocking the other party out. Every time he knocked him out, he would infuse a sliver of his jinqi into the other party's body and unclog a blocked meridian within his body. Then, having all of his meridians cleared up, along with his raging emotions and energy within his body, he was able to push through at the very last moment and reach Xianxia realm. Due to the limitations of his cultivation realm, even though it was easy for him to deceive Sun Chong and the others, it was likely that Shenhong would notice his pure jinqi. In order to prevent him from detecting anything, he had Emperor Shinjue claim that he was the one who knocked the other party out. It wasn't because he wanted to act as a good person. Upon the other party's breakthrough, Xianxia's jinqi had already melded completely into the other party's. It was as though a pail of clear water had been mixed into a river of muddied water. It is impossible to locate it anymore. Upon hearing his explanation, the three master teachers were taken aback. The heck, this works as well? They were master teachers who had gone through rigorous conventional training, and as such they have had many opportunities to observe how other master teachers help others achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation. Even so, this kind of breakthrough method, it was they ever saw anything like it. This is no longer unorthodox, it is simply inconceivable. It is something that no one would have ever thought of. To think that one can achieve a breakthrough by eating aphrodisiac. Has the world gone mad? There are many different methods to induce a breakthrough in one's cultivation. Most of the time, sticking to the convention principles won't work. As a master teacher, rather than sticking firmly to the old rules, one has to continue learning and trying new things. Xianxia waved his hands casually. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind his back, and he looked like an incredible expert uncomprehended by the world. An unspeakable loneliness emanated from his figure. We will keep Xiangshi's teachings to heart. The three master teachers bowed immediately. At that moment, they couldn't be any more impressed by this Xianxia. There is no way but to be impressed, too godly. Through a random beating, he was able to induce a breakthrough in Zhuangshi, whose cultivation had been at a standstill for many years. A random mixing of poisons, and he was able to successfully concoct a medicinal solution that only poison masters are capable of making. Just by feeding Xinhong aphrodisiac, he was able to bring the other party up to Xianxia realm. Even though they had seen all of these with their own eyes, it nevertheless felt like a dream. Seeing that they've comprehended the matter, Xianxia nodded his head. Just as he was about to take his leave and return back to his mansion, he saw a pair of eyes appearing before him. The face before him was flushed with embarrassment and excitement. Taking a step back, he took a closer look and realized that it was Zheng Fei. He is the person who was the most doubtful of his actions. He was even willing to guarantee that it would be impossible for Xinhong to achieve a breakthrough, or else he would cut off his head. But now his eyes were gleaming, as though he had struck lottery. "What are you up to?" Xianxia was wary of him. "Yang, I've also been stuck in half Xianxia for many years. Since there are medicine and beautiful ladies here, I would like to try to break through to Xianxia realm as well." Zheng Fei held a jade bottle in his hands. He poured out a pill and he was about to swallow it. Xianxia, Emperor Xinjue, Lu Ling, and Zhuang Xian. It took much effort before he managed to convince the other party otherwise. Xianxia sighed. Every person's cultivation technique, personality, and cultivation are different. As such, the relevant methods to achieve breakthroughs are different as well. As a master teacher, there was no doubt that Zheng Fei understood this. However, he nevertheless underestimated the allure of the Xianxia realm. Increasing one's longevity so drastically, just this by itself is able to make anyone lose his rationality. In fact, Zheng Fei wasn't the only one who was moved by Xianxia's actions. Even Lu Ling and Zhuang Xian were staring at him with burning eyes. Since the other party was able to help the dying Xinhong achieve a breakthrough, given that they are at the peak of health, wouldn't it be easier for them to reach Xianxia realm? Upon thinking of this, the three master teachers made up their mind to get close to Xianxia so that he would offer them guidance for their breakthrough. Understanding the intentions of the trio, Xianxia felt his goosebumps rising. He hurriedly bid his farewell and prepared to leave, but at this moment, a guard walked into the hall. "Your Majesty, Lu Sun and Wang Chao from Hongtian Academy request for an audience." "Why would they be here at this time?" Emperor Xinjue was taken aback. Then he nodded his head and said, "Get them to enter. It is highly likely that these two star teachers would become master teachers in the future. Even though he is the emperor of a country, he doesn't dare to offend them. Furthermore, their parents share a deep relationship with him." Xianxia was also startled. "Lu Sun? Wang Chao? Didn't the duo just pay me a visit? Why are they here now? Could it be that they noticed me leave the mansion and made a chase? But that's impossible." Doubtful, Xianxia, who was about to leave, ceased his footsteps. Even though Lu Sun had challenged him to a teacher evaluation, he had never met him. Since they had happened to stumble upon each other, it was also a good opportunity to take a look at the rival and find out his capabilities. Emperor Xinjue commanded for the dancers to back down and had the servants pack up the hall. As Xinhong's clothes were all tattered, he wasn't in a good position to meet anyone. Thus, he left as well. Right after the servants were done packing up and they had assumed their seats, the two young men walked in. With a clear look at their appearance, Xianxia frowned. "Aren't they the two arrogant fools whom I saw at the entrance of the academy yesterday?" After so much commotion, it turns out that they are the legendary Lu Sun and Wang Chao. It was no wonder that their gazes were filled with such contempt when they met him. They had probably recognized him then. "Lu Sun, Wang Chao pays respect to your Majesty. Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, and Zheng Shi." The duo clasped their hands. They had met Emperor Xinjue, so naturally, they recognized him. Even though the faces of the three master teachers were foreign to them, their master teacher robes revealed their identities. As for Xianxia, due to an excessively extravagant dress-up and a crude behavior, he appeared to be an ordinary rich merchant. With a single glance, they decided to disregard the other party's presence. A star teacher also has his own pride. There is no need to pay respects to everyone he meets. They had heard of Xianxia and wanted to pay him a visit, but the truth was that they didn't even know of his appearance. As such, they couldn't tell that the person sitting before them was him. Besides, they had just been to Xianxia's residence, and Xianxia was there back then. "May I know the reason for your visit at such a timing?" Upon seeing the two of them disregard Xianxia, Emperor Shenjue was filled with displeasure. He was about to introduce him when the latter gestured that there was no need to do so. Thus, he could only swallow in his words and question doubtfully. "Your Majesty, we have a presumptuous request to ask of you." Lu Xun hesitated for a moment before speaking. "We hope to borrow 3 million from your Majesty." Borrow money? Emperor Shenjue was puzzled. Given their illustrious family backgrounds, why would they need to request this of him? Besides, why do they need to borrow so much money at that? "We hope to pay a visit to Xianxia, and your Majesty has probably heard of Xianxia's protocol as well. In order to enter his mansion, one has to pay 3 million. Upon seeing his doubtful expression, Lu Xun got straight to the topic at hand and spoke of his motives. "Once we meet Xianxia, we are confident that we can convince him to accept us as his apprentice. By then, he will definitely return the 3 million to us, and we will be able to return the sum to your Majesty." Pay a visit to Xianxia? Upon hearing his motive, Emperor Shenjue and the 3 master teachers glanced at one another. "The Xianxia that you said you want to visit isn't seated too far from you now. Yet, due to your arrogance, you refused to even greet him and chose to disregard him. Even so, you wish to become his apprentice." A peculiar expression appeared on the faces of the crowd. On the other hand, Xianxia scratched his head as he looked at them. He was truly curious why these fellows were so confident that the 3 million would be refunded to them. "Why are you so confident that Xianxia will accept you? What if he doesn't accept you, and the 3 million isn't refunded? How will you repay the loan?" Lifting up his hand to stop Emperor Shenjue and the 3 master teachers from revealing his identity, Xianxia glanced at them curiously. "I, Lu Xun, have made a humble reputation for myself in Tianxian Kingdom. At the very least, I have this much confidence in myself. As for whether Xianxia accepts me or whether the 3 million will be refunded, there is no need for you to worry about it." Even before Emperor Shenjue and the 3 master teachers could speak, the middle-aged merchant dressed in fur coat and a silk cap challenged his words. Lu Xun couldn't help but frown. Since the other party could be seated alongside His Majesty and the 3 master teachers, this meant that he possessed exceptional social standing. Even so, he, Lu Xun, was confident that his standing would definitely not be inferior. Putting aside the fact that his father was the emperor's tutor, just considering his accomplishment of becoming the most capable star teacher in Tianxian Kingdom at such a young age, he was more than qualified to be seated alongside the heads of powerful clans. For example, even clan head Wang Hong would have to address him respectfully as Lu Laoshi, not daring to act haughtily before him at all. Yet, this fellow, despite being just a mere wealthy merchant, not to mention crude, dares to question me? So what if you have some status? I am talking to Emperor Shenjue, and it's not your place to be interfering in the matter. Who do you think you are? Upon witnessing his confidence, the 3 master teachers nearly choked on their saliva. Despite being genuine master teachers, the 3 of us do not dare to disrespect him at all. Yet you, a mere star teacher who isn't even an apprentice yet, why are you behaving so arrogantly? I'm not worried for you. It's just that I think that if the money isn't refunded, you won't be able to answer to His Majesty. Even if you were to be sold, I doubt that you will be worth that much." Xianxia shook his head. He was simply giving kind advice, but to think that he would receive such a rude reply. Xianxia felt frustrated. "Mister, please mind your words." This time, before Lu Xun could even speak, Wang Chao's eyes narrowed. Lu Xun Laoshi is the #1 star teacher of Hongtian Academy. He is someone who will become a master teacher one day. Do you think that he will default on a mere 3 million gold coins? What a joke! If I were to phrase it more directly, he might not even accept this sum of money if some other people were to send it his way. Do you think that it is so easy to gain a favor from a future master teacher? Enough! Lu Xun interrupted his good friend's words. Then, with a straightened back reminiscent of a spear, he ignored Xianxia once more and turned toward Xinjue. Your Majesty, you know how I am. Even if Yangshi refuses to refund me the sum, I am still confident that I will be able to return it quickly. This amount of money isn't worth putting my reputation on the stake. Even though star teachers cannot be compared to master teachers, it is still true that they are able to guide others to help them achieve breakthroughs. 3 million might be a huge sum, but as long as Lu Xun is willing to work for it, he will nevertheless able to make back such money within a short period of time. This, Emperor Xinjue hesitated. 3 million didn't mean anything to Tianxian Kingdom as a whole, but the reason why he was worried was that he was afraid of incurring Yangshi's wrath. I've heard that Yangshi is refusing to meet with outsiders. Even if you have the money, you might not be able to meet him. Paying no heed to the other party's disrespectful attitude, Zhang Xian continued to speak. No matter what, this fellow is Master Lu Chen's son. It is highly possible that the latter does not know that he is here to borrow money. As such, I must try to persuade him. Given that they were going to cross blows at the teacher evaluation, they could be considered as enemies. However, to Zhang Xian these are two different matters. Master Lu Chen had provided him much help, and since his son was going to do something foolish, as a senior, Zhang Xian felt he had the obligation to advise him. It is a problem of mine whether I am able to meet him or not. Mister, don't you think that you're going to a little too far interfering in my matters? Seeing how that fellow kept trying to ruin his plans, Lu Xun was finally displeased. I am trying to borrow money from His Majesty, not from you. His Majesty will have his own judgment on the matter, so there's no need for you to be so overly concerned with the matter. After which, he flung his robe angrily. Are you sick? I am borrowing money from Emperor Xinjue, yet you just have to keep trying to hinder my affairs. It isn't like I can't repay the sum. So what do you mean by this? Do you think that I, Lu Xun, am an easy target for you to bully? As a star teacher, if he doesn't uphold his own prestige and allow others to speak as they please in his presence, how can he instill respect in his students? Besides, the three master are observing the situation. If he were to cower when upon criticism, what rights does he have to become an assistant master teacher? Mister, regardless of your identity, this is a matter between Lu Xun Laosher and His Majesty. For you to be interrupting their conversation repeatedly, don't you think that you're going too far? Wang Chao harumphed coldly. Know your place. Don't you see that even the three master teachers aren't saying anything? Will you die if you do not speak? Going too far? Zhang Xian was just offering his advice out of kindness so that the other party wouldn't waste this unnecessary sum of money. Yet he was despised for doing so. He could only shake his head helplessly. Soon, his identity as Yangshi would disappear, and it was obvious that his decision to want to become his apprentice was a mistake in itself. Initially, he thought that since he had met with them, he would able to easily dispel the thought from their heads. Yet, his goodwill was thought of as a nuisance. Not only did the other party not appreciate his efforts, they even thought that he was interfering too much in the matter. However, it wasn't surprising for the other party to react like that as well. If Zhang Xian were the one borrowing money, and someone else kept interrupting the conversation, he would be displeased as well. You are called Lu Xun, right? I've heard of your name before I even came. I think that Yang. His words make sense. You should reconsider the matter. Even though Zhang Xian didn't mind the other party's sarcastic attitude, Lu Ling could not stand watching it any further. Initially, he had a good impression of Lu Xun, and he intended to test him before deciding whether to accept him as his apprentice. Yet, he didn't think that he would see this side of him during their first encounter. He is simply too arrogant speaking to Yangshi like that, and the favorable impression that Lu Ling had of Lu Xun disappeared without a trace. Thank you, Lu Shi, for your advice, but my mind is made up. Hearing Lu Shi speak, Lu Xun did not speak to him with the same attitude as he did with the crude merchant. He hurriedly clasped his fists and answered politely. Upon seeing that the other party was reluctant to accept his advice as well, Lu Ling shook his head and fell silent. Yang Shi had stopped Emperor Xinjue from pointing out his identity, so it was clear that he didn't want the latter to know that his identity. Since that was the case, Lu Ling wouldn't get ahead of himself and reveal it either. It's merely 3 million. Given how Master Lu Chun is my teacher, giving it to you is not a problem as well. Upon seeing that Xianxia didn't have any intentions of blaming Lu Sun for the matter, Xinjue was relieved and he spoke. This bit of money means nothing to the prestigious clans, needless to say, a kingdom. As the son of his teacher, giving it to Lu Sun straight isn't a problem either. Thank you, Your Majesty. However, since I've already said that I would borrow it, I will just borrow it. I do not wish to owe that person a favor. Lu Sun gestured proudly. Ever since he had fallen out with that old man of his, he didn't want to be associated with him in any way. Thus, how can he allow himself to owe that person a favor? Go retrieve 3 million gold coins. Knowing that the father and son held conflicts, Emperor Xinjue didn't say anymore. He turned to a eunuch by the side and commanded. The eunuch turned to leave and shortly, he returned with a stack of gold bills. Thank Your Majesty. I will return it as soon as possible. After obtaining the gold bills, Lu Chun clasped his hands once more. Emperor Xinjue waved his hands casually. It would be good if the other party can return the sum, but it doesn't matter if he can't. Now that the old ancestor has achieved a breakthrough and reached Xianxia realm, Tianxian Kingdom will only grow more and more prestigious. Once they attract a master teacher here to assume the reins, it is highly possible that Tianxian Kingdom becomes a second-tier kingdom. A mere 3 million means nothing to him now. I won't intrude on Your Majesty any longer then. Lu Sun, Wang Chao, bids Your Majesty farewell. After obtaining the money, Lu Sun turned around and left immediately. After taking a few steps, he stopped abruptly and turned around to look at Xianxia. I don't know who you are, but since you're able to be seated with the 3 master teachers and His Majesty, I doubt that your background is anything simple. However, I would still like to offer you an advice. Oh, Xianxia turned to look at him. When other people speak, it's crude to interrupt their conversation. It's irritating. A haughty expression appeared on Lu Sun's face as he flung his hands backward. He looked as if he were a sacred lotus, a being untainted by dirt. Then he turned around and left without stopping again. Wang Chao glanced at Xianxia and sneered before quickly following Lu Sun out. Once the duo left, the room plunged into silence. The 3 master teachers quietly stared at each other. That fellow, where does his self-confidence come from? After a long period of time, Xianxia could not help but comment. He was truly infuriated. For a mere star teacher to be criticizing Xianxia, whom even they have to be respectful toward, what guts! I was considering whether to accept him as my apprentice, but from the looks of it, I should drop the idea. He has no respect for his elders at all. Lu Ling shook his head as well. Lu Sun's fame was so great that it wasn't just limited to Tianxian Kingdom. Lu Ling and the others had long heard of him, but they didn't think that the first meeting would be so awkward. Xianxia, I apologize in his stead. He doesn't know of your identity and unintentionally offended you. Upon noticing that even the 3 master teachers were displeased by Lu Sun's actions, Emperor Xinjue hurriedly turned to Xianxia to appease him, in hopes that he wouldn't be angry. It's nothing. It is normal for one to get complacent having accomplished so much at such a young age. Xianxia shook his head and stood up. All right, Shenhong has reached Xianxia realm, and it is time for me to leave. I hope that Your Majesty will send those Tongxian realm manuals over soon. Yes. Emperor Xinjue nodded his head hastily. Farewell. After bidding the other 3 master teachers farewell too, Xianxia clasped his fists once more and left light-heartedly. Hot passion rose in the 3 master teachers and Emperor Xinjue once again. Did you see that? Other people would try their best to extort all kinds of benefits after helping someone achieve a breakthrough. Yet he simply coolly. In fact, even when he was doubted and insulted by a junior, he did not get infuriated or annoyed. This is the kind of attitude and magnanimity that a true master teacher should possess. Lu Ling complimented. Indeed, I am completely impressed with Xianxia. If I can become his disciple, It will truly be a great blessing. Zhang Fei nodded his head in agreement. I've heard of Lu Xun's reputation beforehand, but to think that he would be such a person. Upon recalling Lu Xun's actions, Lu Ling shook his head in disappointment. Then he suddenly remembered something and asked, Your Majesty, you said that he is going to be competing with a teacher named Zhang Xian in a few days' time. Is that true? In the few days which they had been in Tianxian Kingdom, their attention had been on Hongtian Academy. The matter regarding the teacher evaluation was no secret, so it wasn't surprising that they would be aware of it. Indeed, Emperor Shinjue nodded his head. After returning to the royal palace, he received Pavilion Elder Chen's report and gained knowledge of the 3-star incident. Even though the battle between two teachers isn't as shocking a news as Master Teacher Yang Xian's arrival, it nevertheless attracted the attention of numerous people. Since Lu Xun challenged the other party, that Zhang Xian should be a star teacher of Hongtian Academy as well, right? But why have I never heard of his name? Lu Shi asked doubtfully. In an official challenge such as this, one usually faces another opponent of the same caliber. Lu Xun is the #1 star teacher of Hongtian Academy, and this Zhang Laoshi accepted his challenge daringly, so they should be on par. However, why hadn't he heard of the name of this accomplished teacher? This is also my first time hearing of Zhang Xian Laoshi. Thus, I had someone specially look into his identity, and not only is he not a star teacher, he has also been condemned by many. Recalling the contents in the report he had read through, Emperor Shinjue still found the matter hard to believe. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and said, Do you know of Zhang Laoshi's previous reputation in the academy? Reputation? What is it? The interest of the 3 master teachers was piqued. They turned to look at Emperor Shinjue intently. It's trash, Emperor Shinjue said. Trash? The 3 master teachers stared at one another. That's right. I've heard that this Zhang Xian Laoshi scored a 0 in his teacher qualification examination, and he even caused his students' cultivation to go berserk. Thus, he is reputed as the worst teacher Hongtian Academy ever had, Emperor Shinjue said. Scored a 0 in his teacher qualification examination? Caused his students' cultivation to go berserk? How can such a person remain as a teacher? Furthermore, since his results are that poor, why is Lu Xun competing with him? The 3 master teachers were puzzled. Putting aside how poor Zhang Xian's results were, Lu Xun is the #1 star teacher of the academy. Of everyone he could challenge, he chose to compete against a fellow who had scored a 0 in his teacher qualification examination. This is as though racing against a cripple and competing in a hearing test with a deaf. Even if he won, what honor would there be? Furthermore, what if, against all odds, he loses? Allow me to first finish my story. That was his former title. About 10 days ago, a twist occurred. Emperor Shinjue continued. A teacher called Chao Xiong challenged him to an Enlightenment will Inquisition in a contest for a student, and everyone thought that Chao Xiong would emerge victoriously. Yet, a shocking conclusion occurred. This Zhang Xian Laoshi isn't the trash that everyone put him out to be. On the contrary, he is an expert. He has already reached Pishue realm, and the student held a trust level of 64 in him. Even though Hongtian Academy had intentionally suppressed the news of the Enlightenment will Inquisition, it remained a simple task for the Emperor of Tianxian Kingdom to look into such a matter. He was well aware of all that had happened that day, and he spoke of it in detail to the 3 master teachers. Right after accepting a student, his student's trust level in him has reached 64? The level of a master teacher? How is this possible? To reach Pishue realm before 20 years of age? What incredible talent! Even students who study under master teachers find it difficult to accomplish such a feat. Inducing symptoms of a berserk cultivation to overcome innate sealed meridians? And to induce a breakthrough in his student from Fighter 1 Dan to Fighter 2 Dan within 10 minutes. The 3 master teachers stared at one another in astonishment. They found the situation too incredulous, and it was as though they were in a dream. In order to guard the school's reputation, he was willing to bear the name of the trash without saying anything. In the end, it was only because the other party went too far that he revealed everything. If all of these are true, then isn't this Zhang Xian Laosher too noble? Zhuang Xian was impressed. Despite being framed, just so as to not sully the name of the academy, he kept mum about the matter. Such magnanimity and professionalism, even the three master teachers find it difficult to achieve, needless to say, a young man who isn't even yet 20. I've sent someone to the teacher guild to investigate and have received a reply regarding the matter. Emperor Xinjue knew that the three master teacher found the matter unbelievable as well. So with a small gesture, he beckoned a eunuch over and took a letter from his hands. This is a personal writing from the teacher guild's elder Mo. The contents are exactly as I've said. Please take a look. After which he handed the letter over. Upon receiving it, Lu Ling and the others took a quick and nodded their heads. That was a paper used by the teacher guild, and the seal of the guild was on it. It was unlikely for the contents on it to have been falsified, otherwise Elder Mo would be punished. To think that such a talent is hiding in Hongtian Academy. Lu Ling's eyes lit up. He had intended to recruit Lu Sun as his apprentice, but after meeting the person in question, he couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. This moment, after hearing the legendary affairs of Zhang Laosher, his interest was piqued once more. His conduct is noble, and he is willing to have his reputation sullied for the sake of the academy. Without regards for personal gains or losses, he gives his all for his students. I would like to meet such a teacher personally, Zhuang Xian commented in awe. Master teachers hope to accept good apprentices. This doesn't just mean their ability to educate others and their reputation. Their morals play an important part as well. After all, what is the use of recruiting a talented apprentice if he is ungrateful and immoral? Your Majesty, someone seeks an audience. Everyone was still immersed in their awe for Zhang Xian when a guard suddenly walked in. Who is it? It's the butler of City Lord Zhao of Baiyu City, Yao Han. The guard reported. Allow him to enter. Emperor Xinjue nodded his head. City Lord Zhao Feng is a subordinate that he trusts heavily in, and as Yao Han is a close aide of Zhao Feng, Xinjue knows him as well. Yao Han pays respect to your majesty. Soon, a middle-aged man walked in and knelt on the floor. It was Yao Han. General Yao Han, please rise. Emperor Xinjue beckoned. Even though Yao Han is only a butler now, he had followed City Lord Zhao Feng to numerous wars back then, achieving the position of a general through his contributions in them. For General Yao to come at this time, does City Lord Zhao Feng have anything to report? Knowing that it is impossible for the other party to visit the royal palace without any good reason, Emperor Xinjue asked. Your Majesty, our city lord intends to visit the capital in a few days' time, and he had instructed me to ask your Majesty for permission. Yao Han said. As an important official with heavy responsibilities in the country, Zhao Feng is not allowed to leave his post as and when he likes. Even if he wants to head to the capital, he has to inform the emperor in advance. Otherwise, if he were to secretly sneak here and the emperor found out about it, he would be punished severely. Visit the capital? Xinjue was taken aback. Yes, our young mistress has acknowledged Zhang Xian Laosher as her teacher, and in order to awaken her unique constitution, Zhang Laosher had undergone the apothecary examination, obtained the precious frigid sun mother grass, and purchased the Tier 3 unravel-ine pill for her consumption. Due to the immense gratitude toward him, City Lord has decided to come in person to thank him. Yao Han replied. Acknowledged Zhang Xian? Frigid sun mother grass? Unravel-ine pill. They were discussing Zhang Xian just a moment ago, and upon hearing these words, they were all stupefied. Recovering from his daze, Emperor Xinjue spoke up. What is the matter about? Recount it to us in detail. Yes. Yao Han nodded his head. Then, he spoke of how Zhang Laosher had accepted Xiaoya as his disciple, how he saw through her unique constitution, why he underwent the apothecary examinations, and so on in detail. Other people might not know the entire story, but after being beaten to a pulp by the other party, Yao Han went through the trouble to look into Zhang Xian's matters. As such, he knows of the affairs surrounding him clearly and accurately. You mean to say that this Zhang Xian Laosher had managed to pass the one-star apothecary examination? Not just so, in order to help his students to achieve a breakthrough, he spent a great amount of money to purchase pills and medicinal solutions, even tailoring cultivation techniques for their individual needs, and requesting nothing in return. Due to the immense fatigue from staying up for multiple nights to create all of the battle techniques, he fell asleep lying on the chair. Upon hearing Yao Han's words, the three master teachers widened their eyes in shock. Agitated, they clenched their fists tightly. The basic responsibility of a teacher is to impart knowledge, skills, and clarify doubts. If one doesn't value his students, it is impossible for one to be a good teacher. For his own students, this Zhang Laosher had made so many sacrifices, he even hid all of it from his students. Even as master teachers, they couldn't help but be astounded by Zhang Xian's character. Most importantly, he passed the apothecary examination and became an official apothecary. If one wants to take on the master teacher examination, one needs to have a supporting occupation. Since Zhang Xian is an official apothecary, that means that if we accept him as our apprentice, he will be qualified to take on the master teacher examination with just a bit of guidance. The eyes of the three master teachers grew increasingly bright. For a master teacher to guide others, they need to possess a fearsome amount of knowledge as a prerequisite. They have to be well-versed in various fields, to the point that they are qualified to become a member of their guild, or else it would be impossible for them to offer concrete pointers. Apothecaries are considered one of the top professions among the upper 9 paths. Given that Zhang Xian is already an official apothecary, if he were to be paired with an acceptable teaching formula and knowledge system, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a master teacher at all. Even in Tier 2 and Tier 1 kingdoms, such apprentices are vied for by numerous master teachers. After all, it adds to a master teacher's prestige if one student becomes a master teacher as well. He is strong, able to tolerate injustices for the sake of the bigger picture, willing to try new methods to teach his students, doesn't despair or panic when misunderstood, knowledgeable, but is willing to lie low, humble, willing to abandon his all for his students. This truly is a good master teacher, bud. The more Lu Ling spoke, the brighter his eyes grew. Zhang Shi, since there's such a good teacher in Hongtian Academy, do you want to accompany me to take a look? Lu Shi, what are you talking about? It should be you accompanying me to take a look. I've been trying to look for such an apprentice all along. Zhuang Shi chuckled. As a certified apothecary, I have an in-depth understanding of pill forging. It would be the most fitting for him to become my apprentice. Zhang Fei interjected. Having heard the various outstanding deeds of Zhang Xian, the three master teachers could no longer hold themselves back. While teachers hope to strike up good relationships with master teachers also hope to accept capable and upright teachers as apprentices. Given how noble Zhang Xian's character is, willing to give up his all for his students, not to mention that his potential far surpasses Lu Sun, how is it possible for the three master teachers remain unmoved? Seeing how the three masters were squabbling with one another over Zhang Xian so vehemently, Emperor Shenjue and Yao Han were astonished. Other people try all means possible so that a master teacher spares a single glance at them, and yet, it is the direct opposite for this Zhang Laosher. The three master teachers hadn't met him yet, but they were already quarreling for him. However, recalling all of the deeds that he had accomplished, he is indeed someone worthy for master teachers to vie over. Looks like I should try to get on close terms with this Zhang Xian Laosher. Emperor Shenjue made up his mind secretly. As the sovereign of the country, how can he give up on someone who wields such tremendous potential to become a master teacher? General Yao informed Zhao Feng that he is free to come. At this point, he nodded his head immediately and consented to Yao Han's request. Regardless of whether it is for this kingdom or for him, it is good news. Through Xiaoya, he should be able to easily tie Zhang Xian Laosher onto Tianxian Kingdom's chariot. Once the kingdom possesses the backing of a true master teacher, the strength of the kingdom would be on the rise, and being promoted to a second-tier kingdom wouldn't just be a dream. Emperor Shenjue, we've decided to visit Hongtian Academy, so we won't be imposing on you for now. After a round of quarreling, the three master teacher decided to see firsthand if Zhang Laoshe is as incredible as the rumors had put him out to be. After all, rumors tend to be exaggerated. Only by seeing it for themselves will they be able to make the most accurate judgment of the person. In any case, the other party also has the choice of choosing who he wants to acknowledge. Thus, it was pointless for them to argue here. Three master teachers, please feel free. Emperor Xinjue did not dare to hinder them, and he nodded his head in consent. Lu Ling, Xianxia, and Zheng Fei stopped their incessant chatter and quickly headed outside, straight for Hongtian Academy. Lu Xun, watching the three master teachers leave for Xianxia, Emperor Xinjue thought of Lu Xun, who had left earlier, and shook his head. From cultivation to knowledge, character, and teaching skills, the impression of the three master teachers, as well as reputation, this number 1-star teacher in Hongtian Academy has lost in every aspect. A complete defeat, oblivious to the fact that the impression that Emperor Xinjue and the three master teachers had of them had been ruined. Lu Xun and Wang Chao headed toward Yang Shi's residence, their faces beaming with excitement. They were mocked and insulted previously due to their lack of money. Now that they have 3 million in their hands, no one would dare to stop them. Later, when we meet Yang Shi, just dive straight into the main topic. Say that we're willing to become his apprentice and that we will serve him well. Lu Xun deliberated on the possible scenarios when they meet Yang Shi before concluding. For Lu Shi and the others to be so much in awe of him, he must have reached at least 2-star or even higher. If we were to beat around the bush, we might incur his irritation instead. Rather, it might be better if we are straightforward. A master teacher has incredibly sharp eyes. It is best not to put on an act before such a person, otherwise they would definitely be the ones to get unlucky. Once they incur the wrath of Yang Shi, it would be out of the question for them to become his apprentices. You're right. Wang Chao nodded his head in agreement. Right, Wang Chao. You said that Elder Wang Chong learned a new spear technique, and he spent quite a bit of money for it. What happened? Suddenly recalling the matter, Lu Xun asked. Just a few days ago, my father was training in seclusion, so I was unable to reach him. I only came to know about the matter after asking the butler. He said that an expert visited the residence, and my old man spent millions as tuition fee to learn a single spear technique from the other party. Honestly, I can't imagine what kind of technique can be worth that much money. Wang Chao shook his head unhappily. As a clan of spear masters, even though they possessed considerable properties, taking out a few million at once would still rattle the family's foundations. He didn't know why his father went mad all of a sudden, paying such a huge sum. No one surpasses Elder Wang Chong's understanding of the spear in the entire Tianxian kingdom. Since he was willing to take out so much money, it must mean that this spear technique is remarkable. You must learn it well. Lu Xun viewed the matter from a different perspective. Given the reputation Wang Chong enjoys in Tianxian kingdom, even being praised by Emperor Xinjue personally, his comprehension of spearmanship has reached an astonishing level. For such an incredible expert to be willing to pay so huge a price, how is it possible that the spear art be anything ordinary? I would like to learn it as well, but father refuses to teach it to me. According to the butler, father promised to only impart the spear art to another clan member with the creator's permission. Hence, anyone who tries to learn it secretly will be punished severely. Wang Chao pouted. He felt extremely discontented upon mentioning the matter. His father had been practicing that mysterious spear technique madly, and Wang Chao knew of it but wasn't allowed to learn. As such, he felt incredibly frustrated within, and could only vent his frustration through complaining. The Wang clan's spearmanship tops the entire kingdom, and it is known by all to be a top-notch battle technique. I don't think that the expert spearmanship will be any stronger. Most probably, the elder is looking for a chance to make another breakthrough. After offering him a word of consolation, Lu Xun was about to continue speaking when he suddenly saw Wang Chao gesturing toward their back. Puzzled, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Look, that's the arrogant fellow from the royal palace." Wang Chao pointed to his back. Turning around, he saw the middle-aged man dressed in fur coat and silk hat walking in the same direction. Who else can it be other than that noisy fellow? since he's able to sit alongside the three master teachers and his majesty. Even though his mouth is vile, he must possess an extraordinary identity. Let's not provoke him and focus on our matter instead. Sensing that his good buddy was about to pick a fight with the other party, Lu Xun immediately persuaded him otherwise. Even though he had never met that middle-aged man, he was unlikely to be an ordinary person for him to dare to interrupt his conversation with Emperor Xinjue. But, so what about it? They are star teachers with backing from powerful clans and are considered influential celebrities in the entire Tianxian kingdom. No matter how influential the other party might possibly be, it means nothing at all before them. I understand. But why does it seem like he is following us? Wang Chao felt puzzled. He glanced backward once more to look at the other party. While the duo was speaking, they had turned at several corners, but the fellow was still behind them. What else can this be other than following? Perhaps he wishes to pay a visit to Xianxia as well. Let's not talk anymore. Butler's son is at the door. Let's go pay him the sum. Lu Xun shook his head. He didn't want any troubles before acknowledging Xianxia as his master. After turning at two more corners, Xianxia's mansion appeared before them. There were many people still queuing at the entrance, and butler Sun Chong happened to be at the door as well. Wang Chao immediately walked over with his head held high and chest protruding. Putting on a haughty look, he squeezed through the crowd and handed the 3 million which he had just borrowed forward. Butler's son, here is the fee for both of us to pay a visit to Xianxia. Now you can let us in, right? Didn't you just mock us for being poor blokes? In just a short hour we've brought the money here. This is called slapping your face in public. In their minds, they imagined that Sun Chong's face would darken, and he would assume a subservient attitude, bending his back and fawning on them, but the plump man frowned instead. Without even turning to look at them, his chubby hands waved impatiently. Where did all of your nonsense come from? Didn't I say just now? From now on, Xianxia won't be accepting any more money. It doesn't matter how much you pay. So, for those whose names aren't called, don't cause any trouble here and scram. You! Rage surged through Wang Chao, and he nearly vomited blood. As one of the members of the top echelon of Tianxian Kingdom, he is highly respected no matter where he went. Even Emperor Xinjue has to treat him with considerable respect. Yet, a mere butler dared to tell him to scram, not once but twice. The strong sense of humiliation infuriated him so greatly that he was about to erupt. Sun Chong, do you know who you're talking to? With a darkened face, he walked forward and spat through gritted teeth. Oh, it's Wang Chao Laosher. Only now did Sun Chong clearly see the other party's face, and he lifted his eyebrows. Why? You brought the money here this time? On the previous occasion, he was hesitant because of the other party's identity as a celebrity teacher. However, after seeing that the old master was completely unbothered by the matter, he realized that it doesn't matter whether one is a noble or a celebrity teacher. If you listen obediently, I'll speak up for you. Otherwise, it doesn't matter who you are. The moment Wang Chao heard Sun Chong's reply, he nearly passed out from rage. The heck? What do you mean by that look of contempt? What do you mean by, you brought the money here this time? If those who don't know better were to hear, they would think that I had come multiple times shamelessly without money. Wang Chao calmed down. Upon realizing that his friend was about to explode, Lu Xun shook his head and took a step forward. Even though this friend of his has good talent and is skilled in teaching others, he is hot-tempered and due to this trait, had got into plenty of trouble in the past. If he hadn't stepped in, it is likely that Wang Chao would have really turned violent. Beating up this fellow means sullying Xianxia's dignity. Not only will Xianxia not admit them as apprentices, he might just drive them away. Holding back his agitated friend, Lu Xun clasped his hands and smiled. Butler's son, I don't think there's any need to introduce us anymore. It is our fault for not bringing the money here previously, so we brought the money this time along with the name scroll. May I trouble you to report this matter to Xianxia? If he truly refuses to meet with us, we will give up on the idea and bother you no more. With a single look, it was clear that Sun Chong was a typical street person. Arguing with him would just make things more and more complicated. So Lu Xun decided to avoid unnecessary trouble and dive straight into the topic. Old Master has instructed that I am not to accept any more name scrolls. Other than those who have paid previously, no one is allowed to enter. However, since you two are celebrity teachers, I will play the good man and... Satisfied with Lu Xun's words, Sun Chong nodded his head. Halfway through his words, he suddenly noticed that the old master had reached the gates. He pushed open the gates and walked into the courtyard. Actually, Sun Chong's tantrum a moment earlier was to conceal the fact that the old master wasn't at the mansion. Upon seeing him return, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to enter the mansion delightfully when he heard an incensed bellow resounding. "Butler's son, what do you mean by this? We've paid the money and handed over the name scroll, but you still refuse to allow us to enter. Yet, why is that fellow able to enter directly, even without having to address you?" Wang Chao was truly angered. "When we didn't bring money, you criticized us and mocked us in public. Now that we've brought money, you still deny us entry. We would have just accepted the fact if everyone is subjected to the same treatment. But what is with that fellow with a fur coat and silk hat? Without submitting a name scroll or paying anything, he was allowed to enter just like that. What rights does he have to do so? Just because he's rich? Just because Emperor Xinjue regards him highly? Didn't you say that no one can enter? What happened to the righteous words that you spoke of earlier?" Wang Chao was so furious that if anger were visible, a pillar of red would split the heavens. However, right after he said those words, the surrounding crowd turned to look at him immediately, as though they were staring at an idiot. Their eyes were filled with pity. Looking at those glances, Lu Xun suddenly thought of something. His body shuddered uncontrollably and his complexion turned awful. He turned to Sun Chong and asked, "Butler's son, the person who has just entered is..." "It's our old master." Sun Chong harumphed coldly. "Yang Shi." Lu Xun felt as though lightning bolts had struck him, and his entire body swayed. The furious Wang Chao seemed as though he had been slapped on his face. The words that he had wanted to say, in a split second, all jammed in his mouth. His face turned pale, and he quivered uncontrollably. "That's Yang Shi? And we scolded him back in the palace for being too noisy? He tried to advise us out of kindness, but we simply disregarded his words out of indignance and even wanted to teach him a lesson. What is going on?" Lu Xun and Wang Chao felt the world begin to spin around them, slowly crumbling apart. "Oh!" Even though Lu Xun and Wang Chao were prestigious figures in the eyes of many, the two of them celebrity teachers of Hongtian Academy, as Xianxia had come into contact with numerous top individuals within the kingdom in the past few days, their identities were far from being eye-catching. Looking at them now, they seemed nothing more than conceited young men. It didn't matter to Xianxia whether the duo was traumatized. It sufficed to leave the matter to Sun Chong. Xianxia could not be bothered. At this moment, he was sitting on his bed with a grim expression. After studying the Heaven's Path poison art, he had gained an in-depth knowledge of that topic. At the same time, he noticed a bizarre black poison aura within his body. In the royal palace, he was busy helping Shenhong to reach Zhongshe realm, and as such, he didn't have the leisure to look into the matter back then. Now that he is back at his mansion, he is anxious to take a look at it to find out what is going on. He has been healthy all along, so why is there poison aura lingering in his body? When did it sneak into his body? Puzzled, he focused his attention on the black poison aura. That black poison aura was hidden between his organs and meridians, making it hard to detect. If not for the fact that he had studied Heaven's Path poison art and gained an in-depth understanding of poison, he would have never noticed it. What kind of poison is this? Why, haven't I seen it before? Taking a closer look at it, Zhang Xian's eyebrows knitted together. There were more than 1,000 books on poison in the kingdom's book collection vault, and the various types of poison, their nature, and their scent were all recorded within. Yet, the black poison aura in his body did not match any single one of those written in the books. That is to say, this black aura is a lethal poison which he doesn't recognize. What exactly is it? Let's see if I can expel it. With a grim expression, Zhang Xian propelled the Jinqi within his body. Even though he has no idea what the poison aura is capable of, it would eventually pose to be a threat if left untreated in his body like that. Since he has become aware of it now, he has to solve the problem as soon as possible. Otherwise, with a ticking time bomb within him, he will never feel at ease. The books did detail how can one use his Xianxia to expel poison, and it isn't a difficult process. After spending a brief moment immersed in his thoughts, he mastered the skill. Go. Upon seeing the surge of Xianxia, the black aura, as though it had met its nemesis, dived into his meridians and hid immediately. It doesn't work at all. Xianxia's face darkened. This poison aura is simply too formidable. To think that it is capable of hiding from the assault of Xianxia. At this moment, it had only dived into his meridians, so it isn't particularly critical. However, if it were to have dived frenziedly into an important organ, Xianxia would have probably died before he can even react to it. To be able to avoid Xianxia as though it possesses intelligence, what poison is this? Furthermore, when was I poisoned? Since he was unable to find any records of the poison in the book collection vault, this meant that it is a poison exclusive to the higher tier kingdoms. Yet, such a poison aura was found in his body. Xianxia felt increasingly baffled. He tried using all kinds of detoxification method, but upon seeing that none of them were effective, he had no choice but to give up temporarily. It seems that the black aura is extremely fearful of his Xianxia, so it should not dare to cause any trouble for the time being. Otherwise, he couldn't have survived for so long without noticing it. However, even though there isn't any threat on his life for the time being, how he was poisoned is a huge issue. It is one thing if he had accidentally come into contact with the poison, but if it were the intentional doing of someone else and he was oblivious, this would be altogether a different matter. The enemy's first attempt had failed, so that means that there'll be a second try. I've to first ascertain whether I was afflicted before or after my arrival, and whether it is an intentional act. At the very least, I can be on my guard. Warily, Xianxia glanced at the black aura once more and examined it. Eventually, he failed to discover anything new. It isn't because Xianxia is dumb, but because the poison is simply too advanced. It is beyond what Tianxian Kingdom understands, making it impossible for Xianxia to identify it, and even less so, figure out when he was afflicted and who the culprit is. I should try using the Library of Heaven's Path. Just as Xianxia was about to give up, a thought suddenly appeared in his head. Even though he is unable to personally discern anything, it doesn't mean that the library will be helpless as well. To trigger the Library of Heaven's Path and compile a book on something or someone, he needs to touch the object with his fingers or witness a person execute a battle technique. Since the poison aura is hidden in his meridians, it is impossible to touch. As for getting it to execute a battle technique, that is even more ridiculous. However, verifying the answer to some basic questions isn't difficult for Xianxia. Grabbing a blank book, Xianxia took out his brush and started writing. The poison aura in my body only appeared after my reincarnation, and it is an intentional act. When Xianxia's finger touched the book, an identical book appeared in his head. Casually flipping it open, the flaws of the statement he wrote appeared. After reading through the contents, Xianxia's face darkened. Based on the feedback from the Library of Heaven's Path, the poison aura was already in this body before his reincarnation, and it was an intentional doing. That means that someone wanted to kill him. Could it be that the death of my previous self isn't because of alcoholism and depression, but because of this poison? He had been feeling perplexed over this matter for quite some time. How could a Xianxia realm pinnacle expert die just from drinking alcohol? From the looks of it, it seems that wasn't the case at all. Thus, Xianxia wrote all kinds of conjectures onto the book. An unknown period of time had passed before Xianxia put down his brush. After half-day of testing his conjecture, he had obtained a rough idea of the entire matter. His previous self had indeed died from poisoning, and that opened the path for his reincarnation. The reason why he had been fine after the reincarnation is because the Heaven's Path Xianxia he cultivated is too pure. The poison aura feared it instinctively and was forced to a corner, unable to budge at all. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Xianxia to survive to this date. That is to say, the reason why Xianxia could live to this moment is that he was diligent. Otherwise, without sufficient jinqi, the poison aura would have counterattacked immediately and Xianxia would have died from poisoning. Looks like another mess my previous self left me. After settling the problem regarding the teacher qualification examination, Xianxia thought that he would gain freedom and would be able to live a carefree life. Yet now, he realized that he had been simplifying things. As long as the black aura lingers in his body, he would be in danger. I've to find a way to identify the person who wants to kill me. If the person who wished to kill him conceals himself, it would be impossible for Xianxia to locate him. However, if the other party dares to make another move, using the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia would be able to identify even his ancestors. Thus, Xianxia didn't feel fear in the least and was merely puzzled. His previous self was just an orphan who didn't even have a relative. Not to mention, he also possessed trashy talent. Having not offended anyone, who in the world would use poison that one couldn't even find in Tianxian Kingdom to kill him? Given that the person was able to acquire such an advanced poison, he definitely boasts of some capability. Rather than going through so much effort, why didn't he just kill him straight? Aren't his actions, as though taking off one's pants to fart, excessive? Since Xianxia could not make sense of the matter, he decided not to mull over it anymore. Without any clue who the person that poisoned him is, musing over the matter is futile. The best he can do now is to find a method to dispel the poison in his body. In order to dispel the poison, I have to first know what poison it is. There are 2 little books regarding poison in Tianxian Kingdom. Looks like I have to head to a place with more books. Possessing the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia can treat himself as long as he is able to access sufficient books on poison. However, such books aren't easy to find. Xianxia had read through the entire collection in the royal palace, but it is far from sufficient. As such, it is unlikely that any normal book here would be useful. After all, this poison is too advanced, so advanced that it can't be found in Tianxian Kingdom. Since the poison doesn't exist here, how can the solution be found here? To rid himself of the poison, Xianxia will have to head for the higher tier kingdoms to look for more books on poison. I should greet the 3 master teachers and inquire them about it later on. Even though Xianxia is completely ignorant of the affairs of other lands, the 3 master teachers, in contrast, must be very familiar. They hail from higher tier kingdoms and travel often. Thus, they definitely know more about the other lands than him. There's no need for me to panic. I should first solve the issues here. Since his Heaven's Path jinqi suppresses the poison aura, preventing it from acting up, he should be safe for the time being. Thus, Xianxia shook his head, stretched his back, and gestured for Sun Chong to call the next person in. Oh! Lu Shi, why do we have to change our clothes? The 3 master teachers were walking on the pavement in Hongtian Academy. Looking at the clothes they were wearing, Zheng Fei couldn't help but ask. He usually donned the robe of a master teacher, and regardless of where he went, others always treated him with the utmost respect. Felt weird to be dressed in casual clothes all of a sudden. The master teacher robe is too eye-catching. If we were to wear it here, Zhang Xianlaosher would definitely rush here at first time's notice and act obediently and respectfully around us. If that's the case, how can we see his true character? Lu Ling spoke. Indeed, it is a good idea to conceal our identity. This way, we can see his true personality. Zhuangxian nodded his head in agreement. Zheng Fei came to a realization as well. Having changed into the clothes of an ordinary person and suppressed their cultivation, no one would guess that they are master teachers. People would simply think of them as ordinary elders. Only under such circumstances will they be able to peer into the truth. Soon, after asking about, they arrived at Zhangxian's classroom. This classroom is way too small. Observing the classroom before their eyes, Lu Ling and company frowned. They had seen the scale of Hongtian Academy for themselves on their way here, and even the most ordinary teacher possesses a classroom several hundred meters square large. Yet, the classroom before them isn't even 100 meters square large. Regardless of infrastructure or design, they are exceptionally simple and shabby. With a single glance, it was clear that this is the worst facility in the entire academy. Seems like that Zhang Laosher isn't treated very well in the academy. With such poor conditions, it is truly a wonder how Zhang Laosher manages to tolerate. If it were them, they would have long fallen out with the academy, flung their robes and resigned. To be able to remain calm, humble, and motivated under such conditions, it seems that he places his responsibilities above his pride. I am impressed. Lu Ling expressed his heartfelt thoughts. Despite being subjected to unfair treatment, the other party doesn't bear any resentment or vent any frustration on his students. To not allow such humiliation get in the way of his character, that is truly impressive. Cousin Wang Tao, I still don't understand what Zhang Laosher spoke about the convergence of spirit energy. Can you explain it to me once more? Walking toward the classroom, before they even entered it, they could hear questioning voices from the grass patch before the entrance. The three men stopped in their footsteps. All right. However, Zhang Laosher's words were exceptionally profound and I understood less than a tenth of it. In any case, I have made a note, so how about we study it together? The senior known as Wang Tao hesitated for a moment before replying. Great! The first voice chirped delightfully. Look, this is what Zhang Laosher said. In Jushi realm, one should view one's own body as a part of the natural flow of spiritual energy in the air and converge them together into one's body instead of forcefully absorbing it. This way, one will be able to better store spiritual energy and the rate of absorption of spiritual energy will increase. Back then, Zhang Laosher brought up 10 methods to do so, but I only remember 3 of them. We can study them together. Look at the first one. Wang Tao's voice echoed from the classroom. View one's own body as a part of the natural flow of spiritual energy in the air? Listening to the conversation between the two, the 3 master teachers became shocked. Their astonishment reflected on their faces. I've heard of this theory from my teacher, that Zhang Laosher is capable of speaking such profound logic as well. Lu Ling's jaws dropped. Whether one is truly an expert, his performance will tell. As master teachers, they stand at the very pinnacle of the occupation of teachers. Naturally, they hold a deep knowledge about imparting knowledge, and they are also capable of telling right from wrong. Even though they hadn't sat through Zhang Xian's lesson, judging the conversation between the 2 students alone, they were able to tell that Zhang Laosher's theories are innovative, correct, and straightforward. Even they themselves find it hard to conduct a lesson of such standard. The theories brought up by the duo weren't incredibly profound, but they point straight to the essence of Jushi realm. It felt as though they were standing before a vast ocean, endless and unimaginably deep. The more they listened, the more it was beneficial to their cultivation. They had benefited greatly from the exchange. As the 3 master teachers continued to listen, they became increasingly amazed. Rooted to the spot, they shuddered with agitation. To be capable of analyzing a mere Jushi realm so thoroughly, it seems that Zhang Laosher's comprehension toward cultivation isn't something that I can match up to. He has long reached the enlightenment realm. After eavesdropping on the conversation of the duo for another moment, Lu Ling could not help but say, to be enlightened means to have grasped the laws of the world. In the enlightenment realm, one's cultivation would have reached Zhongshe realm. Only at that realm will one form his own school of understanding toward cultivation. Could it be that Zhang Xian has already reached Zhongshe realm? Zhuang Xian found it unbelievable. It is not that only Zhongshe experts are able to reach the enlightenment realm. Some incredible teachers, through their comprehension and study of cultivation, manage to form schools of their own. By imparting the knowledge and theories they have compiled to their students, they are able to enlighten their student to the truth, thus massively benefiting their students. Such teachers are absolutely rare and hard to find in the world. To think that this Zhang Laosher would be one of them. At this point, Lu Ling's eyes grew increasingly bright. He couldn't help but mutter, such a talented bud. Indeed, even for me, I can't help but feel excited listening to his theories toward cultivation. To be able to describe the complex subject of cultivation in the simplest words such that anyone will be able to understand it. His standard is indeed astounding. Zhuang Xian nodded his head. If one were to cultivate according to his theory, improvements would definitely be swift. One probably won't exceed a year in breaking through Fighter 1 Dan Jushi realm, Zhang Fei commented. However, it is a pity that we're just listening by the side. We are only qualified to attend the most basic lectures of Zhang Laoshi. If we were taught by him personally, we might have already achieved a breakthrough. The three master teachers were wallowing in their awe for Zhang Xian when they suddenly heard the voices before them echoing once more. Listening by the side? Those two are only listening in on his lesson. The three master teachers stared at one another as their minds were blown once again. There are different types of students under the tutelage of a teacher. There are students who listen in, normal students, and direct disciples. Initially, given how the duo was discussing cultivation methods, the three master teachers thought that they were true disciples of Zhang Laoshi, and thus, they had been imparted with the purest and most profound theories. However, upon hearing listening in, did they realize that they are just the most basic students under his tutelage. If a listener student can learn such profound theories, it would be hard to imagine what his normal students and true disciples will be able to achieve. Indeed, when younger sister Wang Ying first started to learn under Zhang Xian, she was only Jushi realm primary stage. After coming under the personal tutelage of Zhang Laoshi, in a short 10 days, her cultivation rose swiftly, and she succeeded in reaching Dantian realm yesterday night. I'm truly envious. Say, why was I so foolish back then? Why was I so obsessed with coming under Lu Laoshi's tutelage before? If only I had joined Zhang Laoshi earlier, I would have long achieved a breakthrough as well. The two continued to chat, and their tone revealed their envy for the other students. She reached Dantian realm from Jushi realm in 10 short days? Upon hearing the words of the duo, the three master teachers felt as though they were struck by a massive hammer on their head. They thought that they were going insane. In Fighter 1 Dan, one gathers spiritual energy and circulate it around his body to nourish and open meridians. Without accomplishing all of these thoroughly, it is impossible to reach Dantian realm. In other words, there are no shortcuts whatsoever for this realm. Thus, without years of hard work, it is difficult to achieve a breakthrough from this realm. Even for them, without half a year, it is impossible for them to help their students do so. Yet, a breakthrough in 10 days? The three master teachers were astonished, unable to believe what they had just heard. If that is true, doesn't that mean that Zhang Xian's ability to teach is superior to theirs? How is that possible? Boom, boom, boom. They were feeling uncertain when the ground below them started to quake. It's Yuan Tao. That fellow is probably knocking against walls again. Let's go and take a look. Wang Tao's words sounded in the air. Soon, their footsteps grew faint as they gradually walked into the distance. Yuan Tao? Isn't that the fellow who scored the worst for the entrance examinations? Zhuang Shi couldn't help but ask. On their way here, they had inquired about Zhang Laoshi's affairs and found out that he had accepted 5 students. As the student with the worst result during the entrance examination, Yuan Tao was especially conspicuous and, as such, the 3 master teachers had a deep impression of him. Yes, let's go. We'll take a look as well. Lu Ling gestured and the trio followed the sound of the footsteps before them. They are all half-Zongshi experts. It is impossible them to be discovered by the 2 students. After several dozen meters, they stopped after a corner and a few figures appeared before them. They saw a fatty who was charging furiously toward a wall. Every time he rams against it, the ground trembles vigorously. What incredible defensive ability! With such extraordinary defensive capability, even a Fighter 6 Dan Pishue realm expert would find it hard to break through. Seeing the fatty's actions, the 3 master teachers were once again blown out of their minds. While Wang Tao and Wang Yan's do not have sufficiently discerning eyes and are unable to judge how strong Yuan Tao's defense truly is, but they, as master teachers, are able to tell with a single look. Even for them, they would take quite a bit of effort to break through the fatty's defense. For the student who was the last in the entrance examination to possess such overwhelming defense all of the sudden, the 3 master teachers felt their head unable to cope with the sudden turn of situations. Quick! Look over there, Zhang Fei suddenly said. Following the direction where he was pointing, Lu Ling and Xianxia saw a 16 to 17-year-old little girl executing a kick toward a wooden pole which was around a bowl thick, as though a superior bow with its bowstring pulled tautly was released. Kacha! The wooden pole broke into two. What a powerful leg technique! There must be at least 400 kilograms of strength behind her kick. Not only so, her turn, leg raise, strength exertion, and hip twist, all of her movements were seamlessly coordinated as one. This shows that she has at least immersed herself in leg techniques for 7 to 8 years. Otherwise, it is impossible for one to reach such a level. Lu Ling praised. Even though it was just an ordinary kick, it revealed the good foundations the lady possessed. Without years of hard work, it is impossible to reach such a level. Is this Xianxia's student as well? But why didn't we hear about him having a female student who is adept in leg techniques when we asked around? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Zhang Laoshi only has 5 students, and as such it wasn't difficult to find out what his students are adept at. However, they had never heard of him having a female student who is adept at leg techniques. Wang Ying, to think that your leg techniques would become so powerful right after your legs recovered. The 2 young men who were in the classroom previously walked over and complimented her. Wang Ying? She's that Wang Ying whose legs are injured. Lu Ling almost fell to the ground. As the daughter of clan head Wang Hong, Wang Ying's leg injury wasn't any secret. They had heard the news, but if her legs had been injured, how can she exert such powerful strength through them? Furthermore, he had just confidently claimed that the other party must have trained for at least 7 to 8 years to have built up such a solid foundation for her leg skills. Yet, to think that she had been just treated of her injury. The heck? How can someone whose legs were just treated exert such powerful strength that can destroy a wooden pole so thick with a single kick? Why does it feel like a dream? Lu Ling felt a fiery sensation on his face, and that he was on the verge of going berserk. While he found the event embarrassing, the other 2 master teachers didn't have the leisure to bother about that. They were staring in another direction with widened eyes. Lu Shi. Due to his anxiety, Zhang Fei's voice quivered. What's wrong? Seeing that his 2 friends weren't going to pester him for his judgmental error, Lu Ling heaved a sigh of relief. Then he turned over to look at them too. Look over there. Zhang Fei pointed. Puzzled, Lu Ling lifted his head and peered over. The other party was pointing toward a young man. At that moment, he held a spear in his hand and was standing motionless on the spot, resembling a statue. What's wrong? He wasn't sure what the other party was trying to point out. That is a posture which spear users often stand in to feel their spear. Those who love to use spears would often stand in such a position to feel the connection between their body and the spear. Logically, there shouldn't be anything weird about the situation. It's not his actions, it's... Zhang Fei wanted to explain, but before he could finish his words, the spear-carrying young man suddenly moved. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in his movements. As though a dragon rising from the sea, his eyes gleamed with might. In an instant, the tranquil young man seemed to have transformed into another person. It was as if he became an incredibly sharp and taut spear that was capable of even piercing through the heavens. This is... Lu Ling staggered backward, flabbergasted. His eyes narrowed to the point that they were as thin as needles. Spear intent? Achieving spear intent at such a young age. As a master teacher, it was natural that he knew of spear intent. He had also once seen a master displaying it. However, those who are capable of releasing spear intent are, at a minimum, 40-year-old. The teenager before him exuded a domineering aura along with the movement of his spear, and it is clear that he has comprehended spear intent, even though it is the most basic of it all. That is still spear intent. How did he do it? Lu Ling felt his entire body turn cold. This should be the student who specializes in using the spear, Zhang Yang. Back then, given how he was rejected by Wang Chao Laoshi, he was probably only capable of the fundamentals. Yet, in just 10 days or so, Zhang Laoshi had turned him into a spear master capable of releasing spear intent. This is no longer a question of whether he is a capable educator. But, it's a miracle. Lifting his head to look at his old buddies, the two of them, Xianxia and Zheng Fei, were also standing in a daze on the spot. The same thought had popped into their minds simultaneously. This Xianxia Laosher, who exactly is he? Rubbing between his eyebrows, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. After 2 days of hard work, he finally finished dealing with the problems of those who paid the fee previously. At last, he is free from work. Most of the people who visited him inquired him about their cultivation, while a small portion was afflicted with terminal diseases. Using the library of Heaven's Path and the knowledge he had accumulated from the Kingdom's book collection vault, he managed to look into their flaws and solve every problem successfully. It will be the teacher evaluation in 2 days' time. I wonder how much have those brats progressed in their training. Stretching his back lazily, Xianxia sneaked out of the mansion. He had been busy with the matters on this end for the past 2 days, and as such, he hasn't had time to return to the academy for a look. If Xiaoye and the others hadn't followed his instructions, it would be difficult for them to achieve victory over Lu Sun's students. As for Lu Sun and Wang Chao, who had been waiting at the entrance of the mansion, Xianxia left them to be. After an entire day of anticipation, the duo also realized that they had thoroughly offended Yang Shi, and that it was impossible for them to be accepted as his apprentices. Thus, they could only leave in disappointment. After finding a remote alley, Xianxia took off his disguise, reverted to his usual look, and returned to the academy. Master Zhang. Upon reaching the entrance of the academy, he heard a familiar method of address. Turning around to take a look, he saw Huang Yu and Bai Sun walking toward him with large strides. Such a coincidence. We were about to enter the academy to look for you. Since you're here, we'll be able to spare the trouble. Stepping forward, Huang Yu said with a smile. Looking for me? Xianxia asked. Didn't these two fellows complete their painting examination already? They had already bought the paintings, so why would they look for me? Well, if they want to buy more, I wouldn't mind painting another for some quick bucks. We have something that we need to trouble you with. Huang Yu spoke in embarrassment. What is it? If it is within my scope of ability, I will try my best to help. Xianxia nodded his head. Huang Yu had helped him previously, and thus, Xianxia didn't think that it was inappropriate for him to turn down her request. However, he made sure to leave some leeway in his words. If she were to really ask for the impossible, Xianxia could at least still turn her down. Master Zhang, you should know that the reason why we went to Master Lu Chen's residence a while ago was to obtain the ink daylily canvas. Xianxia nodded his head. He was long aware of the matter. It seemed that she was intending to give the painting to someone else. In the end, Xianxia managed to create a painting of the 5th level, resulting in the duo demanding his painting instead and causing him to feel awkward. Xianxia had felt apologetic to Master Lu Chen for the incident. Actually, the reason why we sought the ink daylily canvas was so as to gift it to someone as a birthday present. The paintings that you gave us are perfect as birthday presents. Just that. At this point, Huang Yu hesitated for a moment. I'm afraid that Elder Tian might want to meet its painter after seeing the painting, so I would like to invite you to the birthday banquet as well. Birthday present? Birthday banquet. Xianxia immediately understood what was going on. It seems that the reason why Huang Yu was so adamant on obtaining the ink daylily canvas was so that she could gift it to someone else as a birthday present. I am not interested in birthday banquets, so I'll pass. Xianxia shook his head. Regardless of whose birthday banquet it was no business of his. He couldn't be bothered to make a trip over to please someone else. Master Zhang, you really should come along. Elder Tian is a good person. Even Emperor Shenjue is visiting him as well. Seeing the other party rejecting his request, Bai Sun added on hastily, his face full of anxiety. Emperor Shenjue is going as well? Xianxia was perplexed. He had thought that this is an ordinary birthday banquet for nobles and such. If Emperor Shenjue is going as well, then the matter probably isn't as simple as Xianxia had imagined it to be. Indeed, not just your majesty, our teacher is going as well. To tell you the truth, the one who invited you to the birthday banquet aren't us but my teacher, Master Teacher Lu Ling. Huang Yu hesitated for a moment before saying, Lu Ling is your teacher? Zhang Xian's eyes widened in shock and bewilderment. He knows of me? Huang Yu is an assistant master teacher, so it wasn't surprising for her to have a master teacher as her teacher. Just that, he is currently in the identity of Zhang Xian, not Yang Shi. So, how is it possible that Lu Shi know of his identity? Even sending his apprentice to invite him? Can it be that my identity has been revealed? A wary look immediately appeared on Zhang Xian's face. If his identity was exposed, he would be in danger. Putting aside the fact that impersonating a master teacher is a heavy crime, just the fact that he, as an insignificant figure in a remote country who isn't even in his 20s yet, is able to possess such vast knowledge and incredible eye of discernment means that it was likely that he possesses an incredible treasure. They would definitely want to lay their hands on this treasure, and this would put him in a dangerous position. Not just Lu Shi, even Zhuang Shi and Jing Shi know you as well. Yesterday, when I told them that you were able to produce a painting of the 5th level, they became so excited that they nearly leaped from their seats. Bai Sun said, even until now, he found what happened yesterday mind-boggling. His teacher, knowing that he and Huang Yu are acquainted with Master Zhang, called the both of them over to question them about him. Upon hearing that young Zhang Laosher had created paintings of the 5th level, their faces flushed red with agitation, as though they were suffering some kind of panic attack. Then, they commanded them authoritatively that they have to bring Zhang Laosher to the birthday banquet tonight by hook or by crook. Master Zhang, this is a good opportunity. I've never seen my teacher getting so interested in someone else. Since you've caught his attention, it is likely that you'll become an assistant master teacher soon. Envy appeared in Huang Yu's eyes. Furthermore, you already have a supporting profession. Along with the identity as an assistant master teacher, you will be eligible to take the master teacher examination immediately. All teachers dream of becoming a master teacher, and gaining the appreciation of a master teacher is the ideal opportunity for them to achieve the goal. Supporting profession? Eligible to take the master teacher examination? What do you mean? Zhang Xian was perplexed. You don't know the requirements to undergo the master teacher examination? Huang Yu stared at him with a peculiar expression. Tianxian Kingdom doesn't have any master teachers, and the prerequisites for the examination are not recorded in any of the books. Furthermore, it hasn't been long since Zhang Xian transcended over. Thus, it isn't surprising for him not to know of it. Not only must a master teacher be capable of offering someone guidance on their cultivation, he should be able to guide those of other professions as well. Thus, on top of vast knowledge on the topic of cultivation, a master teacher also needs to possess a supporting profession. Seeing the puzzled look on the other party's face, Huang Yu explained, using simple words, one needs to be skilled in another profession in order to be eligible to take the 1-star master teacher examination. If one is skilled in 2 professions, one will be eligible to take the 2-star master teacher examination, so on and so forth. Of course, the requirements for the supporting profession grow higher as you proceed higher up the ladder. The more stars you possess, the more knowledgeable you have to be of each supporting profession. If you're just going to take the 1-star master teacher examination, having the profession of a painter is more than enough. That is to say, with your supporting profession of a painter and the identity of an assistant master teacher, you will be eligible to take the 1-star master teacher examination. Of course, it is another matter whether you will be able to pass the examination, but at the very least you will be eligible for it. On the other hand, even though I am an apprentice master teacher, I am still not qualified to take the examination. At this, Huang Yu smiled bitterly. The reason why there are so few master teachers and why the examination is so hard is because of this. There are countless professions throughout the upper, middle, and lower 9 paths. Every single profession requires one to devote extensive effort to achieve mastery. Taking Master Lu Chun, for example, he had immersed his entire life into painting but is only able to produce a painting of the 4th level. From this, one can see the immense difficulty involved. There are some, due to the lack of a supporting profession, who remained as apprentices their entire life, never becoming eligible for the examination. Yet, not only is the person before her capable in teaching and possesses powerful cultivation, He has also reached the level of a grandmaster in painting. If he were to become an assistant master teacher, he would easily meet the prerequisites for the examination. His starting point is so much higher than hers. It is truly a wonder to her how he had managed to achieve so much despite not being much older than her. So that's why. After hearing the explanation, Xianxia finally understood why master teachers are so respected. So this is the reason why master teachers are able to offer guidance to people of all professions. In order to be eligible for the examination, one needs to first have a supporting profession. The higher one climbs, the more supporting profession one needs to have. That is why the master teachers possessing multiple stars are extremely formidable and rare. One needs to possess a frightening amount of knowledge to reach their level. It is no wonder why Huang Yu, despite being an assistant master teacher, is devoting her efforts to learning painting and treats Master Lu Chun so respectfully. It seems that she intends to take painting as her supporting profession so as to earn the rights to take on the master teacher examination. I also have a 1-star apothecary emblem. Does this mean that as long as I become an apprentice, I will be eligible to take the master teacher examination? Xianxia's eyes lit up. After days of impersonating as a master teacher, he came to understand how fearsome the identity is. With this identity, no matter where he goes, he will be respected. No one will dare to pick a fight with him. In the past, he wouldn't have cared for the identity of a master teacher as he possesses the library of Heaven's Path. However, it is different now. The black aura hidden in his body meant that someone was trying to kill him. However, if he were to gain protection from the identity as a master teacher and the teacher guild, the other party would have to reconsider before laying hands on him. Besides, the sky is the limit. Possessing such an incredible library of Heaven's Path, it would be a waste to limit himself to just Tianxian Kingdom. With venturing out into the world in mind, both cultivation and a respectable identity are important. With the identity of a master teacher to rely on, many things would become so much easier and convenient to accomplish. Drawing a parallel, only an official apothecary is allowed to enter the Apothecary Guild's book collection vault, and they are granted steep discounts when buying pills. Looks like I should hurry up and take the master teacher examination. Xianxia made up his mind. With the cheat code that is called Library of Heaven's Path, it would be a waste if he doesn't become a master teacher. A person just has to execute a punch and he will be able to see the person's flaws. Just from this alone, supposed master teachers and experts mean nothing before him. No matter how powerful a person can become, can he surpass the Heaven's Path? No one can conceal anything before the path of heaven. Besides, even the Heaven's Path is flawed, so how can a human possibly be flawless? As long as one possesses flaws, Xianxia will be able to tell through the books created by the library. Only as an official master teacher can Xianxia execute this ability of his without any worry and rise to the top. Otherwise, given his current identity, gathering sufficient books to create the Heaven's Path divine art would be impossible, needless to say, wanting to advance swiftly. I have to acknowledge one of them as my teacher? In order to become a master teacher, one has to first become an assistant master teacher. To do so, one has to acknowledge a true master teacher as his teacher and have him guide the way. To acknowledge Lu Ling, Zhuangxian, or Zheng Fei as his teacher. This makes no sense. In the past 2 days, the trio had been often visiting the mansion, revealing their intentions of wanting to acknowledge Yang Shi as their teacher from time to time. But because Xianxia planned to erase the identity of Yang Xian soon, he hadn't agreed to it. But from the looks of it, it is unlikely for them to give up anytime soon. If he were to acknowledge one of them as his teacher as Xianxia, and accept them as disciples as Yang Xian, then the situation would truly be incredulous. That is to say, as Xianxia he would be their student, but as Yang Xian he would be their master, to become both his own grand student and grandmaster. Furthermore, he mustn't allow both of them to meet, otherwise, his identity will be exposed. The heck? How ridiculous that would be. Briefly thinking of this scenario, Xianxia could not help but feel stifled at his heart. I can't allow that to happen. Xianxia shook his head. If he does so, he might soon suffer from an identity crisis. However, if he doesn't acknowledge one of them as his teacher, he won't be able to become an assistant master teacher and as such, won't be eligible to take the master teacher examination. Just the thought of it made his head hurt. Forget it, I won't think about it for now. However, it is also good to meet the 3 master teachers as Xianxia. Firstly, I can get closer to them. Secondly, I can ask them about the poison aura in my body. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia made up his mind. That black aura in his body hasn't become a danger yet, but he still has to get rid of it. If he were to ask them as Xianxia, it would be unbefitting of his identity as an enlightened expert. Rather, it is more appropriate for him to ask them as Xianxia. If Lu Xun and Wang Chao were to know of his thoughts, they would definitely go blind from crying. After failing to acknowledge Xianxia, they went to visit the 3 master teachers yesterday, only to be kept at their door. Yet, with the 3 master teachers wanting to meet this fellow, he still has to consider twice, furthermore with such reluctance. Will you die if you don't act cool? When does the birthday banquet start? Also, who is Elder Tian? For the 3 master teacher and Emperor Shinjue to be visiting him personally. Xianxia still found the situation peculiar. To have the 3 master teachers and Emperor Shinjue visit him personally, this Elder Tian is by no means an ordinary figure. However, if he were any formidable figure, Xianxia's previous self should have long heard of him. But why does he have no impression of him at all? The birthday banquet is today, so we will make it if we rush over now. Upon hearing the question, Huang Yu immediately realized that he had decided to join them and heaved a sigh of relief. She explained, Elder Tian used to be a teacher at Beiwu Academy, and Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, and Zheng Shi had all once studied under him. Even though he doesn't specialize in teaching cultivation, he is nevertheless half a teacher to the 3 of them. Now that he is celebrating his 90th birthday, and the 3 master teachers happen to be in Tianxian Kingdom, it is only right for them to offer their blessings to him. Even though this Elder Tian is a citizen of Tianxian Kingdom, he was a teacher at Beiwu Academy. Each of the 3 master teachers had once studied under him and as such, he could be considered as half a teacher to them. The reason why Lu Shi had Huang Yu head here was actually to have her attend the birthday banquet. In the end, due to Shun Hong's affair, the 3 master teachers had gathered together here. And if the 3 master teachers are joining in the celebration, how can Emperor Shinjue stay out of it? As for Beiwu Academy, which Elder Tian had taught in, it is the largest academy in the Beiwu Kingdom. Huang Yu and Bai Sun were previously students there. Having flipped through the books in the kingdom's book collection vault, these simple geographical terrains of the surrounding kingdoms are available to Xianxia with just a simple thought. The Beiwu Kingdom is a Tier 2 kingdom near Tianxian Kingdom. The master teachers holding the reins in the country are Lu Ling and Zhuang Xian. Kingdoms can be classified under titled first tier, second tier, and, finally, unranked such as Tianxian Kingdom. The higher tier the kingdom is, the more prosperous it becomes. Naturally, more resources go through their hands, and the standard of their fighters will be higher as well. Even though this Elder Tian doesn't teach others how to rise their cultivation, he can be considered as a teacher? Xianxia was perplexed. All of the teachers in Hongtian Academy specialize in raising a student's cultivation. Taking Wang Chao Laosher for example, even though he is a master of spear arts, he is also responsible for guiding his students' cultivation. If one doesn't teach cultivation, how can he be considered a teacher? Beiwu Academy is at a much larger scale compared to Hongtian Academy, and there are many different types of teachers there. Cultivation is only one of the subjects taught there. There are many teachers who specialize in different subjects, such as pill forging, painting, and such. Students can choose to either specialize in one of these occupations or take it as a supporting course to boost their knowledge and temper their mind. Lu Shi and the others, in preparation for the master teacher examination, only came under Elder Tian for a short period of time. As such, they cannot be considered as true students of his. He can only be considered as half a teacher to them. Huang Yu explained patiently. If teachers guide students only on their cultivation, how can the knowledge of apothecaries, blacksmiths, and the other occupations be passed down? After all, the master teachers can't do all the work by themselves. If that were the case, wouldn't master teachers tire themselves to death? Clearly, there are teachers who specialize in different fields. Elder Tian was such a specialized teacher. What does he teach? Understanding the situation, Xianxia nodded his head. This is similar to the schools in his previous life. There are teachers who specifically teach physical education, mathematics, physics, English, and such. It is impossible for a teacher to be proficient in all fields, and naturally, they can't teach every single subject. What Elder Tian teaches is the way of tea. He is a tea master. Huang Yu smiled. A tea master? There was an introduction of tea masters in the kingdom's book collection vault. It is an occupation of the lower 9 paths and sounds unflattering. However, it has a huge following in some of the kingdoms. Brewing tea can help one relax his state of mind, helping him to achieve tranquility. Formidable tea masters can even brew tea that is capable of calming another person's state of mind, allowing him to achieve calmness upon consumption. It is something that is useful for one's cultivation, and its effects are in no way inferior to tranquil heart pill. More importantly, the way of tea is much easier than pill forging, smithing, painting, and other occupations. Even though it is difficult to become a true master as a skill, it is easy to pick up. Most of the sons of prestigious families and nobles in the higher-tier kingdoms involve themselves in the art. All right, I'll follow you there. After getting a clear idea of the situation, Xianxia didn't hesitate further. Since the birthday banquet was going to start soon, he followed behind Huang Yu and Bai Sun and stepped into the carriage. The place where Elder Tian resided was in the suburbs of the kingdom, and it was a significant distance away from Hongtian Academy. It took the carriage nearly 2 hours to reach its destination. Before a vast and luxurious garden, the carriage came to a stop. Upon stepping out of the carriage, the trio was overwhelmed by the crowd before them. Elder Tian was a teacher at Beiwu Academy and had guided master teachers. Just this fact alone attracted countless powerful individuals to offer him their blessings in person. Master Zhang, follow me. Upon alighting from the carriage, Huang Yu led the way to the entrance, displayed a name scroll, and easily entered the residence. As expected of the residence of a person whom the 3 master teachers are paying a visit to, it is massive and filled with countless corridors. It isn't difficult for those here for the first time to lose their way. Lu Shi and the others probably haven't arrived. We should wait for them in the side hall. Huang Yu seems to have been here before, and she navigated around the residence with familiarity. In a short while, they arrived at a vast hall. Even before walking in, they observed that a huge crowd had already gathered in the hall. Xiao Yu, you are finally here. Upon stepping into the hall, a delighted voice called out immediately, following which a young man came running up to her in delight. This young man appears to be around 23 to 24, and he is dressed in white. He has a dashing face which Xianxia can't hope to match up to. Bai Sun's face darkened upon noticing the person, and he quickly stood in front of Huang Yu. Bai Sun, what do you want? A frown formed on young man's forehead. Are you qualified to call her Xiao Yu? I advise you to stay away from her, otherwise, don't blame me for acting impolitely. Bai Sun stared at the other party furiously. Acting impolitely? You speak as though we've never fought before. Have you ever won against me? The young man waved aside Bai Sun's threat and continued. Besides, this is my home. As the host, I should give my all to welcome my guest. You wish to interfere in this as well? Aren't you being nosy? Bai Xiao Wangya. You. Bai Sun raised his eyebrows as he prepared to enter a fight. Enough. Seeming to have expected that the two would quarrel, Huang Yu's eyebrows knitted tightly together. Glancing at the two, she said, We're here to offer our blessings to Elder Tian. If you two really must fight, do it after. Rest easy, Xiao Yu. I can't be bothered with a boor like him whose head is only filled with slaughter. After which, the young man chuckled lightly. Xiao Yu, I've just learned a new tea brewing method. Let's go, I will make a pot for you. It'll definitely calm your mind, and after drinking it a few times, you'll surely reach heart of tranquil water quickly. I'll pass. I have to wait for Lu Shi here. Huang Yu remained completely unmoved to the other party's passionate welcome and rejected him flatly. It's all right if you don't want it. I also happen to want to greet Lu Shi, so I'll wait for him here with you then. The young man didn't pay his rejection any heed and simply chuckled nonchalantly. Since the other party was insistent on staying here, Huang Yu wasn't in a good position as a guest to drive her host away as well. Shameless! Baisun was outraged, but he no longer spoke of fighting with the other party. From the looks of it, it seems that he isn't a match for the other party. Otherwise, given his fiery temper, he isn't the type to hold himself back due to the occasion. Despite knowing the temper of the young noble, the young man paid him attention. At this moment, the young man suddenly noticed Xianxia and looked at him with doubtful eyes. Xiao Yu, this is… Oh, allow me to introduce you too. Huang Yu glanced over and spoke. Master Zhang, this is Tianlong, the sole grandson of Elder Tian. Tianlong. This is Xianxia Laoshi from Hongtian Academy. Xianxia? This name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. The young man Tianlong frowned as he mused over the name. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Hongtian Academy. You're the one who is going to compete with Lu Sun Laoshi in the teacher evaluation. Xianxia. The news of the teacher evaluation had spread like wildfire, and it was difficult for anyone to remain unaware. Lu Sun is the most incredible celebrity teacher in Hongtian Academy, and to dare to compete with him in a teacher evaluation, you sure are courageous. I'm impressed. Even though he said so, there wasn't the slightest bit of awe in his expression. Rather, it was filled with contempt. Being the son of Master Lu Chan and a famous star teacher in Tianxian City, Lu Sun possesses tremendous fame. Matched against a nobody like Xianxia, everyone believes that it would be a completely one-sided match. Seeing the other party behaving in such a manner, Xianxia shook his head. Yet another arrogant nobody. Tianlong, what do you mean by that? Baisun couldn't withstand it any further. I don't mean anything, just that humans are valued for knowing their place. To overestimate oneself will only make one's life difficult. Tianlong shook his head. I dare you to say, who is the one who doesn't know his place? Master Zhang just wants to keep a low profile and refuses to flaunt his abilities. Baisun bellowed angrily. Even though he had heard of Lu Sun, he wasn't familiar with him. On the contrary, he was completely awed by Xianxia's prowess. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Baisun was enraged. Master? What do you mean by master? Do you think anyone can be addressed by the title of a master so simply? Tianlong sneered. Flinging his hands, he stared down at Baisun haughtily. That's the title of someone who has reached an astounding level of mastery in their occupation. Only a person like my grandfather, who has reached the peak in the way of tea, can be qualified to be addressed as a tea master. For a mere 20-year-old teacher at Hongtian Academy to be called a Laoshi is already flattering. Yet he dares to call himself a master? How naive! Sneering coldly, just as Tianlong was about to continue speaking, he suddenly noticed an elder walking over and shut his mouth hurriedly. Then, he respectfully clasped his hands and welcomed him. Tianlong pays his respect to Master Yuanyu. He is the #1 physician in Tianxian Kingdom, Yuanyu. Toward the greeting of the other party, Master Yuanyu nodded his head impassively. Just as he was about to proceed further in, he suddenly caught sight of Xianxia. His eyes lit up and he rushed forward to him passionately. Master Zhang, you're here as well. It has been a while since we last met. What? Upon seeing this sight, the respectful Tianlong's body suddenly jolted, as though a mace had clubbed his head. What did Master Yuanyu just call him? Master? Who was Master Yuanyu? A true master physician, a person who was of equal standing as his grandfather, Elder Tian. No matter where he went, he was respected by everyone, and even Emperor Shinjue had to treat him with utmost respect. Even a genius like him, who was known in his generation, had to talk to him carefully for fear of offending him. For such a person to run over to a fellow who was younger than him and respectfully address him as master? Furthermore, his attitude seemed as though he had met his idol. The hell, what was going on? More importantly, he had just said that Xianxia had no rights to be named master, and at the very next moment, Master Yuanyu came running over. This face slap. Tianlong felt his face warp in embarrassment, and there was a fiery sensation all over it. However, that wasn't the end of the incident. Initially, he thought that Master Yuanyu running over for the lad would leave the lad extremely honored and gleeful. Yet he only saw him frowning. "Didn't we just meet a few days ago? Frowning? The hell are you frowning?" Tianlong's mouth twitched. The other party was an elder, and saying that it had been long since they met was just basic pleasantries. Yet this fellow pointed that out in public. "Can't you speak properly?" Initially, he thought that Master Yuanyu would fly into a rage, only to see him smack his forehead, as though he had only realized the fact now. Yes. More importantly, I have placed Master's painting in my room and admired it daily. The more I look at it, the more I feel that our levels are different. That's why I forgot that we had just met a few days ago. It's just a painting. There's nothing much to admire about it. If you wish to learn, I can teach you." Xianxia nodded his head. "Really? Then I'll be truly grateful for your teaching then." Master Yuanyu became so excited his beard flew up along with his words. "Put on." Tianlong staggered. He could almost see thunder rumbling around him. "Yuanyu, aren't you a master? Why do you look like an elementary schooler at this moment? Learning from this lad? What the hell are you going to learn from him? Is he qualified for it?" Unable to stand it any longer, he turned to look at Baisun. Master Zhang is a true master painter that even Master Luchun is impressed with. If he isn't worthy for the title of master, who else can be worthy of it? Baisun looked at him with glee and disdain. "Trying to brag? I'll see what you have to say now. Acting so arrogantly previously, even telling him to know his place. You're the one who should know your place. Master painter?" Only then did Tianlong recall that Master Yuanyu was not only a skilled physician, he was a talented painter as well. However, he couldn't understand what kind of standards a fellow who wasn't even 20 and had a terrible reputation in the academy could reach, such that even a master painter like Yuanyu would be so impressed with him. Even though painting wasn't as popular to the way of tea, it was still one of the 9 paths, and it was difficult to achieve mastery in it. He might have just copied the drawing of some master and gained a slight bit of fame from it. Master should just be a respectful address for him. Otherwise, at his age, even if he had learned painting ever since he was born, it should be impossible for him to reach the level of a master. Painting was similar to tea making in certain aspects, and as such, Tianlong understood the difficulty of the occupation. He had been studying the way of tea since he was 7, and it had been 18 years since then. Even so, he had only reached the 2nd level of the way of tea essence restoration. In terms of apothecary ranking, he was equivalent to a high-level apprentice, but even so, he was still a significant distance away from officially joining the ranks of the occupation. Given the other party was younger than him, how could he have reached the level of master? Master was a title given to those who had officially entered the threshold of the occupation. For example, an official apothecary could be called a master apothecary. Only an official painter or someone who was capable of drawing a painting of the 4th level could be named such. For a fellow below 20 to draw a painting of the 4th level? This was like saying that he was able to brew a tea of the 4th level. What a joke! Regardless of whether Tianlong believed it or not, Master Yuanyu's action of greeting Xianxia had attracted the attention of many. Thus, Xianxia waved his hands casually. "You should work first. If you really wish to learn painting from me, feel free to look for me any time." He was here just to visit the 3 master teachers to ask about the black aura over his body. He didn't wish to cause a big ruckus here. After all, a person should keep a low profile. If this fellow were to keep following him, how could Xianxia maintain a low profile? This didn't align with his goals at all. "Yes, I'll head over there first then. When I have time, I'll look for Master Zhang to study from you." Master Yuanyu also knew that his identity was way too eye-catching, and that staying here would cause trouble for Xianxia. As such, he clasped his hands and left. Those who were skilled would be respected as masters. Even though the other party might be young, just his ability of being able to produce a painting of the 5th level made him worthy of respect and learning from. Overwhelmed with shock and embarrassment, Tianlong didn't really hear the conversation between the two. When he looked at Zhang Laosher once more, not only was he not impressed with the other party, he was even angrier than before. It wasn't a secret that he liked Huang Yu, which was also the reason why he had been on bad terms with Bai Sun. Knowing that Huang Yu would come for his grandfather's birthday banquet, he specially learnt a tea brewing method to showcase to her. Yet, before he could even do so, he was humiliated before this fellow. He could be considered to have good self-control to stop himself from attacking him. Even if he isn't a true master, just by the fact that Master Yuanyu came over to greet him, he is unlikely to be ordinary. Even though he was infuriated, he didn't lose his cool. He calmly pondered on how he could embarrass the other party and regain his pride. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. Right, they're here as well. I remember someone reporting to me back then. I was too busy waiting for Xiaoyu that I didn't get a chance to greet them. If I brought him over to them now, it should be interesting. At this point, he stepped forward and said, Zhang Laosher, I'm truly apologetic. I didn't know that you were skilled in painting, so do forgive me for my insolence. Even though he said this, there wasn't the slightest hint of sincerity in his tone. Facing this kind of hypocritical fellow, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste his time with him. As a result, he casually waved it off. I'll drop it this time, but I won't condone it the next time. You! Despite his polite apology, the other party lectured him like a teacher disciplining his own student. Tianlong felt another stifled sensation in his chest and he nearly burst into anger. Can't we talk normally? I've heard people say that those who are skilled in painting are all gentle and courteous, and their words tend to be wise and profound. Yet, this fellow could kill a person with his words. Is he truly a master painter? Nearly flying into a rage, he clenched his fist. The angrier he was, the more he knew he couldn't express it. A glint of cold intent gleamed through his eyes, but a smile remained on his face. Yes, I'll take note of it later. Since we don't know when Lu Shi and the others will come, why don't we head upstairs first? This way, we'll surely be able to see them when they arrive. If those familiar with Tianlong saw his current expression, they would immediately understand that someone was in for a ride of misfortune. Huang Yu hesitated as she turned to the young man beside her. Even though she was an assistant master teacher and possessed exceptional standing, Zhang was considered by Master Lu Chun as a peer of his. Therefore, she dared not make a decision without asking for his approval. Zhang nodded his head. Many people had noticed him when Master Yuanyu came over to greet him. To him, it was no difference waiting below or on top. In any case, he was likely here for the entire day, so there was nothing to hurry over. All right. Upon seeing Zhang agree to it, Huang Yu turned to express her consent as well. Upon seeing this sight, Tianlong felt even more frenzied. He didn't know the relationship between Zhang and Huang Yu, but seeing the two of them exchanging gazes here and there, seemingly intimate with one another, as though a couple, the strong envy he felt made his face twitch, and his rage was pushed further toward the limit. Guests were received at the 2nd floor of the side hall. From here, the guests could drink a cup of tea while enjoying the scenery by the window. Guests could overlook the entire mountain mansion, which seemed like a massive garden of flowers. It was pleasing to the eye. Walking up the stairs, the party of 4 headed up. There were many seats on the 2nd floor. Quite a few people were seated, sipping on tea and chatting casually. Those who were able to attend Elder Tian's birthday banquet were all famous figures of Tianxian Kingdom, and every one of them had outstanding backgrounds. As such, a personal maid was attending to each and every one of them. It seemed like these maids were specially trained in the way of tea as well. Their movements were smooth, and it created a bizarrely beautiful sight. This way, Tianlong led the way at the front, scanning the surroundings while proceeding forward, as though looking for someone. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he stopped. Brother Lu and Brother Wang, pardon me for not greeting you two earlier. I didn't know that you were here. Following his gaze, the others saw two people sitting at a table not too far away. They were the star teachers of Hongtian Academy, Lu Xun and Wang Chao. They had come for Elder Tian's birthday banquet today. Tian Long, you were doing this intentionally, right? Upon seeing this fellow bringing them here, how could Huang Yu not understand his intentions? Her face immediately sank. Everyone knew that Xianxia Laosher was going to face off with Lu Xun Laosher soon, and the two of them had a hostile relationship with one another. Clearly, the other party had ill intentions in mind, bringing Xianxia to meet with Lu Xun. Xiao Yu, what are you talking about? I just happened to meet with Brother Lu and Brother Wang here. Since we're here, why don't we sit down and drink some tea together? You can also try out my tea as well. Tian Long's lips curled upward as he sneaked a glance at Xianxia. Kid, weren't you arrogant just now? Won't condone it the next time. Won't condone your head. Now that Lu Xun Laosher is here, let's see how you continue feigning as a master and an expert. Lu Xun and Wang Chao clearly didn't expect to meet Xianxia here. Wang Chao glanced at Tian Long and frowned. Brother Tian, don't the guards check the invitation letter? This is Elder Tian's birthday banquet. Why does it seem as though anyone could get in easily? Upon hearing those words, Tian Long nearly leapt with joy. He had heard that Wang Chong had an impatient nature. To think that it would turn out to be such a useful weapon now. He was still contemplating how to spark off the conflict between them when this guy immediately shot an arrow at Xianxia. Even though he was delighted, he still feigned that he was in a difficult position. They must have checked the invitation letter. I invited Assistant Master Teacher Huang Yu and Bai Xiao Wangye personally. As for this, Zhang Laosher, even though I wasn't the one who invited him, since he is their guest, I am not in a good position to say anything. Guest? A low-level teacher can be invited as a guest for Elder Tian's birthday banquet as well. Wang Chao sneered. Xianxia was merely a low-level teacher in the academy. In terms of social position, he truly wasn't qualified to attend Elder Tian's birthday banquet. Enough, Wang Chao. Lu Xun waved his hands, interrupting his friend's sarcastic remark. He glanced at Xianxia and said impassively, I'm sorry, Zhang Laosher. Wang Chao tended to speak his mind, so he might appear a little rude. However, this truly isn't the place where you should be. You should return quickly so that Huang Yu Xiaojie won't be criticized because of you, and Hongtian Academy's reputation won't be tarnished. Lu Xun, what do you mean? Hearing those words, Huang Yu could no longer hold herself back. What do you mean by criticized? What do you mean by tarnish Hongtian Academy's reputation? Zhang Laosher was invited by the three master teachers to the birthday banquet. Yet why do you speak as though his presence here was an embarrassment? I don't mean anything else. People should not be in places which their identity does not allow them to be in. Huang Yu Xiaojie, I know that you are an assistant master teacher, and you are deeply trusted and doted upon by Lu Shi. Even so, you shouldn't act so obstinately. This is Elder Tian's birthday banquet, so you should pay more attention to your actions. Elder Tian had been half teacher, half friend of Lu Shi. If you bring a low-level teacher with such a terrible reputation over, it would be troublesome if you incur Lu Shi's ire. Lu Xun shook his head. Neither sarcasm nor anger could be seen on his face, and it seemed as though he were just recounting facts. In his eyes, it didn't matter whether Xianxia really scored a 0 in his teacher qualification examination or not. This fellow was just a low-level teacher, and it wasn't befitting of his identity to be in such a high-class birthday banquet. Forcefully bringing someone of his caliber along would only lower Huang Yu's standing. This was akin to bringing a beggar to a luxurious hotel. Regardless of how well-dressed and cultured one was, one would only be pulled down by the companion and become a laughingstock. A dragon is only a dragon when it is accompanied by a phoenix. If accompanied by a pig, it would become a dog. You! Hearing those words, Huang Yu was infuriated. She was about to say something when she saw Xianxia walk to the table and sit down in a chair. He casually poured a cup of tea and lifted his head to look at the two arrogant star teachers. After spouting so much nonsense, your main point is that I'm just a low-level teacher with a terrible reputation. If that's the case, amazing Lu Laosher, Why do you want to challenge me to a teacher evaluation? Aren't you just ruining your awe-inspiring reputation? Initially, Xianxia couldn't be bothered with the duo putting on airs. However, I tried to spare your dignity, didn't I? Yet you just had to trample of mine. Hearing those words, Huang Yu and Bai Sun exchanged glances. At the same time, they were impressed. As expected of Zhang Laosher, his words sure were savage. But it made perfect sense. Didn't you say that bringing him over would drag down my prestige? If that's the case, as a great star teacher of Hongtian Academy, why did you challenge him to the teacher evaluation? Aren't you simply making a fool out of yourself? You? Lu Sun chuckled softly. He didn't feel humiliated by Zhang Xian's words at all. Lifting his lids, he said, "You are just a stepping stone for me to reach higher grounds. If you have to blame something, blame it on your terrible luck for meeting me." Stepping stone. Indeed. Tomorrow's teacher evaluation will surely attract the attention of Xianxia and the other 3 master teachers. Brother Lu will display the results of his tutelage to them, earning him the appreciation of the 4 master teachers. He will then be able to reach greater heights, becoming a true assistant master teacher. As for you, you are only a foil to the show. Wang Chao chuckled gently as he stared at him in sympathy. You are just a stepping stone. Did you think that you are someone incredible? Honestly, you should feel flattered to be able to become Lu Sun's stepping stone. Are you too that certain of your victory? Upon realizing that the other party had such intentions, Zhang Xian shook his head. He didn't know about the intent of the 3 master teachers, but it was impossible for Xianxia to come and spectate the competition. Even less so, he wouldn't accept Lu Sun as his apprentice. Actually, it doesn't matter whether he wins or not. There is something that you all might not be aware of. Wang Chao and Lu Sun were just about to continue speaking when Tianlong suddenly chuckled and interrupted. What? Wang Chao glanced at Tianlong. With a haughty look, Tianlong said, Actually, Lu Shi's intention for coming to Tianxian City isn't just to offer blessings to my grandfather on his birthday. More importantly, he wishes to accept Brother Lu as his disciple. Even though this matter is supposed to be a secret, Lu Shi had written a letter to my grandfather to tell him about it. I simply happened to see the letter. That's why I know about it. Oh? Is that true? Clearly unaware of this news, Lu Sun's eyes lit up. Of course. Given Brother Lu's incredible reputation, it is normal that a master teacher would set his sights on you. As my grandfather's student, Lu Shi dares not hide the matter from him and revealed everything to him. It is precisely because of this that I sent you an invitation, so that he can introduce you to Lu Shi during the banquet later, and accept you as his disciple. Tianlong said, I'll have to thank Elder Tian for this matter then. Hearing the affirmation of the other party, Lu Sun stood up with excitement. Knowing that it was hopeless between him and Xianxia, he turned his attention to the 3 master teachers. However, in the past 2 days, the 3 master teachers didn't seem to be around. Every time he tried to pay a visit to them, they weren't around, which made him panic. Initially, he thought that his plan was doomed, just like how it was with Xianxia. Yet, it turned out that Xianxia had already set his sights on him. This was wonderful. Looks like we'll become fellow apprentices then. Lu Sun smiled kindly at Huang Yu. Who is your fellow apprentice? Huang Yu snorted. Huang Yu had no idea what Lu Shi was thinking of, but since Tianlong already said so, he should be confident of the matter. Could it be that she would really become peers with this fellow? Huang Yu felt conflicted. This fellow was extremely arrogant, and she disliked his attitude. But honestly speaking, this fellow was also extremely capable, and she was impressed by him as well. For him to be able to reach such great heights in Tianxian Kingdom without the guidance of a master teacher, he must have his way with teaching students. Did you hear? Brother Lu is about to become an assistant master teacher. Don't you feel ashamed to stay here? Upon hearing such wonderful news, Wang Chao was delighted for his friend as well. Turning his gaze to look at the indifferent Zhang Xian, he felt another surge of disgust for him. About to become? So that means that he isn't accepted, right? Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered with this matter at all. It was just that he didn't realize Lu Shi was interested in Lu Sun. At this moment, he was considering whether he should use the identity of Xianxia to advise the other party against this matter. After all, if Xianxia accepted Lu Ling as his student, then Lu Sun would be his disciple's disciple. However, this fellow was self-assuming and arrogant. This kind of disciple would get on his nerves. He didn't want such a disciple. Continue acting haughtily then. I'll see whether you can still do so later. Seeing how that guy was feigning nonchalance to the matter, the two men who were trying their best to become his disciples' disciples stared at him with disdain. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. Once the three master teachers arrived, Lu Sun would become an assistant master teacher. Yet, that fellow didn't feel embarrassed to remain here. How could someone be so shameless? Furthermore, to be seated here sipping on tea. How can you still be in the mood to drink tea now? If it were me, I would jump off the building in embarrassment. Hee, Brother Wang, you can't really say that either. I heard Xiao Yu and Bai Xiao Wangye calling this Zhang Laosher Master Zhang just a while ago. I've heard he is a true master painter, and he seems to be quite an incredible figure. Zhang Xian's skin seemed to be thicker than what Tianlong thought it out to be. Seeing that the other party was indifferent to the matter, Tianlong added this. Master painter? Placing his hands behind his back, Lu Sun glanced at Zhang Xian with disdain. You dare call yourself a master painter before me? Don't you find it hilarious? Even if you want to brag, you should know your limits. Even though he hadn't returned home for many years, he knew better than anyone else how difficult it was to become a master painter. It was one thing for the famous worst teacher in the academy who got on good terms with Huang Yu to flaunt his new identity. But wasn't it too much to be bragging about this as well? Indeed, Brother Tian, you must have heard wrong. Brother Lu comes from a distinguished family of painters, and his father, Master Lu Chan, is Tianxian Kingdom's most incredible master painter. Even Emperor Shenjue had learnt from him. Since childhood, Brother Lu has been learning painting from him. How could he possibly not know if another master painter appeared in the kingdom? Wang Chao chuckled and shook his head. Seeing the two of you speak like this, I feel relieved. I thought that it was real. After all, Master Yuanyu. Tianlong was just about to talk about Master Yuanyu's previous attitude when a commotion broke out below. Hurry up. The three master teachers are here. Emperor Shenjue is here as well. Let's hurry over to welcome them. Gossip was flying all around the room. The three master teachers and Emperor Shenjue are here? Hearing the commotion below, Tianlong stopped talking. Then he turned to look at Lu Sun and Wang Chao. Brother Lu and Brother Wang. Let's go down to welcome them as well. All right. Since the three master teachers had arrived, the crowd in the room could no longer remain seated and quickly hurried downstairs. Senior Huang Yu, let's go welcome teacher together. Lu Sun chuckled. Who's your senior? Huang Yu harumphed. Then she turned to look at Zhang Xian. Let's go. Knowing that Huang Yu, as a student, had to welcome her teacher, Zhang Xian nodded his head. Besides, he was here to meet the three master teachers. Since they had arrived, it would be good for him to take a look as well. Walala! The crowd on the second floor filed out, and in a few moments the entire floor was empty. Walking toward the main hall, they saw a few figures in the hallway leading here. They were the three master teachers Lu Ling, Zhuangxian, Zheng Fei, and Emperor Shenjue. Even though these four people had behaved respectfully before Yang Shi, they looked imposing here. Paying respect to Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, and Zheng Shi. Paying respect to your majesty. Even though there were many clan heads and elders of prestigious clans here, all of their heads were lowered at this moment. Just like you all, we're here to offer our blessings to Elder Tian. There's no need so act so constrained around us. Emperor Shenjue smiled. Even though he said this, the others didn't dare follow the letter of the law. Everyone simply smiled politely, too afraid to speak. Let's go. Upon seeing the three master teachers and Emperor Shenjue walking over, Tianlong smiled and brought Lu Sun and Wang Chao forward. As the apprentice of a master teacher, how could Huang Yu lag behind them? As a result, She walked over with Baisun and Xianxia as well. Teacher. Walking forward, Huang Yu and Baisun immediately bowed respectfully. Have you invited him yet? Upon seeing the duo, Lu Ling's, Xianxia's, and Zheng Fei's eyes immediately lit up. The past 2 days, they had donned their disguises and camped at Hongtian Academy, waiting for Xianxia's appearance so that they could accept him as their apprentice. Yet the fellow never returned. It seemed he had disappeared, and even Emperor Shinjue was unable to find him. So they had no choice but to have Huang Yu and Baisun look for him as well. Initially, they didn't hold much hope for it either. However, upon seeing that there were no signs of depression on the faces of the two, their hearts skipped a beat. We've invited him over. This person beside me is... Huang Yu wanted to introduce Xianxia, but Lu Sun interrupted her. With excitement written all over his face, he clasped his hands and said, Lu Sun pays respect to Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, and Zheng Shi. Initially, he thought that after introducing himself, the 3 master teachers would immediately display their care and concern for him before going ahead to accept him as their apprentice. In the end, the 3 simply disregarded him, as though they didn't see him at all. They walked toward Tianlong and surrounded him. A bright smile was on their faces. You must be Xianxia Laosher. Finally, we get to meet you in person. You don't know how difficult it has been for us to find you. Eh? Tianlong was stunned. Tianlong froze, looking at the 3 master teachers who were grinning brightly, to the point that they were almost fawning over him. Tianlong was confused. He wanted to say something, but not a word would come out of his mouth. So, what was going on? Xianxia was even more confused. After a few days of not meeting the trio, why did the 3 people suddenly turn foolish? Putting aside the fact that I am Xianxia, what's with your excited looks? The one who had scammed your money was Yang Shi. The matter has nothing to do with me. Even if you have seen through my identity, you should look for him instead of me. Cough cough, Lu Shi, he isn't Zhang Laosher. He is Elder Tian's grandson, Tianlong. Huang Yu said quickly, who couldn't stand watching the situation any longer. Ah? You aren't him? If you aren't him, why didn't you say so? TSK. You made me happy for nothing. Glaring at Tianlong, Zheng Fei snorted. If not for the occasion, it seemed he would have slapped the other party's face. Looking at his ferocious expression, Tianlong was on the verge of tears. It's not that I don't want to say so, but you 3 simply rushed here and took me to be Xianxia Laosher, not even giving me a chance to explain myself. I am frightened by your suddenly hospitality. All right? It wasn't surprising that the 3 master teachers would recognize the wrong person. In terms of build and looks, Tianlong was superior to Xianxia. Huang Yu had only said that Xianxia was beside her. Before she could even confirm whether it was to her right or to her left, Lu Sun had interrupted her. Naturally, they thought that the tall and handsome man was the person they were looking for. If he isn't it, then where is Zhang Laosher? Lu Ling looked around once more. I am Xianxia, knowing that it would only be more awkward if he dragged it out. Xianxia stood forward and revealed his identity. You are Zhang Laosher? Indeed, you look as dashing and capable as I thought you to be. Lu Ling stepped forward with a bright smile on his face. Indeed, with such a valiant disposition, you stand out even among everyone else here. I could recognize you immediately from the crowd, Zhuang Shi praised. As expected of the ideal teacher of Tianxin Kingdom. Not bad, not bad. Zheng Fei quickly added as well. Dark lines streaked across Xianxia's face. I'm dashing, capable, valiant, and an ideal teacher? If so, how did you all recognize the wrong person? Why did you all think Tianlong was me? To think a master teacher could spout bullshit with such a straight face. Where's your dignity? What about status? May I know why the 3 master teachers are looking for me? Seeing the heated passion in their gazes, Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly asked. Oh, there are too many people here. Let's find another suitable location to speak, Lu Ling said. With so many people looking, he couldn't possibly say that he had heard of Xianxia's affairs, specially went to the academy to investigate his capabilities, and thus wanted to accept him as his disciple. If he were to say so, not only would others think him insane, Xianxia would also be frightened away by him. Where in the world could one find a master teacher recruiting an apprentice so actively? Sure. Xianxia nodded his head. Judging from the other party's attitude, it was unlikely that they knew he was Xianxia. Otherwise, they would have long ago made a move on him. Since that was the case, it just so happened that he wanted to ask them about the black aura in his body as well, so he agreed. Let's go. Seeing that Zhang Laoshe seemed easy to speak to, the trio heaved sighs of relief. They stood around Xianxia, as if afraid he would run away, and escorted him forward. Drinking in the view, everyone felt perplexed. On the other hand, Lu Xun felt his world crumbling apart. Initially, he thought he would earn the appreciation of the three master teachers just by revealing his identity and would become Lu Shi's apprentice. From there on, his name would spread far and wide. But what was going on? Not only did they disregard him after hearing his name, they rushed forward to Xianxia, whom Lu Xun had been looking down upon, and fawned over him. Didn't Tianlong just say that he was already decided to be Lu Shi's apprentice? That Xianxia was only a low-level teacher, not to mention he also possessed a poor reputation. So why would the three master teachers surround him? Gritting his teeth, Lu Xun stepped up. Lu Shi, I am Lu Xun, Hongtian Academy's star teacher. Oh, I know. I met you at the royal palace last time. Lu Ling nodded his head and pushed him away. All right, will you excuse me? I have something to speak to Zhang Laoshe about, so move to the side. Don't block the path. Lu Xun staggered as he stared at Lu Shi walking into the distance. At this moment, Lu Xun's body went stiff, and the thought of suicide even flashed through his mind. No matter what, I am the #1 star teacher of Tianxian Kingdom. To send me away after saying a few words, shouldn't you at least ask about my affairs? Yet, you simply pushed me away, telling me to not block the path toward Xianxia, as though afraid he would disappear into the thin. The three of them surrounded him like he was some treasure. On the other hand, to Lu Xun felt utterly stifled. Can anyone tell me what is going on? Suppressing the urge to spit blood, Lu Xun turned to look at Tianlong. Didn't you have inside news on the matter? Didn't you say that Lu Shi had written a letter, saying that he wanted to accept me as his apprentice? Which teacher in the world wouldn't spare a second glance at his own apprentice? Seeing Lu Xun's blaming gaze, Tianlong felt frenzied too. I really saw that letter. I have no idea what is going on either. While the duo was perplexed over the matter, Wang Chao felt as though his face had been slapped multiple times. Thinking that Lu Xun would definitely become an apprentice of Lu Shi today, he was the one who put Xianxia down the most previously. Yet, in the end, he only humiliated himself through his words. He said that the other party was just a foil and a stepping stone. Yet why did it feel like Lu Xun was the foil and the stepping stone now? He thought that the other party was shameless and that he should just end his life. Now he seemed like the one who should end his life. Perhaps Wang Chao, along with Lu Xun and Tianlong, looked at Huang Yu and Bai Sun. If someone knew what was going on, it had to be the two of them. One of them was Lu Shi's apprentice, while the other one is Zhuang Shi's student. And they were the ones who brought Xianxia over. We don't know either. Huang Yu quickly shook her head. The three master teachers had only told them to bring Xianxia over. They didn't say what they were going to do, so even they too were confused by the current situation. Regardless of whether it was Lu Shi or Zhuang Shi, they held an austere image in the minds of the others. It always seemed like they were on a different level from the rest of them. Yet, at this moment, they seemed like they were fans chasing after an idol following Xianxia around. Even though they had seen it for themselves, they still found it hard to believe. Should we go over to take a look? Unable to comprehend what was going on, they couldn't hold back their curiosity and hurriedly followed behind them, especially Lu Xun. If he doesn't receive an answer today, he might just die from his rage and indignation. Just a moment ago, he was acting so haughtily, as though it was embarrassing for him to be compared with Xianxia. But now, the three master teachers were fawning over him, while he was thrown to a corner. What was good about the fellow? For the three master teachers to neglect me like this. Your Majesty, Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, Zhang Shi, Old Master sent me out here to welcome you all after learning of your arrival. Before they could walk too far, an elder walked forward to welcome them. The butler of Tian residence, Tian Gang. MHM. Lu Shi nodded his head. Even though he wanted to accept Zhang Xian as his apprentice right now, they were currently at Elder Tian's birthday banquet, and it was unbefitting for a guest to steal the spotlight from the host. This way, please. Old Master is waiting for you all at the main hall. Tian Gang led the crowd forward. Zhang Laoshi, let's go. Elder Tian was once my way of tea teacher, and he is a kind person, Lu Ling explained with a smile. Facing the kind gesture from the three master teachers, Zhang Xian could only nod his head in agreement. After taking a few steps forward, he suddenly saw Emperor Shenjue walking toward him with a smile on his face. Zhang Xian Laoshi, I have long heard of your name. Now that I've met you, you are indeed as incredible as they make you out to be. You will definitely reach great heights in the future, and your name will spread far and wide. If you have any requests for me, feel free to speak of them. Tianxian Kingdom may not be a powerful country, but we don't lack resources. As long as it's within our means, I will try my best to obtain it for you. Hearing the other party's words, the bizarre look on Zhang Xian's face deepened. Naturally, he could tell that Emperor Shenjue was trying to express his goodwill. Just that, as an ordinary teacher in the academy, why would an emperor express his goodwill toward him? Besides, you should have heard of it. My reputation as a terrible teacher. The personality of these fellows seemed to have changed all of the sudden, treating him so well. In the past few days, Zhang Xian had been disguising himself as Yang Shi, and he hadn't appeared as Zhang Laoshi at all. Zhang Xian was unable to comprehend the reason for their change in attitude. However, this was good as well. He was still thinking that it would be hard to approach the three master teachers as Zhang Xian, especially given their standing. But from the looks of it, it seemed like he was thinking too much into the matter. He was truly curious to know how the name of Zhang Xian suddenly became so prestigious in the few days he had disappeared, such that even the emperor and master teachers would rush forward to fawn over him. Zhang Xian simply nodded his head and said nothing else. Seeing the calm on the young man's face, Emperor Shenjue was impressed. As expected of someone the three master teachers had set their eyes upon, just his state of mind was exceptional. If it were any other youngster, if the emperor were to praise them and promise them such, they would definitely become gleeful and complacent, thinking that they were exceptional beings blessed by the heavens. Yet the other party only impassively nodded his head, completely unmoved by his words at all. Just his calm itself was worthy of respect. However, Emperor Shenjue was oblivious to the fact that it wasn't calm but deep in contemplation. Besides, Zhang Xian was already used to their presence after coming into contact with them as Yang Shi the past few days. As such, he no longer felt any presence from them, and as a result, he didn't feel nervous at all. Following behind the butler, they soon arrived at a vast hall. The moment they walked in, the aroma of tea immediately assaulted their senses, and they immediately felt revitalized. Come, sit. An elder was seated in the direct center of the hall. In front of him was an exquisite tea set. Hot water in the form of steam was rising slowly from it. This was where the aroma of tea came from. Shenjue Lu Ling, Zhuangxian, Zhang Fei, pays respect to Elder Tian. The four of them stepped forward. Zhang Xian followed behind them and glanced at the elder. Even though it was his 90th birthday, he looked like he was in his 70s. With a snow-white beard, from afar, his appearance was reminiscent of an enlightened saint. Yes, yes. The elder casually waved his hands, not lifting his head at all. Lifting up a teacup, he casually poured tea into it. Instantly, the light, refreshing fragrance of the tea leaves immediately surged out from within. It seemed that the tea set had a soul of their own. With just the slightest movement from Elder Tian, hot water poured into the teacup. His movements were smooth and looked exceptionally beautiful. Even before tasting the tea, everyone was already full of compliments. All eyes were fixated onto every single movement of Elder Tian. Just the sight of the preparation of the tea felt pleasurable. This is the way of tea. Incredible! Xianxia was just thinking that the way of tea could not be compared to pill forging and that sort. However, after looking at the movements of the elder, he immediately realized that there wasn't a single job in the 9 paths that was ordinary. Please! The elder beckoned. Several maids stepped forward and presented the teacups to Emperor Shinjue and the 3 master teachers. There were a total of 6 cups. After presenting 4 cups to the others, there were still 2 left. After handing out the teacups, the elder wiped his hands dry. Only then did he lift his head to look at the crowd and see Xianxia. He was taken aback by the latter's presence. "You are